Pirates opening to capture the fluttering fruit. Chapter 1 to 50. Chapter 1 _ Ambition is shattered. In the sky, an incomparably huge Bigfoot that is comparable to a small island is wrapped around countless thunder and lightning down. Am I going to lose to the man from East Blue again? Roger. Boom. Bigfoot fell, and the ambition of a man like a lion was buried with the island. After an unknown amount of time, a man whose figure was shrouded in the sunlight walked leisurely and stopped at a place less than 2 or 3 meters away from the man lying on the ground. It's really embarrassing. The legendary big pirate, Golden Lion Shiki, Master. At this time, seeing that the man on the ground had woken up, the man opened his mouth and said with a slightly joking tone, "Did you come here to mock me as a loser? Or do you want to fulfill your previous oath? Come and kill me, this old teacher who has lost his strength as he used to be." The Golden Lion, who was lying on the ground with his arms wide open, looked at the sky with some absent-mindedness, and responded indifferently without turning his head after hearing the words of the person who came. Originally, I had this idea, but after watching the fight between you and that kid. The man sat down beside him cross-legged, and continued, "I too, it is indeed unexpected that the great pirate who was once famous as One Piece, King of Pirates and Whitebeard, would be defeated by a fledgling boy, which is really disappointing. What qualifications do you have to let me do this? It's just a rotten old man whose strength can't keep up with his ambition. Even if in front of him is the legendary great pirate who used to be all-powerful and famous all over the world, there is no scruples in the man's word." Yes, the person lying on the ground is the great pirate Golden Lion who was just defeated by the Straw Hat Pirates and whose ambition was destroyed along with the whole island, but he was the close disciple he accepted, the most proud successor of Golden Lion. Health Elvis. He used to be an undercover agent sent to him by the world government, but soon he betrayed them and turned to the Golden Lion side. Later, he betrayed the Golden Lion again in pursuit of a stronger power. Man. Of course, in addition to this, he has a more secret identity. A traveler. It is precisely because of his mastery of the plot that he has the foresight to betray again and always keep his life free. After the Golden Lion reappeared in the world, the newspapers vigorously reported the incident, and he began to pay attention to the news related to the other party, and at the time when he finally met other pirates and formed an alliance to destroy the world, he quietly sneaked into the floating island and watched the entire Golden Lion. He had no intention of intervening in the battle with Destiny's Child, Straw Hat Luffy, until the battle was over. Golden Lion's ambition was broken, and after the Straw Hat Pirates left here, they appeared in front of Golden Lion, completely over. Connection between them. Then what are you doing here? Do you want to see the tragic ending of my master? Since his ambition was broken and he was defeated by a man like Roger, Golden Lion's heart has been silent, and nothing outside can affect his state of mind. Even if he was once the most outstanding disciple who inherited all his swordsmanship genres appeared in front of him, Golden Lion's eyes didn't change at all. After giving up the idea of killing you, I don't have the time to mock your jokes anymore. Anyway, with your broken body, it won't last long. If you die, maybe you can take the court for you, and see if you can inherit the legacy you left, such as fluttering fruit or something. Elvis is proud of Isho, making no secret of his intention. Is it my ability? You were originally thinking of this. Why is it not enough to inherit the old man's swordsmanship, and you don't even plan to let go of my fruit ability? Do you want to become the second Golden Lion? Gia, it's so interesting. I didn't expect that the disciples who were meticulously nurtured in the end didn't even plan to let go of my abilities. No, it should be said that he is indeed a descendant of my Golden Lion. Gia, After listening to Elvis' word, Golden Lion raised his head and laughed, with a hint of sadness in his laughter. Boom. After his laughter sounded, an earth-shattering aura erupted unconsciously. The momentum soared into the sky, and even the clouds in the sky were scattered, and the surroundings were silent. Hey, this aura. Could it be that Elvis is already fighting against that person? This kind of aura is not something that ordinary people can exude. A man who was not far from the shore of the floating island was docked. On the pirate ship, an equally young man raised his brows after feeling the conqueror haki erupted from the Golden Lion, and couldn't help but say, It seems that it should be like this. That person is really not that simple. Captain Elvis is in trouble this time. Someone, Shishirin, came over. His eyes were turned over there, and he felt deeply. This haki responded with a melodious tone. Elvis. On the boat, another person who noticed the movement trembled. Looking at her beautiful eyes, she couldn't help but worry. On the floating island, on the side of the beast forest, Elvis raised his brows after Golden Lion's add words accompanied by haki. It's very powerful. It's conqueror haki. But what if it's so powerful? Seemingly remembering some unbearable experiences, Elvis's eyes became colder and he said coldly, if you really regard me as a disciple, then why would you experiment with those developed medicines on me? I didn't hesitate to use the dose that even the beast couldn't carry on me. I wanted to try it out to see if the potion had any effect on human, or act as a guinea pig for your experiment and finally use it on myself. Seriously, you guys, especially you, Golden Lion really took care of me too much. What Elvis said was when he was secretly assigned by the government to infiltrate the Golden Lion's command to spy on its related intelligence. He was discovered by the Golden Lion shortly after infiltrating, and he was sent to a scientist like him, Indy, on the grid side, as a guinea pig to conduct related experiments on him. All the inventions of the other party for more than 10 years have either failed, or the effects are unknown and sealed, or all the special medicines newly developed are all tested on him. It was not until his will and ambition were recognized by the other party that he was released, and after 2.5 years of life and death struggle, he joined his camp, and finally his aptitude and ambition were regarded by Golden Lion and accepted as a disciple. That horrific experience. Gia ha ha ha, you were just a spy sent by the government back then. Do you think this old man would care about your ant-like thought? He has no pity for the most hated lackey in his own camp, and has never cared about an ant's thought, which shows his ruthless nature as a big pirate. Yes, at that time you really didn't need to care about my ant's thought, so what about now? Since there has never been any friendship between you and me, everything is just a match between you and me. Trading, you teach me swordsmanship, and I will help you kill the enemies who block your ambition. It is very fair, isn't it? Wouldn't it be normal if I wanted to kill you now? Speaking, Elvis's eyes flashed a murderous intent, and a majestic murderous intent radiated from him. Yeah, you want to kill the old man, and then take everything from the old man like a pirate. It's very normal, but it all depends on your ability. Kaka. After speaking, Golden Lion seemed to have regained some physical strength, sat up from the ground, then stood up slowly, twisted his neck, and made a cracking sound of bones loosening, his eyes as sharp as a lion. He regarded the outstanding successor for a while, and then said, if you want the old man's fluttering fruit, use your strength to take it away. The old man will use the strongest strength to fight. Boom. When the words were settled, Golden Lion vibrated violently, and a shocking momentum burst out. Elvis vaguely seemed to see the proud man who once galloped across the sea and ruled the entire sea from the sky. A lion-like man from the previous era, full of arrogance and haughty. Chapter 2 _ Battle the Golden Lion. Go ahead, this old man won't be merciful, even if you are my most proud disciple. Golden Lion's eyes were astonishingly bright after recovering his former state and physical strength, and a terrifying and strong aura permeated from him. Came out, said in a voice without a trace of emotion. Haha, isn't it? That's right, I didn't intend to take away your power so easily. It's best to solve it in a pirate way. Clang. After listening to Golden Lion's word, Elvis also stood up, pulled out the straight-edged sword around his waist, and pointed the sword's edge at the imposing, unpredictable Golden Lion. Gia ha ha ha, that's right, just let the old man test how much your strength has improved after a year of separation. Golden Lion looked at the young man in front of him, but he was very similar to him before, and he was equally arrogant and reckless. He couldn't help but burst into laughter in his heart. Come on. Elvis also mobilized all his strength at this moment to face the Golden Lion, who was fully conscious and full of strength. Puff. I am really old. I've been tying myself up because I'm afraid of endangering my life. Even Hockey doesn't dare to use it. This is not what Golden Lion should do at all. He touched the back of his head, which had been nailed by half of the rudder, and said these words that made Elvis a little confused. Then, before he could react, he grabbed the rudder above his head and pulled his palm outward. The rudder was pulled out violently. Tick, tick. Golden Lion held half of the blood-stained rudder in his right hand, dripping blood droplets on the ground, with an extremely crazy face. You are really crazy. This scene clearly reflected in Elvis' eyes, which made him stunned, and he couldn't help being shocked by his madness. The Golden Lion who pulled out the rudder on his head was obviously not that easy, and the blood poured out like a column, but it was not a big deal for him, who had great control over his body. As his golden hair danced, his scalp also shrank with it. The wound was quickly closed. Boom. Cough. This is not over yet. Just after pulling out the head and getting on the rudder, he threw the rudder away, put his eyes on his feet, and then clenched his hands quickly, without frowning. His face was cold, and he turned the two handles with one hand. The famous knife was pulled from the leg. Clap la la. The wounds on both legs continued to spurt blood as before, and the blood dripped all over the ground. Even Elvis couldn't help but raise his brows, grinning as if he felt it. Clap la la. This time Golden Lion just contracted his muscles to stop the bleeding, but then he activated the ability to control the rocks on the ground to form a rock prosthesis under the half leg. Clatter. This way we can have a good fight. Elvis. Brush. Golden Lion twisted his wrist to hold the blood-stained sword hilt, and pointed at Elvis, with his reckless eyes and incomparably cold expression, as if he had changed back to the pirate chief admiral who was supported by the pirates of the old era. Yeah, you can finally fight to your heart content, and have the last most splendid battle of your life, Elvis said in a low tone, and his eyes looked a little complicated. He knew that Golden Lion really went out of his way this time. He pulled out the rudder on his head and the two long swords at his feet. With his aging and disabled body, he couldn't last for too long. He planned to use his last life to bloom brightly for the final battle. Gia ha 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 ha. What wrong? What are you doing with such eyes? Do you think this old man needs your sympathy and pity? Stop kidding. This old man is a golden lion. For Elvis, eyes. Golden lion dismiss it. Golden lion did not need the pity and sympathy of his enemies, especially his former descendant. This was even more of an insult to him. After speaking, his eyes became cold, his breath was introverted, and his body rushed forward. Come over. Yes, but in the past or now, you are still you. As a legendary pirate, you don't need anyone's mercy. Only the glorious death in battle is the enemy. I give you the best respect. Elvis naturally knew that this time he was ready to die in battle, put away his sloppy mentality, adjusted his breath, and waved his sword to greet him. Brush. The two used hockey almost at the same time. The black gas dyed the sword body, and slashed towards each other at the same time. Clang. Dan 75Z. Between the sword, the majestic sword chi blasted out, and the surrounding was swept by the storm, and the fierce sword chi filled the entire forest. Boom. At the moment of the fight, the golden lion on the opposite side did not move, and the ground on which Elvis stepped on his feet cracked instantly, and a large number of rock collapsed. With him as the center, the surface collapsed within 20 to 30 meters, sinking 1 or 2 meters. The strength has improved a lot, but it's still too tender. As soon as he played against Golden Lion, he had a general understanding of Elvis' level, and the corner of hockey's face twitched slightly. As soon as he finished speaking, he increased the strength of his arms, and suddenly transferred all the power to the blade in his hand. Jung. Facing the Golden Lion, whose strength continued to soar and recovered to its heyday, it was difficult for Elvis to resist his attack. As soon as he increased his strength, he felt the unbearable force, and the whole person was swept away together with the long sword. Whoosh. It's not over yet. Golden Lion rose up into the air, flew towards him, followed Elvis from above, held the sword in both hands, and slashed downwards with both edges staggered. Lion power chopping. Ha. Jung. A huge crescent-shaped chopping wave flew down, flashing directly under Elvis. Damn, this old bastard actually recovered so fast. The stars in the night sky are gone. Elvis didn't linger at all. He used the moon step and stomped back, stabilized his body, and immediately waved his sword to greet him. Brush. Jung. This piece is like a meteor piercing the sky, and the sword light flashes away, and the speed is so fast that even observation hockey can hardly keep up with it, and the chopper of the Golden Lion is cut off in an instant. Boom. The chopping fell to the ground, and the land composed of ultra-small islands was cut off in the air. The ground was divided, and a piece of land was easily cut open. Whoosh. Boom. And the slash from Elvis also flew into the sky, smashing the white cloud. Gia ha 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 ha. A little progress, but it's not enough. Golden Lion roughly measured Elvis's level through this, and his swordsmanship level has entered the ranks of swordsman, but he is still far from the top back. Not satisfied with this, continued to dive down. Yeah, it's not enough. It's not enough for you, whose swordsmanship and strength are about to reach the ceiling, but so what? What I lack compared to you and me is just time. I don't think I'm better than you. Elvis almost roared the words he had buried in his heart. After speaking, he stepped on both feet and rushed forward with a firm gaze. Holding the sword in his hand, he greeted the Golden Lion who was swooping in the sky. Whoosh. Clang. The three swords clashed again, and the crisp and resounding sound of sword strike spread throughout the island. The agitated sword energy and the accompanying momentum made the beasts on the island shiver, and the whole island was silent. Listen, does this sound mean that Captain Elvis is fighting someone? One of the pirate brought by Elvis heard the sound of sword strike. With a slightly excited tone, he pointed his finger at pointing to the source of the sound. He said excitedly, "It's really started." Bud, who was a strong and mighty ship cadre, confirmed the situation. Although he was a little worried, he didn't show it. He spoke to the two beside him in a dull voice. Well, this battle will determine the future destiny of our pirate group. Let us pray here, and pray that Elvis can come back victorious. Otherwise, compared with Bud, his figure is more lean. Some Kyle was also worried and anxious, and he didn't show it, and replied with an emotion of anticipation. You must win, Elvis, brother. On the other side, wearing a lady's armor, with a long knife on her waist, a woman of 17 or 18 years old with a sword in one hand and a sword in the other, putting it on her waist, Meme expressed her worry and hope towards that direction, and prayed silently in her heart. Chapter 3_Lion Fall. Clang. Boom. When they were worried about Elvis' safety, the two people who were stranded in the sky had already fought no less than 100 times. The blades flashed, and chopped waves flew around, and the forest, the earth, and the lake were all chopped up. The two stood in a frenzy, and they swung countless chops, and they didn't care how many creatures would be ravaged by their subordinates. Swoosh, swish, swish. Golden Lion danced in the air, easily dodging the sword chi from Elvis. One after another chopped waves went straight to the sky. When the sky was chopped up to the top, the cloud gathered and there were no birds. The sky was suddenly clear, and the sun did not cover the ground. The battle between the two people below continued. Is that all it is? Is that what your strength is? The man Golden Lion, who stood in the sky with a mighty lion, whose might was able to suppress the entire sea, looked a little disappointed, and his aura sword again. Hee, how is that possible? Just let you taste the strength that I have improved after being separated for more than a year. Old man Shiki. Boom. After speaking, Elvis slammed his heel. The ground was smashed, and he flew towards him in the sky again. The night sky is full of stars. The sword chi turned into countless radiance in his hand, and the sword light flashed sharply to the extreme, flashing towards the golden lion from all directions. The sharp sword energy and the shining sword light made golden lion feel pain in his skin, and his eyes were almost stabbed by the sword light. HMPH. A little trick. The lion is powerful and cut the valley. As a man who has experienced decades of battles and has strong combat experience, he will naturally not be confused by the sword light that Elvis cut out. With a snort, Observation Hockey fired full shot, accurately capturing every incoming attack, and then turned his wrist, and one after another astonishing chops were sent out from under his sword. Jung, jung, jung. Golden Lion's chopping cut off the sword chi that swept across, and the aftermath even ravaged the surrounding island, no longer in the same way as before. Puff. However, after this blow, his body seemed to be unable to withstand such a high-intensity attack any longer. The originally tightened hair and scalp could not restrain the blood flow, causing the blood on his head to flow down continuously. His feet were also spewing blood. His golden hair was dyed blood red. His legs were blood-stained, and the injuries he suffered in the successive battles made him more like a person who had just come out of the blood pool. Woo, boom, boom, boom. Elvis kept upping on the air, causing his body to stay in the air for a short time. Looking at the blood that couldn't stop spraying from Golden Lion's body, although he couldn't bear it, he expressed his respect for his opponent. Every time he made a move, he did his best. There is still no hand in hand. This is the most sacred battle between genus and them, and there is no room for distraction and intolerance. Gia ha 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 ha. You've come well. Look at it. This is the last thing this old man will teach you. It belongs to the stunt of the Golden Lion title. Feel it well. The lion is powerful and the lion hunts double sickle. As soon as he finished speaking, the two silver-white chop turned into two majestic white lions filled with pride and hockey under the swing of the Golden Lion, and rushed towards Elvis in an instant. Is this your stunt? But Elvis cast a disdainful glance, just about to say nothing, but then his beast-like intuition throbbed, reminding him that he was terrified. Elvis trusted his intuition for perceiving danger, and without even thinking about it, he used Moonstep to leave immediately, but then another alert came and he suddenly realized it. I can't escape. Can I just go ahead? What a terrifying blow. Then let me try it. Power. Elvis' intuition told him that it was useless to dodge no matter which direction he took, and there would be great terror in any direction he chose, which is why he didn't go. He clenched the sword in his hand tightly, and there was no panic or cowardice in his eyes. His eyes were firm, and he greeted the two white lions that were turned into chopping waves. Have you found it? Then let the old man see how you plan to take it. Golden Lion raised his mouth in the air and looked at him with a smile, wanting to see what Elvis was going to do. Take the hit. Kian reading Kian. Since you can't dodge, then you can only shake it hard. Just chop wave. I still don't pay attention. The night sky is full of bright moon. Elvis gritted his teeth, opened his mouth and roared when the two majestic white lions fluttered and staggered and turned into a slashing attack. He also used his own stunt, holding the hilt of the sword in both hands and slammed it forward. Boom. The bright chopper turned into a bright moon and slowly rose into the sky. Jung. Boom. 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 Two different slashes collided. The endless momentum diverged. Strands of sword energy shot out from all directions, and there were bursts of roaring sounds in the sky. With the two at the center, the majestic and powerful aura that oppressed everything exploded. When they came out, the earth was crushed again by the original dilapidated earth. The sturdy trees no less than tens of meters high were overwhelmed. Countless animals ran and fled, and the radius of 100 meters was cleared. Boom. Finally, the light shines brightly, and the line of sight is hidden. When looking at it, the two stand opposite each other, and there is no obstruction in the middle. Gia ha 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 ha. Yes, it is good to be able to block this old man's blow. You have the qualification to go to the sea and go to the new world. After a while, Golden Lion raised his head and laughed. It was only then that he was really satisfied with Elvis' performance. Puff, puff. While he laughed loudly, the blood on his body was raging again, and his two strands and back were soaked with bright red blood, but he didn't pay any attention or care. Are you really going to continue? Come on before the blood stopped. After fighting for a while, although he was almost the one who was abused in the battle, the more he fought, the more powerful he was. But he didn't want to take advantage of this, and pointed his finger at the wound, reminding him. Gia ha 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 ha. The boy is optimistic. While the old man can still swing the knife, I will teach you two tricks. As the master's last gift to the disciple, it didn't matter, or he already had the will to die in his heart. No matter how serious the injury was, he raised his two swords and preached to Elvis. Really? Then let me have a good experience. How strong is the stunt that can make the name of Golden Lion resound through the sea? Since the other party had already realized, Elvis didn't say anything. He sighed, ready to accept the last instruction given to him by the Golden Lion. Gia ha 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 ha. ha. Take a good look at it. The old man's famous move in the sea, combining the three-color hockey and his own will into swordsmanship. The attack will be beyond imagination, and it is precisely because of this that the old man ranks among the three C's. One of the thieves. This is the most powerful blow that belongs to me, the Golden Lion. After Golden Lion finished speaking, he closed his eyes. The aura on his body continued to rise, containing the most potential ability in his body, and the three-colored hockey also continuously merged into his double swords in Elvis's perception. Brush the lion's mighty death cut. In an instant, Golden Lion opened his tightly closed eyes, and an extremely powerful momentum flashed away. His physical strength, spirit, and hockey soared to the top at this moment, and he slammed that one at the same time as he shouted, "Sword, jung, swoot, boom." Silver-white chopped waves flew out in a spiral and chopped toward the sky. Well, this is. Elvis figured out the principle and process of the move through observation hockey's detailed teaching through observation hockey's perception, and also clearly perceived that after the blow, Golden Lion's the physical strength was greatly reduced, and the blow went straight into the sky, and it tore the sky apart. This scene not only reminded him of the division of the strength of the four emperors in the comic, but with all his strength, the sky can be torn apart, causing the airflow to be reversed, chaotic, and irregular. Does it clearly show the strength level of Golden Lion at this moment? Chapter 4 Teacher's Gift. Boom. The storm continued, and when a large amount of airflow was reversed in the nearby sea area, the entire sky was shrouded in dark cloud, billowing lightning, and this scene was like an apocalyptic scene. Brush. At this moment, regardless of the strength of the island, countless beasts, big and small, all bowed their heads, and the large trees swayed like grass in the wind, as if they could be pulled up by the storm at any time. Naturally, this scene also alarmed the entire party of the Night Sky pirates who were waiting near the island. Elvis, don't have an accident. You are the only one who can be our captain. Hey, Elvis, you won't just fall down like this. Our voyage hasn't officially started yet. Hold on to me, brother Elvis. Captain. At this moment, both the cadres and the common crew all revealed their captain's safety, and they were praying and looking forward to Elvis' safe and successful return. Brush. Jung. After using that move, Golden Lion's body seemed to care that he couldn't bear it any longer. He swayed and almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, he used the tip of his sword to support himself on the ground in time. Gia ha 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 ha. How is it? Have you seen this blow and have any thought? Or was it so shocked that you didn't dare to move forward? Elvis asked. HMPH. How is that possible? It's just a more powerful swordsmanship. How could I be deterred by it and dare not move forward? I'm the captain of the Night Sky Pirate, the Night Sky Sword Master Elvis. Boom. At this moment, Conqueror Hockey, who has been suppressed and unable to induce his body, has finally seen the top attack. The feeling in his heart is not weaker than others, and will definitely surpass the opponent's unyielding ambition. Under the induction of Golden Lion's move breaking out of his body, he showed his aura and coercion as a strong man. Gia ha 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 ha. That's right. Only in this way can you have the qualifications to climb in that field, and only have the conditions to learn this old man's trick. Now that you have recognized your heart, let me, as a teacher, give you another trick, and use it as the foundation for you to dominate the world. After seeing his most proud disciple, recognizing his heart, and determined to step out of his own path, Golden Lion smiled even more, and a flash of determination flashed in his eyes, and then spoke indifferently. Oh, do you have another style? But with your current situation, can you still use it? Hearing this, Elvis was a little surprised, but seeing the fading appearance of the other party at this time, he couldn't help asking. Bro, Gia ha 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 ha. This is a move that this old man has learned in the past 20 years. It is suitable for this situation. Listen carefully. Golden Lion Gia said with a smile, and continued to explain the last move. This is the move that the old man Roger was arrested, realized when Garp and Sengoku teamed up in despair and failed, and has been perfecting them over the past 20 years. Using the only remaining physical strength, the remaining hockey gathered in the will of life in the desperate situation of life and death, and sent out in the situation of life or death with the disabled body. The old man named it The Lion King Falls. Love Books AIBK8. At this moment, the last bit of life on Golden Lion's body was swallowed up, and the breath of death enveloped him, but what followed was an incomparably dazzling brilliance that was more than that of the death god / he just used, blooming endlessly. Vitality, boundless momentum and killing intent bloomed completely in front of Elvis. Boom. Chopping waves flew out, and the strong sword chi ripped apart everything in front of him. The momentum went straight to the top of the cloud, and the murderous aura shrouded the entire island. Everything along the road was like a bubble, and suddenly burst. Chopping left only a dazzling light in Elvis's field of vision, and when he opened his eyes again, everything in front of him was destroyed. Almost a quarter appeared in front of Chopping, and was shrouded by it. The island has long since vanished into nothingness, and both the land and the living creatures have vanished into this world as smoke and dust. This is a terrifying blow. Elvis opened his mouth wide, and the blow to the Golden Lion was more shocking than the death side just now, and he was amazed. You who made this blow, have have the same name as you. Have you left, Master Golden Lion? Finally, after the shock, when he regained his mind and looked again, he found that he had taught the art. The teacher, Golden Lion, sat cross-legged on the ground, and his body had long since died. Although I can't say I am grateful to Golden Lion, I don't hate him very much. After all, in his eyes, the other party is the teacher who really taught him to successfully integrate into this world, truly understand the good and evil of human nature, and gave him a swordsmanship. The heart of Elvis, naturally it will not be untouched. I didn't expect to be so embarrassed in life, but so calm after death. This is quite in line with your pirate nature. If that's the case, then let my disciple send you the last ride. Looking at Golden Lion's corpse, he raised his knife and swung forward gently. Chung, whoosh, boom. The blade slashed through his body with a special skill, but it did not chop off his body, but sparked quietly. The flames quickly spread to his body, and Golden Lion's body was engulfed in flames in a short time. The flames burned, spark flew, and the Golden Lion's body finally sat cross-legged on the ground and completely disappeared from this world with the flame. Clang! The temperature of the flame he used was extremely high, and the range was very wide, and it was completely burned out in a short while, leaving only two famous swords on the ground that had accompanied him and became famous everywhere with the name of Golden Lion. Withered wood. It seems that the master has left, and only you who have witnessed that name are left. Since this is the case, follow me, and I will find a good master for you. Then follow him and her to witness my glory and glory. This can be considered to live up to that guy's last wish. Elvis said, walking to the scorched ground that was blown away by the fire and the wind, picked up two knives and slung them to his waist, and then left here without looking back and walked deeper into the island. On the sea on the east side of the island, docked on the pirate ship not far away, Kyle looked worriedly into the depths of the island, and couldn't help worrying in his heart. The storm has ceased for a long time. Why hasn't Elvis returned yet? Did he really? Don't talk nonsense. Elvis's life is harder than cockroaches. How could it end here like this? We have to believe that our companions are. The more stable Bud heard his whisper and couldn't bear it live scolding. Yeah, if it's normal, I really don't worry much. But this time the opponent, Kyle, still wanted to defend, but his eyes caught sight of Amelie, who was treated as a sister by the three of them. Wenya agreed with his statement. Her face turned pale, as if she might fall down at any time. She immediately closed her mouth. Hey, wait, with peace of mind. That guy didn't die so soon. Even when he led us to betray the world government, he didn't die, let alone an old man who was already old and could be easily defeated by ordinary newcomers. But at this time, I undoubtedly wanted to comfort Amelia, who was worried that she could not bear the blow of Elvis's killing and might fall at any time. Otherwise, how could she still think after seeing the earth-shattering aura of Golden Lion in person? Those who blindly believe Elvis's men say this. Oh, forget it. Don't say anything. We just wait and see if Elvis can get out of that island. But as his best friend, I really believe in him. And Amelia, you should too. Seeing that most of the people on the boat trust Elvis's strength very much, they all stayed on the boat quietly and waited for his return. On the contrary, as cadres and close friends, they did not make their due comments on him. Believing in him as always made Kyle's face a little dry, and then he changed his mind and persuaded Amelia in a relaxed tone. Well, I believe him. Brother Elvis, he will return safely. Hearing Kyle's word, Amelia also realized that her mentality was very bad, and immediately put away her negative attitude. May his eyes flickered a few times, and he believed in Elvis more firmly from the bottom of his heart, believing that he could return safely after this incident. Chapter 5_Final Ability. As time went by, the sun was slowly sinking, and the expressions on the faces of everyone and even the three of them that firmly believed in Elvis' invincibility were fading. Their faces gradually loosened, and their sorrow slowly emerged. When they really thought that Elvis died in the final duel with Golden Lion, and their hearts were completely silent, a brisk footstep sounded on the shore not far away, followed by a sound that they were very familiar with a hint of contempt. A playful tone came over. Cough. Hey, what's wrong with you guys? Why do you look so sad? Could it be that you think I won't be able to come back as the captain? I want to be this captain. Elvis, who finally found the Golden Lion fluttering fruit for a long time, finally returned here when the sun was about to sink and night was coming to meet his companions. Seeing their sad faces at the first moment of their transformation, he couldn't help but sneered aloud. This voice is Captain. Hey, it seems to be. Oh, no way. It's true. It's really good that you're okay, Captain. Hearing Elvis's voice, everyone on the boat was shocked, and Chi-Chi cast his eyes of excitement and joy, and said excitedly, "Ahahaha, don't worry, I've come back safe and sound." And, after speaking, Elvis's mouth twitched mysteriously, and his eyes turned to the palm of his right hand. And what? Hey, isn't it, Elvis? Could it be that you have succeeded? Kyle was very happy and excited after knowing that he was safe and returned safely, but he accurately captured the flash of excitement at the end of his word. He asked. Hearing Kyle's word, the other two also cast an excited look, hoping to get his accurate answer. As Elvis's close friends and the people he trusts most, they naturally know the real purpose of coming here. Apart from making taking a break with Golden Lion, who has the friendship of master and apprentice. The more important thing is to see if they can get the other party. That extremely powerful ability, the ability of Fluttering Fruit, adds more capital to revenge. Well, I already got it. The ability to dominate the sky. The floating fruit. The power of floating. In the eyes of the three people looking forward to them, Alvis nodded gently to them, and made a real action. Answer. Pressing your palms to the ground. Haka. Boom. Everyone's eyes were focused here, and the ground where Elvis retracted his hand shook, and the sand trembled. The three of Kyle looked at the ground under Elvis' feet that had been pressed by his palm. The stone chips and slag trembled slightly, and then, a large half-human boulder split from the ground, floating in front of the crowd. He. I spent a lot of time trying to find it, but everything went as planned, and it finally succeeded. Elvis twisted his fingers, and the boulder flew around in front of everyone, looking very strange, especially the other ordinary crew members, whose eyes almost protruded from their socket, but they all knew that their captain led them here. The goal seems to have been achieved, for which they only envy and congratulate, but not the slightest bit of jealousy, because in their eyes, Elvis becoming stronger also means that their personal safety will be more guaranteed. Ahahaha, this is very surprising to us. When you said that until now, I didn't expect it to be successful. It's time to celebrate it. After really confirming that Elvis inherited the Golden Lion after the ability, the three of them were very excited, especially when Kyle opened a banquet to celebrate. Well, it's okay to hold a banquet to celebrate my acquisition of this ability, but it's not on the boat, little one. Elvis nodded in agreement with his proposal, and then raised his hand. Oh, everyone on the boat shouted. All disembark, let go to the island, and have the ingredients here to celebrate. Oh, the scene suddenly became joyful. Under the leadership of Elvis, 20 or 30 people on the boat took the necessary tools and walked into the forest of the floating island. They collected materials on the spot and celebrated with the food available here. Elvis got the ability of Fluttering Fruit and at the same time inherited a large number of the most precious wealth left to him by the Golden Lion. The three-style shocking stunt. Time is turning back to the present, and the first half of the Great Waterway finally goes to the sea area of the Red Continent. Wow. Turn the rudder. It's going to rain a huge hail. Quick, put up the sails and steer to the right. No, turn left quickly. The people on the Night Sky Pirate hurriedly turned the rudder under the command of the navigators, and the sea area they were swimming through at the moment was hit by huge hailstones, pieces of which were several times or even dozens of times larger than their pirate ship. Hailstones like hills fell from the sky. Ahahaha, it's so interesting. It's been a long time since I've faced the waves of the Great Waterway so directly. But the four of them, as cadres and captains, were standing leisurely on the boat deck watching this scene. Dream NNX. Boom. A mountain-like hailstone fell on the sea he had just left, setting off a huge wave, and the seawater emerged along with the wave, pushing the battleship Night Sky to climb earlier. Wow. Before they were happy, another hailstone fell from the sky, targeting the people on board. Ah la la la. It's time to take action. This hailstone is dozens of times bigger than all the ones that fell just now, as if all the ice blocks were gathered together, trying to completely destroy the tiny ship below. Are you sure you can handle it, Kyle? It's not that they don't trust Kyle's skills, but the hailstone in front of them is so huge that it's really like a small hill, so people can't even see it. The idea of a shot. Ahahaha, don't underestimate me. It's just an ice block. It's not a real hill. Look at me. Whoosh. Clatter. After speaking, Kyle bent his legs lightly, and jumped gently to stand above the bow of the engraved Nighthawk logo. It's just a big ice block, and you want to block our way. Break it up for me. Puff. After roaring, Kyle's body changed dramatically, and his figure was raised several times. A fluffy, snow-white and bright silver giant ape appeared there. With just one step, the giant ape rose into the air and rushed straight to the falling hailstones above. Oh, it's Hadri Kyle-sama who shot. Great, we are saved. Break it, Mr. Kyle. The crew below saw Kyle incarnate as a giant ape rushing towards the hailstone, and they were ecstatic and shouted excitedly. He, did you hear that? Even my comrades want me to destroy you, so how can I not destroy you? Disappear for me, big ice block. Saying that, Kyle stretched out too long and strong, covered with slender, needle-like fluff, palms folded and clasped into fists. Although I can't make this move with one hand like that leopard, but if I put both hands together, it can still be done. Rokushiki's ultimate mystery ape-armed sicking spear. Boom. A translucent shock wave with a diameter of 2 or 3 meters emanated from Kyle's arms, hitting the iceberg like a beam of light. Boom. Taka. Bang. The shock wave penetrated the entire iceberg, and then exploded on it. Huge gaps spread to the entire iceberg. After a while, the entire iceberg shattered and disintegrated, divided into dozens or hundreds of ice blocks and fell down. Whoosh. Clatter. After doing all this, Kyle returned to his original form and returned to the ship. Hey, I'll leave it to you next. He stretched out his arms and said to the three who were still standing on the boat and didn't do anything. HMPH, I'm still trying to be brave. We'll have to take action long ago. Amelia snorted, and then spoke coldly. Hey, naturally, I want to show off in front of my hand. And there are you guys. Kyle didn't refute her word. Obviously, his physical strength was almost exhausted after the move, and he couldn't be like just now. Make a powerful attack like that, and leave the rest to your comrade. Chapter 6_Red Earth Continent. Then Bud and Amelia, let's make a move. Elvis had long been taken aback by his dazzling character, shook his head and ignored his winking gesture to secretly signal his move. Explain. Yeah. Bud and Amelia nodded slightly, then walked to the left and right. Clang. Brush. The two took out their weapons respectively, a slightly curved tachi and an oversized and overweight double-edged broadsword. Clear Shadow R. The gun of Elbaf. Ha. Boom. Two attacks that were issued almost simultaneously. One turned into a streamer afterimage and flew away in front of everyone's eyes, and the other turned into a shock wave similar to Kyle just now. Jung. Dong. 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 Although it was a slash, it was made by Amelia, merging dozens to small slashes, and they redivided as soon as they crossed the sky, and the slashes ripped apart the shards of ice that hit them. The slash slashed across the ice block, and the giant ice separated from it and fell on the sea, setting off waves of wave. On the other hand, learn to master the stunt of the giant kingdom. Bud of Elbaf's gun only swept away, and a huge roar resounded through the entire sea area, and the shock wave smashed all the ice block that came over, leaving not even a single bit of residue left. Snap, snap, snap. Yes, it seems that you have improved a lot since you went to sea with me recently. You have even mastered this kind of move. As a close friend and captain, I am really happy for you. Watched the whole process 3 times. At the moment of the gorgeous shot, as the boss, he was very satisfied with his performance and applauded to express congratulations and praise. Hey, only then can we keep up with your monster-like footstep. We don't want to be pulled too far by you. Kyle Isho said, well, your progress can roughly keep up with the pace of this captain, but don't let it go, or you will still keep your distance from me. Elvis naturally knows that these guys are trying to catch up with their own pace. No matter how hard he tried, he didn't demand too much of them, and he would give them words of encouragement that should be properly encouraged. Ghost knows that you, the guy at the back of the crane among the 4 of us, has grown by leaps and bounds after performing that secret mission, and even we can't keep up with your pace. Kyle remembered that before everyone else, Elvis had not yet accepted the secretly assigned task of the government to sneak under the Golden Lion to be an undercover agent. His Dao strength is the weakest among the group. Even Amelia, who was originally at the bottom of the line, has stepped into the ranks of superhumans, but Elvis just stays in the middle between superhumans and ordinary people. 499 Dao strength value cannot be deposited for 3 years. It is precisely because of this that he was sent by the government to be an undercover agent, which was equivalent to abandoning him directly, and the 3 of them were given special care because of their excellent aptitude. Or send it to Elbaf to learn their fighting skills, or send it to Rokushiki, who is known as the strongest Rabluki in history, or send it to the Marine headquarters to learn swordsmanship with Momoshiki Vice Admiral. Compared to Elvis, who was treated like an abandoned child and could be killed at any time as an undercover agent on the Golden Lion ship, the situation of the 3 of them was much better, but that was precisely the case. Instead of surpassing the other party, it widened the gap with Elvis even more, making him not depressed. Ahahaha, my situation is different from yours. You don't have to use me as a reference, or you will be very desperate. Ahahaha. Elvis knew what he was thinking, and he comforted them, but I don't know that his words hit Kyle harder. Oh, forget it. I never thought of surpassing you. It better. Isn't it supposed to be stronger as a captain than a crew member? Kyle glanced at the captain, who smiled heartlessly. After that, he sighed and said, well, you're right if you think so. Okay, take it easy. Today you are showing off your skills. You are the protagonists of this banquet, little one. Elvis walked over to him and patted his shoulder. Oh, after getting out of danger, everyone's emotions recovered, and they sang in unison. Let's throw a banquet to celebrate and reward our hero of the day. Oh, everyone's emotions were aroused by Elvis, and under the leadership of Elvis, they all walked to the cabin, preparing to hold a banquet there. Clap clap. Burning Tech Ronin 52,000. Let go. Elvis is such a person. You don't have to worry about this. Bud and Amelia walked over to Kyle and gently patted him on the shoulder as a reminder. Well, yes, let go too. Today is a feast. We are the protagonists and can't miss it. After listening to Bud's persuasion, Kyle also figured it out, and followed them behind the main force. Go to the dining room in the cabin. Turn to the other side again. It here. It finally here. It great. Everyone, we've finally arrived here. A young boy with a straw hat on his head and a bright smile shouted with his hands raised excitedly. Well, it's really unforgettable. It's been a lot since that day. Wearing a revealing swimsuit, the tall, charming-looking woman with orange hair put her hands in her hands and looked at the man in front of her. A scene sighed. Well, I remember it was raining heavily that day. The chef with yellow hair and a suit with a cigarette in his mouth also echoed. Since then, everyone has grown a lot, hasn't it? And standing beside him, another green-haired, sturdy swordsman with a scar on his chest also looked at the tall, towering swordsman in front of him. The mountain layer responded with a sermon. It took me 50 years to come here. Yo ha ha. It's so big. This mountain, you can't see the top of the mountain. After coming here, the entire route has already gone halfway, and Laboon and Uncle of Twin Gorges are across the sea. It was great that we all got here. Below the Red Earth continent, the group of people looked at the scene in front of them with emotion, and stopped moving forward with emotion. Wow, finally out. A shark submarine rushed out of the sea, and the boy in the straw hat couldn't wait to speak. Ah, thank you so much. How are you? Have you found any trace of Fishman Island? The chef came over with a plate of juice in his hand and asked. No, it's pitch dark underneath, and there's no trace of the island at all. Is there really any Fishman Island underneath? The blue-haired, perverted man in a pair of underwear waved his hand. The record pointer is indeed pointing down. It's really a headache. I should have asked Lola and the others first. The beautiful navigator in the group, leaning on her head, looked at her hands and pointed straight down without moving. Pointer, headache, wow. However, at this moment, a rabbit-headed fish body, a strange-looking sea king, rushed out of the water, and opened its mouth full of fangs to bite the ship below. However, the group did not respond much to this. The straw hat boy, who was the captain, looked at it, the corners of his mouth raised, and he said excitedly, oh, it's you. I didn't expect you to follow. Rubber. Wow. When he made his move, the sea beast had already rushed down, and at the same moment, the boy in the straw hat was ready, and the elongated arm rotated a few times and then slammed towards it. Boom. Wow. Whoosh. Boom. The fist hit the sea beast with precision, smashing it to the point of foaming, and the body couldn't stop falling into the sea. However, just when they recovered their gods and were about to continue their previous work, a black shadow spit out from the sea beast's mouth and landed on the sky. On their boat. Chapter 7 arrive in the Red Land. Not long after the ups and downs of the Straw Hat Pirates arrived on the Red Land continent, another pirate ship came quietly. The bow of the ship is a statue of a nighthawk, and on the sail is painted a portrait of a goshawk with eagle claws stepping on the skeleton, spreading its wings and preparing to soar into the sky. A miniature pirate flag is also hung above the watchtower. The nighthawk carrying the night guide pirates arrived in the Red Earth continent successfully. Ah la la la. I remember that the last time I saw this scene was like 3 years ago. The cadre on the ship, Kyle, looked up at the mountain and sighed. Well, it was when Elvis and us were secretly assigned missions, and when we were each assigned a corresponding training site, when we came out of the New World and went our separate ways in the Red Earth continent to start our own training. Budna came out with a steady, magnetic hoarse voice and answered. Hee. At that time, I thought that when we met again, I would be stronger than Elvis and become the eldest among the four of us. Kyle remembered his mood at that time and laughed. I don't mind if you want, Kyle, as long as you can beat me. At this time, Elvis interjected abruptly. Don't be stupid, Elvis. I couldn't have defeated you in the past, let alone now. Hearing this, Kyle shuddered, and the three of them looked at it with interest. Awkwardly replied, really? Then be yourself. It's time to go. Let me use my ability to fly everyone directly over the next road. Otherwise, that section of the road is not easy to go. After a short joke, Elvis didn't continue, turned around and ordered to everyone. Little guys. Yes, Captain. Give me all the canvas. This captain will use his ability to lift the Nighthawk into the air and head directly to Sabayati Archipelago. Understood. That great. The captain is finally going to use that ability, although I don't know what it is, but it was left by that big pirate, and it must be a very amazing ability. That's right. The captain's ability must be even more amazing and shocking than Lord Kyle's zone. Hearing Elvis instruct them to put up the oars and use their abilities to transport the giant ship, everyone except Kyle was so excited that they were all excited to death, whispering and talking about Elvis' ability. These guys, it seems that they need to practice hard, and they used Kyle's ability to compare. No doubt deeply stimulated him. He heard blue veins on his forehead, and he spoke through gritted teeth. He. They are indeed right. Elvis' ability is indeed much better than your ability to only become a great aide. Don't feel sad about Kyle. Although Bud looked, it was comforting him, but it really hit him hard again. Damn, Bud, do you want to practice here? Let you have a good taste of my power that will only turn into a great aide. Kyle and Bud are very wrong. Although each other when dealing with others, it is a different tone of voice, appearing calm and steady, but here he is like enemies who don't look at each other, almost hitting each other when they have won. Kyle can't help but invite him to fight. A showdown. What? Want to fight with me to confirm your status as the second child? Well, I'll let you taste the power of the giant combat skills too. Gradually heating up, the battle seemed imminent. However, just when the two sides were about to fight, a big hand separated them from the middle, and after pushing the two away, they looked down at the crew waiting for his instructions and ordered. Okay, don't play trick. Everyone hasten to catch me. We set off. Oh, snap. After everyone was ready, Elvis leaned over and pressed the palm of his right hand on the deck. Under the unanimous expectation of everyone, the Nighthawk slowly trembled, and then gradually sailed away from the sea and slowly lifted into the air. It's really hard work. It's really exhausting to control the steady rise to such a high flight while maintaining the corresponding speed. I really don't know how old Shaki practiced it. Elvis finally breathed a sigh of relief, wiped the sweat that didn't exist on his forehead, and muttered in his mouth, "Anyway, it's a success. Everyone has caught it, and we're off." After shouting, the Nighthawk flew in the direction of Sabayati Archipelago on the side of the red soil continent under his control. New School Bag Net 51 ASLZ. The other side. Look, we're going to the island in front of us to get this ship covered. On the Chenyang ship, a mermaid with a beautiful appearance and the appearance of a girl pointed to the front and introduced to the members of the pirate. Crossing the membrane. Everyone was puzzled. However, at this moment, a starfish fishman jumped up, pointed to the dreamy island that gradually came into view in front of them, and reminded them, "Look ahead, here we go. The place to cross the membrane next. Sabayati Archipelago. Quote, huh, so beautiful. Something seems to be flying. Is it a bubble? It's a fantastic island." The people of the Straw Hat Pirates were stunned by the scene in front of them. An island full of dreams, with soap bubbles flying and dancing, looked like a dream. This is the transfer station on Fishman Island and the second half of the Great Passage, Sabayati Archipelago. In front of the Red Earth continent in the middle of the Great Root. The island is made up of many large trees. The ground is the root of the tree, and bubbles will emerge from the ground. The whole island consists of 79 trees with numbers. Each tree has towns and facilities. People call the archipelago of these 79 islands Sabayati Archipelago. Sabayati Archipelago is also very clear, based on the numbers on the tree. Number range 1 to 29. There are mainly human trafficking shops, human auctions, illegal areas, etc. 30 to 39. There are mainly soap bubble park, etc. 40 to 49. There are mainly sightseeing areas, specialty shop, etc. 50 to 59. Mainly shipyard, coating craftsmen, etc. 60 to 69. There are mainly marine stations, government entrances and exit, etc. 70 to 79. There are mainly hotel streets and so on. Here gathers the powerhouses who were eliminated from the first half of the Great Waterway. The 44th Peninsula in front is where the residents of the island generally dock. We just parked the boat there. Octopus Hachi explained carefully for the Straw Hats and his party, and then took them to the small island formed by the 44th tree in front of them. However, at this time, a ship flying from the sky behind shrouded all the light of Chenyang. No matter how good-tempered Luffy and the others were, they couldn't stand it, not to mention that the flying giant ship brought back a bad memory in their heart. "Hey, above, your ship is blocking our light. You can't see the road ahead clearly. Move away." Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper hooked up on their shoulders and faced the huge ship above in dissatisfaction. Shouted, Hey, don't you think you've seen this kind of method before?" Swordsman Zoro, holding the hilt in his right hand, pulled out the half-blade. His eyes gradually cooled, and reminded the others, "Well, it reminds me of the bastard who hurt Nami-san." Sanji lit a cigarette with a lighter and blew a mouthful of smoke. Looking at the ship floating in the air, he seemed to think of something unbearable. Memories. His face changed slightly. "Isn't it true? Shouldn't that guy have already been defeated by us?" The eyes of the boatman Frankie's sunglasses flickered, and his face became solemn. He said, Hey, can't we just try it and see? Is someone shouting from below? "Let me see." And then, a soldier in charge of patrolling on the ship was dozing off when suddenly, there was a commotion under his ear, and he couldn't help rubbing his eyes and looking down. One look. This is it. Could it be that? It's not good. I should report to the captain quickly. He first saw a boat below, and some of them were yelling at them, and then he turned his eyes to the pirate flag hanging on the flagpole, saw the skull symbol on it, and confirmed the identity of the group of people. Startled, he hurriedly ran to the hull. Chapter 8:Encounter. "Captain," came the cry of a soldier from outside the door, awakening Elvis, who had closed his eyes and rested, and opened his eyes to look outside. Click. I saw that the metal door was pushed open, and a soldier ran in hastily. Because he ran too hastily, he was out of breath, and first he took a deep breath. "What wrong? Why are you so panicked? Didn't I tell you not to disturb me before I got to the next island?" Elvis looked at the panting soldier in front of him, and after seeing him replying a little, he turned to him and asked, "Yes, there is something important that I want to report to you." Xiaobing quickly put away his ugliness and respectfully reported the important information he had noticed to Elvis. "What the matter?" "My subordinates have just found out that we have reached the island you mentioned, the captain, Sabayati Archipelago." "Oh, is this true? That's great." Hearing the news, Elvis couldn't help getting up and said happily, "Yes, there is one more thing I want to tell you." "Is there anything else?" "What the matter? Let's talk about it." "After that, the captain has to go down and prepare. It was a ship under the Nighthawk that was blocked by us, and the people inside were calling for us to leave here, and the subordinates have just checked their flag, which is the flag of the most popular newcomer Straw Hat Pirates recently. Do you want to go down and meet?" Xiaobing asked him tentatively. "I didn't think we could meet. This fate is really amazing. In that case, let's go down and see how strange the guy who defeated my former teacher is." Elvis thought about it and decided not to. After further entanglement, "I decided to go down to meet the members of the Straw Hat Pirate. Yes, the soldier responded in a row and followed him out together. At the same time, other people on the ship with different actions also received the news and walked out of the ship and came to the deck. Oh, you guys are out too. Elvis glanced at them in surprise. Of course, I, Kyle, have long wanted to get to know those guys. Not only did I defeat Elvis, your art teacher, but also the leopard that I regarded as my opponent. Now I have such a good opportunity. Of course I have to go on. Just look at it. Kyle spoke first, and Bud and Amelia were also very interested in this, and followed them together. Really, let go together. Seeing that they were interested, Elvis did not refuse, and decided to take the three down together to meet the Straw Hat Pirate. Hey, Luffy, Usopp and Chopper, stop shouting. At this time, Sanji, who was standing with Zoro, Nami, and the others on the boat, stopped the three of Luffy who were shouting at the top. What? Those guys haven't moved the boat yet. The nervous Luffy replied dissatisfiedly, as if he hadn't remembered the previous encounter with the Golden Lion. It doesn't make sense to shout anymore. Look, those guys are all down. Zoro, who was more sensitive than others, immediately noticed the black dot flying down from the sky and reminded everyone. Ah, this, I seem to have seen it there. Usopp and Chopper were almost scared to pee when they saw the scene like the Golden Lion in the past, but Luffy, the captain, still hadn't remembered it. Mouth Vivi Jongda, who seemed to be very familiar with this, wondered. Boom, you idiot, haven't you remembered who it is? You can fly, they can float, it's the ability of that old man. Lien Nami felt a headache at him, and directly beat him on the head with her fist, expressed the general reminder to the other party. Chengkenting Shu Network UKS can fly, floating, the ability of the old man. It's a pity that Luffy couldn't remember such an obvious reminder in his mind, and he stayed there, not knowing why. Sanji blew out the smoke ring, shrugged at her, and said helplessly, Hey, Miss Nami, it's useless for this idiot to make it clear. You can only tell him directly like this. Hello, Luffy. After speaking to Nami, she called to Luffy who was standing there struggling with memory. Huh, do you remember when Miss Nami was kidnapped? Huh. Sanji's words exploded in Luffy's mind like lightning, and he had already reacted. Could it be that? Yes, that is the ability of the legendary pirate Golden Lion who was defeated by you. The ability of Fluttering Fruit. It's his ability. This time is not good. Luffy roughly guessed his identity from the opponent's ability. His whole body tightened, his eyes gradually became cold, and his eyes were turned upward. Ah la la la, what the matter? It's just to say hello. Why are you all doing this seriously? Could it be that everyone thinks we are here to fight you? Obviously, when they got closer to them, everyone on the ship was ready for battle, and their nerves were tense in preparation. But at this time, there was a clear and loud voice from a young man who shocked them. Woo, clatter. It's been a long time. Everyone from the Straw Hat Pirate. Within 2 or 3 seconds, Elvis brought Kyle and the three to the deck of the Thousand Sun, watching them all tense, as if ready to act at any time. Elvis couldn't help but chuckle to help himself and others. Who are you? Why do you know our name? What's with that kind of ability like a shaky bastard? The people on the Straw Hat Pirate didn't say anything because of him, just letting his guard down. Zoro, the second in command on the ship, held the hilt of his sword and asked a few people out loud. Who are we? Ha ha ha. Shouldn't this matter be asked by your captain, the boy in the straw hat? As your second in command, it's not enough to ask me these questions. After hearing Zoro's questioning, Elvis didn't answer his words immediately, but he dangled his finger in front of them, and said casually, You bastard. Everyone except Luffy was irritated by Elvis's statement, except for Luffy who stood there dumbfounded and didn't make a statement. Kyle and Bud who came down with him were surprised. Dee glanced at him. Although he didn't know how their captain had changed his character, he immediately figured it out in his mind and pretended not to see it, without interjecting. Hee hee, how? Didn't you all look like you were going to fight? I can give you a chance. Come and try it out. Just like you destroyed the former master of this ability. Try to see if you can't beat me. Saying that, Elvis stretched out his palm and used his ability. A large amount of air condensed in his palm, turning into a milky white air mass, and then turned into a lively white lion dancing in his palm. It really is that ability. It seems that the old guy from Golden Lion is dead, and even the ability has been obtained. After hearing his word, the Straw Hats and his party were not as he thought, and their brains rushed towards him, but calmed down and looked at the air white lion jumping in his hand and asked Elvis tentatively. Boom. That's right, that old bastard is already dead. Not long after I lost to you, and I inherited all my abilities. Speaking of which, you were the direct cause of his death. With the shattering of dreams and ambition, Lianxin also annihilated, and died there, on that floating island that will never sink. I will personally bury him. After seeing their performance, Elvis couldn't help but say a pity in his heart, and then crushed the white lion with his hands together. His face showed a trace of hideousness and madness, just like the Golden Lion they met at that time. With a rebellious expression, he said to everyone on the boat with a tone of hatred. Chapter 9_tentative. By the way, I probably haven't told you about my identity yet. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Sir Elvis, a a swordsman and captain of the Night Eye Pirate. By the way, I still have another identity, the descendant of the great pirate Golden Lion Shaki. Elvis continued to introduce after taking a look at them. Little did they know that this astonishing rhetoric shocked everyone on board. Isn't it Golden Lion's successor? Hey, no, that's not to say. We are enemies, aren't we? The Straw Hat couldn't sit down, or clench their fist, or held the hilt of the sword, or took out Dixon's slingshot. Why can't you wait to get started? Elvis smiled, not caring. Wait first. Everyone, don't shoot. At this time, Luffy stretched out his arms to stop his companion. His eyes turned to him, and then he said, he has no killing intent. He is not here to avenge the Golden Lion. Quote, as a strong man with a keen sense of perception, he can still tell the fact that Elvis wants to provoke them to shoot, but there is no killing intent on his body, so Luffy didn't want to fight him for no reason. There was no benefit, so he persuaded his companions to quit. Then what do you want to tell us here? It's not just to get to know us, it's just a small talk. Luffy didn't understand their origin and purpose, and asked him again. La, it's been seen. Well, I came here to find you for something. Then Elvis sat down with his leg crossed, and continued, the first thing is to come down and have a look. Take a look and get to know how strong you guys are now beating that old bastard. Is it a fluke or a skill to defeat him? But now I can't see anything when I see it. To be honest, your strength really disappoints me. That old bastard is actually in the hands of a rookie who has not even mastered hockey. Elvis's words did not conceal the contempt and ridicule of them, nor did he care about the hateful eyes Usopp and others cast towards him. Compared to them, the only two women in the straw hats on the boat were not the same as them. Not only did Robin, who was erudite and prudent but a little dark-bellied, look contemplative, but even Nami was in her mind thinking about some things related to the other party at the Golden Lion side at that time. By the way, I remembered that when I was on that island, I heard some things about you. The cadre under him called him a traitor. The despicable heir is you. Nami thought about it carefully, and a flash of light flashed in her mind. She recalled that she had just been kidnapped by the Golden Lion at that time. In his palace, she heard some secret exchanges between the scientist and the orangutan, which included Elvis. The name that Golden Lion hated immediately interrupted and asked, oh, despicable successor, traitor, ha. It seems that those people hate me very much. After listening to Nami's word, Elvis burst into laughter. Then why did you come here to see us today? I can't believe what you just said. A traitor who is hated by them is naturally at odds with Golden Lion, and even has a worse relationship with him than us. It shouldn't be to avenge him. Seeing Elvis' comments on Golden Lion's subordinate, Nami wouldn't think that he came here for revenge, and in the world of pirate, it's all for the sake of interest, especially for him who betrayed them as a descendant of the Golden Lion. 100% 100xs. Ahahaha, this is the second thing I want to come to you. Before Elvis finished speaking, he stood up from the ground and faced everyone in the Straw Hat Pirate. Let's have a fight. Straw Hat boy, you can all form a team to fight together. I promise they won't interfere. If your skills are so low, if you can't beat me even with a single shot, then the next journey doesn't need to continue. At this time, Elvis directly explained his origins and was ready to test the strength of their joint efforts now. You bastard, after all, you still want to fight us? Sanji raised his eyebrows, glared at him, and asked loudly, that's right, that's what it was originally for. I've seen your skills on the floating island, which surprised me. That old bastard is too poor. He has been hiding for 20 years, and he's so old that he even has a group of 9 newcomers. Pirate can't be. So I had no choice but to give him a ride there myself, and use the respect that a strong man can give him, so that he would not die so bleak in the end. In sending the word, Elvester bit hard, accentuating his tone, emphasizing what kind of farewell. It's so scary. That guy, Chopper, an animal, felt the deepest feeling at the moment, and the wild instinct felt the majestic murderous aura that was about to erupt from the stimulated volcano in front of Elvis at the moment. His body trembled. He hurriedly hid behind Zoro, stuck his head out, and said, hey, Chopper, aren't you so timid? There's no interest between that guy and us, and we don't need to do anything with him. I'm afraid of being like this. Besides, you saw puzzled. Glancing at him, he said, no, we won't do it. Since we've already met, please leave here quickly. We have to go to the island as soon as possible. We need to go to the island and find a filmmaker to cross the film for the Chenyang. We don't have time. I will spend time here with you. Quote, from the very beginning, Luffy's performance has shocked everyone's imagination. He changed his laughing appearance and became much more mature and stable. He directly shook his head and refused Elvis' invitation to fight, and his attitude and tone were also very indifferent to them. Ahahaha, how naive. Do you think my invitation to battle can be refused at will? Elvis laughed angrily at his performance, and did not accept his ignorant request. I also remembered, Luffy, that person is the Night Eye Swordsman, a character who is also heavily rewarded and pursued by Marine and the government. Robin interrupted at this moment. What, is he the same bounty criminal as us? Ah, right, he did have a captain who claimed to be a pirate group just now, and he thought he was an unknown person who just went to sea. He's just like us. Hearing Robin's word, Usopp and Nami replied in amazement. Oh, did you just react at this time? In addition, your response is too slow. It seems that I still overestimate you. Elvis shook his head, feeling their performance very disappointed. No, this guy is different from us. He used to be an agent of the world government. After secretly sneaking into Golden Lion, he betrayed the world government and completely joined his camp. Then he betrayed Golden Lion and went out to sea, again and again. In the battle, he won the reputation of the Night Guy swordsman. There have been reports that he slaughtered the entire royal family with a sword by himself. He is notorious. Now the government has offered a reward of 450 million Bailey. Don't rule out his special experience, but in any case, his bloodthirsty and murderous nature and ours are essentially two-way people, and they cannot be classified into the same category. As the main intelligence officer of the Pakistan Kuro-Chinese Society founded by Crocodile, Nico Robin usually does the most to collect intelligence, including some people who are considered useless or unprovocable by Crocodile, among which Elvis ranks in the top 3. Even her former president was terrified of it. Nico Robin couldn't possibly forget it. Chapter 10_Fight 2. Slaughtered an entire royal family. Hey, Robin, are you really talking about him? Usopp was about to be scared to pee. His legs were shaking constantly, and his eyes didn't dare to meet him. Others like Zoro and Sanji knew that the battle was inevitable after hearing this. Their eyes became more solemn, their nerves tightened, and they just waited for Luffy's order to shoot at that person. 550 million. I didn't expect that the high-level officials of the government would take such care of me and give me such a high price, but I think about it, they killed several groups of him one after another. How can I be a traitor without special care? By the way, are you really not going to do it? Elvis was surprised at what Robin said, and then said. The 3 Kyle who were beside him hadn't interrupted since they stepped on the boat, standing quietly beside him, not moving like the most loyal guard. We don't need to do anything, let's get out of here. Luffy still stood there and didn't move, shook his head and replied, really, there's no need to do it. Let me think about it. Why do you say that my bastard teacher who has already snorted likes your navigator? What will happen if I do something to her? At this time, after calling several times, Elvis, who was a little impatient, suddenly laughed, pointed his index finger to Nami, who had a relationship with him, and spoke to them mysteriously. Ka, Zizi, you bastard, what are you trying to do? Could it be that such a beautiful Miss Nami who thinks her opponent can kill chickens can't make a move? Sanji, who cares about and defends women very much, heard the meaning of the other party's word through the cigarette, stepped on the sole of his shoe, and asked Elvis in a high voice. Others also made corresponding precautions, vigilant against his shot. Of course, that's it. Saying that, Elvis pointed to Nami's index finger and the air compressed and condensed into an air mass no more than the size of a thumb, and suddenly attacked. Bang! Call out. I've been talking to you for so long. I'm already very impatient. Since you don't take action, then let me open this opportunity. As soon as the voice settled, the highly compressed and condensed air bullet was faster than normal bullet, and shot towards Nami's chest at a speed that exceeded the speed visible to the naked eye. Dangerous, Miss Nami, get out of the way. In an instant, everyone failed to react, so they had to remind the sluggish Nami loudly. Damn, is my life going to end here? Nami didn't react. In milliseconds, only this thought came to her mind, and then she could only watch the bullet shoot into her heart. Brush. However, at the critical juncture of life and death, a black shadow flashed in front of Nami, ready to take the air bomb for her. Boom. Even though the air marbles, which looked delicate and not threatening in the slightest, hit Luffy, the huge impact still smashed his body off the deck, and 2 fiery waves of flames appeared on the wooden deck. Blue. Luffy. Nami was so frightened that she was waiting to die, but she didn't expect her companion Luffy to appear in front of her overnight and suffer the attack for her. Looking at the light blue steam on her body, Luffy, whose skin was reddened, moved. What do you want to do to my comrade? This time, Luffy finally became angry, and turned on the second gear directly. Strong steam erupted from his body, and his skin seemed to be scalded by boiling water. He glared at him, with Elvis. What, haven't seen it yet? Then let's see it again. Boom, boom. Elvis ignores the glare that Luffy throws at him, and with a finger, another bullet of air flies away. Ha, Jung. Luffy, Nami, she's here to be protected by us. You focus on the other party. He's here. We're here to protect. Overnight, Zoro and Sanji also rushed to Nami, each blocking a bullet, determined to protect Nami and the whole ship, and let Luffy fight the enemy at ease. Oh, I'll leave it to you here. Let me deal with that guy. You bastard. I'll beat you up. Bobo BBXS. Ahahaha. Come if you can. Second gear. Rubber. Rocket launcher. Captain Luffy handed over the task of guarding the crew to the 2 Zoro, turned around, appeared in front of Elvis, stretched his arms back fiercely, and used the elastic contraction of the rubber and the force brought by the super high speed slammed into his chest. Interesting. Elvis raised the corner of his mouth, waved his right arm, and the black hockey quickly lingered in front of him. Boom. The red wrists of Luffy's arms bombed directly on Elvis's right arm wrapped around Haki. The violent force exploded. The airflow was chaotic and scattered, and the strong recoil made Luffy, who made the blow, bounce off himself. But Elvis, who took the blow from the front, did nothing at all, and the soles of his feet never moved half an inch. Brush. It wasn't over yet. Luffy seized the opportunity, stretched his feet for dozens of meters, and slammed towards Elvis's undefended head. I won't be so negligent. Unfortunately, his intentions were noticed by the opponent. After observation, Haki was turned on the moment he was ready, and his big black hand grabbed it upward. Boom. The air was roaring, and Luffy's big foot that he wanted to sneak attack was caught by him, and he couldn't pull it back. But then, he gave up another foot, turned his body, and swept the other foot towards Elvis' arm. Even though he was extremely experienced in combat, he was clearly visible in front of Elvis, who mastered observation Haki like a black letter printed on white paper. Thinking of this, Elvis opened his mouth lightly. Close. Silently in my heart, an extremely rich black Haki wraps around it. Boom. Luffy's big foot slapped the opponent, and there was no reaction at all. Brush. Failing to make a single blow, Luffy seized the opportunity to break free from his restraint, jumped a few times, and opened the distance between Elvis and Elvis. You seem to know what I was thinking just now. Just like Enel and the others from Sky Island, you have mastered the ability to call Shinwang, and the black ability, which is a little different. What kind of skill is it? Luffy didn't do the duty that the enemy should keep in mind, and was very puzzled about the two-color Haki that the enemy Elvis mastered and used, so he asked him directly. Ahahaha, what? Is this what you should say as an opponent? Obviously, Elvis didn't want to answer his words too much, and after laughing, he took a step forward and held his palm against the void. Brush. A high-pressure air mass quickly formed, turning into a fist-sized white lion with claws, and pounced on Luffy. What this? Rubber pistol. Luffy didn't know what the white lion-like move Elvis used to him. The strong perception ability on his body told him that he couldn't follow directly, so his body reacted quickly. His fingers clasped together into a fist. A sudden bang before. Boom. The fist-sized high-pressure air mass lion was blasted, but the waves and waves that exploded also blasted Luffy out, and his body quickly slammed against the wooden wall of the cabin of the Cheniang, and the whole person was blasted in. Luffy. Seeing such a picture, everyone was shocked, and their expressions suddenly changed. Oh, it's not over yet. Elvis didn't even think about it, so he bypassed him. His body lifted off, and flew towards him at high speed. Woo. Fall down. In an instant, Elvis had come to Luffy, who was buried in the wooden debris, and stretched out Haki's armed fist and slammed it under him. Boom. Boom. At a critical juncture, Luffy broke free and immediately dodged to the side, his black fist slamming down almost against his face. A strong force exploded under his fist, and a large hole was blasted out of the cabin. The crack spread to the entire room, and soon collapsed with a bang. Chapter 11 In fierce battle. Rubber pistol. Luffy moved quickly, came to Elvis' right, stretched his left hand, and hit him with a swish. Naive. Elvis didn't even look at him, and turned his body slightly to the side. Woo. Boom. The fist exploded behind him, and an entire wall of the cabin was smashed, and sawdust flew across. Fly for me. Elvis had come to him overnight, bent his right knee, his knee was dyed black, and slammed into him. Boom. PFF. Boom. Luffy only felt a pain in his stomach, spit out bitter juice, accompanied by a powerful force. His body couldn't stop flying backwards, smashed through another wall, and flew out of the cabin. Luffy, seeing that their captain was knocked out so easily, the Straw Hats and the others were shocked, covered their mouths, and looked over with unbelievable eyes. Hey, Smutcook, got it, Liu Kai's swordsman. When the other two of the three giants on the ship saw this, they knew that they could not continue to watch, and they were ready to make moves together to help their companions to deal with the enemy. Three swords of profound truth and 3,000 worlds. First meet SHP. Quote, the two rushed up quickly, and each used their special skills to attack Elvis. Interesting, you are the strongest two people on the ship except for the Straw Hat, so let me weigh them and see how strong you are. Woo. Clang. After speaking, Elvis quickly drew his sword, slashed at Zoro with the sword in his right hand, and met Sanji with a fist in his left arm. Jung. Boom. Blades and fist staggered, and a strong concussion sounded, and then a violent airflow blasted out from the place where the three were fighting. Boom. 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 The other members of the Straw Hats who were watching the battle on the deck couldn't help being carried away by the air wave, slammed into the guardrail and screamed, you guys get out of the way. Rubber. Rocket launcher. Luffy appeared in front of Elvis again in a flash like an unbeatable Xiaoqiang, making Zoro and the two retreat without waiting for Elvis in response. Both palms have been bombarded at high speed. Jung. In an instant, Elvis waved Zoro and Sanji away, holding the hilt of the sword with one hand, and the other hand against the body of the sword, blocking the front. Boom. The high-speed advancing palms flashed like a swish, imprinted on the sword, and a strong force exploded. Elvis felt as if his hands were being bombarded by a frontal shell, his arms trembled, and his body flew backwards. Zzz. Boom. Hee. This trick is quite interesting. After sliding for dozens of steps and 2 scratches were were plowed on the deck. He stopped in time. Elvis shook his aching arm and laughed. Ha ha, the 8th library 8 Shuku. Damn, what's the origin of this guy? How can he be so strong? Luffy had already fallen back to the ground at this time, panting rapidly. His eyes looking at the other party became more and more solemn. It's impossible for us not to join forces, Luffy. Sanji could feel the trouble this time, and was no longer prepared to obey the rules of the battle, and began to persuade Luffy to join forces. Although Zoro on the side did not beat, his hand clenching the handle of the knife had already indicated his attitude. If we don't shoot together this time, things won't be over soon. Luffy was not sticking to any rules, and accepted the kindness of his companion. Ha ha ha, that's it, let's make a move together. Show your trump card. Don't expect me to be merciful, or don't blame me if you die. Elvis saw that the three of Luffy were ready to attack together, and there was no pressure on his face. Instead, they burst into laughter and bluntly told them to use their full strength to experience the strongest combat power of the Straw Hat Pirate. Then let try it. The Devil's Foot. Mud and Bobby. Sanji took the lead, spinning his right foot on the ground at high speed, while half of his calf was wrapped in the scorching heat, dyed red, and violently kicked him. Ah la la la, the temperature is so high, you can't take it forcibly, arm. Elvis said this, as if he was under a great threat, but there was a smile on his face, and a left hand throwing hockey wrapped around, extending his black wrist to block it. Boom! In just one click, Sanji's heels, which were also stained red by the high temperature caused by friction, were clasped by Elvis' palm, and he couldn't move in midair. Whoosh! Let me help you cool down. It sounded so kind, but Elvis's performance was extremely ruthless, and his right hand holding the hilt of the sword slashed at his feet. No, Sanji, don't hold back, Luffy. Seeing that his companion Sanji was being held by him, and the opponent's blade was about to cut off his right leg, Luffy and Zoro couldn't sit still and rushed towards him immediately. Hey, stupid, you guys are so impulsive. Thinking that you can defeat me like this, you'll send out your comrades. Seeing the two of them panic and attack before they were even ready, Elvis said in his eyes, with a flash of disdain. He snorted coldly. Woo, since you think of him so much, then let give it to you. After saying that, he swung Sanji around in the air for 2 or 3 laps, and then used his strength to sweep towards the two who were rushing over. Damn it. Seeing that Sanji's body almost came into contact with his own blade, Zoro could only scolded, and then retracted the knife. Boom. But while retracting, Sanji's body was thrown on top of him, and the two flew out at the same time. Third gear. Ha. Hoo. Bone balloon. And Luffy didn't stop himself because of the loss of Zoro and the two. He accelerated to the air above Elvis in second gear, put away the second gear, took a big breath, and blew sharply against his thumb. Gollum. A rubber arm half the size of a boat took shape and slammed down at Elvis below. Hey, isn't it, Luffy? Do you want to destroy the 1,000 Suns with this move here? Nami and the others knew what Luffy was thinking when they saw this scene, but they couldn't help but remind him loudly. Road. It doesn't matter. If we don't get rid of this guy, our voyage will not be able to continue. I believe that Cheniang will understand us. Luffy still did not give up on using Gear 3 even in the face of shipwreck and injury. He knew that the person in front of him was more ruthless than anyone he had ever faced before. If he didn't do his best to defeat him, then they can only be defeated. In order to continue the voyage, Luffy was determined and unwavering, and used this move directly on him. Ah la la la, are you looking down on me too much? This move looks like a very effective attack, but you have forgotten the most important thing. At this time, LV below Sirius opened his mouth suddenly and interjected. Damn, don't try to dodge. Rubber, giant pistol. Luffy knew that he couldn't drag it any longer, and immediately made a decision. His huge arm slammed down. Haha, then let me see if it's the hard skin of your fist or the sharp edge of my sword. The night eye. The nebula fall. After finishing speaking, a large amount of white light was condensed on the edge of the long sword that Elvis raised, and a sharp sword aura that almost pierced the eyelid filled the air. No, that's his famous sword fight. Luffy, you can't take it hard. Robin, who knew the most about Elvis from the Straw Hat Pirate Squadron, saw his move and immediately turned to him. Luffy in the sky gave a reminder. Ha ha ha, it's too late. Let go. Elvis didn't care about Robin's reminder. Her reminder would be fine if she said it earlier, but now she is facing such a large range and her moves have already formed. It was too late for Elvis. Jung. Elvis's right arm, which was holding the hilt, stabbed sharply upward. The incomparably dazzling sword lights that converged and flew out from the sword's edge flew out, stabbing straight at the huge rubber arm that Luffy slammed down from the sky. Chapter 12_N. Dangerous. Luffy, hurry up, or your hand will be. Zoro and Sanji on the other side also recovered from the state of being knocked away, and saw Elvis stab the sky. Zoro, who was also a swordsman, could feel how terrifying the blow was, and immediately shouted to Luffy loudly, "It doesn't matter. Our journey can continue only if we can defeat him. It's just one arm." Luffy's determination was obviously unshakable by Zoro, ignoring the bursts of tears coming from his fist. Painful, the fist continued to slam down. Interesting. Do you want to make a complete settlement with me like this? Come on then. Seeing Seeing that Luffy didn't choose to dodge, and Elvis was not pulling away, the two also faced the strongest attack directly. Boom! Jung! Under the seal of the fist, the sword Chi knew, and at the same moment, the two of them each suffered the most violent blow from the other. Elvis was knocked down, his body blasted through the deck surface of the Thousand Suns one after another, and fell to the bottom. And Luffy's arm that couldn't be retracted was also penetrated by the sword Chi from the front, and the sword Chi pierced from the palm to the shoulder, leaving a scar that could be seen to the bone. Call! Boom! At this time, after the blow, Luffy could no longer maintain the third gear. A large amount of air spurted out of his mouth, and his body quickly shrank and fell. Luffy, Chopper, Usopp and the others ran over worriedly, and immediately checked the injury and treated him. Ah la la, what kind of plane is Elvis doing? It's really a headache for the captain to be foolish enough to pick up the blow from the straw hat. If it continues like this, the Night Guy Pirates will be played by him sooner or later. In my opinion, it is better to hand over the captain's position to me, which will definitely lead the Night Guy Pirates to a better direction than him. He and the three of Kyle here saw Elvis being kicked out and didn't take any action, as if they were at odds with their captain, and they were still joking and teasing him. You should tell him this in person. If he agrees, we have no problem. Kyle Bud crossed his arm, glanced at him coldly, and said, let's forget it. Kyle remembered the other party's mean, smiled awkwardly, and stopped talking. Amelia, who was walking with them, just leaned against the guardrail with her hands behind her back, and seemed indifferent to everything that happened in front of her, as if Elvis' accident had no effect on her. These people, the captain was defeated, and he didn't care. Did he not care at all? Or, Frankie couldn't figure out what the other party was thinking, and together with Zoro, Sanji and the others, they were vigilant against the three of Kyle. Defeat. Hearing the word, Kyle's ears twitched, as if he had a hallucination in his own ears, so he licked his ears with his tail finger. Ahahaha, it's really funny. Bud, did you hear that? These newcomers really think their captain can beat Elvis. Then, Kyle finally couldn't help holding his stomach and laughing. HMPH, compared to our captain's affairs, let's take a look at the situation of that kid first. Let's take Elvis's move. If you don't heal quickly, the arm will be abolished, and there are ordinary the means is that he can't heal his arm. Only Bud kindly pointed to Chopper and others behind them who were treating Luffy and reminded them. What? The fluffy ears of Chopper, who was bandaging Luffy, shuddered, watching in disbelief that even after applying the wound medicine, blood seeped out of the bandaged wound, dyeing the bandage on Luffy's hand red. Ahahaha, aren't you going to help? Don't worry, Elvis has already explained. We will not shoot at you. Looking at the people who were rushing to bandage Luffy's wound, Kyle again he couldn't help laughing, and then stopped to preach to them seriously. HMPH, this is just what you said. We won't believe it. Zoro and others said in their heart. They are still standing there. Beware of the other party breaking their promises and making outrageous shots, which is detrimental to their comrades. Taka. Boom. Ha. However, at this moment, there was a violent noise from below, and everyone's eyes couldn't help but look over. Whoosh. Clatter. I saw a wisp of smoke drifting out from the hole that Elvis had smashed through, and then a silhouette blurred in the smoke quickly flew up and fell back to the deck. Bora Balacier. Elvis, you're finally up. It's so embarrassing. You said that the master was defeated by that kid and wanted to avenge him or something, but he was different. Kyle saw that Elvis was safe and sound when he came out. He kept talking non-stop, exposing his shortcomings, making Elvis's face darken immediately after coming up. Also, even though the face of the other party was dark, Kyle still didn't intend to miss this rare opportunity and continued to mock. That idiot. Even Amelia couldn't stand it any longer and scolded him secretly. Kyle, you guy, don't talk. No one thinks you're dumb. Just shut up your long-winded mouth like an old woman for me, or I'll sew it up for you myself. Elvis finally couldn't help it, unable to maintain his gentlemanly demeanor. He roared and yelled at him with his mouth wide open. At this time, Kyle also realized that his words were somewhat discordant at this time. Fortunately, he closed his mouth and stopped speaking. Seeing that he finally closed his mouth, Elvis put away his expression, tidied up his clothes, and said coldly to Luffy, who was lying on the ground receiving treatment from his companions, I admit it this time, but you also remembered it for me. The next time we meet will not be as simple as just now. Be prepared, and hope that you will never meet me. Let go. After taking Luffy's blow, it was obvious that Elvis couldn't erase the blood stains from the corner of his mouth no matter how he concealed it. The bright and dazzling colors also showed that he also suffered a lot of damage. He wanted to test his skills, whether it was as powerful as he imagined, and it was considered a success now. Elvis did not intend to continue, and directly took the three of them to prepare to leave. Suddenly, he remembered something again, and turned to Luffy who was lying on the deck and reminded them, well, by the way, let me remind you before leaving, that trick is very uncomfortable. If you don't overcome it, I will stay. Under the influence, the wound will continue to bleed. Enjoy yourself. Ha 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 ha. Taka. Boom. After finishing speaking, Elvis walked to the three of them, raised his fingers, the deck under his feet was separated from the ship, and he flew up with them. Damn, those guys continued to damage the Chenyang before they left. Frankie looked at the large piece of wood that had been torn down, revealing a large unsightly gap, and felt a burst of anger in his heart. Let's talk about what happened on the island. Let's go and see Luffy's condition. Sanji saw a few people finally leaving, and he felt like he had unloaded a large stone, spit out a smoke ring, and said to Frankie, Sermon, Jung, let go. Those people won't come down again. Even Zoro retracted his knife, glanced at it, and walked towards Luffy. Luffy, how are you feeling now? Does it still hurt? Luffy has recovered his mind. His body has returned to its original size, and he sits up on the deck, and Chopper and Nami immediately care about this. He leaned over and asked him carefully, well, there's nothing more to do, thank you, and let you worry. Luffy waved his right arm, which was covered in bandages, and responded to them with his usual smile. After hearing him say nothing, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and from the angle he didn't pay attention to, Luffy's face unconsciously showed a bitter expression, and he still felt the wound on his arm was aching. He said this just to comfort them and not let a few people worry. Only he can understand the real situation. On the other side, they returned to the group of people who sailed into the port of Sabayati Archipelago with the floating battleship Nighthawk. Elvis, why didn't you just continue to shoot? It shouldn't be a problem to solve all of them in your state just now. Not long after returning to the ship, Kyle couldn't help but curiously ask Elvis. No, this matter is not as simple as I thought. That kid and those cocoons are not so easy to deal with. It is not advisable to fight them before entering the new world. Elvis shook his head and gagged them with lame excuses. Hey, who knows what your fellow is thinking, but in the past or now, we haven't been able to see through your thoughts. That's all. You are the captain anyway. You have your intentions. As a crew member, we just listen to you. Kyle pouted, not believing Elvis' excuse at all, but he didn't continue to ask him anything. Of course I have my reasons. If I don't let them go, I won't be able to participate in such a grand event as the war. Hope you don't disappoint me, Straw Hat. In the corner of no one, Elvis smiled and finally revealed his intention. After he finished speaking, his eyes turned to the outside, and he seemed to see that in that top-level grand occasion, he appeared to cause more trouble for the government, and their hatred teeth were about to be gnawed. Chapter 13 Landing on the island. Peninsula number 13. In a bar with Shaki's ripping bar sign. After receiving the information reported to her by his subordinate, Shaki hung up the microphone and faced the front. Sitting on the counter with a glass of spirits and drinking, the gray-haired old man said, I didn't think the group of people you were waiting for was actually on the island. Encountered a life and death battle. If the young man was more murderous and wiped out the Straw Hat pirate, wouldn't your waiting be in vain? Rayleigh, appearing to be in his mid-30s, well-maintained, and charming, Shaki preached to him with some sarcasm, and from her mouth came out an amazing name. Pluto Rayleigh, the right-hand man of One Piece, king of pirate, the legendary great pirate, actually sat in this bar like an ordinary person, and from this perspective, the bar owner, Shaki, is not a simple character. She can easily know that the battle between the pirate Luffy and Elvis just happened only half an hour ago. There's nothing I can do about it. If he can't get here, it can only mean that Shanks chose the wrong person, and he's not the one I'm waiting for. Rayleigh didn't care about this. Even though the person who had waited for more than 10 years almost died outside the island, he didn't react much. In his eyes, it was just a normal battle between pirates. If he was defeated in this way, he could only say that he was waiting for the wrong person. Really, however, as far as I know, the guy Luffy is fighting is not ordinary. Shaki is not surprised to see this. They have been together for decades. They already understand what kind of person each other is. He picked up a lady's cigarette between his fingers and breathed out a cigarette ring gently, saying, "Oh." Hearing Shaki say that the man was from a different background made Rayleigh look curiously. That kid has a lot to do with you. He's the descendant of that man who wants to rule the world. Shaki didn't ask him to wait any longer, and directly explained the cause and effect. Is it the Golden Lion? Oh, is that so? That's really surprising. The old man, although Meidao knew his identity from the other party's word, Rayleigh had already guessed the person. I can't help putting down my wine glass and said in astonishment, "Yes, I heard that the guy reappeared some time ago, but it was stopped by Luffy and the others. As a disciple, even if he betrayed him, but faced with the master being knocked down, as a disciple no matter what aspect it's impossible to ignore. The grudge between them may come from here." Shaki continued, I really didn't expect that the Golden Lion and Roger, who were once hostile to Roger, were each other's opponent, and Luffy, the heir of his successor and the inheritor of Roger's will, is really surprising. Thinking of this, Rayleigh couldn't help laughing, and he didn't care whether Luffy could defeat each other, or what kind of hatred he had with them. Really, that's up to you. Originally, Shaki thought that the other party would not sit still when he heard the news, but he didn't want to be so relieved. But he could also figure out that the relationship between them was only between peers. If you can't overcome even this, what is the One Piece king of pirates? He sighed and stopped talking about the topic just now. Gollum. Boom. I'm leaving. Rayleigh picked up the blanket blanket and poured it into his stomach, then put it down heavily, and preached to Shaki. Really, don't wait for them to come here. Seeing the force that had already reached the door, Shaki couldn't help asking, well, they'll always come here. I'll go to the island for a walk first. Wait for everyone to arrive or find me and talk about other things. HMPH. I don't want to go to a casino or talk to a woman. Ha ha ha. How could it be? Rayleigh touched the back of his head, smiled awkwardly, and walked out of the bar towards the chaos. At the same time, Elvis, who was walking on the Tree Peninsula street of number 31, felt something in his heart. He looked suspiciously at the direction of number 13 Peninsula where Shaki and the two were talking, and found that there was nothing to do and continued on his way. Daxia AXIABK. What the matter, brother Elvis? Amelia, who was with him, noticed his behavior and asked in confusion. It's nothing, I just feel like someone is talking about me. I should think too much. Elvis shook his head and explained, that should be because you think too much. How can people even sense this kind of thing? Amelia also nodded lightly and returned to him. At this time, they were the only ones walking on this street. Like Island Bud, one guarded the boat to prevent Marine from taking advantage of it, while the other went to the more chaotic areas of the island to have fun. Amelia, whom Wiss has in mind, is willing to accompany him on a tour of the island. However, happy things don't always last long, and it didn't take long before a commotion broke out in front of them. Feeling a commotion in front of him, Elvis stopped and cast his eyes there. What the matter? Why did you stop again? Elvis, brother. Amelia, who had been focusing on Elvis, didn't notice the commotion in front of her and saw her sweetheart stop. Follow his gaze. Hey, this is, could it be those guys? Amelia finally discovered the man with a slave collar who was constantly struggling for help. This scene reminded her of the experience of briefly guarding a female Tenryubito by Mamasagi's side, and she had some guesses in her heart. Look at it. Elvis shook his head, glanced in a certain direction, and stood there without taking a step, as if he didn't want to intervene. I beg you, anything is fine. I just want to open this collar. It won't hurt you, just a saw or a knife. While they were staying, the man who was wearing the collar gradually broke down not far away, grabbed the woman's neck and prayed to everyone present. I don't want to go to the new world anymore. I still have a wife and child at home. That's my newborn child. I haven't seen him yet. I just want to unpack it and buy some gift to go home. The man continued to pray to the people. Yes, I'm sorry I can't do it. Please forgive me. But no matter how miserable he was, those people had no choice but to turn their heads and dare not look at him. Even the woman he grabbed and threatened just begged him to let him go, and no one dared to step forward to help. Damn, if that's the case, then you all go to me. At this time, seeing that the call for help was ineffective, the man's heart was completely silent, and before he died, he wanted to prepare to pull them down together. However, drop by drop, before he could act, there was a sudden beeping sound from the collar on his neck, which was the sound of the explosion mechanism being activated. Hearing this voice, the man was completely desperate, let go of the woman in his hand, and desperately used his hands to pull and struggle, trying to take off the collar before it exploded. Drip, boom, but within a second or two, the collar suddenly exploded, and a violent sound spread throughout the street. I just want to buy some presents to go home. Boom. The man's body was scorched black. His hands also became scorched black, and blood continued to flow out. After saying those few words, he couldn't bear it any longer and fell down. Come on. The most rubbish creature in the world. Tenryubito. After the opponent fell, Elvis raised his mouth and looked further afield. As far as the eye can see, a puppy wearing a hood slowly walked over. Chapter 14 Tenryubito appears _ At the same time, on the roof of a square high-rise building where Elvis had his gaze, a chubby young man with a large axe turned over the reward and wanted notice in his hand, confirming that he had just after the identity of the fallen man. He chuckled lightly and said in a disdainful tone, that person just now was Diaz, the captain of the Devilman Pirates who offered a bounty of 60 million Bailey. It's a shame such a person shouldn't want to hang around in the new world. After speaking, the man deliberately glanced at the place where Elvis and the two were standing, and his tone became more serious. It's really troublesome. I originally thought that only the 11 supernovas who made their name in the Great Waterway this year were the only ones who landed on this island. I didn't expect such a big fish to come in. It's really hard for me to do it. Forget about him. As long as they don't do stupid things, what if I turn a blind eye? If there is any consequence, let the old man bear it. Obviously, Elvis's unintentional eyes were caught by him. The mysterious young man would not come out to arrest the other party when he saw that he didn't do anything. Both sides ignored the scene as if they didn't see each other. At this time, the hooded dog approached, spread his legs and urinated on the slave who had already lost consciousness and fell to the ground. It dirty soul. Before the owner of the voice came over, all the people present were crawling down, not daring to look at those people, and some more vicious pirates or gangsters hid in the corners and did not dare to show their faces. Let go, Amelia, it's useless to stay here. Elvis didn't want to be like those people. He took Amelia Amelia and left here before Tenryubito appeared. It's so annoying. There's one less father. At this time, not long after they left, a coquettish female voice sounded, followed by two people wearing bloated white coats and hoods on their heads with expressions on their faces. Incomparably arrogant, indifferent and ruthless people appear there. They are the biggest garbage in the world, the root of all evil, a self-proclaimed descendant of the creator. Tenryubito, you sedated him every day, didn't you? Yes, it's just not useful for fools. I always say let him go and see my wife and children. I almost vomit when I hear it. Buy me another one, my father. You are so incapable of disciplining slaves that I lost another one in my captain's collection. It's just that this guy doesn't listen to discipline. A big man is crying and homesick, but he's just a pariah. Boom, boom. Saying that, the female Tenryubito kicked the man on the ground with her foot, and glanced at him in disgust. Really, even Bengong is in a good mood. Boom, boom, boom. This is not over yet. After kicking him, the woman even showed a sinister and vicious smile, took out a golden pistol from her arms and shot the man several times. For a time, everyone couldn't bear to turn their heads away, not daring to look at him again. Father, is there anything else? Buy me another one. Well, I heard that the #1 auction venue has rare goods. Let's go and have a look. As the two of Elvis gradually walked away, the little pirate Tenryubito, a little pirate girl behind her who was begging for candy toys from her parent, was innocent and evil, and her vicious voice could not stop coming, shaking his head. Shortly after Tenryubito left, a small group of Marines who followed behind them walked up with a medical kit and began to treat the pirate. After the treatment, they took him to the prison where the pirates were being held. At the same time, after a fight with Elvis, the Straw Hat and his party, who had recovered a little from the battle, bandaged the wound and settled the boat, led by Hachi, to the place where the special conversation began on the island 13 Peninsula. Shaki's ripping off. Under Hachi's detailed explanation over and over again, the group remembered the essentials for entering the island and acted separately, and Luffy, the captain, came to the island's acquaintance Shaki with them. The only one ZXS. Luffy's bounty can only be ranked second. Is there anyone with a higher bounty than Luffy? In the bar, after hearing the information from Shaki, Chopper and the others were stunned. I can't believe my ears. There are still pirates on this island with a reward higher than his 300 million reward. Shaki blew the smoke ring and continued, 2 to be exact. I just said that only before today, but another group of pirates arrived in the morning, and it can be regarded as the same era as you debut. But within half a year, the world government and marine headquarters have been alerted. The reward exceeds 400 million. Could it be him? With Shaki's prompt, everyone finally remembered the person they didn't want to recall. Yes, you should have fought head-to-head too. The battle that triggered the riot on Peninsula 44 in the morning. The protagonist was the two of you. I'm right. Shaki held a lady's cigarette. The white fingers passed over several people and continued to explain to them. Well, Miss Robin did say that the man's bounty seems to have exceeded 400 million, and I can't remember how much. Skullbrook picked up the teacup and gently sipped a small piece of tea, interjected. Me too. I was just watching Luffy and the others fighting with that person, and I forgot to remember. The cute George jumped up on the ground to echo, and stretched out his hand to show his existence. Giggle. If you came before today, I might say that there are 11 supernovas on the island. Eustace Kid, bounty 315 million Bailey. Monkey Luffy, bounty 300 million Bailey. Basil Hawkins, bounty 240 million Bailey. Drake, bounty 222 million Bailey. Trafalgar Law, bounty 200 million Bailey. Scratchman Apu, bounty 198 million Bailey. Killer, bounty 162 million Bailey. Jewelry Bonnie, bounty 140 million Bailey. Capone Beige, bounty 138 million Bailey. Roranoa Zoro, bounty 120 million Bailey. Eurode, bounty 100 million 800 Bailey. The 11 supernovas of you who have moved the Great Waterway. But, after Shaki finished his introduction, Chopper and the others were swallowing saliva. He gently pressed the butt of his cigarette, and then spoke again. It has completely changed since today. Since the Night Sky Pirates entered the island, Captain Helt Elvis, who enjoys the reputation of the Night Sky Swordsman, offers a bounty 450 million Bailey. Kadri Violent Kyle, a bounty 270 million Bailey. Kadri Giant Bud, the bounty 230 million Bailey. Kadri Shadow Sword Amelia, bounty 18,000 Bailey. This is only the members of their ship with over 100 million members, and there are some under 100 million members that do not need to be introduced. And Shaki's remark undoubtedly had a very big impact on the Straw Hat Pirate, making Chopper and Brook both stunned. Their mouth BB opened, but they didn't close. Okay, that's amazing. Even the beautiful swordsman with the lowest bounty is a bit higher than Mr. Zoro's bounty. After Brook finished pouring the cup of tea, he came back to his senses and wiped it with a towel, wiped his mouth and said, 550 million. That guy's drank. And only Luffy, who didn't care at all, became seemed serious after hearing the name, glanced at the bandaged right hand, and thought to himself, but his move was accurately captured by Shaki. And then Shaki smiled, remembering Rayleigh's previous actions, and then he understood him. Rayleigh's eyes are still so sharp, he can be remembered by the straw hat. As expected, it is only the descendant of the young golden lion. Quote, Chapter 15 _ Kyle's action. There are countless pirates flocking to the entrance of the Great Channel, and few come and go. It can be said that the navigation line in the first half of the Great Waterway is an elimination line, and every pirate who survives is 1 in 1,000. Maybe there will be a character who will lead the next era called One Piece King of Pirates. But anyway, with so many supernovae pouring in here, a fierce battle in the New World is inevitable. By the way, the pirate named Kid has a higher bounty than you because he killed a lot of innocent people. Compared to him, I like you more, little brother monkey. Seeing him distracted and thinking of other things, Shaki changed the subject and continued, Me, as long as you're happy, everything else doesn't matter. He. Luffy finally recovered and replied with a smile. Then he changed his expression and said worriedly, however, I'm more worried about the uncle than this. It's so dangerous there. He'll be fine, right? Don't worry about him. He is 100 times stronger than you newcomers. Although Luffy and others were very worried about the personal safety of the filmmaker Rayleigh, the proprietress Shaki didn't care at all and vomited again. With a mouthful of smoke, his eyes answered him mysteriously. 1 or 100 times stronger than Luffy and the others. Hearing this answer, Chopper, Brook and Luffy all looked at him in surprise, obviously doubting this. Only Hachi, who was familiar with his identity, smiled and did not refute her word. After that, Luffy and his party decided not to wait any longer and went directly to Rayleigh for help. Before going on the road, Shaki also carefully instructed and exhorted them. Okay, please be careful on the road. Those Marines are not vegetarian. I'm afraid they already know everything about your landing on the island. Then they will send troops to arrest us. Brook asked in a bit of surprise. I think as long as you don't cause big trouble, those Marines will probably not intervene. This is also the common luck of your supernova. They are probably feeling overwhelmed by something, and they have no time to care about you. For this, Shaki knew something and replied to them. Since that's the case, let go to the playground to find Uncle Rayleigh. Oh, playground. They looked more like they were holding other purposes, hooking their shoulders excitedly. Then Luffy and his party said goodbye to Shaki's bar and headed towards the amusement park. At this moment, an unknown conspiracy was going on around them. On the other side, Kyle, who walked alone on the Sabayati archipelago with Elvis, wandered aimlessly and came to the 24th peninsula. La, you are really unscrupulous. Do you believe that you will not be offended? Tenryubito, a supernova with a pair of white wings behind him carrying a large iron rod much larger than others. The strange monkey road couldn't help but said when he saw this scene, Captain, it's very dangerous to stand here. Let's avoid them first. And the two men beside him saw Tenryubito coming and were persuading him to avoid those people with them immediately. Well, I can only kneel down and wait for them to pass. The strange monk also knew the seriousness of the matter, and with his subordinate stepped aside. He did not rush to offend the other party because of a momentary dizziness. Damn, Shalulia and her father actually left me behind and left first. A bloated man with an ugly face like a pig said aggrievely while licking the ice cream in his hand with his tongue while keeping his nose snot. We already know the purpose of the two adults. Please don't worry. The suit attendant who followed him and was responsible for guarding him responded. Boom. 9 cakes 9 BZ. Damn, it's all your fault. Walking so slowly, I can't keep up with Shalulia and my father's footsteps. When I get to the auction venue, I must sell you, trash slave. After the subordinate finished speaking, Tenryubito Charos kicked the slave under him vigorously with his heel and complained. The slave who was kicked by him with his feet did not dare to resist and suffered all the damage silently. Behind Tenryubito, he was holding two sexy and beautiful female slaves, followed by a large number of soldiers. However, not long after Kyle came here, a gunshot sounded in front, followed by a commotion. What wrong? What happened ahead? He who had just arrived here had no idea what was going on, so he grabbed a pedestrian who was crawling on the ground and asked him, Hey, who are you? Put me down. The pedestrian was unfortunately picked up by Kyle, and was very shocked, and suddenly struggled and shouted in his hand, Boom, don't talk nonsense. Quickly tell me what happened in front of me. Kyle's hand was released, and the pedestrian fell to the ground without waiting for him to pat his butt to sit up, and stared at him with fierce eyes. Frightened, the man quickly poured the matter out of his head. The law Tenryubito, a daring pedestrian. It's interesting. What would happen if he was killed? Kyle stretched out his hand and stroked his chin without a beard, as if thinking of something interesting. Things whispered in a low voice, Is this a human? Actually want to kill Tenryubito? The pedestrian trembled when he heard these words, and quickly moved back a few steps, not even thinking of revenge, for fear of being implicated by him. Hey, trash thing, let go and see if the people who used to serve are a group of pigs as the rumors say. At his performance, Kyle spit at him disdainfully, quickly, and then asked go to Tenryubito, who caused the riot. The riot didn't last long. Tenryubito had already left when Kyle arrived, leaving only the second in command of the Straw Hat Pirate, Zoro, who had a relationship with him, and a woman who was berating him. Ah la la la, are you still late? I originally wanted to come to see the majesty of Tenryubito, and then say hello to him. Forget it. I heard from the people here that there is a good auction venue on the number 1 peninsula. Let's go and see what fun it is. Seeing Zoro on the Straw Hat Pirates arguing with others again, Kyle didn't want to get involved but shook his head in disappointment to express his innermost thought, and then walked towards the number 1 peninsula. Duh, what kind of person is this? Just want to provoke Tenryubito when you walk out of a cat or a dog at will. I don't know how high the sky is. As soon as Kyle walked out, not long after he left, a short and ugly man dressed as a gangster godfather came out and looked at Kai, said the figure who gradually walked away. Godfather, that guy is Kyle the Violent Ape. At this time, his subordinates interjected inappropriately and introduced. Apparently he didn't have much grasp of this information, and it was not clear who his subordinates were talking about. He's the second in command of the Night Sky Pirate, with a bounty of 270 million Bailey. It turned out to be him. Isn't this group of people just like the daring swordsman? Hearing the name of the Night Sky Pirate, the Godfather already remembered his identity and origin, and how he treated him. The voice was still a little stunned. It is said that the captain is the descendant of the great pirate Golden Lion, and he dared to betray him, and fled to the sea to create the pirate crew. Even the captain is such a person, and the crew is not much better. Xiaobing is also very interested. Explain. I understand, but nay. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the other party's palm pointed at him. The ability was activated, a door in the palm was pulled down, and a few villains raised their guns to aim at him and then pulled the trigger. The subordinate still didn't know what he had done wrong, and fell into a pool of blood while clutching the wound. HMPH. What I don't like the most is when someone interrupts when I'm talking. Supernova Beige naturally wouldn't admit that he was taken aback by the other party's identity, so he said so out of rage. After doing all this, he took his subordinate to another place, and no one paid any attention to the man who fell on the ground. Chapter 16 During the auction, Sabayati Archipelago, at the population auction venue. Ah, Lala, it's really set up in an upright manner. Are you afraid that others won't know that you are a place of human trafficking? One of the properties of the Don Quixote family. Who had walked to the entrance of the auction venue. Weiss and Amelia looked at the magnificently decorated building complex with a plaque with English words on it, so he couldn't help but say these joking words. It's them. I learned about it from Sister Ziyuan. It's the name of one of Shichibukai's heavenly Yaksha Doflamingo family. Is that person's property, Brother Elvis? Hearing the name of Don Quixote, Amelia's arrogant figure appeared in Ya's heart for a while, and couldn't help asking him. Well, it's him. Speaking of which, we also have some disputes with him. With him? Well, remember the few slave ships we killed when we first entered the Great Waterway? I know, Kyle's group was seized at that time. Don't tell me. That's right, it was supposed to be a tribute to Doflamingo, and the flags that those ships were flying were their family's flag. It turns out that it is no wonder that the flag looked familiar at the time. It turned out to be his. Elvis and Amelia talked about another amazing thing. As early as they entered the Great Waterway, their Night Sky Pirates had already forged a grudge with Doflamingo's Don Quixote family, no matter what happened next. How? After they enter the New World, they will always meet with each other again to end this grievance. While talking, Elvis caught a glimpse of a man walking towards the back door with two subordinates and a writhing package on his shoulders. What wrong, Brother Elvis? Amelia asked when she noticed the other party's abnormality in her memory. No, it's nothing. Let's go inside. I'm looking forward to whether there will be any more exciting exhibits released. Elvis shook his head and didn't intend to tell the other party this, and turned the topic away. Come on. Wonderful exhibit. In this population auction house, it's just some peculiar races at most. What other surprising exhibits are there? As for the wonderful exhibits mentioned by Elvis, Amelia felt a little sneered. In her opinion, this venue with a population auction in front of her only exhibited some rare races. What else could be strange? But he couldn't bear Elvis' curiosity, and followed him into the auction venue. A large number of nobles, merchants, or dignitaries from various countries gathered around, and a large number of pirates mixed in, all lined up at the entrance to enter there slowly. It doesn't look like the plot has changed, but I don't know if it will evolve into the scene I'm familiar with. I'm really looking forward to it. After seeing the face of the man, Elvis, he remembered his identity, and based on the identity of the other party and what he did at this time, he could roughly guess that the evolution of the plot was still as he thought. The mermaid Kami was kidnapped by him from the Straw Hat Pirates and brought here to hold an auction. He did not expect that he would still be able to participate, which made Elvis even more looking forward to the future progress. When the Straw Hat Pirates were struggling to find the inexplicable disappearance of the mermaid Kami, a mermaid commodity that was going to be used as the final product product was put into the warehouse when the auction was about to open, which alarmed a large group of senior management. Disco, who was appointed by Doflamingo as the head of the Sabayati Archipelago auction house, was also alerted to go there to check the merchandise. Of course, a very terrifying old man was added to the group of human beings who acted as commodity auction. He inadvertently sent out a hint of hockey that stunned the Disco and rescued Kami. Of course, this move did not hide the mystery of the original finale product beside him. Giant. There was also a more interesting scene in the venue. Tenryubito, who the two of Elvis had just met, finally came to the #1 auction venue under the carriage of the slave mount. As soon as they appeared, the guard present ran over to them as soon as they saw them, prostrate on the ground, and respectfully greeted them and asked for instruction. It turned out to be Saint Roswald and the two adults of Zaluria Palace. Welcome. I do not know if you can ask the two adults to avoid kneeling in the auction venue. Ranwan RXSNE. Well, it can be exempted, otherwise the auction will not go on. It seems that he has seen many such scenes. Nail Tenryubito. Roswald nodded lightly and agreed to his request. Yes, I'm really grateful. Then two adults are invited to stay in the special seat. The guard invited the two of them inside respectfully, and walked to the special seat specially set up for them under the leadership of the other service staff who rushed to meet them. Brother Charles Ross is really slow. My father. The female Tenryubito Shalulia couldn't help complaining when she walked not far from the threshold. Who told him to sit on a human mount? Take it slow. If you want to sit on a fishman mount, they are 10 times stronger than human. As a father, Roswald just responded calmly after following her word. The two walked directly down the stairs to the special seat without waiting for the other person to arrive. In the venue, the entrance of the two Tenryubito immediately attracted the attention of everyone present, but then they became depressed, and other people with sharp eyes noticed that there was a group of celebrities gathered at the venue at this moment. They are Captain Kidd from South Blue, who has a reward of 315 million Bailey, and his companion Killer, who is also worth more than 100 million. Hey, the villains in the world are more humane than the greedy powers, aren't they? It is because these scumbags rule the world that more scumbags are born, and what we do is more pediatric than them, isn't it? Killer. Captain Kidd leaned against the wall, put his hands in his coat, looked at Tenryubito who was approaching with interest, and then said, "Not bad." His companion Killer nodded. "Ahahaha, if we see anything interesting, let's buy it too, just to be a companion." Kidd smiled after receiving the subordinate's attachment, and then spoke again. "Hey, Kidd, look there first. Huh, there are a few familiar faces." Kidd's eyes followed Killer's fingers and saw another group of pirates sitting not far from him. Captain Luo of the Surgery Pirates and his companion. It's a newcomer from North Blue, Trafalgar Law, with a bounty of 200 million Bailey, and a notorious bounty criminal. Killer introduced to him. Well, ahahaha, it's also very rude. Kidd and the other party's eyes met, and saw Luo raised his middle finger back to him, making his forehead twitchy, and smiled. And at the very front that they haven't seen, the two are well known all over the world, and the pirates who sounded the Great Waterway also appeared there. They were Elvis and Amelia, who rushed to the scene to participate in the auction. People, the other side, humming. On the 31st Peninsula, on the roof of a high-rise building, a mysterious young man with a big axe held a phone bug and dialed a certain number over and over again, but unfortunately it was not connected at all. Hey, old man, why are you always like this? Could it be that you are approaching old age and your head is not smart? Or you are fishing for fish in the muddy waters again? I have something important to report to him. A person who has great hatred for the world government and sneaked into the venue where Tenryubito is located. No matter how he looks at it, his intentions are not simple. Should he send troops to monitor him, and let him give me a letter of approval to take action? After calling for a long time and still not getting through, the young man sighed and couldn't help complaining to the owner of the call. Yes, the young man in front of him is Zon Taomaru, who secretly accepted the mission to go to Sabayati Archipelago to monitor all the supernovas who landed on the island. Will not be distracted by this, and then dispatched the originally insufficient troop to suppress them. So he accepted the task that Kizaru sent him to sneak into the island secretly. So far only Elvis has discovered his existence. Chapter 17 _auction start. It's so strange that the old man just came back, and that guy Zon Taomaru kept calling me. Is there something important? Do you want to pick him up? On the other side, Zon Taomaru called that number was far away in Marineford, and Kizaru, who had just stepped off the ship after finishing the mission, looked at the phone bug constantly calling in his hand with a headache, hesitating in his heart. Forget it. Nothing major will happen if he is present anyway. It is not advisable to work overtime just after finishing the task. If you have anything to do, wait until the old man's working hours to talk about it. After thinking for a while, Kizaru decided not to pick him up. The matters directly there are left to him to handle by himself, and he is ready to go back and have a good drink to relieve the fatigue after the neck half. Thinking of this, Kizaru threw the phone bug back to the ship, leaving it alone, and went to report the mission to Marshal Sengoku of the Justice Building before doing other things. thing, and Zan Taomaru, who had been idle for a long time for no reason, remembered the other party's unreliable and lazy personality, and knew that he could not get the award from Kizaru this time, so he could only sit there depressed, waiting for the further development of the matter. Back at the venue, after a short entry, the intense auction officially started. A gorgeously dressed auctioneer who looked a little funny walked onto the stage with the introduction of the teacher. "I've made you wait so long. Here's a disco auction venue called Walking Humanoid. I also prepared a lot of high-quality exhibit for you today, and very fortunately, there will be an extremely strong finale product today. Please look forward to it." Disco's words mobilized the emotions in the venue, and the atmosphere suddenly reached a climax. Everyone was cheering and looking forward to what the final product he said in the air was, and the crowd in the seats were all eager to try it. "Then let me introduce you to the first product on display this time." Disco took the megaphone, turned around, and looked at a male servant who was led by the guards to the stage, and began to act consistently a brief introduction, explaining all the advantages of the other party. "Then, the starting price of this product is 400,000. If you are willing to buy it, please raise the bidding board and participate in the bidding. I paid 520,000, 550,000. After a while, several people began to bid, and after a while, the starting price of the first slave was doubled, and it was auctioned by a man dressed in a rich businessman. Ahahaha, it's really ironic. Such a thing is put on the stage in an open and honest way, and sure enough, Marine and the people in the world government are all degenerate. No, it should be said that it has always been like this. In order to satisfy Tenryubito's desire, he did not hesitate to turn a blind eye, acquiesced in such a thing, and was put on the bright side." Seeing this scene, Elvis couldn't help laughing, and the tone and attitude of his words were not concealed at all, especially the disgust for Tenryubito and the world government that was revealed inside. "Hey, what is this guy talking about? He actually dares to speak madly. Don't look at him. This man is a bounty. We'd better not have anything to do with him." When the people sitting near him heard these words, they hurriedly distanced themselves from them, not daring to meet them for fear that they would be implicated. Although it was only a small commotion on the front seat, it still attracted the attention of Tenryubito, who was sitting in the front. Among them, Roswald cast a more curious glance, and was very puzzled by the commotion over there, and asked his subordinate, "What happened over there? Why are those pariahs sitting away?" "Yes, it seems that the people over there made some disrespectful remark. Those people were afraid of being implicated, so they sat away." The subordinate leaned down and gave him a salute, and then replied respectfully, "Disrespectful remark? Could it be inappropriate words against the descendants of our god? It seems like this." The man didn't dare to hide it, and answered truthfully what he heard. "So, who are those people?" 666 Literature Network 666X. Reporting to St. Roswald, the other party is the most popular pirate rookie at sea recently, with a bounty of 450 million Baileys Elvis and 180 million Baileys Amelia. "Oh, you're still a pirate, with such a high bounty. It's no wonder he's disrespectful to our noble and sacred Tenryubito, but it's understandable. Forget it. This is also the shop of the kid who was expelled from the Holy Land, so let's give him a fate. Yes, it is an honor for them to have the mercy of your two adults. Well, after the auction is over, let's inform Marine and the corresponding slave traders to arrest them. Dare to be disrespectful to Tenryubito. Even a pirate that exceeds 100 million can't do this. This saint will personally do it for them. Put on a collar and lock it up as a collectible." Although Roswald didn't plan to send someone to arrest Elvis here, and planned to give Doflamingo, who was also Tenryubito but was expelled, a face, but he didn't plan to do it so easily, and directly ordered his subordinate to notify those after the incident. Marine and the slaver prepare to capture a few of them and collect them as his captain's collection. Yes, this subordinate understands. When the auction ends, Marine will rush here immediately. They will never escape your control of St. Roswald. The black-clothed attendant did not refute, took his password, and said he beckoned others to go to the phone bug, and then he also retreated. "Are you going to send Marine to arrest us? That's a bit interesting. It just happens that the big drama is about to start anyway, so I'll let you live a little longer and deal with you two rubbish later." Unable to dare to come forward, Elvis, who had a large base empty, moved his ears and listened to all the conversations between Roswald and his subordinate, but he did not intend to shoot first. In his eyes there are more important things, all the decisions to endure first. Turn around and continue to look at the auction stage. In the process of his disrespectful remark, which caused a small range of riot, the auction on the stage was already halfway through, and Disco continued to use heated speeches to mobilize the emotions in the venue. Another commodity, should not be said to be two commodities together, was brought to the stage. Then, congratulations to the holder of the number 18 bidding card for purchasing the number 4 product. Let's invite the next group of product to the exhibition. Two beautiful women who looked almost like copies of a mole, tall, bumpy, and beautiful, were brought up. "This is our number 5 product. It looked gorgeous and moving, and more importantly, it looks exactly the same. Even if parent can't accurately identify them. Twin sisters with the the same mind, Annie and Anna's sisters. After Disco introduced them, there was another shock at the venue, and almost the vast majority of people were surprised by this exhibit, including Tenryubido's Roswald. Oh, this is a bit interesting. I don't think I have twin sisters with the same appearance in my collection. Since they look so interesting, let's take pictures of them. Roswald looked at the two sisters, then he raised his card and began to bid. Ben Saint give 50 million Bailey. The two sisters on the stage couldn't help shaking when they saw Tenryubido's bid, and buried their heads deeply on their full chest as if they understood their despairing fate. And with Tenryubido Roswald's bid, everyone in the audience couldn't help but cast their eyes on them. Even Kid and Luo glanced at them and didn't plan to participate. The Disco on the stage was about to say the starting price, but he didn't want to be interrupted by Roswald. Hearing the price, his mouth was done. Number 1 guest Roswald Saint asked for 50 million Bailey. Does anyone continue to increase the price? Disco quickly recovered, and coughed to cover up his shocked expression, and then based on the "it's always the norm to ask those present if it's okay to increase the price." Seeing Tenryubido's bid, those people didn't have time to hide. How could they compete with him? They all bowed their heads and didn't dare to lift them up. On Elvis' side, after hearing Disco's introduction to the sisters, he stretched out his hand and stroked his smooth chin to measure it in his heart. Chapter 18_bid. I have the same mind. I just don't know what the aptitudes of the two of them are. Forget it. It's only 50 million Bailey. Let's take a picture and say, Amelia. Elvis only hesitated in his heart. Make a decision and let Amelia next to her take action. Are you going to take pictures of them, brother Elvis? But it's those Tenryubidos who are asking for the price. It won't be too much. It doesn't matter. Just go with the price. Don't be afraid of those people. Amelia just wanted to dissuade him, but Elvis blocked her words and shook her head so that she didn't have to worry about other worries and went with the price. Well, that's fine. Seeing this, Amelia didn't stop him and stood up. Is there no one bidding? Then I announced that the fifth item, sisters Anna and Annie, are. Wait a minute, we'll pay 60 million Bailey. Disco was just about to say that number 5 was taken by Roswald when Amelia suddenly stood up to bid, causing a trace of sweat on his face. Damn, who is so stunned and chasing prices? Doesn't he know that this is the product that the adult wants? This sudden incident made him stunned there, not knowing whether to continue. His eyes looked at Roswald and the others. Come here and see what their opinions are. Father, those two are so rude. They dare to bid with you. The female Tenryubido Shalulia Palace was very dissatisfied with the actions of Amelia and Elvis. They were full of anger and murderous intent. It doesn't matter. You should be prepared like this when you come to the auction. Otherwise no one will argue with us, and it will be meaningless. Roswald still had a light smile on his face. He didn't care too much about their behavior. After all, in his eyes, the other party was already the flesh of a knight, so what was a mere bidding behavior? Ahahaha, you're so daring. Who are the two killers? They have the courage to make a bid with Tenryubido. Captain Kidd laughed even more. Facing the two people in front who had the courage to make a bid with Tenryubido, intrigued, he asked his subordinates for their identity. Could it be they? Killer saw Kidd focus his attention on him, so he fixed his eyes on him, and the more he looked, the more he felt that something was wrong, and his face changed slightly. What's the matter with you, Killer? Could it be that those two have something extraordinary that surprised you so much? Kidd couldn't help but ask again when he saw his companion's expression was wrong. Well, if I read correctly, Kidd, those two should be the hottest pirate group right now. Captain Kelt Elvis of the Night Sky Pirates and Swordsman Amelia. That is, the captain who is more than 100 million Bailey higher than you, and the female crew member who is also over 100 million. VV's face was solemn when Killer spoke, and his tone was extremely serious. Oh, it's them. There's a good show to watch. Kidd sneered at the fact that the other party's bounty was higher than himself, but thought that those Marines were too timid and afraid of them, and didn't think he would weaker than the opponent. That great. That Lord didn't care. Then I hope these two stunners don't make random bids and embarrass them. Seeing that Roswald didn't care about this matter, Disco breathed a sigh of relief, and then turned back to his smiling face, holding a loudspeaker and reminding the people in the audience. Then, the fourth guest bid 60 million Bailey. Does anyone continue to increase the price? The scene was silent, and no one dared to join the bid. 100 million. Roswald's flat voice sounded again, and the worth of the two sisters was doubled. Oh. Roswald Saint asked for 100 million Bailey. Is there anyone else asking for a price? If not, then Disco just wanted to quickly end the bidding. However, Elvis and the others did not give him the opportunity to do so. 120 million. Damn, these two people are not reassuring. Disco secretly hated behind his smiling face. Egg Pain Anning 123 XS. 200 million Bailey. Roswald did not hesitate or feel distressed, and directly added it to the original 4 times the price. Damn, those guys. Will Elvis continue to increase the price? After hearing that price, even Amelia, who was in charge of all the property on the ship, hesitated a little, and turned to Elvis to ask its opinion. Go ahead, I'll take it back anyway. Elvis didn't get up from the front seat, clasped his hand, and replied lightly to her, well, 250 million. Seeing that Elvis had made the call, Amelia didn't hesitate any longer and continued to raise her placards to bid. This, although a pair of twin sisters were copied for such a high price, Disco couldn't be happy. Whether it was Tenryubito or Elvis who dared to provoke each other like Lengtaching, both sides didn't care. It's not easy to be provoked by looking at it like this, which also gave him the first time the gold medal auctioneer felt an incomparable headache. Are you going to continue following Saint Roswell? The butler beside Tenryubito was humble and respectful, and bent down to ask him for instruction. How much Bailey did I bring? About 500 million Bailey. So, if you continue to bid with that pariah, then won't you be able to bid on the final product? Roswell thought for a while, and felt that it would be no good for him to follow, so he planned to give up. If you speak, I believe they will not reject you, and they will definitely keep the finale for you. Forget it. It's not easy for this saint to use this name to harm the interests of the civilians under our rule. Let's give it to him for the time being. But thinking of the background of this place and the mentality of coming here to play, Roswell didn't really think about it. Use the name Tenryubito to oppress others, especially such a sensible servant. Thinking of this, he directly gave up the bid with Elvis, and Hannah and Annie on the 5th were successfully auctioned by Amelia. It finally over. I didn't expect those guys to have a lot of money. After the auction is over, I must extort them for a good amount of money. Next, Disco finally breathed a sigh of relief, wiped the sweat on his forehead, and thought secretly in his heart, let's have the next set of items. In this way, the slightly tense and embarrassing situation in the venue was quickly broken. The auction continued to heat up, and the auction continued step by step. At this time, a group of uninvited guests came outside the door. Why don't you let us in? It's obviously you who are wrong, so please return Miss Kami to us. At the side door of the auction house, Sanji, Chopper, Hachi, and Starfish Parker rushed to the scene by the Straw Hat group. The guard outside the door reprimanded, la, it's obviously you who are wrong. We are a place for serious business, and we don't have the mermaid friends you mentioned, so hurry up and don't affect our business here. Otherwise, don't blame us for using legal weapons. The guards just stretched out their fingers and scratched their ears, smiling and answering them in a casual tone. Damn, this is considered a serious business. Human trafficking has been brought to the fore, so what kind of law are you talking about? How much did you bribe those governments and Marine to acquiesce to such behavior? Hearing this, Sanji grabbed his collar angrily, almost put his face up, and questioned him with his finger at the plaque written on human trafficking. They are just a group of pirates, the scum on the sea. Do you have the qualifications to talk about the law with us? And don't say that. The government and the people at Marine think that words like human trafficking are very indecent and don't match their image, so they ignore us. If you don't want to participate in the auction, then leave immediately, or when we notify Marine, you won't be able to leave. Even though Sanji lifted the soles of his feet 2 or 3 inches off the ground, the man's expression remained the same. He said with a confident smile, Chapter 19_conflict. Hey, you all get out of the way. Reasoning with these guys won't work. You have to use this to wake them up, and they will obediently replace Miss Kami. As a former gangster boss, seeing the other party's expression and tone, Frankie knew that it was useless for his companions to talk to these people, so he prepared to use violent means to persecute these people. Click. Frankie opened his left hand, revealing a cannon barrel that was about to fire at the guard. Hey, what do you want to do? I can tell you not to do anything. This place is sheltered by a big man. If you don't want to offend him, then give up your unrealistic thought. The pirates in front of them were still ready to act rough, and the guard quickly spoke, threatening them with a stern voice. Stop talking nonsense. If you don't want to get hurt, then bring Miss Kami back. Sanji and Frankie were not frightened by each other's words, and still demanded that they return the friend who was tied here. HMPH, it's useless to kill us. Do you know who is inside? That's the most honorable world noble, Tenryubito. Even if their own lives were threatened, these guards were still one and the same. The appearance of the deputy is high, and it can be seen that Sanji and his party want to kill. Wait, you guys, stop. At this time, Octopus, Hachi, and Chopper remembered where this place is, so they quickly went up to one, hugged their companions to prevent them from taking action, and immediately persuaded, no way, inside, but with Tenryubito, it would be very bad for us to do this, and if Kami was really tied up here, she would probably have been collared already. The two said with painful expressions on their faces. It was hard to imagine how unfairly their friend Kami was treated inside. Damn. At this time, Sanji and Frankie wanted to understand when they heard what they said, and it was only detrimental to the personal safety of their companions, so they gave up the idea of breaking here. Hey, if you know, then hurry up. Seeing that the other party finally understood how stupid his behavior just now was, the guard couldn't help laughing, glanced at them with a smug look, and spat out, wait everyone, since we can't use strong mean, let's do it in a different way. Save Kami the right way. Obviously Nami has already figured out that she can't use hard to rescue her companion, and she knows that she Hachi has to bid to redeem her according to the rules here. We still have a batch of treasures on the ship. I decided to use these to take Amy back. Do you have any opinion? When it comes to treating friend, Nami's emphasis on money is very weak, and she no longer regards money as much as she used to. Such is the nature of life. His eyes condensed, and he said decisively, well, I have no opinion. Me too. As long as you can save your friend, no matter what. The other members of the Straw Hat Pirates had no opinion on this either, and they all joined her. Well, I estimate the value of those treasures should be 200 million Bailey. With these, you should be able to take Amy back. Enough is enough. Thank you so much for being willing to do these things for us. Woo, thank you. Hachi and Starfish Parker were moved to tears and kept thanking them. What nonsense. Amy, but our friend, isn't it right to do these things for friend? For their sincere thanks, Nami did not accept it. In their eyes, the mermaid Kami is also theirs friend. Doing these things is right, and talking about thank you is an insult to their friendship. The group quickly made a decision. Before the Captain Luffy was there, they decided to go first and see if they could take a picture of Kami so as to prevent their reckless Captain Luffy from doing stupid things on impulse and causing Marine to be rounded up. But it's not good. However, when they decided to enter the venue to participate in the auction and bidding, a mysterious young man named Zantaomaru, who was in charge of monitoring all supernova behaviors in the dark, had already learned about the matter, and secretly passed observation Haki and the reconnaissance placed in the venue personnel, watching their every move here. What going on? Why are the pirates pouring in here one by one today? And there are already no less than 4 pirates who have exceeded 100 million yuan. It's hard to do now, and it's hard for me to deal with them alone. I can only hope that these people will not embarrass me. Zantaomaru sat at the top of the number 1 tree, looking down and monitoring the grass and trees below, and then closed his eyelids and pretended not to see. Continued to lean there and take no other action. In the venue, after Nami and her party walked in from the entrance with a number plate, they naturally attracted the attention of several groups. Kid, those people are the members of the Straw Hat Pirates. Seeing each other, Killer, who was next to Captain Kidd, whispered to remind him. Good Mood Literature Network HQX. Oh, that's them. Why don't you see Captain Straw Hat? I heard that he is very reckless, but let's see how reckless he is. He. A night guy pirate came in. A kid pirates is not enough. Even the Straw Hat Pirate can't help but come in here. Things are really getting more and more interesting. Surgery. The pirate Captain Luo leaned on the chair. The corner of his mouth was slightly hooked, and there was a smile on his face. The arrival of the Straw Hats and his party made him even more looking forward to the progress after the auction. He. Is the protagonist finally about to appear? Then let me see if you will take such reckless actions in the future in the face of your friend being photographed away. At the venue, as long as he was looking forward to it, just before the finale, Elvis, who turned on observation Haki's perception, found them the first time. Sit there like nothing. Da. Hoo. A figure walking slowly on the back of a human finally arrived here before the end of the auction, when the final product was about to appear. That's right, he was the lost Tenryubito St. Charles Rose that Kyle met in the chaotic zone. After taking him here, the human slave at Tenryubito's feet was gasping for breath, sweating profusely, and his physical strength was almost exhausted. Looks like the auction is almost over. Haven't you been able to catch up? A silly sounding voice finally came from Charles Ross. It looks like it's about to end, but it seems that there is still an auction of finale product, and if it's faster, maybe we can catch up. The man in black who followed him replied respectfully, well, it's all your fault. Slow, so I can't catch up with the auction. Boom. Charles Ross stretched out his foot and kicked the slave a few times. After kicking him to the ground, he ignored the man's pain and fatigue, turned his head and ordered his subordinate, I don't want him anymore, and sell him too. Let go. Yes, this will be done for you immediately. Da. After dealing with the slave, Tenryubito Charles Ross followed his subordinates to his seat. It's almost over. I don't know what to expect this time. The best mermaid auction. I really want a mermaid. Probably not this time. Charles picked his nostrils and said with a silly expression, it is difficult to estimate. After all, mermaids are the fastest in the sea, and it is difficult to catch them normally. Forget it. Show me the way. I already miss my father and sister Shalulia. Yes, please come with me, St. Charles. This little one will guide you. Let go. A waiter nervously came over and lay on the ground to meet him, and then led the group to Tenryubito Roswald, who had been sitting there for a long time. Another Tenryubito. Hope our affairs won't be affected. Just get Kami back and get out of here immediately. Nami and her party secretly cheered for themselves, but they don't know where the progress of the conference will be taken with the arrival of this Tenryubito. Chapter 20 _ Straw Hat appeared just as Nami and her entourage entered the venue, and before Kami, who was regarded as the final product, came out, a little episode happened, making the atmosphere suddenly awkward and cold. In particular, Disco, the organizer of the auction, hated what he had done. Damn, the damned guy dares to demolish Lao Su's stage so that I can't get down. Damn, if I can be rescued, I will definitely make you live live and die. Disco stood in the backstage and faced each other. On the ground, the slave pirate captain, whose mouth was bleeding constantly, stomped his feet, his face twisted. Hey, what the matter? Can it be saved? I'm afraid it won't work. Mr. Disco, this guy is too injured to be saved. The accompanying doctor who diagnosed the man's injury checked a little, then shook his head and replied, damn, doesn't this save me a lot of money? No, I've never had any trouble with my Disco. Go to the nearby marine and exchange this guy's head for a bounty. Hearing the news that he could not be saved, and thinking that he might have lost a cost to buy him, Disco only felt heartache, but after thinking about it, he ordered his subordinates to drag him out in exchange for the corresponding bounty with marine. Okay, recover some of his losses. Yes, the two guards immediately step forward and drag the pirate man out. Phew, fortunately there is still that one. Hello, hurry up and prepare, and start the auction of that finale item immediately. After the pirate was dragged away by his subordinate, Disco took a few deep breaths, calmed down, and thought about that there was a major finale that didn't appear, and as soon as the product appeared, it would definitely be able to recover his losses to mobilize the fading emotions again, and a bright smile appeared on Disco's face again. The curtain covering the backstage was pulled away. Disco once went on stage, holding mic Win, glanced at the audience, took a deep breath, and said in a passionate tone, "Ha, just a little episode." The pirate captain Kobo fainted due to a nosebleed due to excessive tension. The auction for him will be held another day. In order to make up for everyone's regrets and losses, I have prepared an unimaginable finale product to debut today. Pull it out. After finishing speaking, the Disco shouted to the backstage staff, and then several soldiers pushed a large glass tank covered with an opaque curtain, and the situation inside could not be seen clearly. This is a product that I recommend to everyone, and it can guarantee that all unpleasantness will be forgotten, and it is also the super highlight of today. Disco introduced vigorously to the covered glass water tank. Turn off the light. Then, he ordered the people to turn off the lights on the stage. Kaka. As the light dimmed, the mysterious thing in the water tank, shrouded in the curtain, finally revealed a shadow. Oh, is it? No way. Seeing the shadow in the water tank, the guests present had already roughly guessed what it was, and their eyes were about to bulge out of surprise. I don't need to say anything more to see this beautiful figure. I believe this is what most people dream of. Well, I'm not going to say anything more. Please read. Seeing that the emotions at the scene were almost mobilized, Disco finally lifted the curtain to reveal the figure's true body. That's right, she's the merman Kami from Fishman Island. Oh, that's exactly what I thought. Damn, I didn't bring enough money this time. Damn, I knew I would have kept the money to take this one. 187,187 XSXS. With the action of the Disco raising the curtain, finally, after Kami's half-human, half-fish appearance was shown in front of everyone, a considerable number of people were heartbroken and sighed about the lack of money they brought. Gollum, it's finally here. We have sufficient funds of 200 million here. This time we can definitely take Amy and film her. Nami and a few others watched their friends appear on the stage and couldn't help but swallow saliva, and then clenched the number plate in his hand, ready to participate in this auction. Oh, it's a mermaid. I finally saw a mermaid. On the one hand, Tenryubito Charles Roth, who was sitting in the special seat, just said he wanted to buy a mermaid, and there was Kami, which made him very surprised and stood up excitedly. Stand up. Okay, this time we're going to preempt and shoot Kami at a high price. On the other hand, Nami held the bidding card and prepared herself to bid at any time. However, things didn't always go the way they wanted, and when the Disco was just about to say a low price, Tenryubito Charles Ross waved his hand and made a direct bid. 500 million. I'll pay 500 million Bailey to buy this mermaid. His voice was like a death knell, echoing in the hearts of Nami and the others, and everyone's hearts fell into the valley for a while. Even the number in their hands, the cards were unsteady and fell to the ground. Boom. No way. How could this happen? Why don't you play cards according to the routine? How can we bid like this? Nami fell to the ground in despair. Her face lost her original confidence and turned pale. Said silently, "Ahahaha, it's so funny. What decision will you make in this case?" Elvis Observation Hockey in the front row of the audience felt the scene, and suddenly laughed. 500 million Bailey. Charles Rose is asking for 500 million Bailey. Does anyone still increase the price? Disco was shocked when he heard his bid. Even if Elvis asked Amelie before, "Ya used 250 million Bailey to take pictures of the twin sisters," and was not so shocked, because in his eyes, he was just one who dared to fight against Tenryubito, and the end would be very miserable. But here is the real thing, so how could he not be shocked? He was stunned for a while, before Disco came back to his senses and continued to be polite, wanting to complete this transaction quickly. He, what a fart. It's like a microcosm of this world. Go, killer, there's no point in staying any longer. Captain Kidd shook his head after watching this scene. All his interest was exhausted, and he was ready to take someone back. Woot, boom. As soon as they took a step, a shadow flashed in front of them at a high speed, and slammed down on the auditorium aquarium near the stairs. The protagonist of the drama that Elvis has been looking forward to the longest and has been waiting for a long time appeared. Luffy. Seeing the face of the person coming, Nami and her party were stunned. Ahem. Won't you find a better place to stay? Straw Hat Boy Luffy stood up in the ruins and patted the dust on his body, complaining to the knight driving the flying fish. This is Feiyu. How could it be so obedient? And didn't you tell me to rush in? Why are you still complaining about me now? The knight felt aggrieved and retorted to him. Cough. My head hurt. Why did you call me on the bus? Even if you want to go back to Chenyang, you don't have to be in such a hurry. Lukai Zoro, who was still confused about the situation, touched the back of his head, which was aching, preaching without knowing why. Even the green algae head is here. They were surprised when they saw that they also appeared. Well, it's you. How did Kami find it? After complaining a little, Luffy turned his head and saw that his companions were all here, and couldn't help asking. This, Nami and the others didn't know how to answer him. They all lowered their head, thinking about how to speak to him. It's Kami. Great, I finally found you. You waited for me to come and pick you up. Before they could answer, Luffy's eyes had already caught a glimpse of where the mermaid Kami was, and he was excited for a while. Noticing her situation, he ran towards her. Hey, isn't it? You're so reckless. Seeing what he did, Kid and Luo, who had heard about his character and way of doing things, raised their brows and were shocked by his action. Chapter 21_Faepun. It great Kami. I finally found you, but let's find it easy. Luffy ran to her with joy and excitement, saying as he ran, Hey, wait, Straw Hat. You can't act hastily. Kami Hachi reacted, fearing that Kami would be hurt more by the other party's rashness. He hugged him and wanted to buckle him live. What are you talking about? Hachi, isn't Kami there? Let me go. I have to hurry up and get her back. Even though Hachi tried his best to hold him, he still couldn't restrain Luffy. The speed did not decrease much, and it continued to run up for a moment. Damn, can't catch it. Seeing that he couldn't block the opponent, Hachi involuntarily stretched out the other arms hidden in the coat, and all 6 hands together finally stopped him. However, it fish man, the damned one actually walked ashore. Is he trying to infect us with the disease on his body? Where's the soldier? Get him away. All around, after seeing the soldier revealing the other 4 arms, he confirmed his identity as Fishman, and then screamed in panic. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became tense. Hachi, on the other hand, couldn't sit still under the disgusted eyes of those people, and stepped back one after another. What the matter? Is there anything to be panicked and surprised by the identity of Hachi Fishman? Even Elvis and the other 2 shook their heads, and only the Straw Hats and the others did not know what was going on. By the way, I remembered. Robin and I said when we were on the island, Hachi, it shouldn't be said that Fishman and Mermaid are both people who are repelled by the people here. Years ago, I was classified as a fish and expelled human beings from the land forever. Don't want to set foot here. And Nami looked at the people who were angering and despising Hachi and remembered what Robin had said to her not long ago. No, that's not to say. Only then did the others wake up. At this time, Hachi has been thrown by some angry self-righteous people with small object that can be grabbed. Get out of here. Go back to your seat. Ugly fish man. The crowd followed his example and tried to drive Hachi off the island with all they could throw. Hee. What an ugly fate. What would you do when you see your companion being treated like this? Straw Hat Luffy. Elvis sat there as an unrelated person, neither agreeing with those people's actions, nor I didn't stand on his side. I just looked at them from the perspective of a third person. On the stairs, people kept throwing things, and Hachi, who was smashed on him, was more concerned about their eyes. The nobles, businessmen, and ladies who boasted of nobility changed their appearances here, and stood up and scolded him. Hachi kept backing away at their reprimand, feeling uneasy in his heart. Damn fish man, you should hide in the sea and never come up. He must have ulterior motive, wanting to infect us with all the diseases in the sea. Woo, boom. Suddenly, a gunshot sounded. Bullets shot from the golden ornate muzzle. Hachi was shot in the chest, and fell in a pool of blood. Hachi. Everyone was shocked. Ha. I hit him. I hit that fish man. And the person who fired the gun jumped up excitedly, dancing on the bottom step, and talking about the declaration of the victor. Fortunately he was hit. Yeah, otherwise I don't know what else will happen. Trying to spread the disease to us. Who would know the disgusting intentions of that guy? He. A fish head is just a fish head after all. Some people near Luffy were still talking sarcastic words, but he didn't know that their words were extremely disgusting in his ears. The anger in Luffy's heart suddenly rose, and the pure anger did not contain any other emotion. That man, the smug Tenryubito who was still humming. Father, this time I hit him. I can get a fish man slave without spending a penny. Get him now, that free slave. Tenryubito Charles Ross was dying and he didn't know how, still showing off to his father and sister. Luffy raised his legs and walked towards him with a blank expression. Wait, Straw Hat Boy, don't be impulsive. I'm fine. Anyway, I've been a pirate and I've done some bad things. This should be my retribution. Everyone sees RRK3. Haven't you already promised me me. Don't contradict Tenryubito. Even if they kill you in front of you. Hachi didn't want them to get involved because of his own business, and was terribly injured and still trying to persuade Luffy not to do it. Damn it. It's really annoying. What are you talking about after being shot? Stinky fish. Do what a slave should do for me, and keep your mouth shut. Although Hachi said to Luffy it had some effect to calm down his emotion, but the next words completely angered him. Charles Rose raised the gun again to shut Hachi, and uttered extremely disgusting words. Hearing these words, Luffy's calm mood was provoked again, and he raised his head and glared at him. Huh, what kind of eyes are you looking at? How dare you cast a disrespectful look at the noble Tenryubito? You also make me angry. Charles Ross has never been seen with such glaring eyes before. Seeing this, his self-proclaimed noble status was even more unbearable, and he raised his gun and aimed at Luffy. Hey, what the hell is that guy trying to do? Huh, is this serious? Not only the nobles and rich people on the side, but even Kid and his party who were about to leave were surprised by his action. Damn, if you dare to look at me like that, then just die like that stinky fish. Seeing that Luffy still didn't understand that his noble identity could not be blasphemed, not only did he not kneel down to confess his guilt, but he still glared at him. And walking towards him, Charles Ross finally couldn't stand it anymore, and pulled the trigger with his fingers. Boom, boom. 2 bullets were fired one after another. Luffy turned his head and turned around, dodging them all. While dodging, he clenched his fingers into fists and slammed into the opponent. Boom. A powerful fist hit Charles Ross's face, and even the soap bubbles on his head couldn't bear the punch and burst. Then, Charles Ross flew out and smashed into the audience. Everyone except Elvis showed expressions of shock and astonishment, and their mouths could not be opened. Just after a short period of shock, the 2 supernovas who were the same as him came back to their senses, and the corners of their mouths raised, revealing an indescribable smile. I am sorry, everyone. I heard that if you beat him, Marine Admiral will be attracted. Luffy didn't have any apology on his face at all, and greeted his companions like nothing was wrong. HMPH, it's all your fault for taking the lead, or I'd have cut him off. Have you decided what to do? Well, first go find the key to the collar on Cammy's neck. Oh, we've made a big disaster. Forget it, we've already done this anyway. Seeing that others didn't care about it, Nami said helplessly. Ah, Charles Rose, brother. And the 2 Tenryubito here finally reacted and exclaimed, Bastard, do you know who we are? How dare you shoot at my son? I'm going to kill you. Roswald was the first to return to his senses, raised his cane, and revealed a muzzle. Luffy's going to shoot when he's ready. Woo, boom, rubber, bazooka. 36 Trouble Win. First meat kick. Before he could shoot, Sanji had come to him and kicked his weapon with his feet. Then Zoro, he and Luffy shot the guards who were blocking the road so that Frankie and the others could go backstage to find the collar key. Damn untouchables. Go and notify Marine. Let them transfer Admiral, and drive a few more warships. I want them to be caught and made into slaves. All the women are made into specimens, and all the men are starved to adult. Dry. By the way, there are them. Dare to bid with me, this noble Tenryubito, and anyone who offends my dignity should be killed. And this time Roswald has not given up and added one more target, pointing his finger to sit aside Elvis, and the others shouted like no one else. Chapter 22 Mysterious Old Man. Huh. Roswald's last sentence undoubtedly caught the attention of the protagonist, and Elvis raised his head to look at him after listening. He, that's really interesting. I don't think I'm going to trouble you yet, right? He even pointed the gun at me. His loud and slightly cold voice made the ears of the Straw Hat Pirate tremble. After a moment, I remembered the owner of that memorable voice. No way. Just as Chopper and Frankie walked to the stage, they heard the voice not far behind them, speaking in an unbelievable tone, and turned to look. Seeing each other's faces clearly, their heart couldn't help but froze for a while. It's them. And they're here too. Chopper and Frankie exclaimed in disbelief. What the matter? Chopper, Frankie. Well, it's him. When they were still wondering why Chopper and Frankie would stop, both Luffy and Nami saw a last thought. The people they saw appeared in front of them. Ahahaha, it really made me watch a good show. Straw Hat Boy. Anyway, I won't bother you this time. Anyway, besides me, there are more terrifying guys coming back to find you. Alright, we should get out of here. Amelia. Elvis finally stood up, looked around, laughed under their terrified eyes, and took Amelia after he finished speaking. Ready to leave. But don't you want the 2 you just photographed, brother Elvis? Amelia thought about it and decided to remind him. Take it. These 2 people are the same as these people. Did they treat people like good? Damn, I still don't like them. Hearing the words taken down, Sanji Curly picked it up, his face ugly, screeching. We don't have time to provoke them anymore. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji. Although Nami was also very disgusted by the other party's behavior, she still took into account the overall situation and had to remind her companions not to interfere in their affairs so as to avoid any more provoke these villains. Damn, I see, Miss Nami. Thinking of how a beautiful woman might have been taken away by them, Sanji's heart for caring for a beautiful woman was aching, and he wanted to rush to rescue them from their hand. Down with with those poor women, but decided to endure it anyway. Ahahaha, yes, there are them too. Then let's go over to meet our new companion. And Elvis ignored the private actions of these weaklings in his eyes, but in his eyes it's nothing important, so why bother him? Hey, wait, didn't you hear what Ben Saint just said? You untouchable. However, when Elvis just stepped to the backstage of the venue to pick up his new companion, an untimely voice came from behind him. Elvis didn't look back, but his feet were still there. Not only them, but even the two of you dare to oppose the great Tenryubito. This sage must have Marine capture you all and slap the mark of slaves with his own hand. Women as beautiful specimens, men as cattle and horses for travel. Roswald had no idea who he was shouting at the moment, and even if he knew, he would not stop and continue to shout. Hee, another good show. I didn't expect that the Straw Hats just finished fighting them, and they provoke another group with their back feet. Let me see what you will do with a bounty higher than all the supernovas. After seeing the object of Roswald clamor, Kid and Luo's two pirate groups all settled down, and looked over with a more playful look on their faces. Are you going to shoot, Brother Elvis? Clang. Hearing her and her party being so insulted by the other party, even the best-tempered person can't bear it, especially when her sweetheart is insulted, which makes Amelia leave her usual elegance and demure, and her small white hand holds the hilt of the knife, revealing half of it. Knife body, asked what he meant. Bruh, Jung. However, what happened next was beyond the expectations of those present. I saw Elvis put his hand on the back of her hand, took the knife back for her, and shook his head. Is this going to endure it? Dr. BK84 nay. Could it be that a pirate with a reward of 400 million has this kind of arrogance? Seeing his actions, Kid and Luo were both disappointed with him, and they really thought that the other party chose to swallow the bitter water because they were afraid of Tenryubito's authority. But what happened next changed their views. Elvis just shook his head and said softly, you don't need Amelia, I'll do it. As soon as he finished speaking, he looked towards Roswald. You pariah, what are you looking at? Could it be that you dare to shoot at my noble Tenryubito like them? Ben Saint has already sent someone to inform Marine that Admiral will come soon, and neither of you can escape. Roswald felt a little flustered when he was stared at by Elvis, but thinking of his own identity, his confidence surged up again. He raised his head triumphantly, and said proudly, Hee, Tenryubito, Marine Admiral. Little did he know that his words had already touched Elvis's heart. Thinking of that unbearable past, his eyes rose, and an air of gloom and emotion came from diffuse from him. Speaking of which, you authorized Marine to do that, right? Although I don't know that family, or just the idea of those old men, it has nothing to do with you Tenryubito. Anyway, let me discuss the interest with you today. The tone of Elvis's words contained unimaginable hatred, and after he finished speaking, he was already walking towards the other party. This breath, hey, isn't it? Couldn't that guy have a shot at Tenryubito? No, I can't stay any longer, otherwise the old man will blame him, and the responsibility will not be easy to bear. Outside the auction venue, at the top of the number 1 tree, Zon Taomaru, who felt the abnormal breath inside, couldn't sit still anymore, and stood up to rush over to stop Elvis. Goo. Ah la. As a newcomer, it's not good to be too bloody. We can't let him start, or the old man will be entangled by Marine and the government to hunt down. In the backstage, preparing to sit with the giant, the silver-haired old man who called himself Laolei, a craftsman who was pressed up to the auction, took out an iron pot and took a few sips of wine before leaving for the fen. Hey, old man, what do you want to do? The giant who was in a cage with him was one of the people who knew the old man's abilities in front of him. He couldn't help but ask aloud when he noticed the others change. The sound like a gong sounded, and the men and women who were all slaves all looked over, and the guard stationed outside the door rushed up. Hee, Mr. Giant, it's not good for you to do this. The old man just wants to exercise his muscles and bone. It's not good to attract the guard. The silver-haired old man's glasses reflected a ray of light, and then he opened his mouth and said loudly, come on, old man, your strength is not as simple as you seem. You can know hockey and you are conqueror hockey. No matter how you think about it, it is not something that ordinary people can have. Come on, who the hell are you and what is your intention to pretend to be a captured slave? The giant didn't believe him, shook his head, and continued to question him in a gong-like voice. Me, I'm just a retired ordinary old man who lost all his money in the casino and used it as a mortgage. How can he have a special identity? Obviously, the silver-haired old man didn't want to tell his identity, and shook his head. He shook his head and explained it casually, and then his eyes narrowed, and a majestic momentum was revealed, which was the conqueror hockey he had. Boom! Hockey slammed into the guard who ran over to calm the turmoil with precision. Bang, bang, bang. They just felt as if their skulls had been hit with a heavy hammer, and their brains were stunned and they fell over. If you are a powerful and precise conqueror, you really are not ordinary people. The giant's face was slightly condensed, and he said solemnly, Ahahaha, I said, the old man is just a retired old man, but it seems to be very interesting outside. Do you want to go out with me? The silver-haired old man smiled and did not pick him up the stubble, just sent an invitation to him and asked him if he would go out with himself to see. Chapter 23 Hockey _ Going out. I'm not against it, but how are you going to untie the collars around our neck? Is it possible to walk out wearing it like this? The giant just thought about it for a moment and then agreed to his invitation and decided to go out with the old human man in front of him. But he doesn't want to wear a collar that is obtrusive around his neck and get caught. Ha ha ha. Of course that's not the case. Wait for the old man. After hearing the giant's word, Rayleigh laughed and then asked the other party to wait for him for a while, putting his hand on the collar. Hey, what do you want to do, old man? No key is the solution. Boom. Seeing the movement in his hand, the giant thought he wanted to violently dismantle the collar, so he couldn't help reminding him, but then there was a loud explosion. Gunpowder smoke billowed, and the smoke and dust dissipated, along with the collar on the silver-haired old man's neck. I'm afraid I have to take back what I said before. Old man, not only are you not an ordinary person, but your identity will be even more extraordinary, with a skilled conqueror, a high-level armament, and the chaos outside you just said. Only I'm afraid it's also observation hockey. You have 3-color hockey, and they are very proficient. If you hide your identity like this, you must be an unimaginable big man in the sea. This giant is not like an ordinary giant who does not go through his brain first, but only acts on impulse. His brain is very flexible and his knowledge is very broad. He recognized the 3 kinds of hockey on him only through short contact with the silver-haired old man, and unabashedly debunked them. Hey, Mr. Giant is really too curious, but please forgive me. I don't want to mention it anymore since my former identity has passed. Now I'm just an alcoholic. It's just an old craftsman who gambled. The silver-haired old man smiled and still didn't plan to reveal his identity. That's fine. It doesn't have much to do with me anyway. Could you please help me out too? The giant knew that it would not be good for both parties to continue asking, so he diverted the topic with interest and then asked him for help. Of course. Woo. The silver-haired old man agreed without thinking. He stepped on the ground with his heels, and his body bounced off the ground. When he reached the height of his neck, he stretched out his hand and pressed it on the giant's collar. Boom. The old man's eyes froze. Hockey dispatch dismantled suddenly and exploded not far away. Okay, then. Just when the silver-haired old man wanted him to go out with him, he suddenly seemed to have discovered something and fell back to the ground. This is not good, young man. The old man has no choice but to stop you, the silver-haired old man said, picking up the knife of one of the guard from the ground and waving it lightly outside. Jung. A slender but unstoppable sword energy came out of its sheath and slashed towards the outside meeting platform. Back to the venue again. I was planning to let you go, so why are you trying to provoke me? Do you think my temper is better than theirs, so you pick me up as a soft persimmon? As soon as the voice fell, a powerful conqueror hockey erupted, sweeping the entire venue. Boom, boom, boom. Hey, isn't it? This momentum is really strong, but why are all those people down? No matter how strong you are, you won't pass out. Just arrived here. Standing on the roof of the auction, looking down from the gap opened above, Usopp, who came with a group of flying fish knights and Robin, couldn't help but knot his tongue when he saw this scene, shivered all over, and said fortunately, 3KKKKXS, it's a conqueror. At this time, Robin, who was well-mannered, understood this power and explained directly. What? Hey, Robin, what are you talking about? What conqueror? What is that? Usopp asked in confusion. We should go down. If we don't hurry, we will miss the opportunity. Robin didn't answer him, but urged him to go down together. What? Before he finished speaking, Usopp was led by Robin and jumped down. Woo, boom. This time, it was interesting to deflect the direction. Their landing point was selected at a distance away from Elvis and the two of them, but as in the original book, one used his ability to float down, and the other fell headfirst. My head hurt. Usopp got up and touched the back of his head, called Ku. Usopp, Robin, you are here. Nami and the others were overjoyed, and since then all the members of the Straw Hat Pirates have gathered together, and Elvis here. Because he couldn't bear his hockey, most of the people present fell, including the guard, the auctioneer Disco, and 2 Tenryubito. All the trash fish were cleared by his hockey, but at this time, he did not stop and continued to ask Roswell and the others when, hey, what the hell is he trying to do? Wouldn't he still want to kill them? Usopp's feet were shaking, and seeing his actions, he guessed the other party's intention. No way. Hearing Usopp's word, Nami was done. Although they punched Tenryubito boldly, it was just a punch to each other, but they never thought of killing those idiots. Just defending Tenryubito's majesty was enough to alarm Marine Admiral. If he was killed, God knows what would happen. 3 of Luffy, Kid, and Luo just stood there without taking any action, staring at him closely, wanting to see if the other party had the determination to do such an amazing thing. He moved. Sanji opened his mouth with a cigarette and said. In the next second, Elvis waved his arm, and a long knife that fell on the ground flew up and stabbed Tenryubito Roswell. Nami and the others closed their eyes and dared not look at that scene. Woo Jung. When the sword edge was about to pierce Roswell's body, Suddenly, a chopper flew out of nowhere to cut off the long knife, and it fell to the ground. Hey, as a pirate, you would actually prevent me from killing this pig. This is not the style you should have, old guy. The blow failed, and Elvis didn't make another shot. Bu turned to the center of the stage and revealed where the man was. Almost everyone's gaze followed Elvis's gaze, only to hear the sound of clogs stepping on the floor, and it became louder and closer, getting closer and closer to them. Clap la la. Suddenly, a pair of big hands appeared in their sight, torn apart from the iron wall of the stage background, revealing a large gap, revealing the master's figure. Ha ha ha, I'm sorry. My little brother is really sorry. Although we have no grievances and no grudges between us, even with these scumbags, I still can't let you kill them. After all, if Tenryubito is killed, maybe the Marine headquarters will be disturbed. Then the old man will not be able to sleep peacefully. Finally, the silver-haired old man came out of the gap. His eyes met Elvis, and after a while he couldn't help laughing and exclaimed, "Really? Afraid that the Marine headquarters will trouble you? Then you are not afraid of taking on a grudge with me and being entangled by me?" As one of the only people on the scene who knew the identity of the other party, Elvis was in awe. He didn't retreat at all in his voice, and asked him back, "He, you can spare me. The old man is old and can't stand being scared. If he gets angry and can't help but kill you all, it will be bad." Hockey erupted from the old man and swept through the spot again. Like a giant storm, countless tables and chairs were lifted up. Even the guards who had fainted on the ground were all swept up into the air and scattered. A vacuum appeared on the spot. "How's it going? Do you guys want to give the old man a face and leave? This won't embarrass the old man." After doing all this, the silver-haired old man seemed to be fine again, his eyes on Elvis. Kid, Luo, and Luffy stayed on for a moment, then spoke directly to Elvis with smiling eyes. Chapter 24 _ respectively. HMPH. Let go. It boring to stay any longer. Although the silver-haired old man smiled and looked very kind, when he was aimed at him, there was a clear killing intent in his eyes, which was captured by Elvis. He knew that it would be meaningless to entangle him anymore, so he endured the resentment and took Amelia to the cell behind him where the slaves were being held. "This grievance will not end so easily, Pluto Rayleigh. I will come back to you when I become stronger, and then I will settle the account with you slowly." Elvis walked past him when he was beside him. He said such a sentence, and then it was convenient for him to pass by and walk inside. Hee, what a brave young man. Yes, the person in front of him is the One Piece King of Pirates Vice Captain Hades, who was on the island ready to welcome Luffy and others. Taruba's Rayleigh, because after losing all the money, he used himself as a bargaining chip, and in the end he lost everything and was sold here with a collar, and stopped Elvis when he was about to kill Tenryubito. Rayleigh didn't take Elvis's threat to heart. Although the other party may become extremely powerful in the future, it is only a possibility. For him at this time, there is no threat at all, so it's just that Isho explained it and didn't make any other response. After that, he had a corresponding reminiscence with Hachi, and knew the Straw Hats and the others, but it had nothing to do with Elvis. At this moment, he and Amelia had already arrived in front of the iron fence where the slaves were being held. "Anna and Annie, you two, come with me. I photographed you, and from today you are my people." As soon as Elvis walked in, all the slaves were caught by his eyes at a glance. They all lowered their heads, not daring to look at them. Although they didn't go out, they could hear the situation outside through the opening in the passage. The two of them were also one of the protagonists of the riot outside. They dared to take action against Tenryubito, object that can be provoked. As soon as Elvis' word came out, Anna and Annie, who were hiding in the crowd of slaves, trembled. They didn't dare to disobey his instruction. They gritted their teeth and walked out with their heads lowered. I heard that the two of you have the same mind. Is this true?" Elvis nodded, satisfied with their performance, and then asked him, "Yes, it's true." Sister Annie didn't dare to say a word. Sister Anna looked at Amelia, who was standing behind Elvis, and didn't do anything, and then replied with a trembling voice in fear, "Oh, it seems that guy didn't deceive me. So you know the purpose of my coming here." Elvis's tone seemed very flat. His face returned calm, and he asked aloud, are you going to take us away? I can be a servant or a servant, but please spare my sister who is my concubine. She is still young and can't stand those things." Anna said to herself, "The younger sister is still very young, and I hope Elvis can let her go, but she does not know that she is the same age as her sister in Elvis. Don't worry, I don't even bother to do those things. Since it has been photographed by me, it is our people. From now on, you and your sister will live as my partners, as long as I am Elvis. She is not dead yet. No one can attack you. Come with me." Yes, Amelia. Unfortunately, Elvis is not interested in what Anna said at all. He has more important things to do in his heart, so how can he have time to do other things? Just when I was about to take them away, I remembered that they still had collars around their necks, so I motioned to Amelia. Well, the two sisters, Anna and Annie, had taken photos of them, and they naturally got the key to the collar. After fumbling in their pocket, Amelia took out the key and threw it to the two sisters. Anna reacted, clumsily catching the thrown key, only to hear two clicks that the collars she and her sister Annie were wearing were undone, and then Amelia drew a knife and slashed the iron fence. Being cut off, the two sisters came out and followed her. Well, take them to the ship to wait for me first. From now on you are the acting captain of the Night Guy Pirate. No matter what happens to me, don't come to me with Kyle and the others. Believe me, no more than 10. I'll be back in 5 days. Elvis told her one by one as if he was explaining something. What do you want to do, brother Elvis? Aren't you going back with me? Hearing this, Amelia suddenly became anxious and hurriedly asked him, It's nothing, let go. By the way, they will learn swordsmanship with you for the time being, and give them the most basic skills of swordsmanship, and the rest will wait for me to come back. Elvis has no reason to explain, but told her once again, then turned around and walked towards the auction venue. Amelia could only stare at his back, without taking a step forward. She knew that the other party must have other intention, but she didn't know it, and Elvis had always acted. The style is like that, and as his crew, all he can do is trust him wholeheartedly. By the way, Amelia. Elvis suddenly stopped and spoke again when he reached the door. What? Amelia was puzzled and cast her eyes. You take them out from the main entrance. You should be able to see Kyle not far outside. It will be safer to be with him. You can go back together. Don't forget what I explained. After speaking, Elvis waved to her and disappeared behind the door. I see, although I don't know what you are going to do, but I will believe you. Elvis brother, after all, you are our captain. Amelia looked at Elvie who had already disappeared there. He stopped at the threshold. His eyes stayed for a long time, and then spoke silently in his heart. Hippie Reading Network PPS. Yan Close directly led the two sisters to the front door, ignoring the expectations behind them, fixed their eyes on their slave, and walked out of the crack channel that the giant forcibly punched when Rayleigh first appeared. Although her appearance has aroused the confusion of people today, they wonder why Elvis, who was the captain, did not come out with her. Although she was puzzled, no one stopped them. Amelia took Anna with her. The sisters left the auction venue and walked out of the main entrance while everyone was puzzled. Right now, the outside was already surrounded by marine, and the defense was so strict that even a mosquito couldn't get out. Someone came out. It's the swordsman of the Night Guy Pirate. The Shadow Sword Amelia with a reward of 180 million. And behind her should be the number 5 item auctioned at the convention. Sister Anna. Marine, who was standing outside, recognized the identities of Amelia and the others at once, and immediately, all guns and muzzles were aimed at the three of them. I want to take them out. Can I ask you to get out of the way? Momosuke Vice Admiral, who used to be one of the Admiral preparations, worked as an assistant under Ziyuan's subordinate, and she was not at all dissatisfied with these Marines who came to perform tasks. With hatred, discuss with them in a polite tone. Get out of the way. Don't be kidding. You are just a pirate who dares to speak so wildly. The officer in command thought she was looking down on them when he heard this, and sternly rejected her unrealistic words. I'm just telling you about this matter, not begging you. If you don't let me go, don't blame me for being rude. Amelia was not surprised by their reaction. After all, if that was the case, if it is easy to negotiate, then Marine is too sluggish and corrupt. Damn, a mere pirate dares to talk big. Give it to me. Before they rescued Tenryubito, obviously they shouldn't be so impulsive, but the officer was really annoyed by Amelia's attitude, and his head froze. Faint. Order the subordinate to attack directly. A group of sword-wielding, sturdy and powerful sailors rushed up. Why don't you listen to persuasion like this? Then let's suffer a little. Qingying. Absolutely sad. After that, Amelia shot quickly and drew out her sword. The figure swept past the incoming Marines at high speed, and the light of the sword flickered. In an instant, Amelia had come behind them, and the sword was sheathed. Jung, ding, clang, clang, clang. Before those people could react, the swords in their hands had broken, and they all fell to the ground, making a clanging sound. The officer saw that his eyes were about to bulge, and he didn't dare to call the soldiers to take action. As Amelia led the Anna sisters walking, an empty lane was automatically created in Marine's encirclement so that they could leave. Amelia quickly disappeared from Marine's sight with the two of them. Chapter 25 The man with the strongest defense. At the junction not far from the number 1 peninsula and close to the number 2 peninsula, Elvis confronted a mysterious young man who appeared here quietly. So, are you here to stop me from dealing with the straw hat? The mysterious man, Zon Taomaru, spoke after the stalemate for only half a minute. No, don't put me together with those guys who are reckless and impulsive. I have my own intentions and have nothing to do with those newcomers. Elvis shook his head and denied. Impulsive and reckless. Ha 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 ha. When he heard the word impulsive and reckless, Zon Taomaru couldn't help laughing. As he was always concerned about the situation inside, he knew that what the other party did was simply better than drafting Luffy. And what is more, such a person has no qualifications to mention this word. Moreover, the newcomer in his mouth naturally includes him in Zon Taomaru's eyes. As a rise in the past year, the bounty is no better than Luffy's and their promotion speed, but even so, they can't get rid of the title of newcomer. So what Elvis said at this time was undoubtedly tailor-made for himself. How could he not laugh when such a person said such a thing? At least I am one step ahead of them and still know how to advance and retreat, and have mastered this. After seeing Zontaomaru's performance, Elvis didn't open his mouth to justify himself, and showed himself with practical action. Spreading his palm, black airflow lingered on his fingertip, and the sharp-eyed Zontaomaru could clearly perceive what it was. Hockey, I didn't expect you, a newcomer who hasn't entered the new world, to have mastered this ability. After seeing what the ability was displayed in Elvis' hand, even Zontaomaru couldn't help showing surprise. With an expression on his face, his eyes flickered and he said, "It won't end so easily." After seeing this, knowing that the other party has also mastered hockey, although it doesn't seem to be profound enough, if you add the swordsmanship that he inherited from Golden Lion and his own creation, then this will be very difficult for him. It is not a good thing for someone who is good at defense and attacking equally well. Thinking of this, Zontaomaru's face changed slightly, his eyes slightly condensed, and his breath gradually increased. "Are you going to shoot? Then let me see how powerful you are with the advanced armament," claiming to be the strongest defense in the world. After speaking, Elvis shot at him, swiping his right hand in the air. A lot of air condensation. Roar! A lively white lion took shape, ran wildly in the air, and rushed towards Zontaomaru. Foot and sky. Alone. In response, Zontaomaru bent his feet slightly, stood firmly in a squatting position, pulled his right arm back, and then pushed it sharply. Armament hockey was attached to his palm and slapped the white lion. Woo! Boom! Boom! The white lion pounded, and the palm print slapped it off at a high speed. When the two collided, the airflow burst, and the majestic force wave, and the surrounding air was chaotic and countercurrent. The turbulent airflow brought up smoke and dust, and a storm was rolled around. Buzzing. The smoke wave subsided. Zontaowen's figure gradually became clear, and only one move made a judgment. Although it was just a simple blow to test, it didn't even shake the opponent's figure for half a step, which shows Zontaowen's powerful defense. This level of attack doesn't work for me. If your strength is like this, then the battle between us should end as soon as possible. When Zontaomaru spoke, his face was calm, as if he had not. I felt a little bit of a threat from the attack just now. Really? Then I have to use my real skills to challenge it. Pick it up for me. Huh. As soon as he finished speaking, Elvis disappeared from his sight. Huh. Here. Although Zontaomaru's movement speed seemed to be very slow due to the influence of his type, the result was not what he thought. In an instant, Zontaomaru had already caught eye where Elvis was. He slapped it with the palm of his hand. Huh. Woo. Clang. Finding that the other party sensed his position, and a vague sense of crisis came from the front, Elvis immediately drew his sword and stabbed. Sword palms intersect. Sword chi and palm wind raging. A wisp of astonishing sword energy swept across, and sword marks were cut out from the ground. The palm wind blew, and the green vegetation skin was lifted up, revealing the bare ground. For a while, there was nothing to hide where the two were standing. Very powerful swordsmanship, but not enough. Such a little power is not enough to break through my defense, Zontaomaru said with Vivi on his face. Really? What about this? Lion's might chop. Elvis used the swordsmanship he learned from the Golden Lion, strode forward with his right foot, and swiped his wrist against the air. Jung! The silver-white chopper flew out, and wherever it passed, the ground was extremely cracked, and the chopper approached in just an instant. Yeah! Zontaomaru felt a faint tearing sensation on his skin. He didn't dare to force armament to wrap his arms around him, and blasted it straight ahead. Whoosh! Boom! Sizzle! As soon as Shiki collided, the sword energy ripped apart the surrounding ground, knocking him back dozens of steps, and so far the power was also exhausted by Zontaowen, and the air flowed. Unlimited kuek. Huh! It's not over yet. The stars in the night sky are gone. With another flash, Elvis came close. The sword blade swirled around in a cyclone, and pierced his arm with the artistic conception of piercing everything. Seeing this, Zontaomaru didn't panic. Holding the handle of the axe in one hand, hockey wrapped around the blade of the axe, and fell forward. Clang! Sizzle! Boom! The two blades flashed, violent sparks surging out. The sword chi was chaotic, and the air was chaotic again. This is hockey and hockey, the confrontation of will and will. The two fought with all their strength. As soon as they fought, standing in the air, the rock flew into the air, and the rock formations collapsed. Clang! 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 The stalemate only lasted for a second or two, and both of them were attacked by the force and took a few steps back, but immediately went up to meet each other again. The blade of the axe collided with the sword, and a violent roar resounded through the entire land in several surrounding areas. Boom! Another fight. Elvis was knocked back by the opponent's strong force, but he quickly greeted him again. Jung! A chopped wave fell through the air. Whoosh! Boom! Zontaomaru didn't even think about it, just grabbed the axe and swung it round. The extremely rich armament was attached to the axe blade, and a gleaming black light flashed towards the chop. As soon as they confronted each other, the chopper was like tofu, and it was directly crushed into tiny airflow. Brush! As soon as Zontaomaru solved the crisis in front of him, Elvis took another shot, giving him no time to react, and held his palm. A pile of rock pillars here through. Chi! Zontaomaru didn't feel the slightest bit nervous. He snorted and pressed his other palm to the ground. down. Call out. Boom. The high-level armament hockey slammed directly on the ground with his palm, and the rock pillar lost its support and exploded before it pierced. Woo. It's up to me to attack after so many hands. Zantaomaru stomped on the ground with his heels, and his body rushed forward. Armed. The giant axe collapses. At the same time as it flew up, the axe in Zantaomaru's hand was dyed black, and the muscles on his arm bulged, and he vigorously chopped it down. Can't shake it. Elvis could already intuitively feel the power of this blow through the wind and waves that blew up, bit his lip, attached hockey, and swung his sword out. Bright moon in the night eye. The chopped wave formed, condensed into a round of slowly rising bright moon, and blasted into the sky. HMPH. Innocent. After Zantaomaru hummed, he slashed out the axe in his hand. Woo. Clang. Boom. The two extremely powerful attacks were intertwined, and the atmosphere was disturbed again, and the strong airflow collided everywhere, and the surface sand and rocks were swept up into the sky by them. Hum again. Zantaomaru and Elvis spoke at the same time, and the two fought again. Woo. Boom. The powerful sword chi ripped through the sky. The clouds were disturbed, and the ground kept collapsing. In their violent and sharp fight, the surrounding peninsula surface was constantly collapsing, and several large trees that had stood for hundreds of years were also shaking constantly, as if there is a possibility of sinking. Chapter 26 Admiral debuts _ Boom. The two collided again, and the force of the backlash shook both sides back dozens of steps. Woo. Let come again. The lion mighty Thousand Cut Valley. Elvis skillfully used the ability of the fluttering fruit to fly up. His wrist turned rapidly, and one after another amazing chopped wave flew out. HMPH. It seems that the news from Marine is really good. You inherited the swordsmanship of the Golden Lion, and you actually acquired that guy's ability. If you don't capture you back, I'm afraid you will become the next Golden Lion with your potential. I can't hold back anymore. I'm walking alone. After speaking, Zantaomaru hockey spread to the whole body, and then, under the push of his arm, blasted it into a ball around him. Call out. Boom. Bang bang bang. Hockey formed a high-strength protective shield around him, and countless chopped waves flew over, causing violent explosion, but it was only a wave after wave of waves on its surface, and Elvis, attacked failed to break the defense of Zantaomaru. The self-proclaimed title of the strongest defense in the world is naturally not a cover. In an instant, Zantaomaru's fat and sturdy body swept across the ground like an afterimage, came straight to Elvis, and waved his palm. Brush. Elvis also responded in a hurry, waving his hands forward. The atmosphere condensed, and the two huge lion heads roared and bit him. Boom, boom, boom. With just one palm, hockey erupted. The white lion shattered, and the airflow was turbulent. Let you see this blow. The lion and the lion hunt the double sickles. Elvis used the last few powerful sword moves that Golden Lion taught him. Clang. The blades lashed through the atmosphere. Chopping wave flew out, and two amazing white lions took shape again, roaring and rushing towards him again. Was it the kind of attack just now? No, not good. Seeing that it was similar to the one he smashed with one hand just now, Zantaomaru and he had no more move. Using the same move, he didn't want to feel a strong threat from the two white lions. Zantaomaru didn't even think about it, and immediately used hockey to defend. Roar. Boom, boom. The white lion swooped down, and the lion head slammed on Zantaomaru, knocking him down from the air. Boom. Zantaomaru couldn't bear the full power of this blow, and was blasted down from the air by them. His round body smashed to the ground. The ground cracked instantly, and cracked red like spiderweb. Goodbye. Elvis wouldn't give a chance to react, facing the air with his palms vacant. Rumbling. Zantaomaru, who was just about to stand up to continue fighting against him, suddenly found that his ankle was bound by a rope made of mud. It's just some little trick. It can't trap me. Zantaomaru saw this. A look of disdain flashed on his face, and then the rope broke suddenly when he used his feet. He just took a step and was about to catch up, but he didn't have time to check the situation around him. Yo-Yo Book Union UUXS. A large amount of dirt surged, and two rock walls smashed down, knocking him down again. Damn. Zantaomaru's voice came from the ground, mixed with a trace of anger. Haka. The wall cracked, and Zantaomaru could break free from it at any time, but Elvis couldn't give him this chance. He, you just stay there. Elvis smiled, then waved his hand again. Countless mud surging brought him back to a deeper ground, and then Elvis didn't stop down. Woo. The body flew down, the soles of his feet slammed on the ground, and the rock formation rolled again. Zantaomaru, who already had a means of breaking free, had not had time to implement it and was brought down by the sand he manipulated, and it was difficult for him to break free of Elvi for a while. The bondage that he gave him. Ha. Just enjoy yourself inside. Zantaomaru. You two rock fortress. This was not over yet. Elvis put his arm on the ground, used his ability again. His body vacated, and the ground was very fast. A huge fortress with 3 layers inside and 3 layers appeared, increasing the difficulty factor for Zantaomaru to break free 10 times. Okay, it's time to go and see the world's top combat power. Elvis already had a plan in his mind about how to participate in this top war. After the incident, he rushed towards the direction that observation hockey sense, exuding an extremely dazzling and terrifying aura like the sun. Ah la la la. The old man's lovely subordinate Zontaomaru doesn't know where he went, and I have to come and find you by myself. Things are almost over. Straw Hat Pirate, give up the useless resistance and go with the old man. The Straw Hat Pirate, who had just finished their conversation in the Shaki bar, decided to act separately on the island, and waited for the end of the film to converge and set off for Fishman Island, but they did not expect to encounter a most terrifying and powerful opponent here. Order, Kizaru, who had just beat some supernovas that his mother didn't even recognize, chose them for the first time, followed by a few pacifists to the group and blocked their way. Damn, are there 3 more people who look like bears? The group of people just joined forces to defeat a pacifist with difficulty, but they didn't expect 3 more to come in front, and there was a very wretched looking one. The uncle is waiting for them here. Who are you and what do you want to do to Zoro? Usopp and Brook took up their weapons and aimed at Zoro, who had beaten one of the 3 major forces as soon as he played, and stepped on him. The wretched middle-aged uncle. No, Luffy, everyone, be careful, that person is Marine Admiral Kizaru. Robin immediately revealed his identity when he saw the figure of that person, and the scene fell silent for a while. No, that's not it. Marine Admiral will come specifically to encircle us. Are we really going to die this time? When they heard his identity, Nami and the others were extremely desperate. A character of the same level as Admiral Kuzan who had no chance of winning, how could they not be heartbroken? Despair was born, and even the mind to fight was almost gone. Oh la la la, it looks like he's seriously injured. He can't take it with just one blow. Let me help you free. Kizaru ignored the others and just looked at Zoro who was lying at his feet. He said lightly, then stretched out his fingers, and the fingertip condensed a lot of golden dazzling light, and they were about to shoot down. Not good. Flee, Zoro, you will die if you go on like this. The companion called out not far away, but unfortunately Zoro's severely injured and tired body was already unable to move, so he could only watch the attack fall on him. Hey, stop it. Stop. Usopp and Brook kept attacking him with slingshots and swords, but their moves seemed to pass through the air, and they couldn't hurt half the hair of the person in front of them at all. It's useless. I'm a glint fruit person. Logia, normal attacks won't help me at all. Just accept my fate. Kizaru's face didn't change at all. His tone was flat, but it was like twilight. The drum bell resounded in the hearts of everyone. Hearing this, the Straw Hat Pirates became even more desperate. 20 rounds of flowers blooming. At this time, Robin grabbed the gap and used the ability of Wawa Fruit to stretch out 2 arms from Zoro's body and drag his body by the collar and quickly move away with the help of the other arm. Very good. That's it. Let's hurry up. Usopp and the others were secretly relieved when they saw this scene, and were preparing to flee with all their strength when the other party was unprepared, but the enemy would not do what they wished. Kizaru just glanced at it, and then his body changed from a new body to a light beam and returned to its original shape in front of Zoro's move, and the soles of his feet stepped on his back, making Zoro unable to move anymore. I won't let you run away. Don't waste any more effort. Just accept your fate. After saying that, Kizaru kicked Zoro's head with a dazzling light from the tip of his shoe. Chapter 27_resolutely. Woo. Kizaru's big foot fell, and the people of the Straw Hat Pirates watched this scene with wide eyes, watching their companions face life and death but could not stop it. Brush. At this moment, when everyone felt desperate, a figure in the distance swept over at a high speed, his body twisted in midair, and Kizaru's attack was kicked away with one kick. Boom, boom. The flashing foot was kicked away. The light bomb flew behind him. A violent explosion sounded, and a big alchemon tree suddenly collapsed and broke. Is it your turn to shoot? Rayleigh. Kizaru seemed to be prepared for this situation. After being blocked by Rayleigh, Kizaru moved his right foot away from Zoro and looked up at the man who appeared in front of him, said in a very calm tone, "You can't let you kill the seedling. Their era has just begun." Rayleigh replied with a smile. Uncle. Seeing Rayleigh's shot, everyone, especially Luffy, shouted excitedly. When I was crossing the film for you on the boat, I noticed that there was an amazing movement here, so I came to take a look. I didn't expect to bump into Marine Admiral. I heard the news of your appearance on the island many times. I thought it was a mistake by my subordinate. I didn't expect it to be true. Ahahaha. If you Marines can revoke the arrest warrant, I might be able to spend my life on this island. You better spare me. If we can write off all the sins of the past, then won't we Marine have a dry meal? Not to mention the crew of One Piece, King of Pirates. Kizaru didn't answer his word, and continued with an embarrassed expression. I didn't expect you to come here to support these hairy boys, and it's really hard to change your nature. But if I catch you with your hand, even I have to be fully prepared. Ha 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 ha. Then can I ask Kizaru brother to raise your hand and let these newcomers go? Rayleigh laughed again and discussed with Kizaru kindly like a friend. That's not okay. After all, as one of the masterminds of offending Tenryubito's Majesty, the Straw Hat Pirate, whether it Captain Monkey Luffy and his crew, or the descendant of the Golden Lion who is being pursued by the old man's subordinate, subordinates on Momomaru, only they can't forgive me. After all, I have to come up with something to explain to Tenryubito. Rayleigh's unreasonable request was bluntly rejected by Kizaru. He came here with the determination to arrest both the masterminds of this incident. How can you stop because of a few words? Mrs. Zoro is fine, thanks to Mr. Rayleigh's action. Usopp seemed to have not recovered from the previous crisis, but he finally breathed a sigh of relief. What method did Mr. Rayleigh use just now? He was able to hit Marine Admiral's body, which we have been unable to hit. Brook felt very puzzled. The Avatar was hit by the opponent in one fell swoop, saving Zoro from the crisis and also saving them from the threat of Marine Admiral. That should be Haki, Robin explained, remembering the ability he had read in the book. Haki. It is an ability that can hit the body of the fruit-capable person, and it is also a very rare move that only appears in the second half of the Neck-Ray channel. So it is. They still have the mind to ask these questions, but they don't know that even if Kizaru is stopped by Rayleigh, the crisis of several other pacifists has not been resolved. Even one is enough to completely destroy the severely injured Straw Hat Pirate. Thinking of this, Luffy, the captain, made a decisive decision and shouted to his companion, Usopp, Brook, take Zoro out of there. Ah, oh, I see. Usopp and Brook quickly rescued Zoro from Kizaru's side, hugged him and fled in the opposite direction. Shasher. Huh. Kizaru heard his words and looked over. Everyone, listen carefully. We can't defeat these people at all with the current situation. Everyone just needs to run for their lives, move separately, and gather up when the time comes. Luffy shouted in a determined tone. Oh, it's quite decisive. But I didn't forget the existence of the old man. The old man is going to be angry. Kizaru heard their words and was not surprised, but he was quite surprised by his decisive attitude. He was a little angry about ignoring his own existence. His face changed a bit, and he was ready to teach these little boys a lesson so that they could see what despair is. Frankie, this is the last blow. I'm going to use all the coke energy. The wind cannon. Frankie blasted one of the pacifists who stopped in front of the group, along with Nami Sanji and others. People leave all the way. Rubber rocket launcher. On this side, Luffy also used the second gear to repel the intercepting pacifist and walked away with Robin Chopper. Uncle, thank you. He finally didn't forget to thank Rayleigh. Oh, good luck to you. Rayleigh beckoned them goodbye. Is this your choice? Straw Hat Boy. Quite decisive, but you are lucky. Someone will help you at a critical time. Shichibukai tyrant Akuma, who is undercover. When several gangs were in a hurry, a figure quietly appeared here, looking at the figure of the Straw Hat pirates who were desperately fleeing, but in the eyes of a certain big man, he chuckled lightly. That's right, he got rid of the entanglement of Zantaomaru, trapped it, and rushed here in a hurry to see the strength of the top powerhouse in the sea. Call out. Huh. Kizaru still has the ability to chase them, and Rayleigh on the opposite side is also ready to intercept, but when the ability is activated, he suddenly stopped, and his eyes are turned there. Elvis is here. As his abilities dissipated, even Rayleigh noticed something was wrong, and his gaze followed. You're not going to run away from here like these brought. But what are you doing here? Night Guy Pirate Captain Kelt Elvis. Then Kizaru spoke with a slightly puzzled tone. And where is the old man's lovely subordinate Zantaomaru? The old man remembers that he said he was going to arrest you. Why not here? Before he could answer, Kizaru glanced around and asked, this, only God knows that. Elvis smiled, pointed his index finger to the sky and replied, that's not a cute answer. So let's go back to the original point. Since you are not like those little mice, you must have the courage to come to face the old man, and you must be prepared. In response to his answer, a look of anger flashed across Kizaru's face, then resumed his routine and looked at him calmly. Clang. Of course, when I come here, I have to prepare accordingly. I have no intention of running away with my tail between my tails before I have seen Admiral's rank. Elvis pulled out his long sword and pointed at Admiral Kizaru, said brazenly, really? Then you just being pointed at by someone with a sword, even with such a good temper. Kizaru couldn't bear it, and put away his frivolous attitude. His face gradually became serious, and his tone became even more dull. Behind his calm expression, the aura that was about to burst out was even more terrifying, and even Rayleigh on the side couldn't help but look at him sideways. Little brother, it's not a good idea to anger him. Since it's your choice, the old man won't intervene. Rayleigh reminded Elvis on the side. For Kizaru, who was gradually getting serious, obviously he not going to try to stop him. That's right, let the retired old guy go to the side. This is my battle with him. Elvis didn't have any politeness to the legendary characters. After all, even his teacher Golden Lion was directly called an old bastard by him, let alone two people who were obviously enemies and had a bad relationship. How could his attitude be better? Chapter 28 Play against Kizaru. Ha ha ha, the young man's temper is really, forget it. If that's the case, then the old man will meddle in your affairs. Rayleigh raised his head and laughed at Elvis' disrespectful words to him. Not too much. He cared about it, and made it clear that he was not going to intervene again. Speaking of which, Brother Luffy and the others leave here safely is what this old man cares most about. With that said, Rayleigh looked at the back of the Straw Hat Pirates who had gradually moved away, and said with relief, "Leave. Don't think too much, Rayleigh. It doesn't matter who you run away, but they are the only ones who can. You should stay here for a while. Just watch." Kizaru didn't do anything, but the threat was already very strong. Obviously, Rayleigh can know that if the other party is not ready to shoot, if he is intervening, he is afraid that he will really be completely stared at by the smiling and indifferent Marine in front of him. "Oh, Kizaru-kun, are you threatening the old man?" As a former top figure, even if he is old and weak, his mentality as a big pirate does not allow him to bow his head and pick up the long sword finger that he picked up at will. Asked Kizaru. "You can think so too." Being pointed at by Rayleigh's long sword, and Elvis staring at him, Kizaru's expression changed only halfway, and he didn't seem to feel the slightest threat. "Ha ha ha, anyway, the old man has fought for them. If they can't escape like this, then their lives should be in such a disaster, and the old man can't help them." Rayleigh realized that he stayed tightly on him. After half a minute, he laughed and began to preach. Obviously, at this time, Rayleigh is not ready to resolve the crisis for Luffy and his party. The most threatening people in their party are already here. If they can't escape, it is also their life. Rayleigh has nothing to do with it. Word can be said. Let go. Get out of here as soon as possible while the uncle and that guy bought us the time, and gather on the boat. Luffy continued to shout loudly as he ran. He, it's really ugly, but also, in the face of an invincible enemy, it's an idiot if you don't run away. Elvis couldn't help laughing when he saw them fleeing in a hurry, with a hint of mockery on his face. "Road, really? Then the words that are smart to escape from your mouth don't seem to be applied to you. Or is it that defeating an old and disabled golden lion made your mentality extremely inflated? You thought you could defeat the old man, so you came here to fight against the old man?" Kizaru teased aloud from the side. "Me? Ha ha ha, of course I have other plans, but it's none of your business. Let's fight. Let me see how terrifying the enemy that the old man is facing is terrifying. Lion power chopping." As soon as he finished speaking, Elvis waved his arm, and the chopper flew out, flashing towards Kizaru. "Really? As a pirate, one or two dare to shoot at Marine? It's really scary." "Heavenly luck, Kong sword," Kizaru said terrifyingly. His face still did not waver at all. A lightsaber condensed in his hand and slashed at the incoming chopper. Jung, boom. With a wave of his hand, he neutralized Elvis's tentative attack, and the chopped waves dispersed into dozens to tiny airflows that filled out. The collision of airflow was chaotic and scattered, which was enough to block the sight of ordinary people, but it had no effect on Kizaru. He searched his eyes with yellow glasses and found the figure of Elvis attacking, and he slashed again. Whoosh, clang, boom. The sword collided, the energy exploded, the atmosphere was disturbed, and a storm swept across the four directions. Sizzle. What a powerful blow. As soon as Elvis fought against Kizaru, he was knocked back dozens of steps by the opponent. Using the ability of the fluttering fruit to hold his body, his expression was particularly dignified. "Don't take the old man too low, pirate. Although the old man is not as good as those two in terms of fighting technique, he is still better than you newcomers." Kizaru didn't care about Elvis' evaluation at all. Although his fighting technique is very weak in the eyes of Zephyr, a teacher who specializes in fighting technique and hockey, it is only relatively speaking. One of the admiral, as the face of the world government, Marine's background suppresses the new world, and those who are comparable to those emperors can't be too weak in that aspect anyway. Like Kizaru, although his fighting technique is not very good, his inadequacy is only relative to that of Kuzan and Akainu. Even if the fruit ability is excluded, Kizaru's personal strength is far stronger than those of the top vice admiral and the emperor's deputy level. In terms of swordsmanship, his level has reached the level of a great swordsman. Usually, he only uses glint fruit for the sake of convenience. Really, what about this? The grip of the earth. Elvis raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a mysterious smile, and then his right palm clung together in the void. Kizaru didn't know what medicine the other party was selling in the gourd, and hesitated for a while, but Elvis seized the opportunity this time. Boom. The ground under his feet loosened for a while, and then a giant-sized dark arm wrapped around armament grabbed his body and quickly retracted it to the ground. Ha 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 ha. Hit it, Kizaru. Elvis thought that he could not escape after being caught by his hockey-wrapped arm, and couldn't help getting excited. Said, "Ah la la la, little brother, you better not be so happy. That guy is not so simple." Rayleigh on the side seemed to be more familiar with Kizaru. Seeing that he was too complacent, he couldn't help reminding him. 7xs. What? Call out. Boom. Elvis still didn't understand what was going on. Then, the black arm that was retracted to the ground suddenly shone brightly. The dazzling brilliance shone through the gap, and then the giant hand burst, and the gravel flew around fall. I saw that Kizaru didn't take any damage and walked out of it calmly. What a terrifying young man. His unique tone still couldn't help boasting about the enemy, but everyone knew that this man with a terrifying word and a supernova with one foot was the real terror. Okay, since the move has been finished, it's time for the old man to make a move. The light shines brightly in the air, forming a dazzling pattern, and then the light turns into an arrow and shoots at Elvis' chest. Damn, his move took only a second or two from preparation to shot, but the speed of the light arrow was unmatched. Elvis could only wrap his sword around armament in front of him the moment he made it. Ha! Boom! The arrow of light shot down on his sword, bursting with dazzling brilliance, and then Elvis felt an irresistible force in his hand. His arm trembled, and his body couldn't help slamming into the building behind him. Boom! 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 Thump! Kizaru's casual blows was terrifying, and the force of the recoil sent his body flying far away, knocking down several buildings, and then the force was reduced and stopped. What wrong? Is this the end? The old man hasn't warmed up yet. Let's continue to fight with the old man for a while. Huh. As soon as he finished speaking, Kizaru's body turned into a spot of light and disappeared there, and appeared in front of Elvis, who had just stood up. His right foot was lifted and elementalized, and when it was about to hit him, it turned back, with the speed of light kicked down. Woo! Facing Kizaru's kicking technique, Elvis felt his whole body tremble, his hair stood on end, and tried his best to move to the side. Boom! Taka! Bang! The long foot kicked off, a concave band appeared on the surface, and the transmitted power continued to spread, and the gap stretched by 100 meters in an instant. The entire ground collapsed, and the entire building collapsed. The lion and the lion hunting double side. Elvis once again used the move he used to fight against Momomaru. Brush! Kizaru tilted his head, and the white lion swept past him, but turned back and attacked him. Kizaru didn't have the slightest sense of vigilance, and said in a relaxed tone, "Is this a golden lion's move? It very good. If he used it himself, maybe the old man would be on guard, but your word." Ha! Boom! Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Kizaru turned around and raised his lightsaber and slashed. Chapter 29_Defeat. Brush! The move was easily resolved by the opponent. Elvis was not surprised. The entire ground turned into his body, and he was manipulated into various forms to attack Kizaru. Fun! Quote, Jung! Bang! Jung! Bang! Kizaru slashed with ease with his lightsaber raised, each swipe slashing off Elvis' attack, and a large amount of disintegrated dirt piled higher and higher under his feet. Boom! 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 Kizaru's body suddenly blasted out, destroying all the attack. Woo! Take a look at my style. Kizaru. Elvis stabbed with his sword under the cover of the smoke. The tip of the sword gleamed brightly, and the sharp sword energy made Kizaru's skin feel pain. Woo! Clang! The two swords clashed, and the cold light suddenly appeared, and the surrounding area was filled with sharp sword energy. Oh, this is a good blow. While speaking, Kizaru still had a wretched smile on his face, and praised in a careless tone. Don't lie. Drink. In the fight, Elvis was just the passive side, clenching his teeth and drinking loudly, shaking Kizaru back with his wrist. Ha! Boom! Kizaru's body turned into a spot of light and was blasted away, but returned in the next second. Woo! In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Elvis again. It time to end. Jung! Kizaru made a move above his head, waving his arm, and slashed down with a golden chop. It's over. How is that possible? Although Elvis knew that he could not defeat the opponent, he didn't just come here to seek abuse. Of course, as an enemy, he had to test the opponent's full strength, and now the opponent looked he didn't even show 10% of his strength, and he was still fighting against him in a dangling appearance. How could Elvis endure it? In a roar, the ground under his feet shook, and the tops of dozens of stone pillars were rounded and wrapped around hockey and stabbed at him. Brush! The chopping fell straight, and the dozens of stone pillars were chopped to pieces, and the power was not reduced much, but it was still approaching Elvis. Damn! The stars in the night sky are gone. Elvis stabbed upwards with all his strength, and the sword energy was like a meteor piercing the sky, facing Kizaru's chopped wave. Jung! Boom! The light shone, the airflow burst, the storm reverberated, the sky was clear, and the sword glow and chopper disappeared from the sight of the two of them. Oh, can we continue? Then what about this? Yasukani no Magatama. Seeing that his attack was neutralized by Elvis, Kizaru's expression remained unchanged, and he reached out and touched the hu on his chin, his cheek, and then the lightsaber in his hand dissipated, and his body gradually shone brightly. Damn! Yuzan Taomaru fought against this immeasurable enemy after fighting for a while, which made Elvis's physical strength almost exhausted, but he didn't want to end it so soon. Jushuku Jushuku. Looking at the sky filled with golden light, I secretly made the next decision in my heart. This is the final blow to Kizaru Admiral. Let me see if you can make it next. The Lion King. Fallen. Yes, what Elvis is wielding at this moment is the last wealth that Golden Lion bestows on him. Swinging the sword in desperation, and showing brilliance in crisis, at the cost of one's own energy and life. With one blow, everything will be wiped out. Call out. Boom! Countless light bullets were wiped out, and the white chopper that destroyed everything went straight to Kizaru. Damn! Obviously Kizaru also felt the power of this blow, so he had to react in a hurry. The light dissipated, Elvis exhausted all his physical strength, and fell to the ground looking exhausted. Kizaru, on the other hand, turned into a streamer that condensed and formed around him and returned to his original state, but at this time he was no longer as calm and bright as before. There were several gaps in his clothes, and the yellow sunglasses on on his eyes also appeared. There were a few small cracks, and there was a blood stain on the corner of the mouth. In that hit, even Kizaru didn't expect that. He didn't take precautions, took the attack hastily, and also suffered a little injury, looking a little embarrassed. What a terrifying young man. Are newcomers as terrifying as you are now? Kizaru's eyes glanced at Elvis, who had fainted on the ground, and couldn't help but praise his opponent again in his unique tone. But this time, he really took a serious tone to say this, because the blow just now was really amazing to him. If Elvis was stronger, this battle might not have ended so easily. On the other side, the pacifists who pursued the Straw Hat Pirates and the real tyrant Oma have also completed their mission, and the reappearance of Zontaomaru brings despair to the group. Without Rayleigh's intervention, the group was completely blocked in 3 ways and could not escape. In the midst of extreme despair, a little change occurred. The real tyrant Da Shang, who originally assisted Zontaomaru and the others to deal with the Straw Hat Pirates, suddenly bounced everyone off with his abilities and helped them escape from the desperate situation. Luffy, who was the party involved, they didn't know. Only Rayleigh, who was told by the Big Bear and didn't do anything, knew a little bit of the inside story. Well, the matter is over. It's time to take you back for business. Maybe you'll be fortunate enough to be imprisoned in your master's cell to spend your whole life. But what does this have to do with me? The task of this old man is just to bring you back to do business. Let go. After sighing, Kizaru reached out and grabbed Elvis's sleeve and lifted it with him to join his subordinate Zon Momomaru. He. Since it's over, it doesn't make sense for this old man to stay here. Rayleigh watched Luffy and others being led by Zontaomaru and the pacifists like cat and mouse, and then escaped with the help of the bear, while using observation haki to perceive the battle between Kizaru and Elvis. Except for his amazing swordsmanship at the end deserved to make him look sideways a little, but also felt uninterested. After the battle was completely over, he quietly retreated, and Kizaru turned a blind eye to him and ignored him. Old man, why are you so slow? We have already dealt with the Straw Hat side, although there was a little episode in the middle. Seeing Kizaru walking slowly towards them carrying Elvis, Zontaomaru, who knew how strong the opponent was, couldn't help complaining. Oh, there's some trouble, but the old man can be considered to have caught the mastermind. Hearing Zontaomaru's complaint to himself, Kizaru couldn't help scratching his head, and then raised Elvis, who had passed out, in his hand. Sermon. Well, with your strength, old man, you shouldn't drag it so slowly, and you have become so embarrassed. Old man, you won't be able to take action with all your strength. It's just a supernova, and it's worth making it look like this. Seeing that Kizaru was a little embarrassed, he had already played against the opponent, and Zontaomaru, who had a general understanding of the details, even if he thought he was really difficult to deal with. But that's all. It shouldn't be the case with Admiral Kizaru. No matter how difficult Elvis is, his strength can't be turned upside down, let alone escape. But now Kizaru is in a mess when he arrests the other party, which makes Zontaomaru doubt whether he is serious about completing the task. It's a little accident. After all, the young people today are really scary, and even the old man may capsize. Kizaru's perfunctory expression and exaggerated tone made Zontaomaru more sure of him. He didn't complete the task assigned by his superior at all, and was paddling on the side. Hey, forget it. Anyway, with your strength, old man, you can easily defeat those supernovas who haven't seen the world and haven't even mastered hockey. By the way, the old man has something to report to you first. Zontaomaru was used to his attitude a lot, and naturally he got used to it, and after sighing, he was ready to report to him the completion of the task. Oh, is there something wrong? It's about those supernovas. Except for the Straw Hat Pirates, who were deliberately disturbed and let go by the Big Bear, the only supernova captured is Elvis, the swordsman of the night guy in your hand. After that, they all fled and escaped, and I can't find them. Zontaomaru roughly reported the results of their completion, but except for Elvis, who was arrested for fighting with them, no other supernova was caught. Very unsatisfactory. Chapter 30_wordbread. Boom. It's alright, with this guy filling up the numbers, and the rest can go to the island to catch some pirates and deal with it. Zontaomaru, this guy will be handed over to you. The old man will go back first. Kizaru threw the unconscious Elvis forward, threw it on the ground, and then gently buckled his head with his fingers. Before Zontaomaru could respond, his body turned into a photon and disappeared in front of him. Hey, wait, old man, this is not what you are going to do. Oh, really? I pushed everything to my subordinate to do it again. Next time I see him, I must talk about him well. Zontaomaru immediately reached out his hand to stop him when he heard what he said, but Kizaru didn't give him a chance at all, and disappeared in front of him in an instant, which made him very depressed, and had to take it after complaining a few words. The mess that Kizaru dumb. Forget it. Sick. Bring the sea stone handcuff here. Zontaomaru glanced at Elvis, who was still in a coma on the ground, and instructed the pacifist behind him to take out the sea stone handcuff. Click. Well, this way, you won't be freed from it. Although I don't understand why you didn't run away in the chaos and went over to challenge the old man. What is your intention? But as long as you use sea stone to hold it, even if you have intention, means you will spend the rest of your life in Impel Down. Well, take him on. It's time to go back to life. After locking Elvis with handcuffs, Zontaomaru didn't think about whether he had any other intentions. As long as people were locked, no matter how hard they tried, they would be in vain. Afterwards, Zontaomaru, the pacifist, and Elvis, who was brought aboard, walked to the warship at the port. They didn't know how much of a storm the person they were detaining at the moment was going to cause in Impel Down, and Miranda, who started the war on the top. What did you say, Amelia? Did that guy Elvis act on his own again? At this critical moment, on the other side, after reuniting with Kyle, he returned to the ship safely. Amelia, who told everyone what Elvis had told her before. Hearing this news, several cadre, namely Kyle and Bud, were shocked and hurriedly asked, brother Elvis asked me to bring them back, and he has already explained that we are not allowed to go to him, even if we hear bad news. In addition, he also asked me to temporarily serve as the acting captain of the Night Guy Pirate, and asked you to help me set up everyone. Amelia looked at the shocked expressions of the two, nodded gently, and then spoke quietly. Hey, that guy has always been like that. People can't guess what he's thinking. Forget it. Since he said so, then I, Lord Kyle, have to obey the order. From today on, Amelia, you are our captain, and we will accept anything you ask us to do until Elvis returns. Kyle slapped his forehead, and felt an incomparable headache at Elvis' decision to make his own decisions and do not know where to do things, but after thinking about it, he finally let it go. Leah made a salutation of allegiance, obeying Elvis' orders to accept Amelia's command. Well, you all get up. The most urgent task now is to inform the crew of the news and let them choose whether to leave or stay. Let's rectify the Night Guy Pirate first, and confirm all those who are loyal to us. Amelia nodded and accepted their loyalty gift, and revealed her plan. It makes sense. Then do it as much as you like. Don't worry, Amelia, before Elvis returns, Bud and I are your strong shield, and I don't worry that anyone will oppose you. For Amelia's plan, the two of Kyle have no opinion. 1818 XSRG. Okay, then we'll It's not good. It's not good, everyone. However, when Kyle and the others were about to carry out the first step, the so-called plan couldn't keep up with the changes. They hadn't had time to take a few steps. Xiaobing hurried onto the boat, ready to report the news he just received to everyone. What wrong? Could it be that? Seeing that man was in a hurry, his expression was very flustered. A trace of unease flashed across his expressions, and they immediately walked towards him. Why, Joe, what's the matter with you? Why are you so anxious? The crew members who were playing cards on the ship or basking in the sun were very puzzled when they saw the anxious performance of their companions and asked, it's not good, everyone. The captain. The pirate named Joe couldn't catch his breath because he was running so fast. The person was very anxious, and repeatedly asked, Joe, tell me quickly, what happened to the captain? Halfway through the conversation, we'll be anxious to death. Phew, captain, he's been arrested. Xiaoping finally revealed the information he had collected on the island after taking a breath. What? The captain has been arrested? Is that just those Marines? Joe, stop joking with us. How can it be possible with the captain's rank? The crew couldn't believe the news at all. Elvis, who was invincible in his heart, was actually caught by a few Marines. How could it be possible for them to believe it? True, the island has already been dressed up, saying that the captain was out of his control to challenge Admiral Kizaru, and he was arrested in the end, and everyone has been escorted to the warship, ready to be sent to Impel Down to be tortured. Joe anxiously young to argue for what he just said. Okay, what are you doing here? Hurry up and spread out. That guy Elvis is not as weak as you think. How could he be caught by Marine with his character and strength? It must be spread from Marine. The fake news, just to lure us into the bait. Kyle, who walked with Amelia and the others, scolded everyone in a stern tone. But, Lord Kyle, Joe felt a little wrong. He was reprimanded for reporting the news he heard on the island, and the authenticity of this matter seemed to be quite high. Okay, don't say it anymore. Joe, go and do your job. You don't need to intervene in this matter. Everyone, let's explain to you why Captain Elvis hasn't shown up yet, but there is a rumor from Marine. The news of his arrest. Kyle raised his hand to stop what he was about to say, turned to face everyone, cleared his throat and said, seeing that the cadres all stood up to explain, the riot among the crew gradually subsided, and everyone's attention was cast at this moment. Elvis separated from Cadre Amelia on the island to do a big thing. He didn't tell us exactly what was going on, but he gave us a clear deadline. Within 10 days and a half, I will definitely come back again. Amelia was our vice captain before, and I, Kyle and Bud, assisted her in handling all matters on the pirate group, and all the news we received about him during the period was treated as fake. Okay, that's all I have to say. Do you have any questions? Kyle finished speaking in one breath, and explained everything Elvis explained, so that the crew could understand him, so that the pirate group would not be torn apart by some inappropriate news. After listening to his words, the crew members didn't know what to ask. They had already figured out the reason why Elvis didn't appear, so naturally there was nothing to say. For a while, they looked at each other, and the venue was instantly quiet down. Well, very Very good. It seems that you all have nothing to say. Then good. From now on Amelia is our acting captain. Everything must obey her, and there must be no violation. Understand? See, the crowd stopped asking questions, and Kyle nodded with satisfaction and pride. Yes, although they didn't know the intention of their captain, even the captain explained it. As subordinate, it is their duty to obey orders. After they figured out everything, they responded and pledged their allegiance to Amelia. Chapter 31 Identity exposure. Seeing that they finally stopped questioning and asking questions, Kyle, Amelia, Bud and the others looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief, like a big stone that was unloaded and pressed in their heart. Their depressed mood was relieved. This guy, he knew that he wouldn't explain such a thing for no reason, but he ran to challenge Admiral. It's really worthless. No matter how deep the hatred is, he shouldn't be so reckless to test Admiral's strength. What can you do? Now that you are caught and don't let us rescue you, can you still get out of trouble? Or do you want to cut off your own feet like your jerk teacher and run away? Kyle secretly said angrily to Elvis. I believe you must have your own intentions, brother Elvis, and is it really as simple as you think you can get out of trouble in half a month? Only after receiving Joe's report did Amelia know that the other party was doing such a daring thing, and she secretly regretted that she didn't know his purpose and stop him at that time, but the matter had come to her. You can only trust each other and look forward to returning safely in half a month. Bud cast his eyes in the direction of Marine's station. His eyes couldn't help showing a worried look, and he was also worried about his safety. After turning to Elvis, after the last blow, he fainted and was captured by Kizaru. He was taken by Zantaomaru and his party to the warship that came to capture the pirate. After a period of time confused, he finally woke up. Entwined with chains all over his body, seastone handcuffs bound his hands and feet, and Elvis, who couldn't move, woke up in the cell at the bottom of the warship. In the surrounding cages, there were still many prisoners whose bounty did not break 100 million. Pirate. After he woke up, a sharp-eyed pirate found out about him and immediately reminded the people around him. Hey, that guy woke up, that unfortunate newcomer of over 100 million. His words were mixed with a hint of ridicule and disdain. Indeed, he is indeed unique among all the pirates. Most of the bounties of everyone are around 50 to 60 million, but the other party has already exceeded 100 million. If it is not caught by Marine, it's not enough to get in touch with such a big man in their identity. This contrast really brought them an indescribable mood. Ha ha ha, has the unlucky newcomer who has been in a coma since he was hot finally woke up. Don't keep your mouth shut, newcomer. Let's talk to everyone. How come you were the only one who was hot out of all the newcomers with a reward of over 100 million? Is there another secret? Or is it that your strength is only the bottom guy among them, not worthy of the high bounty, and was brought over by Marine after defeating it? Hey, newcomer, come on. What are you doing with your mouth closed? Are you shy? They are already Marine's subordinates and there is nothing to say. A group of people teased him one after another. However, in their heart, Elvis, who was considered the weakest among the supernovas, was caught, but he was the strongest and the worst character among them. Listening to the unscrupulous jokes of these pirates, Elvis, who even closed his eyes and kept his mouth shut while recovering his strength in the cell, couldn't help it. His eyebrows were raised, and even his eyelids were twitching. Hey, newcomer, why don't you tell me who defeated you and how you got caught here? Hey, do you still want to show off here? It's just a supernova who was defeated and captured. What's there to be proud of? I think he may be ashamed to say it. He was defeated by a nobody and brought here. I'm sorry to come here. Elvis didn't want to care about some pirates who didn't have it, but seeing his attitude, the pirates were even more arrogant in their heart, and determined that he did not dare to offend everyone, so the tone and content of his words were even more presumptuous. Thump, thump, thump. However, just as their voices became more and more reckless, there was a sound of footsteps not far away. Can't-shoes _ clatter. A chubby, muscular young Marine who looked at the big axe appeared in front of everyone. The person you mentioned is the hottest person with the highest bounty right now, and his strength is far above other supernovas. The night guy swordsman Elvis. His words were undoubtedly like dropping a boulder in a calm pond, causing huge waves. What? How could he be that person? Isn't it true? That guy is also caught by Marine. Ahem. What's more important is that we dare to make fun of him in front of that terrifying guy. I won't be killed, right? As soon as Zantaomaru said these words, everyone was startled. Looking at the man who was still there with his eyes closed, he couldn't help swallowing a small saliva. Follow him. Finally, after Zantaomaru arrived, Elvis never calmed down again. His eyelids opened, his pupils shrank sharply, and an extremely strong conqueror haki erupted from him, sweeping the entire cell below. Thump, thump, thump. These chattering pirates only had time to see the man open his eyes and look at Marine, who appeared outside the cell, and then the back of his head was done, and they all passed out. I didn't expect that after such a serious injury, you still have the strength to emit such a powerful haki. You are not ordinary people. Pirate. Elvis. Zantaomaru didn't care about the performance of those people. Yes, Elvis glanced in surprise, then said calmly, What are you doing? Elvis's voice was very flat, and he asked Momomaru as if he was talking to an acquaintance. It's nothing, I'm just here to see you, to see if you'll be so badly injured after fighting with the old man. Will you hold your breath and die before you reach the Impel Down? Zantaomaru sat down and said, I talked to a friend I hadn't seen for a long time, ignoring the position between the two of them. Then have you seen it? Go out if you have nothing to do. This is not a marine for you. It should be said that a scientist who is not even a marine should be guarded. Although Zantaomaru seemed to want to talk, but Elvis did not have this interest, and immediately rushed out without hesitation. Ha ha ha, sure enough, from the time I played against you on the island, I felt that you gave me a very familiar feeling, and now I see it as expected. Have you ever been part of an organization? And I have been to the doctor's place. I must have seen it with you. Zantaomaru expressed the feeling in his heart. He had a familiar feeling when he played against Elvis on the island, but he didn't think much about it. He didn't react until the battle was over. The moves used by the opponent all contained some shadows of marine rokushiki. From this, on the one hand, he was either marine or a member of the world government, and with the news he just learned from the headquarters, Zantaomaru was more convinced of his guesses, so he came over to really confirm it. Sigh. Why do you ask so many questions? Even if it is, I am a pirate now, and the past is no longer important. Of course, Elvis knew the little fat man in front of him before that. He was also valued by the world government and ordered him to perform many important and confidential tasks, including escorting the world's top scientist Dr. Vegapunk. As his escort, Zantaomaru met at that time. However, he was still young at that time, and he wore a mask to cover his identity when he performed the corresponding task. Even if he was escorted in position later, he would still cover up his face when he asked the other party for some training-related thing. No one can see it. Not to mention that Zantaowen, who had only been in contact with him for a brief period of 5 or 6 years, had an amazing memory in retrospect and figured out that part. Chapter 32 Arrive at Impel Down. Really? Let go back to the starting point. Why? Why are you challenging the old man? As a member, shouldn't you know that your behavior is hitting the stone with an egg? In this case, why do you have to do such a meaningless thing? Or say you have other plans? Seeing that the other party was reluctant to talk about the past, Zantaomaru didn't touch the bad guy, and instead asked what he wanted to know the most in his heart. He knew that he was not Admiral's opponent, but he still challenged him beyond his capacity. In the end, as expected, being arrested is what puzzles Zantaomaru the most. It's nothing. Can't you try Admiral's level of strength? If he can't, maybe he can kill an admiral and become famous all over the world. Against Momomaru, Elvis just greeted him casually. Not at all. He didn't reveal his true purpose. HMPH. Since you don't want to say it, forget it. But no matter how big your plan is, it won't succeed. You will spend the rest of your life in a dark underground cage, and now it's the same. Enjoy the last little time outside. Let go. Seeing that he was deflecting the topic again, he didn't want to go deeper, and told him that Zantaomaru was just depressed for a while, then recovered and got up and walked outside, preaching while walking. Hey, wait a minute. Bring me some food first. After fighting for so long, I spent too much energy. If I don't replenish it, I'm afraid I'll starve to death here. Elvis replied. Zantaomaru called out loudly as he walked further and further away. HMPH. Then you should die here. Zantaomaru didn't answer his words at all, as if he didn't care about his situation at all. Finally, Zantaomaru disappeared in the aisle, completely hidden from Elvis's sight. Goo. His stomach made a loud growl, reminding him that it was time to replenish food and energy. Damn, I knew I had to fill my stomach before I challenged him. This is not good, Elvis said with a wry smile, rubbing his grumbling stomach. Then, when no food was delivered, Elvis had to close his eyes, reduce the consumption of physical strength through hibernation, and at the same time accelerate the healing power of his injury. Time passed quietly, and after a few days of sailing, the warship carrying Elvis and a group of pirates soon arrived, together with the marine headquarters, the large underwater prison Impel Down, and the Judgment Island Amy's Hall. The 3 huge gates of justice towering over the clouds are in front of the gate that connects Impel Down. It's finally here. The 3-day voyage has made me feel sick. I finally got here, and then I can enter the sea area where Impel Down is located after passing through this door. The victorious Elvis was taken to the deck to enjoy the last ray of sunshine in his life. He didn't feel anything about this kind of ceremony. After all, he knew that there would be an unprecedented turmoil in Impel Down, and it would be the time when he would be released from prison. It doesn't matter if he thinks about it. It just doesn't matter for a few days. Any change in people is just boring and complaining about the schedule of eating and sleeping. Hee. Enjoy yourself, Elvis. This may be the last time you'll enjoy this rare time. After all, if there is another time, it will only be when you are escorted to the execution ground. Zantaomaru came over and stopped beside Elvis, who was holding his body and sitting in a chair unable to move, and said to him with a smile, "Really, I don't care, but can you please hurry up? I'm getting tired of sailing on the sea all the time. It's a relief for you and me to go to Impel Down and be tortured. I don't want to be in a small cell that's shaking and can't do anything. Elvis didn't feel any waves in his heart when he said what he said. How could he feel hurt after only a few days? Kaka. While speaking, the personnel inside and outside the gate of justice checked the password and opened the huge portal that had been standing for hundreds of years. Wow. The warship was wrapped in the current and sailed towards Impel Down. At the end of the current, a building was built on the seabed, revealing half of the building, surrounded by dozens of warships waiting to sail, and it was in a heavily guarded submarine prison. Several sea kings with comparable body size swam across the bottom of the sea, and it is more intuitive to compare the body shapes of the two sides, but no sea king dares to attack it, just standing quietly and on the seabed. And in prison. Snap. Read the book Why Shuba XS. Ah. Boom. Ah. The sound of whipping, torture, and howls of criminals resounded throughout the floor. Sizzle. A humanoid minotaur held a huge mace in one hand and a criminal's clothes in the other, knocked out the most noisy criminal, and escaped from the cell, heading towards a burial of corpses, where poison is rampant. Throw the thorn field. At this time, at the entrance to the Impel Down, the undersea prison, surrounded by dozens of warships guarding the passage, the prison personnel who were ready to come to receive Elvis and the others have been waiting here for a long time. Click. Following the wooden passage guarded by Marine and the jailer, Zontaomaru and the others led Elvis and his party to finally open the door of the confinement and enter the Impel Down. Welcome to my Impel Down. A face that looks like his name, wears the headdress of the Egyptian pharaoh style, and his belly is bulging like a demon. Hannibal, the deputy director, is waiting inside the door with a long fork. Ah, I was wrong. I accidentally exposed my ambition. Hello, I am Hannibal, not the deputy director. Welcome to Impel Down. From here, we will hand over the prisoner. Well, I'm Zontaomaru, so I'll leave it to you here. Be careful with that person. He is a fluffy fruit person. Remember to use sea stone to lock him up. Zontaomaru nodded, handed over the criminals to the other party, and before leaving, he did not forget to look back and remind them. Ooh, you really take care of me, Zontaomaru. Elvis shook his head helplessly as he reminded him. Floating fruit. Isn't that the ability of the legendary great pirate Golden Lion? I didn't expect to die after escaping from the Impel Down, but please rest assured that we will not make the same mistakes we did before. Don't worry. Hannibal recalled through the fruit the person Impel Down didn't want to mention, the reckless big pirate Golden Lion. His face instantly became serious, and he said seriously, well, then please, let go. I had already explained to them. Zontaomaru didn't go into it, and directly handed Elvis and all the pirates to Impel Down for disposal, and then what happened next had nothing to do with him. Then please Hannibal said about the sudden interruption. He hadn't found out the identities of these people, so he didn't know what to say. Elvis, pirate Elvis. Elvis said coldly, reporting his name. Oh, yes, it's Elvis. Then please go to accept the baptism of Impel Down first, and then arrange the corresponding floors according to the amount of the bounty. Hannibal signaled Domino to take them there. Under the leadership of the deputy guard Domino Beauty, Elvis and his party walked to the first place where Impel Down gave them the first baptism. Wow. Okay, next. Beside Reki, a jailer checked the name on the list and called the next one to catch up. This is the baptism of Impel Down. There is a high temperature of 100 degrees in the pool. The hot boiling water can scald the epidermis of any pirate, wash away their whole body, and completely accept the torture of Impel Down. Then, Elvis was brought up. His feet were tied with rope, and he was thrown into the water just like the person just now. ZZ. Boiling water soaked his skin, and bursts of bubbles and white smoke came out, but Elvis's expression changed a little bit. After receiving the baptism, he put on a prison uniform and was taken to the next place where he was executed. It's really surprising. There is another person who cares as much as those famous big pirates, and the fire fist ace in front is also like soaking in cold water. Don't you feel anything? The jailers couldn't help but praise, but their words were destined not to reach Elvis' ears, because now he was already sitting on the stairs to the second, third and fourth floors to accept the next sentence. Chapter 33 Gorosei, 5 Elders, Resolution. After an unknown amount of time, Elvis was finally brought to Eelsick, accompanied by Hannibal, Domino, and several jailers, and stopped in front of the empty cell. When the jailer opened the fen, Hannibal told him. He said, "Here, this is your future habitat. As a disciple of Golden Lion who escaped, using the cell he vacated to imprison you should be worth your 450 million worth." Quote. At the same time, what he said was not all to Elvis alone, but also to other beings in this layer who were once famous in the sea, and even their names were deliberately erased. Oh, Hannibal, what did you just say? This kid is actually the disciple of that Golden Lion bastard. Hey, don't block it. Let Lao Su take a good look at it and see what magical things can happen to people who can be accepted as disciples by that person. He looks like a little white face. Wouldn't he be accepted as a disciple because of his own face in exchange for that person's admiration? Almost all of the prisoners here know the legendary pirate Golden Lion who galloped across the sea and ruled the sky, and a considerable number of them were even defeated by him and brought here for marine. After hearing the words Golden Lion, the whole building was extremely boiling. In some of these hidden and dark corners, mysterious existences that no one dared to provoke even raised their heads, and their eyes followed. Shut up, you bastards of the sea have been locked up here for so long. Haven't you learned the rules here? Hannibal was furious and rebuked loudly. Hey, rule. I don't know any rules, but this time is quite frequent. First a Shichibukai crocodile, then a second in command on the Whitebeard ship, then another Shichibukai locked in, and now a person qualified to enter here. What the hell is going on outside? Why are you sending people to this floor one by two? Isn't there going to be another fight? These people will not be intimidated by Hannibal, who they regard as weak. Those who are qualified to be locked in this lair, except for some people with special status. Most of the bounties are more than 500 million. With such a high bounty, his strength and character are also more superb and ruthless. How could he be frightened by a Hannibal with a strength of less than 100 million, who can even be easily defeated by anyone here? HMPH. Put people in. Although these people didn't stop talking because of their own identities and strength, they finally quieted down for a while so that the jailers could lock Elvis inside as soon as possible. Click. After confirming that the chains on the other party's body were all secure, Hannibal hurriedly left with the others, leaving behind the prisoners of Eel Sick. Hey kid, tell me, how the hell did you get caught? And is that Golden Lion bastard dead? I'm still waiting to collect his head. After the jailers all left, and finally a prisoner couldn't help but question Elvis, who had just been locked in the Golden Lion cell. Oh, taking his dog's life. I have nothing against it. If you want, I can help you find him in a few days. Elvis's eyes flashed when he spoke. The metaphor of the metaphor. The sharp-eyed can directly find the wrong, and have a little guess in the heart. Help us. Ha ha ha. You can do it if you can. But after listening to you, is that bastard from Golden Lion finally bowing his head? In a few days, it seems that Marine is determined to arrest him. Plus the upcoming battle with Whitebeard. Are those Marines planning to clean up all the remnants of the old era? Although some people are very strong, their brains can't turn their heads. I really thought that Elvis was afraid of them, so he showed weakness, and even his teacher could betray him. He, a bunch of idiots. How could this old man live under the same roof with such a person? What a shame. In the deepest heart of the building, in an exquisite and elegant cell that never sees the light of day, a tall and thin man with white hair in 2 braids hangs over his shoulders, wearing a plum red shirt and blood red trousers, black leather shoes with golden edges, wearing a wide blood red cape, with a blue rose on his neck, holding a slender bat-handled umbrella in his hand, red eyebrows, and a gold chain hanging from his mouth, revealing the man with a charming smile raised his head, sighed and said, however, even you are gone. Should it be Whitebeard next? The 3 great legendary pirates of the old era are all going to perish one after another. It's really sad in retrospect. He is the man at the top of this layer of combat power, the Red Earl of the same era as Roger, Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Garp, Sengoku and others. Patrick Redfield, a man who is on an equal footing with Roger and Whitebeard by himself. Hey kid, then tell me how you got caught and how much is the bounty. Let's see whether you came in here under the name of Golden Lion, or did you rely on your own bounty? Quote, Gia ha 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 ha. Stop laughing. It's just a little white face. It must be because he bears the name of the descendant of the Golden Lion to have the opportunity to be imprisoned here. Otherwise how can a kid be qualified to be side by side with us? Some people want to ask Elvis whether he came here because of his own strength or the name of Golden Lion. As soon as he asked, he was denied by others. Everyone believed that Elvis was just because he was a descendant of Golden Lion. The title will be locked here, except for a few people who have some guesses. Most of them look down on Elvis, a rival, and regard him as a shame for Eel Sick. He is the name of Golden Lion or his own strength? You will know in a few days. Elvis shook his head gently without defending it. For him, take care of it as soon as possible. The key is to recover from his injuries to meet the next battle, and everything else is secondary. And then no matter how much people here bother him, he doesn't respond. He closes his eyes, leans against the wall, and adjusts his condition. As for Fire Fist 8, who is the fuse of this war, and Shichibukai Jinbei, who was unwilling to accept and participate in the Whitebeard siege for Marine, they were locked in the same cell. After taking a look, he stopped paying attention. The whole floor was quiet again after a while. Mariajoy, the ancient city of the Holy Land, in the meeting room of Gorose, 5 elders who hold the highest power in the world gather together. It has been confirmed in the news from Marine that the kid was finally arrested, and Impel Down also sent a telegram to confirm his detention. One of the old men hung up the phone after finishing the call and told the others, Herman, really, it's finally over in this way. The task of chasing and following him for several years. It's not that simple. Lord Yimu explained. Let's not get too involved in his affairs. Just follow the normal process. Well, I don't know what Lord Yimu's intentions are. Let us issue an order to destroy the island of Decca and bring back the Swordsmith Hall. Although he failed, he committed suicide, but his successor Elvis and a few little devils were brought brought back to cultivate, and we won't let us intervene too much and let them grow up. My lord, he and she have their own intention. We just need to implement them. By the way, we have to ask Lord Yimu for instructions later on this matter, otherwise it will be difficult to handle. Also, let him pell down temporarily, hold him up and don't let him escape, and wait for the result of our subsequent disposal. Well, yes, I'll go and ask Lord Yimu about this first. Let go then. After a few discussions, they decided to send Elvis's results to the most mysterious person in Tenryubito, the person in charge of supreme power. I am. Please ask for instruction. This memory is not known to outsiders, nor is it known that there are people behind the Gorosei, 5 elders, the symbol of supreme power. Chapter 34 Memories of the Past 1. The Past. In 1510 of the Haiyuan calendar, it was located on an unknown island in the Great Channel. A group of familiar people stood behind a man and a woman with a blurred background, all of them walking towards him with smiles on their faces. Seeing them, the little boy was instantly pleasantly surprised, with a happy smile on his tender face, and ran towards them cheerfully just as he was right. When he opened his arms to embrace them, the picture suddenly distorted. The dream was broken like a mirror, and the man and the woman slowly disappeared from the little boy's eye. Dad, Mommy, don't you? A childish voice sounded in the dark cabin, and then, a fair, slightly thick and firm hand suddenly lifted the quilt and grabbed it upward. The owner of the voice came out of his sleep. Suddenly startled, he got up and searched the surroundings carefully with his big, misty, crystal clear eyes, and found that it was just his dream. He couldn't help but sighed and said, "Is it just a dream? It's been 3 years, and it's been more than 3 years since I came here. How I wish that all this was just a dream, and that when I wake up, I can see you again and see everything familiar." The owner of the voice is a little boy who is only 11 or 12 years old, with short black hair, black crystal eyes, and a cute little face. His name is Elvis, who came here 3 years ago because of a shipwreck, an island, rescued by simple and friendly villagers, and lived on the island. Of course, this is just an identity that the villagers know, and he has another identity that is unknown, and that is the identity of a traveler. Yes, he came here 3 years ago for some reason, to his favorite and most dangerous world of pirate. He was originally a second-rate university student in the Celestial Dynasty. He was addicted to the internet and fainted due to electric shock. At the last moment, all he heard was the anxious call of his roommate, and then he could not hear it again. When he woke up, he came to this place. At first, he found that he seemed to have passed through another parallel world, a little boy named Elvis. Before he was surprised and panicked, the merchant ship he was on was robbed by pirates, and happened to be shipwrecked. The whole ship, together with the hijacked pirate, was swept into the ocean current. Thanks to his luck, he was rescued by Bill, a villager who went fishing at sea. After that, the warm and simple villagers were so sympathetic that they couldn't bear such a cute little boy living on the street. Lived together. In a blink of an eye, 3 years have passed. In the past 3 years, he has always missed his own world, cared about his parents and relatives in that world, and the people in the village are very sympathetic to his experience, and very fond of him. I gradually got used to the life here and settled down in this world. I don't want to go to Hall's place to do chores first. See if there is anything you need help with, and let yourself calm down. After a while, Elvis shook his drowsy head forcefully and opened it. Quilt got up and walked to the blacksmith behind the house, ready to use labor to paralyze himself and forget about his worries and trouble. Dong dong dong. Mr. Hall, are you inside? I'm here to help you. Ulysses came to the door of the blacksmith behind the house before he took a few steps, knocked on the door with his fingers, and turned to the old man who was blacksmithing inside. Hello, greeted. Hong, hong, hong. There was a trembling and harsh knocking sound from inside, but the people inside didn't seem to hear him and continued to knock on the work in hand. Master Hall, I'm in. Knowing that the old man might not hear him because he was focusing on iron making and the sound of the iron was too loud, Elvis didn't keep knocking on the door, and after speaking again, he pushed the gate of opening, walked inside. Passion Jiching XS. Hong, hong, hong. When I entered the first step, there was a noisy sound of iron in my ears, and then I saw a short, naked upper body holding a red iron rod in one hand, and a half-human size the old man who was constantly pounding with the hammer. He was the only blacksmith in the village. Hall. Hey, Mr. Hall, I'm here to help you. After coming in, Elvis first said hello to the old man who was addicted to blacksmithing, then walked over to him to see if he needed help. Help do it together. Oh, you're here, little Elvis. It's very early today. It's not the same as you are on weekdays. Are you having nightmares again? Finally, the old blacksmith Hall heard his voice, stopped his hand, raised his head, and said slightly surprised. For the little boy, people in the whole village generally know something about him, and Hall, who lives under the same roof with him, knows a little bit better than others. If they can't extricate themselves, they have no choice but to rely on him to get out. Well, I can't sleep, so I came here to help you. If you have any work that needs me to do, just leave it to me. Don't look at me like this. I am also very strong. Why said, rolling up the corners of his sleeves to reveal his tight little arms. arm. Oh, ha ha ha, right, Elvis. You have grown up and your strength has grown a lot, but I don't need your help here. This old man can handle it alone. Huo, knowing that the other party didn't want to continue the painful topic, he forcibly moved it away without continuing, so he followed his words and spoke with a smile. Hey, are you looking down on me? Hall, now I can knock you down. Don't underestimate me. Hearing old man Hall always replying to him with perfunctory words, Elvis felt a little angry, glared at each other with wide eyes, and preached loudly. From the second day he stayed on this island, he had known that the little old man in front of him was not an ordinary person. Who can be a normal person who can carry a heavy hammer of over 100 kilograms for 3 days and 3 nights, day and night, just to forge a good knife? That's why I kept pestering him, helping him by his side, to see if there was a chance for the other party to teach me and become stronger in cultivation. Okay, the old man was wrong. Elvis, you are very strong, but the old man really has nothing to help you. By the way, the old man remembers it. Little Elvis, please help me hand over that sickle to Candace. It was specially made for me by her, and now it has been completed. You can help me, I'll take it to her, and then I can go and play with your friend. Hall's attitude and tone of speech were very casual, and he casually perfunctory him, but seeing that the other party was still unwilling to give up, he had to pretend to slap the forehead suddenly, as if remembering something, and pointed his finger at the plate. The sharp sickle on the side spoke to him. Oh, really? I know. I will give him to Aunt Candace, or treat me like a child. Hearing this, Ulysses murmured. He wanted to show himself growing up in front of him. He asked the other party to teach him how to practice, but he still treated him as a child and didn't give him the chance at all. So he picked up the sickle and walked out the door angrily. Ha ha ha, you're just a kid. Why are you pretending to be so mature? Seeing Elvis' angry, cute expression, Hall shook his head and chuckled, then swiped again, hit the hammer with the iron. On the road, Elvis was still walking on the road with an angry look. On the road, many villagers who had just come out to farm saw him and greeted him, but he didn't get a response. With an angry and cute expression, he knew that he might be pissed off by old Hall again, but he was not annoyed. He chuckled lightly and then walked towards the field. Perhaps because of the influence of this body, Ulysses' mind became like that of a child. The great benefactor, Abner, the village chief of Braden Village on Deckard Island, is the most learned and sympathetic old man on the island. Chapter 35 Memories of the Past 2. Test. Yo, it's little Elvis. Why are you angrily holding a sickle? Isn't he arguing with Hall again? Seeing Elvis' little figure in the distance, the old man, the village chief, Abner, stopped and greeted him as soon as he approached. Well, village chief, hello. Elvis didn't show any disrespect towards the old man in front of him. He bowed politely and gave him a salute, and then said respectfully, well, don't be so polite. Then again, what happened to you, little Elvis? Did you quarrel with Hall? Talk to the old man. If he bullies you, let the old man help you scold him. Abner leaned on a cane, stroked his long gray beard in one hand, nodded lightly in response to him, and then asked why he was angry. Well, it's nothing. It's just that Hall always treats me like a child and refuses to let me help. It's really obvious that I've grown up. My strength is stronger than him, and he still treats me with the same eyes as before. To the old man, Elvis didn't hide anything. He told him about it directly, complaining about Elvis. Saying that, Elvis raised his hand and waved it in the air, showing the evidence that he became stronger to the village chief Abner. Well, you're right. Our little Elvis has grown up and can't be treated like before. The old man will tell him when he goes back, and let him see Elvis from the eyes of an adult. Abner reached out and touched his head, preaching amiably. Well, the village chief, you have to make it clear to Hall. Don't always treat me like a child. Elvis nodded heavily under Abner's touch, and responded, Road. Then the village chief, I'm going to take the sickle back to Aunt Candace. Then, Elvis remembered his mission and spoke to the old village chief with the sickle. Go. Be careful. Don't fall. No. Bye-bye the mayor. After saying goodbye to Abner, Elvis walked a lot more briskly after getting Abner's word, and ran towards the villager Candace's house. Dong dong dong. Aunt Candace. Aunt Candace, are you at home? Not long after walking, Elvis quickly came to the door of the villager Candace's house, reached out and knocked on the wooden door. Da, da, da. Not long after he knocked on the door, he heard footsteps inside, getting closer and louder, and then, click, the wooden door was open, revealing a middle-aged plain face, and then the whole person appeared in Elvis' field of vision. Oh, it's little Elvis. What are you doing to me? Seeing the cute little figure in front of her, Candace, the middle-aged woman, lowered her head and asked softly, well, Aunt Candace, good morning. This is the sickle that Mr. Hall asked me to bring over. He said that you ordered it from him, and it's ready now. Elvis looked lovely Xiaomi and tried her best to put on an adult expression and nodded to greet her, then handed her the sickle in her hand. Oh, it turned out to be Master Hall. Thank you, little Elvis. Wait here for a moment, Auntie. I will give you the money. Good. Candace took the scythe, turned around and went back to the house to get Bailey. After a while, she handed him all the money for the custom scythe. After saying goodbye to Candace, Elvis walked back to the blacksmith. Zen 8_. On the way, he met Kyle, Bud and Amelia, some friends of his age. Hey, Ulysses, is you wake up so early. Do you want to come and play with us? Bud and I found a hornet's nest and are going to play together. Kyle, who escaped, was the first to greet him and invited him. Well, is Elvis going together? Bud, who was as calm as an adult, also nodded to him and asked, yeah, brother Kyle and brother Bud, they found a honeycomb. It seems like a lot of fun to hear from them. Brother Elvis, do you want to be with him? At this time, he followed Kyle and Bud like a follower. Behind the two, little Loli, who had already revealed her beauty embryo, invited Elvis with a blushing face. The hornet's nest. No, I still have things to do. You can just go. And Amelia, you have to stay away from the two of them when you go. Hearing the words of the hornet's nest, Ulysses' forehead, a few black lines appeared in an instant. From the other party's words, he could clearly understand what they wanted to do. He immediately waved his hand to refuse, and at the same time did not forget to remind the shy little girl Amelia in front of him. Amelia looked on, obviously not knowing what he meant by saying this, but she nodded vaguely and agreed. Oh, so if you don't go with us, then Bud and Amelia will go. Seeing that the other party didn't seem interested in what he said, Kyle couldn't help but feel disappointed. But he recovered immediately and ran towards the jungle along the path leading to the field. This guy has a good night with him. Looking at the back of the other party happily leaving, Elvis couldn't help shaking his head and chuckling when he thought of the picture of the other party running back with a swollen face stung by a wasp. After completing the task that Hall gave him, Elvis was not satisfied but went back to him, looking for other jobs. Hey, Hall, I'm back. The task you taught me has been completed. Is there anything else you want me to help with? Leave it all to me. Back here. Elvis didn't follow him. You were polite. Push the gate of opening directly and walk in, shouting loudly. Hong. Why are you back? The work to be done has already been handed over to you, and you don't need your help for the rest. If you really have nothing to do, you can go out and play with your little friend. Don't come here. I'm harassing the old man. Seeing Elvis coming here again, Hall was afraid of trouble, so he immediately chased people up with him. Said, Old man Hall, didn't I say it before? Don't treat me like a child. I don't want to play some childish games with those little brats. I'm an adult, Elvis. I need to find some adults do the work that should be done. Just let me strike the iron for you here. Hearing this, Elvis rolled his eyes at him, then patted his chest and preached to him. My lord. Stop making trouble, little Ulysses. Usually, you wouldn't object to this old man, but it's not okay. If you don't say your body doesn't allow it, what can you do? Even if you come to help me, can you still pick up this hammer and help me strike iron together? Or can you help me sharpen the knife? No, you can't do anything. As a little brat, you should just get out of here and play in the mud. This is not a place for you as a child. There was no mercy in Hall's word, and he devalued Elvis to nothing, and then drove him straight away. Don't underestimate me, Hall. It's just a hammer, and I can still swing it. Hearing Hall's devaluation of himself worthless, Elvis followed suit with anger and widened. Staring at him, he said sternly, Oh yes, our Elvis has become so strong that he can pick up a hammer. Well, as long as you can pick it up and hit me for 5 minutes, then I'll allow you to help me and teach you to hit the iron. How about that? Hall's face was extremely calm, and his tone was lukewarm. Although he didn't see his mocking face from his expression, and his tone was very flat, but Elvis could clearly feel Hall's ridicule, and his rough heart must be laughing at me. Elvis secretly said in his heart, not to be outdone, approached and reached out to grab the big hammer. Hall was a little surprised to see his action, and let him come over to grab the big hammer. Immediately afterward, under Elvis' slightly surprised gaze, Elvis struggled to raise the big hammer, resting it on his shoulders, panting rapidly. It's a bit capable, little Elvis. Then let the old man take a good look and see if you can complete my test. Seeing the hammer that weighed hundreds of pounds was picked up by him, even Hall felt in his heart, I couldn't help being surprised for a while. Then Vivi raised the corner of his mouth, thinking inwardly. Then he picked up the pliers and held the iron bar that had just been soaked in the cold spring water. After heating it again, his eye signaled that Elvis could start. Chapter 36 Memories of the Past. Studying art. Hong. Seeing the other party's gesture, Elvis bit his teeth, poured all his strength into his arms, swung the hammer on his shoulders, and slammed it on the red burning iron rod. The anti-shock force came directly into his arm along the handle, causing his whole body to tremble and his arm VV numb, making him almost give up. But he didn't want to be so underestimated by him, so he continued to grit his teeth and smash the iron. Hong, hong, hong. Every blow took almost all his strength, making Elvis feel like he couldn't last even a minute. But he still refused to give up, and swung the sledgehammer high, ready to smash it down again. When exerting force, use your hip to exert strength. Your legs and feet are just for support. At this moment, old Hall's flat voice came into his ears, causing Elvis to stop and stop. Shiedu glanced at him and saw that the other party was still looking at the iron rod in his hand calmly, so he continued to move the hammer. But this time, when I remembered what the other party said, I tried to do as he said. Hong. The first hammer down action was very unsightly, and the force was the same as before. It didn't seem to save much effort, but he didn't give up, knowing that this was the experience Hall explained to him, and it was the summary of his decades of hammering. Hong. This time it was smoother than before, and Elvis continued to move the hammer. Hong. The arms should also be too hard, as long as you grasp it well. When you hit it out, use your waist and crotch to throw it out. Hong. Yes, that's it. And breathing too. Remember to retract your arms when you're hammering. Watch out for the shock. When Elvis was hammering the iron, Old Hall kept explaining to him how to exert force correctly, etc., which made Elvis hit more and more smoothly. After a few minutes, Elvis's hands were red and swollen, and he felt that he had lost consciousness. When he didn't seem to be what he looked like, Old Hall finally told him to stop. Okay, stop. Enough is enough. Boom. Ha. Is it finally time? Have I completed your test, Mr. Hall? Elvis forced his trembling hands up, without the slightest feeling, and said to him, he asked, well, the time has come. You, Ulysses, have passed the test of the old man. Let's strike with the old man from today. Old Hall nodded lightly and replied, it's really good. It's so good. Thump. Hearing those words like the sound of nature, Elvis trembled and shouted excitedly, and then he felt exhausted, passed out directly, and fell heavily to the ground. Hee, really? After all, you are still a child, but you have done a good job. Old Hall smiled and looked at Elvis, who fell to the ground and shook his head. Then, he walked over and picked Elvis back to his room and put it down on the wooden bed, covered him with a quilt and walked out. In the evening, the setting sun fell, and the afterglow fell on the yard, shining on Elvis on the wooden bed through the window. The afterglow reflected on his eyelid. It had been half a day since he struck the iron in the morning. At this time, he finally woke up leisurely. Sure. His eyelids lit slightly, and then he let out a soft squeak. Immediately after he regained consciousness, his spirit also came to his senses. He opened his eyes and looked at the wooden ceiling above. He lifted the quilt and sat up, just as he was about to get out of bed to find Old Hall to fulfill his promise. Click. You're awake, but you can really fall asleep. It's already evening. Since you're awake, come with me. After dinner, the old man will arrange your affairs later. His big hand pushed the gate of opening from the outside, stepped in half-body, saw Elvis, who had gotten up, was stunned for a while, and then said, well, got it. Seeing Elvis walk out after talking to himself, Elvis hurriedly pushed the quilt off the bed, put on his shoes and followed. When I came to the dining table, I placed a few dishes on the simple wooden table in front of me, and a large pot of rice was placed on the side, and Old Hall was already sitting on the opposite chair, ready to eat. Sit down, eat first, and talk about other things later. Old Hall greeted him, then turned on the tableware and ate directly. Seeing this scene, Elvis also sat up, served the meal by himself, and then followed suit. The two of them were silent at the dining table, and only the chirps of people picking up rice and holding chopsticks were left. Soon, after finishing the meal and packing up, Old Hall took Elvis to the blacksmith. After coming in, Old Hall stood on the place where he was hammering with his back to him, and after a while, he spoke in a dull tone. Well, yes. Hearing Old Hall calling his name, Elvis quickly responded to him. Have you really made up your mind about what you said you were going to do on my side? Well, I've made up my mind. Really? You know that if you want to follow me to strike, it won't be as easy as in the morning. This old man can give you another chance to think about it. Do you really want to learn this vulgar life from me? No need to say any more, old man. I have already decided. From now on, I will be your helper. I can do any tiring and dirty work, and I will not complain. Old Hall's words sounded like the sound of a twilight drum in his heart, as if he was questioning his determination. Ulysses didn't think much, and immediately responded to his questioning by saying the most intuitive words in his heart. This is also what Elvis has figured out in the past 3 years. As early as when he learned what kind of world he had come to, and was in that time period, he had already made up his mind to become stronger and become stronger than any other. Everyone is strong, so that there is no longer a threat to his life, and he will experience the feeling of powerlessness before. When he began to exercise gradually 3 years ago, from the initial jokes of the villagers to the time when everyone recognized him, his strength was no weaker than that of adults in this world, but it was still not enough, not only because his age failed to keep up. The development is not perfect, the strength is not improved, and there is no better way to exercise. And by chance, Elvis saw the scene of Old Hall striking iron. The short and sturdy body of the other party swung 100 gins of iron hammer, like an arm, as if waving a wooden stick. It was just as easy and comfortable to be able to forge a good knife for 3 days and 3 nights in a row. Only then did he truly realize that the old man in front of him had real skill. It's better to teach by yourself than to think about it yourself, but with half the effort. Okay, then let's start now. As the old man said in the morning, forge 10 blades first. Without talking too much, Old Hall let Elvis get started directly, helped him forge sword, and started Elvis' assistant life directly. Hong. Here, the force is not accurate. Here, the arm is retracting a little. Well, let's use some more strength from the waist and hip. While Elvis was fighting, Old Hall corrected his posture and explained the techniques of exertion. In the early hours of the morning, Elvis, who finally completed the task that Old Hall gave him, dragged his tired body and walked back to his room. As soon as he lay down, he felt exhausted, his eyelid couldn't help closing, and he snorted. Ring soon. One day has passed. Chapter 37 Memories of the Past 4 Cultivation. The next morning, the sun was slowly rising, and when the light was dim, Old Hall pushed open the door and walked towards Ulysses' bed. Get up, Elvis, you won't forget the rhetoric you said yesterday. Old Hall didn't give him any kindness. He lifted his quilt and woke him up loudly. Huh, do you need to be so early? Elvis woke up in his sleep, opened his hazy eyes, and said to the old man in front of him, yes, since you made a bold statement, you should fulfill it. As a man, you won't want to give up so soon. Old Hall nodded lightly and said, I see, get up now. Hearing his word, Elvis didn't want to be looked down upon. He got up immediately, and after he went outside to wash up, he was told by him to perform basic exercise before eating. If you don't have a strong body, you won't be able to be an old man's helper. You must meet the standards for these basic training program. Afterward, Old Hall took a note from his arms and handed it to him. Explain, this is your task today. What? Elvis took a closer look, and the words on it were all basic exercises that he could do without learning how to do it, like running 10 laps around the village, doing 500 push-up, and doing pull-up 200 times and so on. Although each of the items listed above seems very simple, it is very difficult to actually do it, and he may not even be able to complete it all. Why are you still standing there? Don't hurry up and do it. If you can't finish it by noon, then you won't have breakfast. Old Hall told him that even if he tightened the time, he would not stop for a moment and try his best to do it. If he is a beginner, he may not be able to do it in 2 hours. If he adds some necessary rest adjustment time for him, a beginner, he may not be able to finish it in 3 or 4 hours. And now the genius has just started. It is about 6 o'clock. Maybe it will not be able to finish by noon, as Old Hall said. I know. Thinking of this, Elvis did not hesitate, spread his leg, and started running along the periphery of the village. Remember to breathe slowly, 3 steps and 1 breath. Inhale as I do. At the beginning, every time Elvis did something, Old Hall would follow him, guide him, correct some wrong ways, and let him exercise on his own when he mastered the essentials. It wasn't until the scorching sun was shining and it was nearly 10 o'clock that Elvis finally finished all the project, grabbed the meat buns that had already cooled on the table and swallowed them. During his rest time, let him go out for a walk 10 laps along the village, and then start the next step after digesting food. In addition to having a strong body, blacksmithing also needs a strong arm and enough physical strength to support him to complete the daily journey of blacksmithing. The exercises you did in the morning are for your body and physical strength. Now it's time to come arm strength exercise. These are the auxiliary tools you will use next. Quote, after the explanation, Old Hall brought Elvis to the empty ground not far from the house where a pile of practice equipment was piled up, and pointed to them and explained one by one. This is what you will be using for the next month. A 30-pound iron rod, weighing it 10,000 times a day at this time of the day. Can you do it? Old Hall said it like no one else. Handed him an iron rod weighing more than 30 kilograms, explained the method, completely ignoring Elvis, whose face was about to collapse, and walked to the second piece of equipment. This is for your second month, double the weight, and that, the third month, double, fourth month of, fifth month of, the sixth month. Every time Old Hall introduced one, Elvis's face loosened a little, and he also wailed in his heart. When Old Hall finished his introduction, he let him start training directly. By the time Elvis had completed his 10,000 swing, his arms were as numb as they were yesterday, and at this time, Old Hall mysteriously led him into a small dark room, brought him to a wooden basin filled with a dark, unidentified liquid, and let him reach in. Put your hand in. It will be very useful to you. Old Hall did not explain what it was, and directly asked Elvis to put his hand in. Audiobook Cashew XS. This, Elvis thought for a while, thinking that the other party didn't need to calculate him at all, so he believed his words and reached out. Wow. No. As soon as he was immersed in water, Elvis felt a numbness in his arm like a mosquito bite, followed by an indescribable pain, which made him almost want to withdraw the basin and stretch it out. And at this moment, Old Hall stopped him aloud. If you don't want your arms to get better, just stretch them out. I can't guarantee that your hands will be the same as before. Hearing Old Hall's word, Elvis had to hold back, and his hands continued to soak in the black viscous liquid. After an hour of action, when he felt God-level numbness and the pain in his hands gradually disappeared, Old Hall asked him to stretch out his hand. Okay, come on out. Wow. Hearing his reminder, Elvis stretched out his hand from the basin, only to see that the black liquid had drained out. The redness and swelling on his arm had long since disappeared, and he returned to his original fair complexion. Well, let's go to dinner with the old man. After eating, we will move on to the next item. Old Hall nodded with satisfaction, and led Elvis out, ready to go to lunch. When the two had finished eating, Old Hall kindly let him go on a 10-lap walking digestion tour, and then took him with him to the blacksmith workshop. Today's task is to temper 29 knife. If it is not completed, then do it overnight. Old Hall handed over the hammer and explained. Although it was very hard and tired, Elvis did not complain, nor did he regret it at all. He took the hammer and beat it. The sound of ping-pong hammered from evening to midnight. One day passed like that. The next day was the same as yesterday. I stopped when my hands and body were numb, and my senses were also numb. Day 3. Fourth day. In this way, day after day, month after month, Elvis spent most of the day in practice. Half a year passed in an instant. On this day, the first stage of the process was over. Old Hall began to assess his progress at this stage. In addition to completing the exercise target within the time limit, he was also related to the sun and the moon in the past half year, which is inseparable from the sword casting associated blacksmithing task. Elvis completed various indicators during the assessment period. He was not as tired as a dog at the beginning. He was panting on the ground. At this time, he was just a little short of breath. A small layer of fine sweat oozes out. After doing all this, his face did not change at all, and his eyes were still very firm on Old Hall, listening to the content of his next assessment. Well, yes, it's still okay. You have completed the various tests explained by the old man perfectly. This old man gave you an excellent evaluation, but you have to be more serious about the next one, Elvis. Old Hall was very satisfied that Elvis easily completed the test he first gave him, and felt that the training for the past 6 months was not in vain, and couldn't help but praise him. But then he immediately straightened his face and preached to him solemnly. Don't worry, I will definitely complete the test you gave me. Elvis felt full of confidence in this regard. His previous excellence had greatly increased his confidence, and he was not afraid of Old Hall's re-evaluation. Something troublesome. Chapter 38 Memories of the Past 5 Breathing Method. Ho ho ho, it's good to have confidence, but this time it's not that simple. See there. Old Hall smiled and pointed his finger at a sword beside the sword forging furnace not far away. The large bundle of iron rod in Elvis's throat raised his mouth and said with a smile, yes, just as you thought. There are 30 iron bars in total, and I need you to help me temper them. Just like what I taught you. The strength of each drop hammer must be precise, and every work after it is released must be perfect. Up to the mark. Confident to finish. Elvis, quote, yes. At this time, his tone was no longer as firm as before, because he knew the character of the Old Hall guy. Once there is a substandard, he will pull it back and redo it, and now he wants to meet the standard perfectly. The time and energy spent in this are immeasurable. For 3 days in a row, Elvis finally completed the test that Old Hall gave him, but that short but incomparably sturdy little body also revealed deep fatigue, and the whole person did not even want to move. Do you want to see how your test results are? Ho ho ho, it's really possible. Elvis, I didn't expect you to successfully complete the assessment task that the old man gave you. Not bad, not bad. The old man still gave you an excellent evaluation this time, but you can't slack off on this. Old Hall's words gradually became smaller in Elvis' ear. After hearing the evaluation of the excellent completion, the tiredness on his body could no longer hold, and a large number of them flooded into his mind, causing his eyelids to fall, slowly closing. The whole person also leaned back and fell to the ground with a bang. Ah, ho ho ho, as expected, I'm still a child, and I can't bear these jobs compared to adults, so it's no wonder you little know Elvis. From Old Hall to him, judging from the title, it really means that he recognizes Elvis. At noon the next day, Elvis finally woke up from 3 days of insomnia. At this time, Old Hall had already prepared lunch and was waiting for him. When Elvis arrived, it was still the familiar table, similar dishes, and the familiar sitting posture. Seeing Elvis arriving, Old Hall just raised his head and glanced at him lightly, then looked back. Come on, sit down. Yeah. Elvis nodded, took a few steps, pulled out a chair and sat down. About the content of your assessment for the past 6 months, you already knew it yesterday. What this old man is going to tell you is what you will do in the next period of time. Old Hall did it opposite him, put his hands on his chin, and looked at Ulysses with scrutiny eyes. Well, old man, let's talk. What else is there? I can survive, just let it go. Elvis has already enjoyed the fruits of his hard work for the past 6 months, and his strength is stronger than before. It has improved a lot. Even if there are dozens or hundreds of people standing in front of him, he can easily defeat him. In order to become stronger, he patted his chest and said, regardless of how hard and tiring the next training would be. Really? Then you don't have to be as tired as before, because next I will teach you something precious in this the way to the strong, the mysterious breathing method. At this time, Old Hall's voice seemed a little calm, and his face was extremely serious. Breathing. Hearing these words, combined with his statement, Elvis felt that this might be an unparalleled opportunity for him. Putting away his shocked expression, Elvis cast a curious and inquiring look at him. Yes, it's the breathing method. Elvis, do you know how many people are in this and how many people are really considered strong? Old Hall ordered, nodding, then asked. 3939xs. This. Ulysses didn't know much about this. He thought about it for a while and then shook his head. 3 billion people. Even if people die every moment on this turbulent sea, or die naturally, or robbery robbery by pirate, or riot and revolution, etc. But it still has a population of no less than 3 billion, of which no more than 100 people can be called the real powerhouse, and the people standing among them can be counted with 2 hands. And what I want to teach you today is a key to the path to the strong. If the aptitude and perseverance are enough, it is not impossible for even the strongest among the top 10. Old Hall, as he spoke, his eyes became incomparably deep, and a wisp of aura emanated from his body at the moment. But Elvis, who was so strong, felt his whole body froze, and with just one glance, he felt that extremely terrifying and powerful momentum. Even the thought of shooting can't get up. Old Hall said on the side. He didn't realize that he was inadvertently leaking a breath, which made Elvis, who was opposite him, restless. His teeth were shaking, and all this he did not see. Well, I'm sorry, it's the old man's rudeness. After he finally finished speaking, Old Hall finally realized the abnormality of Ulysses on the opposite side, and then he reacted, put away the breath, and opened his mouth with a smile. It doesn't matter. Compared with this, I am more concerned about another thing. Your strength, sir, is also due to the effect of the breathing method you mentioned. Oh, you feel it too? Yes, the strength of this old man is indeed due to the mysterious breathing technique. With the strength of the old man at the moment, even among the 100 strong people can fight with him. Really? Then I want to learn it. Please teach it to me, old man. Here, when Old Hall wanted to continue explaining, he was interrupted by Elvis, and this at that time, Elvis was a little rude. I saw him stand up excitedly, put his hands on the table, and stared at the Old Hall road in his big huge eye. Well, I see, you sit down first. The old man didn't tell you whether to teach you. Listen to the old man first, and then make a decision. Okay. Old Hall could understand Elvis's mood at the moment, and waved his hand to him. He sat down and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Hall, it's my gaffe. After being reminded by him, Elvis realized that his behavior was a little gaffe, and sat down embarrassedly. Well, the old man just told you the effect of this breathing method, but the disadvantages have not been told to you. Disadvantages? Is there a bad side to this breathing method? Of course, everything has advantages and disadvantages. Nothing is perfect, even the mysterious and powerful breathing method that the old man said. Then, old man, tell me, what are the disadvantages of this breathing method? The disadvantage is naturally, yes, the bottleneck. Generally speaking, even a talented and amazing person who practiced this breathing technique would not be able to get rid of that cursed bottleneck. Unless it is a coincidence, you can only spend a long time slowly killing it and breaking it. This is the case with this old man, the old me one. As usual, Old Hall fell into the memory, and his mind seemed to emerge out of his youthful appearance, the silhouettes that were only seen in legends passed by one. On the opposite side of him, after listening to Old Hall's words, Elvis fell into contemplation. He didn't know whether he should exchange the brilliance of the moment for the brilliance of the future. Chapter 39 Memories of the Past. Choices. Of course, the road to the strong is not only this one. There are also other, better, options. If you don't want to be so troublesome, the old man can teach you other things. Exist in a must-have move for the strong in the new world. Hockey also has a swordsmanship that a certain great man from the sea stayed here with the old man. How? The old man can give you one night to think about it, whether to choose to learn the old man's breathing method or something else. When Old Hall saw Elvis, who was caught in a dilemma, he could understand his dilemma. I want to give him one night to think about it. No need, old man. I have already decided to practice your breathing method. Well, that's it. The old man can understand you. Young people, naturally, you won't be told by the old man. Wait, what did you just say? Elvis, did you just say that you want to practice the old man's breathing method? Old Hall thought that he had heard it wrong, that Elvis didn't want to bet his dazzling years in breathing, and said with an understandable expression, but he was startled halfway through the sermon and asked him incredulously. Well, I decided to practice that breathing technique. Compared with hockey swordsmanship, those who have these two things in the new world are not to mention a lot, but they are also very common, and it is difficult to have them without sufficient qualification. Achieve. So I chose to practice breathing and bet everything on the future. The more he said, the more determined Elvis's attitude was, not only a gesture of gamble on everything, but also a proud confidence in the future. Old Hall gave him a deep look before saying, as that's so. Oh, well, then, I will teach you the mysterious breathing method. Come to my ears. Old Hall admired Elvis's resolute attitude very much. He laughed and then beckoned him to listen to him, ready to teach him the mantra of breathing. Old Hall whispered in Elvis' ear, telling him the breathing formula word for word. After repeating it several times, when he was able to recite it, Old Hall retracted his body and said, once you start practicing this breathing method, it will be very effective in the early stage, and your diligence will be very fast. But when you encounter a bottleneck later, it will not work. At that time, your physique will stay at that stage. No matter whether it is physical strength or physical strength, you will have to stay there until the bottleneck period is broken. Before that, Hockey, who seemed to be inspired by the body, was difficult to control. Only when the bottleneck period was over would it be activated independently. You have to prepare your heart. Elvis: well, don't worry, old man, since I've already chosen this path, no matter how difficult it is for me to persist in the future. Elvis was not frightened by Old Hall's words, since he decided to practice breathing, even if he regretted it. You have to bite and hold on to it, so it's better to face it casually. Of course, he also questioned his choice at the moment. When the breathing method encountered a bottleneck, he hadn't made an inch for 3 years, but now he can approach it with optimism. Well, it could if you were ready, but this old man won't let my descendants have no life-saving move. Let's learn swordsmanship with me from tomorrow. Although Elvis may be frozen in the future, it was a long time at a certain state, but Old Hall would not let such a weak person float on the sea, and decided to teach him swordsmanship together. Swordsmanship? No way, old man, aren't you just a blacksmith? How can you use a sword? He thought that Old Hall had shown a little of his strength, coupled with the function of breathing. Elvis: I thought he was also a master of fighting technique at most, but he didn't expect that the other party was actually a swordsman. Is this surprising? As a swordsmith, you should have an incomparable understanding of sword, and being a swordsman is also a necessary prerequisite. Hey, old man, what kind of premise is this? I have never heard of such absurd words that a swordsmith must be a swordsman. Hearing this, Elvis couldn't help but complain. I love watching 52KZ. Ho ho ho, boy, you are still young. I'm afraid you don't know Wano-kuni, right? Old Hall didn't care, raised his head and smiled and said, Wano-kuni, this is a closed country in the New World. I understand, but its combat power is second to none. But what does this have to do with what we are going to say? Elvis unexpectedly knew that excess. He scratched his head, puzzled. Oh, since you know that place, you just don't know much about it, right? In that case, let me tell you. In Wano-kuni, compared to swordsmen, the swordsmiths in it are also famous all over the world, and they are there. Almost every swordsmith is a swordsman with extraordinary swordsmanship, like Saburo Kingtian, who had left before, and so on. The more Old Hall said, the more excited his tone became, and the tone of his voice also rose. This is what the old man wants to say. I used to be a swordsman in the sea, and I am also a swordsman. Many famous swordsmen have asked this old man to make sword, and the price is theirs. Inheritance of swordsmanship. The most famous of them is a man with blonde hair and a rebellious face, like a lion. That guy once asked the old man to forge 2 famous knives, accompany him on the sea and stir up the situation, but I have heard of it. The news that he was imprisoned in the great underwater prison a few years ago. It's too far. The old man told you this just to let you understand that if you want to forge a famous sword, you must first understand what a sword is, and only by understanding it can you forge it. And once you practice breathing, the necessary life-saving means are indispensable. It turns out that. Then I understand. Then please teach me swordsmanship. Hall. Master. Elvis' expression became extremely respectful and serious at this moment, and the title of Old Hall finally reached the level of master. Oh, master. Ho 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 ho. Well, hurry up to eat. When you're full, the old man will teach you that set of swordsmanship. Hearing the title of master, Old Hall was also very happy. Long ago, he wanted to accept a person with decent aptitude and temperament as his heir. After half a year of testing, I finally set my goal on Elvis. It turned out that I wanted to subtly teach him to recognize himself and make him recognize his identity as a master. I didn't expect Elvis to be so aware. Couldn't help but laugh out loud, said. After the two finished their meal, they came to the backyard again, standing face to face in front of the sword casting workshop. Actually, if you want to learn swordsmanship, you must have a good foundation, and the slashing and ironing movements that this old man let you start practicing half a year ago are all laying the foundation for your preparation today, and now they come in handy. After a while of mutual silence, Old Hall said, Elvis nodded without refuting what he said. He had been skeptical from the beginning, but now he just said it. Well, before that, the old man will give you a good explanation of the practice of breathing, and after learning it, practice with swordsmanship. There will be unexpected situations when the two are combined. Look good. Old Hall did not teach him swordsmanship first, but explained the use of breathing. Inhale the breath into the body, absorb it according to a special method to quench the internal organs of the lung, and forge them to be as tough as steel. Elvis took off his shirt and demonstrated by breathing through his mouth while pointing his finger at the flow through the body. The ways are explained one by one. Walking from here for a week, flowing through here. It's going to be tempered here for a few laps, and then I'll return. Well, let the air out here, and then inhale. Old Hall explained the breathing pattern of the pranayama to Elvis in great detail, until he had a rough grasp of the essential. Chapter 40 Memories of the Past 7, Golden Lion Swordsmanship. After more than an hour, when Ulysses could roughly grasp it, Elvis stopped and prepared to teach another, invincible swordsmanship. Seeing that Ulysses was very unskilled because of practicing breathing, Elvis couldn't help but interrupt. Okay, Ulysses, you have basically mastered the essentials of breathing, and you will follow next. Listen carefully, about the bottleneck of breathing method. Quote, well, tell me, I can accept it. Hearing him talk about the precautions for breathing, Elvis straightened up immediately and sat down down to listen to him. Well, I don't know if the breathing method was passed down from that time, at least for hundreds of years. There are some guesses about the ancestors who understood it. Oh, you should understand the concept of gene chain. Have heard some. That good. You can use the breathing method as a tool to break the inherent genetic chain of the body. In the description of this breathing method, the human body has about 4 shackles that bind the body and improve strength, and each broken strength will make rapid progress. When the difficulty becomes more and more difficult, the old man has broken 2 so far. He was lucky enough to be included in the list of the top 100 powerhouses, and he is still far from the strength of the top. I guess that breaking the 3rd one may lead to the climb to that level. Of course, this is just my guess. It's been too long, and I don't know where the predecessors have come and whether they have broken through the final level. Let's talk about it. You remember, the 4 shackles are the body representing the essence, the haki representing the chi, the soul representing the god, and the heart representing the meaning. Once you break these 4 shackles, you will be unimaginable, but just think about it. There has never been a record of anyone breaking all 4 shackles. Well, it's good enough for the old man to hope that he can break 3 of them. Old Hall smiled and exclaimed, HMPH, you underestimate me too, Master Hall. Since there are 4 shackles, then I must break them all and understand the unprecedented realm. Elvis curled his lips and clenched his palm. Fist confidently uttered a rhetoric. Ho ho ho, right, that old man is looking forward to your performance. Well, next, the old man should teach you another thing. The swordsmanship of that fellow who is also among the best in the sea, capable of traversing the new world. At this moment, after Old Hall finished laughing, his expression changed again. He took out a serious expression. His voice was calm and his tone was faint. What swordsmanship? Golden Lion-style swordsmanship. The swordsmanship of the man who once fought and lost with One Piece, King of Pirates. What? You're not joking, Master Hall. How come that guy's swordsmanship is here with you? Elvis couldn't believe his ears. The legendary great pirate Golden Lion's swordsmanship. Actually, he will live in this unknown place. Of course this is true, and you didn't listen to the old man just now. The old man was also a swordsman when he was young, and he has the name of a swordsmith who made famous swords. That man also came to look for the old man when he was galloping in the sea. Want me to forge 2 handy weapons for him? Could it be? At this time, Elvis already had a guess in his heart. The 2 famous knives that accompanied the man to his great name. Yes, the famous swords named Yingshi and Muku were indeed forged by the old man, and he also gave the price. All the swordsmanship that he has now is recorded in this book. After saying that, Lao Huo took out a quaint old notebook from his arm. The old man didn't teach you much about swordsmanship. He can only teach you some theoretical things. You still need to do it yourself and play it. This book will be handed over to you. Memorize the contents before burning them. After all, this thing is a hot potato no matter if it falls into the hands of others, and the old man has promised that person. For swordsmanship, Old Hall didn't give him too much guidance, just handed him the notebook that recorded the Golden Lion's swordsmanship, and directly let Elvis practice by himself. If there is any problem, go to him. After taking the book, Elvis still didn't quite understand. He didn't know why Old Hall didn't lead him in the way of breathing. Why don't you understand? As if seeing Elvis' confusion and doubt, Old Hall smiled and said, Elvis nodded. Global QQZK. I really can't interfere with you too much about swordsmanship, otherwise you will never be able to get rid of the influence of the old man, and naturally you will not be able to climb. But Mr. Hall, although he got his explanation, Elvis still didn't quite understand. Looking at the notebook in his hand, said, this thing is just to give you some directions for your cultivation. You only need to have a general understanding of the ultimate move, and you don't need to pay too much attention to the rest, otherwise you will still be unable to get rid of the shackles of Golden Lion swordsmanship. As I said, Old Hall naturally wanted to ask something and continued to explain. I understand. Recalling the experience of the second protagonist Oro in the plot, his swordsman teacher Kushiro didn't seem to really teach him swordsmanship or anything, just explained his questions and explained the meaning of swordsmanship. Elvis understood in an instant, and stopped questioning him. Looks like you already understand, so let's go and practice. It's up to you to choose between the first and second sword styles above. You don't have to be obsessed with that guy's style and force yourself to make the same choice as him. After speaking, Old Hall ignored Elvis and no longer supervises his cultivation. Watching Old Hall walk into the sword casting workshop and leave his sight, Elvis retracted his gaze, glanced down at the book in his hand. A flash of light flashed in his eyes, and then put it in his arms. He walked towards the back hill where he usually practiced. On the Red Earth continent, in the Holy Land of Mariajoy, in a spacious hall in the ancient city of Pan, several mysterious men with masks on their faces and white robe gathered together. After a while, one of the men who seemed to be the leader spoke up and said in a calm tone, have you already received the order given by an adult in the Holy Land? Are you aware of your mission? Understood. That Lord wants us to go to the unnamed island called Dika in the first half of the Great Waterway and catch a swordsmith named Hall. In the name of the great pirate Golden Lion casting and providing the murder weapon. If there is resistance, it will be wiped out, and something will be brought back from it. After one person finished speaking, the other person continued. Obviously, the members of this mysterious organization have their eyes on the island where Elvis is located, his mentor Hall, but at this moment Elvis is immersed in the joy of obtaining the powerful swordsmanship of the Golden Lion, and is immersed in his practice. He didn't realize that the crisis was approaching him step by step. Yes, our organization has been looking for his traces for a long time. If it hadn't been discovered by a merchant ship tourist who happened to pass by, he might not have been found so soon. The skilled old blacksmith Hall. A blacksmith is proficient in the craft of casting sword, and the sharpness of the swords he casts is comparable to that of famous sword. He must be the only one with the same name. The leader nodded, responded, well, indeed, the same name, almost the same superb guild. There is really no one else besides him. Just don't know what the Lord is looking for. If we have a clear goal, we can do it well. This Lord didn't say it clearly, but it should be on him. Try to catch him alive. As long as it falls into our hand, any secrets can be interrogated. Understood. Shall we go now? Well, let go as soon as possible. After all, we don't know what the temperament of that adult is. If we make him wait in a hurry, we will not be able to bear the punishment at that time. Yes, let go now. Go ahead. By the way, remember to find more people to go there. That old guy's strength is extraordinary. Rushing to go back without saying anything. Understood. We'll quit now. After sending off the three mysterious men in white robe, the leading man in white robe stared out the window for a long time. After a long time, he sighed and said, Lord Yimu, I don't know what the old guy in Hall is hiding, so that the honor can be as concerned as you are. But don't worry, your subordinates will definitely find what you want for you, and swear in the name of the shield. After speaking, his figure disappeared into the darkness and disappeared into the room. Chapter 41 Memories of the Past. A crisis. On the top of the back hill, Elvis had bandages on his arms and waved in the air a wide iron bar that old Hall had built for him, weighing a ton, muttering at the same time, 9,997, 9,998, 9,999, 10,000. It finally done. Then it's time to eat. After doing all this, Elvis lowered his hand and put the iron bar on the ground. Just as he was about to start the next entry, his ears trembled. A moment, then turned to look behind. A little boy of his age with blonde hair and blue eyes came running out of breath, followed by a child of the same age as him. Cough. After running for a while, the little boy finally came to Ulysses. Stopped, bent his waist, put his palms on his knees, and gasped sharply, What wrong? Kyle, do you and Bud come to me in such a hurry? Ulysses asked curiously as the three hurried over. Who? It's like this. Who? Kyle, who was running in front, seemed to have not caught his breath, and spoke intermittently, and Amelia, who came later, took over his speech and said, Let me come on, Brother Elvis. The three of us came here to find you to go out to sea together. Going to sea? What are you talking about? Could it be that you still want to play some pirate game? It's not a good joke. At the age of you and me, going out to sea can only be engulfed by endless waves. Hearing them coming to him and talking about going to sea together, Elvis was particularly surprised at this time. He couldn't bear it. Zong smiled and shook his head. No, it's not like this. We're really looking for you to go out to sea. This is from the village chief and Daddy Hall. And Bud behind Amelia heard Ulysses' misunderstanding that they were with him. Just kidding. His eyes suddenly turned red, and he said repeatedly. But Bud's words were stopped by Amelia and Kyle's eyes before he finished speaking, and he did not continue to speak. What the three of you, Kyle, Amelia, and Bud, told me to do without the knowledge of Mayor Abner and Master Hall. How could the village chief and the master make such a hasty decision? Could it be? After learning about this from the three people, and seeing something from the anxious and panicked expressions of several people, Elvis immediately realized something was wrong. His face suddenly became solemn, and he asked, Not good. The three of them saw this. Their faces instantly changed, and their eyes flickered while clenching their teeth, not knowing whether to tell him the truth. Boom! At this moment, a shelling sound rang out. Without giving them much time to think, it exploded in the center of the village. Sure enough, what happened in the village? Hearing the sound of the shelling, Elveston suddenly understood. His eyes turned to the village at the foot of the mountain, and he opened his legs and ran there. No, stop now, Brother Elvis. Don't go over. The village chief and Father Hall don't want us to be in danger. Before taking a few steps, Elvis's vision dimmed, and three black streaks appeared. The shadow flashed, and then Amelia and the three stood in front of him, spreading their arms to stop him. Get out of the way, Kyle, Amelia, Bud. I have to rush over to help no matter what happens in the village. Looking at the three people standing in front of him, Elvis couldn't help wrinkling. He raised his eyebrows and couldn't help shouting at them. 110 Literature 110x. No, Brother Elvis, you and we can't help, and now it's just to cause trouble for them. The village chief, Uncle Hall, and Uncle Bill don't allow you to do this. In order not to cause trouble for them, we can only leave here while the trouble is. The three of them bit their lip, and two lines of tears fell. Their noses not. Blue. Amelia looked even more determined, looking into his eyes and said, "No, I can't do this. If it wasn't for the village chief, the master, and those villagers, my life would have been lost. I can't abandon them when danger comes. You go." I want to go and help." Elvis looked at the three of them tightly for a while, and then shook his head firmly and refused, leaving the three of them and running down the mountain. Boom, boom. At this time, a sound of artillery bombardment exploded in the village, and houses were blown up, gravel flew across, and smoke billowed. What should we do? We didn't stop Elvis, and we didn't complete the task given to us by the village chief. Although the three tried their best to stop them, they still couldn't stop Ulysses, who was much stronger than them. Hearing the sound of shelling behind him, Kobo knelt down, slammed his fist on the ground, and asked his friend, Let go too. Since we can't get away, let go with the village chief, father and mother, to drive those bad guys away." After a short silence, Amelia raised her head and looked at the other. The two companions said firmly, "Okay, let go together." The other two were silent for a while, and then they made up their minds to join forces with their parents and the villagers to repel the enemy. Thinking of this, the three of them quickly got up, wiped away their snot and tears, and chased after Elvis. Boom! Another gun machine sounded. A house built of wood and stone was blown up, and a large piece of gravel splashed up. In front of it stood more than a dozen men in black with unknown identities and origin. Boom! A black shadow flew down and hit the ground. The attacking man withdrew his hand, walked briskly, and stepped on the injured man. "Where is that person?" "That blacksmith named Hall." Vivi, the man in black, leaned down and asked the name of the village who was trampled under his feet. "Hey, if you want to trouble Father Hall, you have to knock us all down first. We won't tell your father." The minions of the world government. The big man who was stepped on the ground. The wound continued to bleed, and the corners of his mouth were also stained with blood, but his eyes did not change in the slightest, and he replied with a spit. Sizzle. It seemed that he was annoyed by his tone and attitude. The man in black pressed his feet hard and rubbed the soles of his feet on the wound, which made Villager Bill's body even more serious. He trembled and groaned in pain. "No, Bill, you people, why do you do this? Aren't you from the world government?" Seeing this, the other villagers couldn't help but looked at Bill worriedly and shouted, then raised their heads and glared in front of them. "These intruders. Ah la la la. It seems that our identity has been recognized by you pariahs. This is not easy to handle. As a member of the government, you should protect the image of the government. Burden, you have to say how to deal with this matter." "Good." At this time, the man in black came out, smiled and swept the surrounding villagers around, and then asked Burden, the man in black who shot, "Of course we have to obliterate them all, right, boss?" Burden raised his head when he heard the question from the superior, and glanced at the villagers present with bloodthirsty eyes, and said in a calm tone, hearing the word kill, all the villagers trembled and couldn't help but take a few steps back. They were holding their children, supporting the elderly, or leaning on their lovers. All the villagers looked at them in fear. Gia ha 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 ha. It's just this kind of gaze. To be honest, this kind of feeling is not bad. The feeling that other people's life and death are in my hands. Gia ha 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 ha. The man in black named Burden not only not being sympathetic to this look, he laughed morbidly, licking his lips and grinning. Chapter 42 _ Memories of the Past. 9 People from the government. "Okay, boss, can you let me kill them?" After speaking, Burden turned his eyes to the boss behind him. One hand began to change, and hair and claws gradually appeared. "Well, the above awareness is that we should try to kill as few people as possible, bring back the Swordsmith Hall, and wipe out all those who know it. As for them," hearing Burden's question, the black, the leader of the robe, reached out and touched the beard on his chin, and replied with a bit of gloomy chill, "Since this is the case, doesn't it mean that they can all be wiped out as insiders? Then let me do it." Hearing this answer, the villagers fell into despair, and Burden laughed, the corners of his mouth raised high, said, "Well, there's nothing you can do about it. It's up to you to do it, but remember not to give them too much pain. After all, they are all people protected by the government." The black-clothed leader was very hypocritical. He issued a death verdict on the people of Braden in this village, still pretending to be pitiful. "Damn, you hypocritical scumbag. I won't let you attack the innocent villagers." And hearing the conversation between the two, the big Hornbill who was stepped on the ground became angry and stopped him loudly. "Road. Oh, even so, what can you do with your weak skills?" Sizzle. Hearing Bill's word, Burden laughed, stepped on his wound, ravaged, and laughed loudly at him. The intense pain rushed into his mind, and Bill couldn't help but let out a low beast-like growl. "Listen to me, hand over Hall. We'll give you a treat here, or else." Sizzle. Burden showed his disobedience with his action. Bill, who was constantly ravaged by his wound, was unable to endure and fainted, but his body still responded. His brows furrowed, and his mouth was unconsciously very painful. Moan. Stop it all. It's me who you're looking for. Let go of these people and I'll go with you." At this time, Hall and the village chief Abner walked out of the crowd together, and Alves wanted to exchange his obedience for the lives of the villagers. "Oh, have you finally come out, Swordsmith Hall? The pursuit of more than 20 years has finally come to an end." The black-clothed leader took out a wanted notice and compared it with him, then put it away, with a smile on his face, watching Alves read. Well, I didn't expect my value to be so high, to be able to let you persevere in pursuit for 20 years, even though you have been incognito for so long, you can still find it. Old Hall couldn't help but sigh at the search methods of these government personnel. He had been incognito for nearly 20 years, and he could still be found after hiding in such a corner. Sure enough, the efficiency of their organization's investigation is well deserved. Ahahaha, don't underestimate us. No matter where you hide, as long as there are traces of you, we will always find you. This time you can't escape. Just grab your hands and go with us. Even though he said so, he couldn't help but slandered in his stomach. If it wasn't for a businessman who happened to be boasting about the high craftsmanship of a blacksmith in a small place and a very famous name, we might not be able to find you by now. Woolen cloth. Ho ho ho. The old man won't resist. I just hope you can let the people hear, so that the old man can leave with you without any worry. Old Hall ignored what the other party was thinking now and raised his head. Laugh and pre. Is that so? Well, we were going to kill all these people. Since you are willing to go with us, let's let them go. The leader said so, but exchanged glances with his subordinates and that burdened to signal him. Put the handcuffs on and leave with us. I promise not to kill any of them here. After speaking, the leader waved, and another man in black came up and approached Old Hall with special handcuffs. Good easy hey XS. Don't resist. Hall, you know the consequences. As the black load slowly approached, everyone's hearts were tightened, and then the leader seemed to remember what his boss had explained to him before. His eyes tightened, staring at Old Hall tightly and reminding him, HMPH, come on. As long as you don't hurt the lives of the villagers here, the old man will not resist. Old Hall snorted coldly, stretched out his hand, and laid them flat to handcuff them. Click. Finally, the specially made handcuffs were tightly wrapped around his hand, preventing him from using his hands and feet. At this time, the men in black and the government minions finally showed their fangs and claws to these simple villagers. Let's do it. Yes, the leader of the man in black waved his hand, and the other men in black behind him surrounded the villagers. Wait a minute, what are you trying to do? Haven't you already promised the old man not to hurt the people here? Why are you still taking action? Seeing their actions, the village chief Abner and the villagers realized that something was wrong, and Hall even spoke up immediately and questioned him. Let them go. Gia ha 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 ha. You are too naive to think. Mr. Hall, the majesty and image of the world government cannot be smeared. Since we have seen our shot, how can we let them go? It different from what Hall thought. From the very beginning, this group of government minions never wanted to let the villagers go. They were too happy to see Old Hall tied his hands and feet. After confirming that he was bound, they showed their fang, ready to wipe out everyone in one fell swoop and bury the truth on this small island. Pretentious. Damn, how dare you go back on your word? This old man is going to kill you. The iron chain on Old Hall's hand swayed and made a clanging sound, and Alves angrily made a promise to a few people but broke his promise. The black-clothed leader rushed away. Gia ha 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 ha. What can you do now that you are locked in handcuffs? The leader's expression did not change at all. He smiled as he watched him rush over, and then raised his hand. His body also changed sharply. His muscles were torn. Sleeve. Slender hair grows on the body, and the whole person changes to an animal. Roar. Finally, a roar sounded, and a white werewolf appeared in front of everyone. I heard from the people above that you are very strong. Right. Since that's the case, let me, Zero Bunir, teach you your skill. Brush. As soon as he finished speaking, Bunir's figure disappeared from Old Hall's field of vision. Sizzle. Well, this is Marine Rokushiki. Old Hall stopped in time, and looked at Zhang vigilantly, revealing a rare sense of seriousness. Brush, brush, brush. Gia ha 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 ha. You're right. This is the shave in Marine Rokushiki, coupled with my dog fruit, the ability of the snow wolf form. There are few people in this sea who can see through my action, so let you see it. Die in despair under my power. Bunier's figure circulated around Old Hall, and a cold voice came into his ears along the air. It's hard to do now. Old Hall looked very serious at the moment. He knew that if he couldn't solve the enemy, the price would be unbearable for him. Chapter 43 _ Memories of the Past 10. Boom. In the center of Brighton Village, two fists lingering around hockey collided, and waves of air surged into the sky. Boom. The fist wave exploded. The energy swept across the four directions, and countless dead branches, fallen leaves, gravel and sawdust were rolled up. Immediately afterward, a short figure flew out, smashed against a wall, and collapsed several houses. Huh, it's really the same as what the superior said. They've already been chained to the shackles. They can't even use half of their strength, but they're still so strong. Casting sword. No, by Tong Janao. Hall. That the tall figure who was fighting against him, who was not hit, was breathing rapidly. His eyes shone fiercely, and he stared at the direction of Hall, which was covered by the gravel and dust, and spoke plainly. Belton swordsman. What the hell is this guy talking about? We don't know that Father Alves has used swordsmanship. Isn't he just an ordinary blacksmith? It's worth your trouble to come and find him. The villagers couldn't believe it when Bunir said that their respected father was a swordsman or a swordsman. Ordinary blacksmith. Ha ha ha. stop joking. How can a blacksmith have such a powerful strength and this amazing hockey? This guy. Boom. Just when Bunir wanted to continue speaking, a fist burst. The gravel was in the air, and a figure slowly walked out of the dust. Ah, Lala, this little brother. Please don't say any more. The old man is just a retired and anonymous old blacksmith on this island, and the one you said has nothing to do with it. Can't touch it. Ha ha ha. Don't be kidding. Hall, we came here specifically to take you back today. Those who are sensible should surrender quickly so as not to suffer unnecessary pain. After listening to Alvaz's word, Bunir couldn't help feeling a little funny, and after laughing, he persuaded him to surrender again. Isn't the old man already said it? If you can let these innocent villagers go, then the old man will not have to go back with you. But speaking of this, Hall's eyes gradually released a fierce light. His eyes and temperament all became fear. That's not good. Since we've seen our shot, then we can't stay. Bunir shook his head and rejected his proposal. If that's the case, let's talk with your strength, and leave here to set foot on the sea again after solving your old man. Knowing that there was no hope of reconciliation between the two, Hall was no longer going to use this, and his hands that were tied together picked up a dead wood branch from the ground. Armament lingered, and the wooden stick was instantly dyed black, exuding a color like teal. Hey, it's long overdue. I'll stop this old man. You guys quickly take those people down. Bunir, who transformed into an orc form, pouted, and then followed with armament on his arms, wrapping his fingers around and hardening. After giving his subordinates orders, Bunir charged towards Hall with his sharp claws. Come on, the lackeys of the government. Hall looked at Bunir, who was rushing up without any intention of dodging. His eyes were fixed on the fast-moving image in front of him, and then he held the end of the wooden stick with both hands. Like at a certain moment, like a sword, it suddenly slashed towards the front. Brush. The stick crossed a trajectory in the air and slashed forward. Clang. The black stick hit the wolf claws attacked by Bunir, making a metallic crashing sound. Boom. In a short while, Chi-Jin exploded in the center of the two. The airwaves rolled over, and strong air currents blasted out. This guy, without using a real sword, was able to block my blow. Opposite Hall, Bunir had deep fear in his eyes, knowing that he used almost 70% of this blow. Power. How could he not be surprised and fearful that he was actually blocked by the other party? 17 by Q 17 SXS. Don't underestimate this old man. Although I haven't used a sword for 20 years, my strength hasn't weakened much, so let's let you know why this old man is called a Baitong swordsman. Shishiwei. After he finished speaking, Hall put on a swordsmanship that almost made all swordsmen and strong men terrified in this Hey, this move has this name. It won't be. And after he took that pose, Bunir, who was fighting with him, shouted first, with a lot of sweat pouring out of his face. That's right, as you all thought, this is the man's swordsmanship. Lion might chopping. After speaking, Hall slashed forward with his sword. Jung. A huge silver-white chopper flew into the air, and the speed was even more than the limit that everyone could see, and it went straight to Bunir. Damn, why didn't the people above say this extremely important information? It's too late to react, so I can only resist. In an instant, Bunir's thought flowed extremely fast, and it was instantly in his mind. With these thoughts emerging, he could only forcefully manipulate his body and block his arms in front of him. Boom. Chopping didn't give him much time to think, and chopped him down in an instant. Everyone's eyes were full of flowers, and they could only see blood flowers blooming from Bunir's body, and then the whole person flew out with a roar. Another house was smashed. The whole house rumbled and collapsed, and the dust and smoke filled the air. Seeing this scene, the other men in black made preparations for battle. Okay, that's amazing, Daddy Hall. The villagers opened their mouths in shock when they saw Hall swinging his sword and slashing the werewolf Bunir, and it took a while before they couldn't help but exclaim. Oh, of course, Hall is the patron saint of Ardika Island. In the years before and after the start of the Great Pirate Era, he repelled an unknown number of pirates who came to plunder. Only some those who had seen Hall's shot and understood his strength were not amazed by this scene. Clap Lala. The gravel fell, and the werewolf Bunir stood up from the collapse house with heavy injury. Well, I haven't been defeated by Father Hall. Seeing him, some young people with a more aggressive temper couldn't help shouting. You old fellow, since you are old, you should give me a break. Why do you still have such a strong strength? Bunir glanced at the bloody sword scar on his chest and said bitterly, Hee, before I drive you out of here, this old man won't let it go. Let you feel it again. That man's swordsmanship made people in this world terrified. Lion Might just finished speaking, and when Alves was about to use swordsmanship to completely kill him, a leisurely voice from a distance completely interrupted him. Master Hall, the village chief, everyone, I'm here to help you. That's right, this was the voice of Elvis, who didn't want to run away alone and came to help. As soon as the voice came out, everyone's eyes turned unconsciously throwing at him. Not good. Damn, didn't you tell Kyle and the three of them to go find him and leave? Why are you still here? Seeing Ulysses rushing in from a distance, the village chief Abner among the villagers and Hall, who was fighting with Bunir, changed color instantly, and couldn't help but cursed in their heart. Hee, Mr. Hall, you must have heard it right. just now, right? When that kid called you, he was called Master, right? Be you, who was trying to figure out how to defeat Hall. When Neil heard Elvis's title to Hall and everyone's face changes, a conspiracy quietly emerged in his heart. Then he looked at Hall with a smile and said, Chapter 44 _ Memories of the Past 11, Escape. Wait for our brother Elvis. We want to go with you. Then turn back to the top of the mountain, and decide to go and face the invaders with the villagers. Kyle. The three of them hurriedly followed in Elvis' footsteps. Amelia shouted from behind to Elvis, who was only a black spot, and slowly disappeared from their sight. But unfortunately, I don't know if it was too far away, the wind was too loud, or Elvis deliberately pretended not to hear him and didn't respond, and the three gradually disappeared in front of them. God damn, I still can't catch up with him. How did that kid become so strong all of a sudden? His leg strength is so amazing, he can't catch up no matter how. Kyle, who was chasing Elvis with Bud and the others, saw him completely after disappearing. He couldn't help but smash the trunk with his fist and complain, instead of talking about this when you have time, it's better to hurry up and get there for an extra second. Amelia, who is a girl, did not complain like Kyle. She stagnated, and her eyes shine. Preached to the two. You're right, Amelia, let's beat up the pace. Hearing her word, Kyle and Bud both regained their minds and prepared to catch up with her again. However, Gia ha, did I hear it right? I wanted to come over to see if there were any small fish that I missed, but I didn't expect to catch a few big fish. Hey, the three of you, if you can be called by the people in that village to hide, you must be some important person in the village. At this time, the trees swayed for a while, and then, a young man in a black suit came out and questioned the three of Kyle. Damn, are you also with the people who attacked the village? Run away, Amelia, Bud, I'll stop him. Seeing the man appearing, the three of them changed color instantly, looked at him apprehensively. Hearing Kyle's word, the man smiled, opened a row of white teeth, looked at Kyle and said with a smile, hold me. Gia ha, little devil, you have a good idea for those two little guys, but do you have the strength to hold me back? Saying that, the man approached the three of them. If you want to catch them, you have to ask me. You go first. Kyle stopped the urge to go forward to deal with Bud and Amelia, who were the men in suit, and then pushed them away with his arms, and he rushed back. Go up. Kyle, don't. Amelia couldn't help shouting when she saw him rushing up fearlessly. Let go. Bud looked closely at his little friend who had played since childhood, then grabbed Amelia's slender and white arm and ran towards Ulysses. Are you going to leave your partner and go first? The man in the suit glanced at him curiously, but instead of chasing after him, he talked to Kyle jokingly. That's not it. Bud knows me well and won't fight unsure battles. It's enough for me to stop you and let them leave safely. Come on, I'll fight you. After finishing speaking, Kyle inhaled, prepared for the battle, and rushed up to the man in the suit. Fight me. Gia ha. Interesting, then let me measure your ability. The man in the suit smiled and didn't take Kyle seriously. He stretched out his finger and picked it up at him, provocatively said, damn, don't underestimate me. Seeing his actions, the young Kyle couldn't bear it, and grabbed a dead wooden stick from the ground and knocked it at him. Boom. The wooden stick was vigorously pulled on the man in the suit, and the strong force instantly broke it, and it flew into the air, waving in the air for a few laps, and then smashed to the ground. Zizuswan, I don't even want to hide with this kind of strength, little devil. After the man in the suit shook his head and mocked, he threw a fist at him. Boom. Wenting court eningay. Bang. A punch hit Kyle's stomach, causing him to frown in pain, and the bitter water flowed out, and then his body flew out like a cannonball. With a bang, it hit a large branch and broke it, and the whole talent stopped. La. What the matter? Is this the end? Aren't you trying to stop me with big talk? Why don't you get up now? I'm going to hunt them down. The man in the suit still didn't continue. The meaning of chasing the two men came to Kyle's side, lowered his body, looked at him with disdain and stimulated him. Clap la. But damn, I won't let you pass. After Kyle heard this, strength surged up from nowhere, holding the branch on his shoulder in one hand, pulling it out and throwing it aside. Firmly his eyes came over, dragging the disabled body to grab him. How did you use this method to keep me from firing? That's also. The man in the suit was startled by Kyle's bloodshot eyes halfway through his words. Hey, what kind of eyes are you looking at? I want to catch those two little guys. Don't you want to object? The man in the suit immediately returned to his senses, spat softly, and said, yes, no, let you go. Kyle said to him after a while, his tone full of firmness and perseverance. Hey, I'm going to catch those two little guys. How can you stop me, the injured person? After he finished speaking, the man in the suit ignored him and stood up and faced the direction Amelia and the two left, opened his legs and was about to pass. At this moment, Kyle's hand was tightly clutching his ankle, making him unable to break free no matter how hard he tried. Hey, what the hell are you trying to do? Don't let me go. I said, I won't let you pass. No matter how the man in the suit kicked him, even if the top of his head was kicked and the blood was rolling down, Kyle still didn't let go of his palm. Boom. At the foot of the mountain, Badla rushed here with Amelia in a panic, but Amelia, Amelia, who was being pulled by him, accidentally fell to the ground. Batter reached out to pull her. When she got up, Amelia suddenly said something like this: I don't want to run away anymore. I want to stay and help Kyle. Don't be stupid. Don't you think Kyle's efforts were in vain? Even if you want to stay, you have to chase after Ulysses. If you add him, maybe, Bud said first, strictly reprimanded her, then changed his word, preaching about Ulysses, but the more he talked, the less confident he became. Look, Bud doesn't even believe in Brother Elvis. He has the ability to defeat that person. Even if we catch up with him, what can we do? It's just one more hostage. Amelia raised her head looking at him. He spoke softly. But, if we don't do this, we really have no hope. Bud said with a trembling in his word. Go by yourself. I don't want to run away anymore. I want to stay and face that person with Brother Kyle. At this time, Amelia had decided not to run away and face the man in the suit male. Well, since you don't want to leave, then I'll stay with you. Even if I die, I can die with you and Kyle. Seeing Amelia's firm eyes, Bud knowing that he could not persuade her, he also decided to stay. However, not long after they finished speaking, a familiar and tall figure suddenly appeared in front of them. He. Two kittens. Where are you going to escape? Sure enough, the familiar and despairing voice sounded, and the figure's owner stretched out a big hand towards the two of them. Chapter 45 Memories of the Past. 12. Chip. No, that kid is just what he thinks. The old man has never taught him anything, nor has he admitted his identity. He's just a tourist child who came here by accident. Hall shook his head and continued. Denied. Oh, really? Then why did you have such a big reaction? I think he is your apprentice. Yes, and since it is difficult to force you to submit, then don't blame me for using the underhand trick. After speaking, the corner of Bunir's mouth twitched, and then he waved to his men behind him and said, You guys, bring that kid to me. I believe that with him present, our guess will be calmer. Yes, the two men in black led the way towards Ulysses. Not good. Damn it. Your opponent is the old man alone. Don't think about attacking innocent people. Hall was furious, rushed to the two men in black in a flash, and pulled the stick towards them. La. My subordinates are doing business. Mr. Hall, you better stay here for me. Shave. Clang. Sure enough, Bunir would not sit back and watch the other party mess up his plan. He stepped on his heels and suddenly appeared in front of Hall, blocking his attack with his claws. Hurry up. Bunir instructed the two of them while blocking Hall. Yes, shave. The two took the order, and each rushed towards Elvis with their footwork. Damn, get out of the way. Lion power. La. Now that it's all over, do you think I'll let you use this? There must be a limit to underestimate people. Rankyaku, Tempest kick. Big Storm. Feeling very angry at the action, his eyebrows jumped, and he roared. His right leg twitched back, and a bright white wind blade formed in an instant. Chung. Sizzle. Damn. Hall didn't notice for a while that he was taken away by the chopper, and his leg plowed 2D trenches on the ground. No, Mr. Elvis is in danger. I have to hurry up and go. And this Elvis, who came in a hurry, didn't understand the situation, and he didn't know his own weight. Hall was chopped off, thinking he was in danger, and charged towards them even faster. Confused, Elvis, and the village chief Abner, who knew the most about the situation, smashed his chest and acclaimed when he saw this scene. Gia, old man, it seems that you don't teach children well enough, so rashly rushing in like this will only add to the chaos, and if it weren't for him, our actions would not have been so successful. As part of the plan, you guys, there is no way to avoid death, so let me die here. And here, Burden approached the villagers with flickering figures. Looking at the more terrified eyes of the villagers, he became more and more complacent, walking in and out mocking them. Boom. Even so, Elvis has a good heart for us, and the old man won't blame him for being a kind child. Abner threw his cane on the ground and said to Burden, Gia, right, then let's see how that kid, good intentions, killed you. In another flash, Burden had appeared in front of the village chief, almost sticking to his words, sneering at him word by word. Shigan, finger pistol. Quote, puff. After he finished speaking, Burden's finger stabbed into the village chief's chest. The blood quickly stained his clothes, and the long white beard was also stained with blood, becoming extremely bright. Village chief. The villagers shouted sadly. Boom. The village chief, Abner, collapsed amid the wailing of the crowd. No village chief grandpa. Seeing this scene, Elvis's eyes were red and the corners of his eyes almost burst, and he shouted in grief, Brush, little guy, stop here for us. When he was crying, two men in black had already arrived here, stopped in front of him, and said expressionlessly, Damn, you demons, I'm going to kill you. Seeing the two appear, Elvis' grief turned into anger. His eyes flashed with hatred, and he threw his fist at one of them. Boom. Full QBXSXS. Well, there is still a little strength. 128 Dao, which is almost the average value of an adult and robust fish man. This kid, as Captain Bunir guessed, is that old guy's apprentice. That the man opened his hand to take Elvis's fist. His face did not change at all, and he said to his companion, Well, if that's the case, then take him back. Good. The two of them talked without anyone else, completely ignoring the feeling of Elvis, who was constantly struggling in his hand. Puff. ah, puff, ah, don't come here, puff. On the other side, a panicked voice sounded. The villagers watched helplessly as the butcher's knife in the butcher's hand slashed towards them mercilessly, stained red with blood. Damn. Elvis's eyes were full of anger. Anger attacked him and Bunir. Damn, let me go. I want to kill you. And Elvis was the same here. He was caught by the two and witnessed all this. The anger in his heart could not be quelled, and he shouted angrily at the two. Oh, let go of you. What if I let you go? Hearing Elvis tell them to let go, the man chuckled and let go of him, and then spoke with a disdainful expression. Ha! Finally, the last person's body was penetrated by Burden's arm. Blood splattered, and he fell down with blood foaming in his mouth. The last one, Burden said, pulling out his hand and licking his lip. Clang! Boom! It's time for you to stop. Hall, the person you want to protect is no longer there. It's useless to struggle so hard. Just keep your hands down. Bunir didn't care about the branch inserted into his chest. He slammed it into his chest with one claw. It was broken, and another punch shook Hall back. He didn't continue to shoot, and looked at him condescendingly. What the use of telling this old man now? Hall's face returned to calm, but there was deep anger in his eyes, looking at him and replying, really, don't even care about the life and death of the apprentice. Bunir smiled, looking at him and expecting his answer. Damn. For the first time, Elvis felt that he was so useless. After practicing for more than 3 years and nearly 4 years, he couldn't even beat two unknown minions of the government. Being used by the other party became a tool to threaten his master Hall's submission. When he decides to come here to help, he should be ready to die. This old man respect his decision. It seemed that Hall did not compromise because of this, and was still ready to fight him to the death. Really? Then, humming, when Bunir was about to raise his hand to let his men kill Elvis, the phone bug on his body rang at this moment. Click. Bunir did not hesitate, took it out of his arms and connected the phone. Moses, this is Gamora. A hearty voice came from the opposite of the phone bug. It's you, Gamora. What the matter? Is there anything to report? Yes, I was instructed to search the island for the fish that slipped through the net, and the search has been completed. Except for the 3 little guys who were ready to escape, there was nothing left out. 3 little guys? Could it be? When they heard from him that they had caught the 3 escaped little guys, Hall and Elvis trembled almost at the same time, and raised their heads abruptly. Oh, is that so? Then you come back. By the way, remember to bring some little guys with you. After seeing the reaction of the two, especially Hall, Bunir smiled even more, facing the man commanded. Yes, click. Ahahaha. It seems that we still have a bargaining chip. Mr. Hall, how about it? Are we going to give up their lives to fight the beasts or say? Bunir said with a smile. Chapter 46 Memories of the Past 13 Disposal. Old man, alas. Clang. In the end, Hall didn't say anything, and threw the broken dead branch on the ground, and after making a snort, all the hockey on his body dissipated. Oh, it seems, Mr. Hall, you don't intend to continue resisting. Seeing Hall's actions, all the men in black present smiled and looked over triumphantly. Bring that kid here too. Then, Bunir beckoned someone to bring Ulysses. Yes, Elvis was escorted by 2 men in black without the slightest resistance. Boom. Elvis was pushed violently to the ground. Lala, Mr. Hall, you said that the lives of this kid and 3 other little guys are forcing you to give in. Bunir walked to Elvis and was about to stand up. He kicked him, then stepped on his chest and spoke to Hall with a smile. Damn. Hall didn't answer, gritted his teeth and glared at him. Click. At this moment, a gate of opening sounded from the air, and the two cast their eyes, only to see a door suddenly formed in the air, and then opened. A man in his 20s or 30s handed the hand. He held a rope in it and threw it gently, and 3 short figures were thrown out of the door. Bang bang bang. Oh, it looks like the last chip is also bet. Then let me hear your answer, Mr. Hall. Bunir smiled even more when he saw the person coming, and his confidence was even more filled. It Kyle, Amelia, and Bud. Are they arrested too? Damn. Elvis, who was stepped on the ground, looked up at the 3 of them with difficulty, and said angrily, ah la la la, what kind of eyes are you looking at? What, do you think you can save these people with your insignificant strength? No, you can't save anyone, and not only that, but you're the last straw for these guys, especially the Hall guy. Bunir saw Elvis, eyes full of anger at him, and kicked him with another kick, and then stepped on his chest without showing any emotion, and sneered. Elvis didn't refute his word. He wanted to help but ended up doing a disservice to him, so that his master could only put down his weapons and be defeated by them, while the village chief and all the respectable and lovable villagers all being brutally murdered. I feel extremely sad and deeply remorseful in my heart. Let go of them. This matter started because of me. That freedom should be borne by me alone, no matter if you want my life or something else. This old man will never do what you want. Abner, Bill, please forgive me. Wait for me. I will meet you in the past and apologize to you. After speaking, Elvis whispered in his mouth as if he had made some difficult decision. Huh, what are you trying to do? Stop him. Bunir's ears were very sensitive, and he could see his intention from Hall's small voice and the determined expression on his face, and immediately ordered both eyed people to stop him. It's too late. The old man has no face to stay in this world. Let me use my life to pay for my sins for the villagers. No, Master Hall, don't do stupid things. Elvis, the apprentice, guessed what he wanted to do, and immediately stopped him. Epner, everyone, here I come. Puff. Elvis didn't listen to Elvis's word. His right hand lingered around Hockey, stabbed into his chest sharply. Blood sprayed out one after another. Elvis vomited blood foam, and his eyes gradually disappeared. No, Master, Elvis roared with his eyes cracked when he witnessed this scene with his own eyes. I'm sorry, my apprentice. Elvis. Boom. Hall looked at Ulysses with kind and loving eyes for the last time, whispered in his mouth, and then completely fell to the ground red with blood. Damn, the target mission is dead. We have been busy this time in vain. Boonier felt very angry at Hall's suicide and complained. Read Bamboo Forest LZLXIASHU. Although the other men in black did not beat, the unfortunate glint in their eyes was not hidden. Captain, what about these people? Are you going to kill them together? At this time, Burton's eyes flashed fiercely, and he asked him about Elvis's treatment. Wait a minute, I'll make a phone call and ask the top. Boonier originally wanted to solve it together, but remembered Elvis, the identity of Hall's descendant. He hesitated, and then answered Rose. Hearing that he was going to ask the superior's instructions, several people did not contradict him, but all cast curious eyes, wanting to listen to the decision above. Humming. The phone worm was dialed, and the operator on the opposite side rang in a short while. Moses, this is Mariajoy. What's up with this? Yes, the next one is Boonier, who is carrying out the order to capture the swordsman Hall. If you have something to ask your superiors, please inform me. Hall, please wait. Hey, Boonier, if you don't bring Hall to me, what's the matter here? After a while, a majestic voice sounded. He was the superior of Boonier and others. Yes, Lord Chi, I want to let you know if I have anything. What the matter? About the mission target, John Au Hall. What's wrong with him? He committed suicide, and his subordinate failed to stop him. What? You bastard, you can't do a little thing. What's the use of asking you? My lord, please calm down. Although the target character Hall committed suicide, he still has a descendant and a few other little guys. The subordinate called you to ask if you want to bring them back. Obviously, if Boonier's implication was not brought back to them, it would be wiped out on the spot. Sigh. I know this matter shouldn't be left to you to deal with. Bring those people back. I will report to the people above, and ensure their safety before that. Otherwise I will pay with your life. After a long time, the man sighed and said to Boonier, yes. Boonier's face became solemn, and he replied immediately, okay, hang up. Click. The man hung up the phone without waiting for Boonier to continue speaking. Lock up these little guys. There are orders on them, and they need to live a few more days. After answering the phone, Boonier immediately ordered the 4 Elvis to be locked up, and then the group was about to leave the island. As soon as they boarded the boat on their front feet, there was a sound of cannon blasting on their back feet, and Deckard the island was sunk by the roaring shelling and disappeared from the map. The village was destroyed. The parents and the villagers, Uncle Bill, Mayor Abner and the others. Damn, it's all because we are too weak. Otherwise this kind of thing would not have happened. I will definitely avenge you. I will, I swear. In the corner where everyone was not paying attention, Elvis and the others had tears in their eyes, watching the cannon closely on the island where they lived when the explosion sounded. All relative, friends and villagers were killed and disappeared in the artillery fire. Chapter 47 Memories of the Past 14 Resolution. In the ancient city of Shangpan, the holy place of Mariajoy, in another garden filled with flowers and birds, full of warm atmosphere, a man wearing a cloak with a mountain-like top on his head with an unknown identity held a small flower pot for those bright blooming flowers are watered. Lord Yimu, someone is looking for you outside. Do you want him to come in? At this time, a maid walked steadily towards him. After seeing him, she immediately knelt on the ground and asked for instruction. Hearing the maid summoned, the man stopped the flower pot he was watering and turned to look over. Those eyes that were as sharp as an eagle and exuded a noble aura looked at him. Let him in. After a while, a man named I.M. spoke aloud. Yes. The maid Shishiren stepped back and let a man in his 30s or 40s in with a gloomy aura. After bringing him here, the maid voluntarily withdrew, leaving only I.M. and the man present. What's your business with me? I.M. asked first. Yes, Lord Yimu, you have explained that your subordinate will bring the swordsmith Hall. I am very sorry about this matter. The subordinate failed to complete the task you explained. Although they defeated him, he also dealt with the entire island, but because of his guilt and the reason we succeeded, he directly committed suicide there. The man didn't get up and continued to kneel there, reporting everything with a little panic and anxiety. Swordsmith Hall, he dead? Yes. When his subordinates were about to capture him successfully, he inserted his arm into his chest while they were not paying attention and died in front of everyone present. Really? In that case, what are you doing here? Aren't you afraid of angering me and ordered to be executed? IM's voice seemed extremely calm at this time, but the chilling aura in his words made the man sweat coldly. DC just raised his head and looked at him. Subordinate. The man's voice was trembling, intermittent, and he he didn't know what to say. Anyone else related to him survived. I ignored his reaction and continued. Yes, there are still a few little guys, including a child who is said to be his apprentice. The subordinates didn't dare to make decisions without authorization. After knowing this, the subordinates will immediately come and report to you. Really, apprentice, even if I catch him back with that person's character, he won't obediently hand over what I want. Since there is a successor, it means that he will pass it on to him. Let's take care of those little guys. Don't let them lose their lives. Yes, this subordinate understand. May I ask Mr. Yimu, the treatment of them is only to save their lives. Does it matter if they are locked in the cell? The man asked tentatively. Let them all be handed over to those people who can be trained to be secret agent. I am not looking at their current age and strength. Well, by the way, the little guy who recently escaped from the underwater prison doesn't seem to be very safe. With that, I thought of another person who came out of Impel Down and was enough to make waves in the world. Ask him. Yes, Golden Lion Shiki, the ship of the flying pirates, and the chief admiral met with Whitebeard after escaping from Impel Down with broken leg, and he disappeared after that. From the point of view of his subordinate, he will not be so peaceful. He must have a plan. Quote, then train that kid well, and look for opportunities to send him to them to inquire about that person's information. An ambitious and powerful person can't let him go. Yes, my subordinates understand. Okay, back off. After Yimu finished speaking, he raised his hand to let him back off. The man didn't dare to stay, and after saluting him, he hurriedly retreated. Love Literature Network Linzu. Hundreds of years have passed. Even you who are called the most amazing descendant of the inheritance can't break the shackles of that method and become the strongest. And how far can your apprentice go? Layer 2 floors, 3 floors. It is still claimed that no one has ever set foot on it, and even the person who created it has not reached the peak. I really look forward to your future. The descendant of Hall, the avenger who bears hatred. Elvis. From Im's words at this time, many secret can be learned. One is that he already knew about Hall's apprenticeship, and he knew it before his subordinates reported him to her. The second is the inheritance carried by Hall. The mysterious breathing method is very well understood, and even he and she may have mastered this method. In the end, he was very looking forward to Ulysses' future. He didn't order his subordinate to kill him. Instead, he adopted a laissez-faire attitude and let him grow to see which step he could reach in the end, and whether he could make him and her side with her. The Great Waterway, secretly managed by the government, disappeared on a primitive island on the territory. It here. Bring them all to me. As soon as the warship entered the port, Bunir stepped ashore and instructed his men beside him. Yes, the two of them bowed their heads and took the order, walking back to the boat. After a while, the 4 Elvis were chained with chains on their hands and feet and pulled over with rope. I have to say that you little guys are really lucky. Seeing Elvis coming over, Bunir stepped in front of them. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and he smiled. Even if Elvis replied to him, they just stared at him with hateful eyes and didn't answer. Bunir didn't take their hateful eyes seriously, but looked very unhappy. Couldn't help but rescued Kyle's face and lifted him up, and warned several people in a cold voice. Gia ha 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 ha. What kind of look is this? It's like you want to eat me alive. Why? Do you still think you are the good baby hiding in your parents' arm? Don't take it for granted. If it wasn't for the superiors who ordered me to send you here to receive special training from government elite, I would be too lazy to care about you. By the way, after arriving here, everything is based on strength. There are 2,000 seed elites with strong potential sent from all over the world on this island. In the end, only 300 people can make up the camp and leave here. And the loser hehehehe. Quote, although Bunir didn't say it explicitly, everyone could hear the meaning behind it. What do you want us to do? Elvis reached out to stop Kyle and other impulsive characters who had been put down by him, and said in a calm tone, what do I want you to do? Gia ha 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 ha. This is a good question. It's not what I want you to do, but what you have to do yourself. I've already told you here, and the most people who can get out in the end are the most. There are only 300. The time is 3 months. During these 3 months, there will be special people to teach you fighting techniques, sailing knowledge and assassination skills. I was eliminated, and life and death duels are allowed here. If I don't want to die, I must be vigilant and prepare for assassination so as to improve your chances of survival. Well, that's all I have to say. We will come again in 3 months. I hope you can live as humble as Anne. Gia ha ha ha. Let go. After speaking, Bunir laughed wildly and left with a group of his men. And soon another special person came to lead Elvis away, and assigned them a special event venue and a special mentor to teach them. Here, the 4 Elvis also started a 3-month survival knockout match. Everyone squeezed themselves to ensure their survival, in order to obtain better results in the knockout final 3 months later, and save lives. Chapter 48 Memories of the Past 15, the beginning of practice. The unnamed primitive desert island is divided into the realm where Elvis acts and receives teaching. An uninvited guest appeared here quietly, and several people here, including Elvis, did not find that any unknown person broke into here. The group of them had just been taught hunting skills by Elvis, and they caught today's dinner, placed it on the fire and grilled it, and the group gathered around things and talked about things. By the way, although it is only a training camp, there is no food included here, only weapons and fire sources are provided, and everything else has to be done by themselves. A small number of people are killed by bees before they can be taught. Was eliminated. Elvis, you said we really have to listen to that guy's word. What kind of life and death knockout is going on here? Kyle's face, that was a little red from the fire, unconsciously crossed a self-mockery, said. The other two, like Amelia and Bud, have become reticent since they experienced their relatives and islands disappearing in front of them, and they became taciturn after being escorted here. Voted over. Hee. If it's not like this, what can we do? Do you think that with our soft-footed shrimp-like skills, you can escape those? No, the pursuit of the world government. And even if we get away with it, what about the hatred in us? Aren't you avenging the villagers? Elvis asked him one after another after laughing at himself. But Kyle wanted to say that he could accumulate strength from other forces and avenge the villagers, but he couldn't open his mouth. Hee. You have also thought of it, Kyle. Yes, even if we are lucky enough to escape here, our chances of revenge are still zero. If you want to avenge them, you can only bury hatred in your heart, turn it into a driving force, accumulate the power between you and us in the world government, release it in one fell swoop when the time is right, show our minions to the government, ruthless, bite them hard. Elvis took out a knife and slashed a piece of meat from the wild boar that was grilled on the fire without any seasoning, then swallowed it, and continued. Damn, I want to avenge the villagers and my father and mother, but I didn't expect to need the help of the enemy. Kyle slammed his fist on the tree trunk and said with hatred. Both of Amelia lowered their heads and didn't say anything. They picked up the knife and cut off pieces of meat from the wild boar, put them on the plate, and ate them one bite at a time. Wow. When Elvis wanted to say something persuasive to them, there was a tremor in the jungle not far away, and the alert he set around was triggered. This time, Elvis woke up immediately after hearing the sound. Get up and look there. The other three got up and stood behind him, watching silently. Clap la la. Clap la la. The branches and leaves of the bushes swayed, and suddenly, four gleaming things flew towards them through the bushes. Brush, clang, chong, chong. Elvis's eyes narrowed, and he immediately waved the knife in his hand and slashed out at the attacking object. With the sound of a crash, the four-shot knife fell to the ground. Ahahaha, not bad. I finally have a few seeds to watch. Not long after Elvis blocked the arrows, the bushes swayed, and a tall man in a black night suit walked out from there, and spoke to them with a smile. Who are you, and why are you here? Seeing that person, Elvis felt a strong sense of suffocation from him. This person's strength was only weaker than the breath he had felt on Master Hall. Just a few. Thinking of this, he reached out and immediately protected the three of Kyle behind him and asked him, who am I? Is this important? But you guys surprised me a little. You were ready on the first day you arrived, and even set traps for enemies or beasts, and you just blocked the few times that I took down. It's still good. The man in black was very satisfied with the actions and reactions of Elvis and the others, and couldn't help but praise. Okay, without further ado, let me introduce myself first. I will be the instructor of the four of you for the next 3 months. I will be responsible for teaching you basic combat skills, assassination methods, and the knowledge of sailing to live in the sea. Rainbow literature net Ianjanzu. No matter what your intention or purpose of coming here, I don't care. I will show up here every night before you finish teaching the knowledge you should hand in or you are eliminated by lore. Let me tell you in advance. With his strength, he naturally heard the conversation between Kyle and Elvis when he approached here, but he didn't take it to heart. Involved in unrelated things. Really? Then, please give me more advice. Elvis took Kyle and bowed to him in return. Gia ha 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 ha. It's useless to be polite to Lao Su. Let's think about how to deal with the next 3-month test. Okay, let's start. The man rudely interrupted Elvis's next request. When he said that, he raised his hand to signal the start of the practice. Yes, the four Elvis responded with awe when they heard this. Well, first I have to test your skills. The instructor nodded, then extended his palm to them. Do your best to hit me here. You come first, the instructor said to Elvis after a glance. Ulysses nodded, step forward, lunged, and slammed forward. Boom. The power value is 131, which is equivalent to the combat value of 13 fully armed soldiers. It's still okay. The next one. The instructor was not too surprised by this value, but Vivi just looked sideways. This value may be very high for ordinary people, but as an instructor who has seen and tested other people of different races, it is only acceptable, and it is not even ranked in front of those excellent races, such as the Fur tribe, a natural fighting tribe. Each tribe can easily break through 500 and reach the limit of superhuman. There are also warlike giant clans, short little human clans, fishman clans living in the sea, and even long-handed and long-legged clans, which healthy adult clan is worse than him. After testing Elvis back, the instructor turned his attention to Kyle. Kyle instructed, step forward, and punched vigorously. Boom. 69. Neck. Boom. 74. Neck. Boom. 7. Okay, I have mastered your general situation. The strongest among them is you. Your name is Elvis, right? 131 is considered to be the number one in this training camp. I guess I should squeeze into the top 100, but don't get carried away. The qualifications of those who can come here are certain. If you are proud and don't stop, then it will be difficult for you to squeeze into the top 300. The instructor admonished him. Well, don't worry, instructor. I've never had this mentality. I'll keep getting stronger until I earn the number one seat. First, Gia ha 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 ha. It's good to have this confidence. I'm optimistic about you. Continue to work hard, and the two of you are only at the middle level, and you can't give up your cultivation. I understand. Kyle and Bud nodded and replied, well, as for you, little girl, your stamina can be said to be at the bottom of the entire training camp. I don't know if you can survive this test. Come on by yourself. Amelia's eyes darkened after hearing his word, but she regained her confidence when Elvis, Kyle, and Bud came to pat her on the shoulder silently. Chapter 49 Memories of the Past 16, Hell-like Cultivation. In the center of the island, he monitored the entire island through video phone bug, and paid close attention to the thousands of excellent seeds that entered the island. As the final screened and eliminated inspector, there was an extra white cloak behind him, wearing a white cloak on his head. Man in mask. How's it going? The inspection of those seeds. The man's deep voice came from the mask. Yes, Lord Chi-Bing, all the instructors have been sent out. So far, there are 613 teams, except for some 57 teams that are not qualified to be eliminated first. There are 556 teams remaining, consisting of 127 teams on the island. Instructors teach separately. By the way, there is also the 47th group that you specifically explained to the strongest among the instructors, Lista, to teach them all, and they have all been inspected. Please check. Hear that. After the man's questioning, the staff who were sitting in front of the monitoring screen and focused on checking the follow-up situation of each group immediately got up, bowed down to salute the man and respectfully reported the report. Well, there are so many left. It seems that the seeds in this issue are not bad. In the past, most of the people would be wiped out at this time. This time only a small part. Not bad. I am very satisfied. You should continue to follow up. By the way, please explain to the instructors sent out, especially Lista, that the test of those seeds will gradually increase in each phase. Although the qualifications of this phase are very satisfactory to me, but there are still too many people. The masked man nodded, his tone slightly softened. Hi. The staff member did not dare to have any doubts and replied firmly, okay, keep working. After the man finished speaking, his figure flashed and disappeared in front of the man in a trance. My subordinates will try their best to do what the Lord ordered. The man's eyes were still fixed on the direction where the masked man disappeared, and after a while, he spoke in a condensed voice. He walked back to the original chair and sat down to call Mike Fung, the instructors, and repeated what the masked man explained to them. After confirming that they were all clear, he closed Mike Fung and continued to follow up with hundreds of groups in real time. Situation. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, Elvis and Kyle spent 3 months on this mysterious island, ending the hellish training, and now is the moment to test everyone's achievement. The results of the months of practice will be displayed in this life and death knockout. Time flies fast. 3 months have passed in a blink of an eye. In the past few months, quite a few of you have fallen into the cruel elimination and cultivation, and some of you can't stand it. The test here wants to escape from this island, but of course they are all dead, and you are the last ones who can survive that hellish training. To be honest, I am both proud and sympathetic to you guys. I am proud that if you had been successfully selected into the organization with your qualifications and strength in the past, but I sympathize with the fact that this government organization does not need so many people, and there are more than 400 of the remaining 725 people. People are eliminated, and the way to be eliminated is today's final. These people must also know the content of this competition. Today, all 725 people who persevered in the training and were not brushed out by the cruel assessment were gathered in the southeast corner of the island, in front of a flat beach, wearing a white cloak coat and a mysterious mask on the head, stood on the raised platform and spoke to the crowd. At this moment, more than 700 people are concentrated here, and there is not a single existence lower than 300 based on Dao strength. Among them, the strongest one is Osis, a young man who ate the fruit of an ancient saber-tooth tiger and mastered the golden lion sword skill. Elvis, who is also at the forefront of strength, and Alia, a woman with mysterious and charming abilities, will be the champion among the three of them. Of course, their Dao strength values exceed the average by more than 100 points. Osis, like the zone ability, has a maximum of 473 points, which is almost superhuman. Elvis was slightly inferior and reached 414 Dao force. Arya, the lowest of the three, also had 402 points. Such a high Dao strength value makes them the most popular champion candidate. With a high popularity, even the masked man from Zero can't help but look at them. Reading net USUU. You both have a number plate on your body. It can also be said to be an identity card. Your goal is to grab the number plate on the other side. Well, 725 people, only 300 100 people can run for election. This is a bit difficult, so let go by this time tomorrow. If you can show up with at least 2 number cards plus yourself, then you will be promoted. What do you think? The masked man ignored the riotous and noisy crowd below, and preached to the crowd like a joke. And then before they could ask questions, he spoke again. By the way, I would like to remind you again that the more number cards you get, the more you will decide your future path, whether it is a smooth progression to an advanced organization or even the highest 9, or a backup member, and eventually you will be eliminated or eliminated. It's a mediocre life. How you live the rest of your life depends on you this time. The last words of the masked man undoubtedly aroused the murderous intentions in their heart. A considerable number of people glanced at the people around them with cold and brutal eyes, as if they were choosing suitable prey. To the companion around him, he, yes, that's it. From now on, don't trust anyone but yourself, even your companions. Fight and fight on this island to your heart's content. Only the winner deserves everything. Go ahead, you only have 1 day, and no one will come out with enough number plates at this time tomorrow. Speaking of the masked man, he glanced at the dozens of people around him who had serious expressions, tall and straight, who acted as the instructor of these people, and gestured to them. If they don't come out, they will naturally become the target of being hunted and killed. No one can escape from here and escape the pursuit of the government. There are only 2 choices left to them: kill or be killed. The ruthless, the more calm the state of mind, the more cold the eyes. Then, under the wave of the masked man, the whole group set out to the island, and finally opened the prelude to the battle with the sound of a gun machine. Puff, puff, Not long after the start signal passed, the sound of fighting, screams and wailing had already sounded. The 5 faces were only 15 or 16 years old, and the slightly immature youth fell to the ground. One of them was clutching the bloody claw marks on his chest and turned his back to them, licking his sharp claws. Why, we are companion. People who can be my OS's companions are not as weak as you. From the beginning, I didn't treat you as my companion. Those previous performances were just playing trick on you. A group of weak lambs are also worthy to be the companions of the King of Beasts. You all fall down here, and I will take your identity cards and walk out of the glorious road that belongs to my OS's. Os's companion finally swallowed his breath and fell in a pool of blood after hearing what he said. 5 have been eliminated. Whose turn is it next? After Os's licked the remaining blood stains on his claws with his tongue, he looked forward with bloodthirsty eyes and let out a gloomy cry. After the bloodthirsty word, the figure disappeared into the bushes. Chapter 50 Memories of the Past 17 Final. Under the setting sun, a group of 4 walked in the bushes. After walking for a while, the leader in front stopped and turned around and spoke to the companions behind. It's time for us to separate here. With me by your side, it won't work as a trial. But if we split? A blonde boy behind stood up and tried to refute him. Okay, shut up, Kyle. Elvis is right. With him by our side, it really won't work for any trial. Bud beside him stretched out his hand and tugged at the corner of his clothes, and then explained. Well, what if I can go out alive under the protection of Elvis' brother? Do you still want to live under his wings for the rest of your life? Amelia, who is under the same care as her sister, also realized this, and said with a pursed mouth without any objection. Well, since you all think so, then I have nothing to say. Then let's separate here. We can choose one direction each of the 4 directions: east, west, north and south. I hope to see you again at this time tomorrow. I'll go first. Kyle saw that neither of them objected, and he had nothing to say, so he could only sigh. After taking a breath, he chose a random direction to say goodbye to them and walked over. Let go too. Bud and Amelia also looked at each other, then parted ways and set foot in the direction of their choice, walking further and further away from Elvis. Hey, I hope you don't hate me. It's for your own good. After all, the hatred of the 271 villagers on Decca Island is not just shouldered by me alone. You also have this responsibility. Elvis stood there and stared silently for a long time before sighing and speaking. Brush. After he finished speaking, he also disappeared and headed for the rest of the direction. At this moment, as the sun went down, the fighting on the island became even more intense. In almost a few minutes, the sound of fighting was heard, and then accompanied by a wailing, the forest returned to calm again. The moonlight fell, and the cold gecko sprinkled on the large branches and leaves of the island, and the sound of insects sounded. When night falls, it also gives many hunters the best chance. Many more people fell down in the dim night. Silent Wood. Hunting Hawk witnessed this bloody and tragic sight. In the afternoon, the scorching sun was shining brightly, and the fiery brilliance once again spread over the whole land. After a night of elimination and slaughter, this final test was coming to an end. The masked man who served as the judge this time walked out of the tent, glanced at the forest leading to the depths of the island, and said lazily, "Ah la la la, it's almost noon. Time flies so fast. Someone should come out soon." "Yes, my lord, it is already 12 o'clock, and there are less than 3 hours before the end of the test. At this time, I believe that the knockout stage is almost over, and the winner will come out soon." A entourage stood up and echoed him. "Well, I'm looking forward to how many people will win this time. After After all, this is the biggest test match since the era of the great pirate Filuba FLXS8. The masked man is full of expectations for this final. He is very much looking forward to the hundreds of teenagers who have been able to directly advance to the reserve members in the past. How many people will come out after the cruel selection? Among them, the top ones are capable whether to catch up in the footsteps of Rob Lucci, the ninth strongest since the establishment of the First World Government, or even have the qualifications to enter their organization. At this moment, the island is close to the jungle near the bund where the instructor accepts the test results and counts the seed players. Boom. A thin, well-distributed, blue-haired boy step forward. Why, you've already taken away our identity card. Why didn't you kill us? You shouldn't be that kind of person, right? Oses. A wounded chest. Lying on the ground at a similar age, the young man stretched out his hand and asked the indifferent young man in front of him. I'm not interested in your life right now. I've already taken the number plate. Plus you have 68. It's time to go. The blue-haired boy Oses replied coldly and walked towards the path ahead, not looking at the partner who was defeated by him and fell to the ground and couldn't get up. By the way, I heard that you ranked me and Elvis and Aria in the top 3, right? Since I have so many number cards, I don't know if the two of them can match me. It's really exciting. After leaving only this intriguing sentence, Oses disappeared in front of these people. Ahem. Is this your intention? Leave our lives to test those two. After a long time, the 13 members of the 3 teams that were originally attacked and injured by Oses stood one after another. When he got up, recalling the words he left behind, one of them couldn't help but smile bitterly. Since he has already said so, do we still have a choice? He has taken all the number plates that we snatched from us, and we have not much time left, so we can only go and talk to those 2 people. Let's fight. The person next to him also smiled bitterly after hearing his word, and then responded, yeah, there's no choice left. After everyone looked at each other, they all confirmed each other's thoughts and turned their eyes to the back. Let go. Just try that, guys. Will to see if the other 2 have such overwhelming and desperate strength. Brush. After finishing speaking, these teams no longer hesitate to rush forward. Hee. Elvis and Aria, hope you can like the gift I left you. Oses, who was walking out of the jungle and walked towards the assessment point, raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a hint of sternness. Smile. Secretly in the heart. On the other side, in the middle of the island. Hee. Aria can already do it. We have collected no less than 3 number plates each of us so far, which should be enough to qualify for the top 300. The 4 members who partnered with the top 3 seated Aria, looking at the beautiful girl who wiped the blade with a handkerchief in front of her. She couldn't help showing a trace of desire and possessiveness, and then she swallowed and asked her, it's almost there. Since that's the case, let go back. Alia's charming voice, which seemed to be able to evoke the purest lust in people's hearts, sounded, making the originally hidden desires in the hearts of several people all around. Hey, before you leave, Aria, should you pay us a fee? Hooked by Aria's voice, they didn't even bother to cover up anymore. They just laughed wickedly, using say Mimi's looking at her. Yeah, Aria, before we go back, let us help you solve the rewards of those seed players together. Don't worry, there are still a few hours before the end, as long as you play with us. The others followed and swarmed up together. Oh, so you want me to accompany you on? Aria took it easy. Her charming and tender eyes flickered, and then confirmed. That's right, these people already had this idea when they partnered with her, but they had only seen each other's abilities and felt that it was difficult, so they didn't do it in those months. But now they don't know if it was Aria deliberately calculating, being hooked by her voice. All their desires overwhelmed their head. They didn't even think of the terrifying strength of the other party's top 3 strength. Pirates opening to capture the fluttering fruit. Chapter 51-100. Chapter 51 _ Memories of the past 18. Anti-kill. Oh, is that so? Do you even think so? After hearing a few people's words, Aria showed a mysterious smile, glanced at them, and continued to ask them with charming words. Yes, even if your Dao strength ranks in the top 3 among all the people, we are not weak. If the 5 of us join forces, even those 2 people will have to accept the first. If you know each other, you can accompany our brothers. After a while, all the things that helped you win so many number cards are all written off. How? When her eyes swept away, they were not afraid, but they dared to continue preaching. Well, I have a better proposal here. What do you think? As Aria said, the corners of her eyes narrowed, making her look even more charming. What proposal? Several companions who were with her thought that there was a better choice for Aria, and suddenly raised their heart. Of course it is. Before Aria's words were finished, a strange wave erupted from her body. Her eyes stared at everyone, and purple light was transmitted from the bottom of her eyes. Damn, does your ability even have an effect on humans? Several people trembled, feeling that they were unable to control themselves, struggling to support, and one person even gritted his teeth and insisted. Giggle, this is of course, but with all of you running dogs who are greedy for the beauty of the concubine and willing to serve as slaves, shouldn't the concubine hide it? But it's still hard work for you. Originally, my concubine still thought that if you didn't want to think about it and put it into action, it it's okay to spare you, but it's because you are too greedy. Since this concubine is like this, she no longer cares about her past friendship. Let your companions be buried here together. After speaking, the purple mist emanated from Aaliyah's body, and her beautiful eyes showed a hint of purple on. Overnight, a strange energy was transmitted through several people. Charmed by Arya, the unmanned body trembled involuntarily and walked eastward, walking towards the white tiger, the overlord of the forest, the king of the whole island that they found. Damn, Arya, I won't let you go if I'm a ghost. Damn, Arya, even if I die, Drake, I will turn into a ghost and haunt you for the rest of my life, watching you die tragically in the trials that follow. Although their bodies were manipulated by Arya's ability and could not be driven by their own thought, the mouths of several people were not sealed, and before leaving, they uttered the most vicious curse on her and Arya, who manipulated their bodies to death. Giggle, it's really interesting. Is it the lament of the loser? Even if you curse, just let you who have entered the Yellow Spring keep your eyes open and watch. I, Alia, will definitely pass this selection and enter the organization to the top, and you are just a stepping stone for a concubine, a wisp of ghosts who died on the road to a strong concubine. Alia finished speaking with a smile, and turned her back to her former companions who were about to step into the white tiger territory. Here, without looking at them again, I walked straight towards the end of the assessment. Roar. What? Not long after she stepped out of the jungle path, there was a roar and roar of a beast far behind her, followed by a wailing sound, and then she died. Huh, it seems that I didn't meet them or missed her. Luckily, I walked out without even a single injury. Arya was the second person to walk out of the trial ground to be tested after Oses. Seeing her figure, Oses was also surprised, and then his stunned expression was quickly covered up and returned to the usual insipidity. Indifferent. Huh, interesting, really interesting. Do you want to use some little mice that were deliberately let go to intercept people who walked out? There are still little guys with this idea. It seems that the results of this test will be revealed. It's beyond my surprise. Ba Zen 8. His fleeting expression was captured by the masked man who was the final judge, but he didn't say it. Being able to use a conspiracy to assassinate others may be very shameful in the eyes of others, but in the eyes of them, in the eyes of the World Government Special Agency Organization, but especially appreciated. Time passed by minute, and as the appointed time approached slowly, some seated players walked out of the island one after another. Most of them were holding one or two blood-stained number cards in their hand, and bloodstains always walked out of there unharmed. After a short period of time, even Kyle, Bud, and Amelia walked out with several number plates. So far, 113 people have arrived here, and more than 600 people have not come out, including Elvis, who is being surrounded and killed by many people. Huh, is there a little guy who hasn't come out yet? It shouldn't be. Shouldn't it be easy to come out with that little guy's rank? They were all presented to the masked man. He took a cursory scan of the list in his hand, and was a little surprised that he didn't see Elvis' name. Kyle, have you seen Elvis? Amelia was searching through the crowd, but she still couldn't find any news about Elvis, and suddenly became anxious. No, it doesn't seem like he's here among us. Right, could it be that he hasn't come out yet? After being questioned, Kyle was also a little surprised, reached out and scratched his head. Impossible. How could it be impossible to get out with Elvis's rank? Bud on the side didn't believe what he said. How could Elvis, who was the top 3 among all people, be unable to get out? But I haven't seen him here. If he came out, shouldn't he have joined us long ago? No matter how many people believed him, it still happened that Elvis didn't appear here. As soon as Kyle's word came out, Amelia and Bud could not refute. Impossible, impossible, brother Elvis. He will be fine. We just haven't seen him. Let's look for it. Amelia couldn't believe it. She shook her head, her eyes feeling a little lost. He lowered his head and muttered. After another half an hour, when it was almost the time limit mentioned by the masked man, Elvis still hadn't come out, but he had already stood up and started giving orders to everyone. It seems that you were the only ones who survived. Although it is less than the number of 200 or 300 people I expected, it is already very good. As for those who haven't come out yet, they should have fallen inside, so I won't wait for them anymore. Next, I will announce the top 3 players of this competition. The first is. When the masked man was about to announce who was the first, a long voice interrupted him not far away. Please wait. As soon as the voice came out, everyone's eyes converged there, only to see a footstep sounded slowly on the path leading to the depths of the forest, getting louder and closer, getting closer and closer to them. Clatter. I'm sorry I'm late. Finally, the footstep stopped, a body covered in blood, dragging a long rope tied with a number plate in his hand. He was the last Elvis to appear. After experiencing the duel of a few small pairs that blocked the road at the end, he beheaded everyone and walked out with the number plates they grabbed from others. Appear in front of everyone before the deadline. Boom. After speaking, Elvis threw the number plates at the feet of the counting staff and walked over to meet Kyle and the others. Chapter 52_19 Elimination. The person in charge of the count took the bloodstained rope, untied all the signs, briefly counted them, and ran over to tell the masked man the number. Well, I see. Let go go down. After listening to his word, the masked man waved to him to step down. At this time, the masked man glanced at Elvis and others with approving eyes, and then said, "The results have come out. First of all, let me announce who the top 3 are." The masked man stood on the high platform, glanced at the sea that were about to move, and then gave a speech. The top 3 are Aria in 3rd place with 58, 2nd place Oses, number 69, and 1st place Elvis. The number is 71. Congratulations. After the masked man finished speaking, all the people below immediately became agitated, and some of them even had expressions that I knew. Oh, sure enough, the top 3 were all contracted by those 3. It's not okay if you're not convinced. Who says they have the highest strength? You can go up if you have the ability. Hee, let's forget it. None of the 3 of them is less than 50, which means that nearly 200 of the people who were folded there died in their hand, and none of these people are easy to mess with. Yes, and my heart is also very ruthless. Speaking like you or not, each of us here has more or less a few lives, not to mention how many of the more than 2,000 people who have died before were assassinated by their companions. Saying this now is nothing but slander. Hee, that's right. We have already shouldered the lives of our companions and are not qualified to say this. After listening to the masked man's recitation, some people even whispered, looking at the 3 people who were read out with a little fear in their eyes. Just like treating people who died in their hand, they will kill people if they disagree. Giggle, worthy of being a concubine's favorite. 71. There are 2 more than that man. I just don't know what he will think. Giggling. A group of useless waste. More than 10 people can't kill even one person together. He deserves to die in his hand. And Oses, one of the focal characters who was discussed by the group, sat behind the crowd and was isolated by everyone, but he didn't feel the slightest end. To him, those people were all just trash and not worth his attention. Elvis, who is close to him and has almost the same combat power, has another person, Aria, who can attract his attention. After listening to the masked man's reading, he turned his eyes to Elvis, who was chatting and laughing with Kyle and the others. The corners of his mouth raised lightly, revealing a mysterious smile. But yes, if you are so weak and killed, then I don't know if I like it. Elvis, from now on, I will make you a complete competitor. Wait, a momentary lead is not enough. What is it? Okay, first of all, I would like to congratulate you lucky ones who stood out from the 3,000 elite seeds secretly collected around the world and became one of the more than 100 people who can survive smoothly. The blood of your companions also continues their glory, and you can continue your glory. The masked man's words made many people smile, but after a few seconds, his words directly interrupted their just loading joy. But don't think that's enough. I have to remind you here that there is still a long way to go, and if you want to control your own destiny, this is just a small starting point, and then you will be taken to a more advanced stage. It is a secret location, receiving more terrifying training, and there will be some people who will be swept away, and the rest will be eligible to become the backup personnel of the organization. The words of the masked man undoubtedly brought a little bit of happiness to everyone who was happy. Passing by loudly, their hearts that had been relieved were raised again. Well, very good. That's how it should be. Come here. The masked man nodded satisfied with their response, and then called his subordinate. Here. An entourage gave him a military salute and stood upright beside him. Niu Nnzne. Take them there. Take them to the corresponding ship and arrange their own room. The masked man disappeared from everyone's sight with a sway before he could answer. Come with me. The agent turned and walked ahead to lead them. A group of people followed behind him, with mixed thoughts about the upcoming test, both fear and anticipation. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as they boarded the ship, several warships scattered around the island opened fire on the island. For a while, the bullet flew by, the smoke of gunpowder was billowing, and the island and former companions that had accompanied everyone for a few months were all buried in the fire, completely disappeared from sight, and the memories of the past were completely sealed. No matter how indifferent and ruthless, seeing him with him for more than 3 months, witnessing the change from weak to strong, from affectionate to ruthless, seeing this situation, some people still can't bear it, or turn their head, or leave and return to their own room. Go. Only Oses, Aria and Elvis were not shaken by the scene in front of them. Their hearts were still very firm. Their eyes did not turn a little bit, and they stared at the scene in front of them, and there was a glimmer of light in their eyes. I don't know what was on his mind. More than a day passed, and more than 100 people came to another island in the 3 warships, and several men in black suits were waiting to welcome them again, and here they will accept the most cruel and terrifying baptism, the real test and practice of becoming a preparatory member. After the warship docked, the masked man led the group off the ship and stood on the shore, pointing to the man in black who came to meet them not far away and said, "Okay, the final assessment and practice venue are ahead. Your responsibilities have come to an end. Then you will be taught by a dedicated instructor. Oh, by the way, there is one more thing to tell you." After finishing speaking, when he was about to go back, he turned around as if he was remembering something, looked at everyone with a puzzled look, and the corners of his mouth raised. As I said before, don't think that you can sit back and relax after being selected from 3,000 people. There will be more crises and tests waiting for you. No matter how dangerous it is, whether you will experience a great test of life and death, but at least more than half of you will be eliminated, and at most more than 30 people will actually survive to join and become the reserve team members. As for those who were eliminated, I don't need to tell you that you all know it. I hope you can ask for more blessing. He. After speaking, the masked man really left them and went back to deliver the completion results of this mission to the top golem. After listening to his last words, some lucky people couldn't help swallowing their saliva, feeling even more fear in their hearts about the next practice. Are you the most elite seeds that survived this hell knockout round? Well, it looked good, but I don't know if you can complete the next practice. Even the instructor who came here to support them was right. They all wore sympathetic eyes, and after knowing the training courses they had undergone before and in the future, no matter how indifferent they were, they showed sympathy for the seeds of this level. Sympathy for them is the foundation of the era of dealing with and suppressing the great pirates nurtured by the first government, and the test they have to go through will be unprecedented, both in the past and in the future. Okay, I don't know what tests you have gone through before coming here, and I don't want to know. Here you are just a tool with no human rights and no emotions, and you can't have a trace of your practice. Complain, or the old man will punish you personally. The leader was a man in his 60s or 70s, with a strong stature, a solemn and cold appearance, gray hair, and a cold expression. After the crowd once again speak aloud. Chapter 53_20 separately. Next, follow him when the instructor reads his name. From now on, he will be the one in charge of teaching you fighting techniques or swordsmanship for the next 3.5 years. Did you hear that? After explaining some precautions, he asked them loudly after speaking. I heard. Hearing his shout, Elvis and the others stood up straight, with their waists erect, speaking from their chest, and answered loudly. Well, I'll leave it to you next. The chief instructor nodded with satisfaction, turned his eyes behind him, and handed over the task to his subordinate. I'm looking forward to another duel with you, Elvis. Osis was picked up by a middle-aged instructor with scars all over his face, and he didn't forget to look back before he left. Elvis, who was still waiting, glanced at him, then followed in the footsteps of the players and left the southwest corner of the island. From today onward, I will be your instructor. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Chiska, the former 9 instructor who once served as that genius instructor. Here, I will formulate a training course for you according to his standard. If you can't keep up, then you will be the one who will be unlucky in the end, you know. Obviously from his word, we can know that the origin of this instructor is also very amazing. It seems that it is intentional. The previous instructor was like this, and the current one is also the same. All of them are terrifyingly strong, and they should not be responsible for their role. A few seed instructors who weren't even the prep members but were still arranged here to teach them. Although it is unclear what the top government officials think, but at this moment they have no choice but to accept it passively. The 4 of them nodded heavily, expressing their approval. Very well. Then, Chiska spoke again and told them in detail about his neck practice. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, Elvis and others had been practicing for 3.5 years again. In the past 3 years, everyone has undergone a great transformation. Among the more than 30 people who survived the final elimination, almost everyone's Dao strength value exceeded 600, and they became superhumans in the true sense. Correspondingly, I have mastered the secret fighting technique of Marine and the world government, Marine Rokushiki, and like the strongest people, Osis, Arya, and Kylan Bard, each of whom has a Dao value of more than 800. For example, the strongest Osis has reached 980. Leia is slightly inferior, but she also has 910 Dao power. Like Kylan Bud, one of them has 890 Dao power, and the other has 900 Dao power. They have become the hottest geniuses nowadays and have received great attention from their superiors. For example, although Amelia's Dao strength value is not as high as other people's, she also has a Dao strength value of 750, and her most powerful is not the fighting technique but the swordsmanship. She is only 15 years old, and the swordsmanship has reached the level of cultivation. At the peak of the swordsman, you only need to understand the realm of cutting iron to enter the level of swordsman, and it is also among the candidates who are focused on by the superiors. But compared to them, Elvis's situation is extremely embarrassing. After practicing the breathing method taught by Hall, he finally felt the first bottleneck, staying at 499 Dao force value, the boundary between ordinary people and superhuman. He hasn't made an inch of progress in 3 years. If he still had the strong swordsmanship support of Golden Lion, he might have been eliminated. But even so, with the strength of the Golden Lion swordsmanship, he couldn't keep up with those in the forefront. Even his former friend, Amelia, was stronger than him, and it was precisely because of this that he was in a position of being abandoned by the government by default. The candidate, the attention to him is no longer before. The 4 who completed their daily practice gathered together, and after a short silence, Kyle hesitated. Elvis, you 90 look at 90 Cancan XS. Elvis can understand their reaction. After all, Kyle. They have been with each other for several years. The 4 people who also depended on each other from Dika will be separated today and will be sent to different places to accept more powerful cultivation. Since then, they, Elvis, have been classified as the party who gave up, and they went directly to the sea to accept the task. The execution period was 2 years, and after that, they could combine with it for the assessment and inspection result. Elvis was not hit by this incident. After glancing at the 3 of them, he said in a slightly teasing and joyful tone, "What's the matter with this expression? Do you think I'll be hit by this? Did the little things hit you? Stop joking. I'm Elvis, your boss. What's the point of a mere chain?" "Well, it's not appropriate to talk about this today. Let's talk about your affairs first. I'll congratulate you here first, Kyle, Bud and Amelia. It's great that you can become stronger and be favored by high-level government officials. Today gotta beat a fat wild boar to celebrate." Yeah, in this regard, several people are still a little gloomy, but they can't do anything. They can't resist the government's decision, so they can only express their blessings to Elvis, who has been taking care of them like a brother, and look forward to it. He can successfully complete the tasks assigned by the government, complete his assessment, and have the opportunity to reunite. "Okay, Bud, go and fight a big wild boar first. I'm going to return the materials. We will have a barbecue dinner together at the end. Let's get together here and have a good talk." Seeing the atmosphere getting more and more solemn, Elvis he couldn't help but start the topic and explained that Bud went hunting in the forest, but turned his back to them and leaned down to prepare for the use of condiment, etc., and stopped talking to them about the topic just now. "I'll go right now." After a bit of dullness, Bud turned and walked into the forest. "I'll go catch some big fish in the sea and add food." And Kyle didn't know what to say after thinking about it, and he stopped talking and walked straight to the beach. Let me burn some firewood." Amelia did the same. She hurriedly ran into the forest to collect dry branches and set off a fire. They all wisely did not bring up the sad topic. The group had a very satisfying meal. During the meal, they also talked with each other about some of their dreams and plans for the next few years. In the blink of an eye, it was the first time early the next morning, Elvis and several other people who had not kept up with the progress and were given up by default were already standing on the shore waiting for the ship to come and pick up. "I'm so sorry, Herbert and Amelia. Please forgive me for leaving without saying goodbye. Next time we meet, I hope you can become stronger and surprise me." Elvis turned back finally, looking at the direction he left. Kyle said silently in his heart where the 3 of them were drunk, and then without waiting for them to come and wave goodbye, they set foot on the warship alone and followed it to an unknown destination. "Elvis, we won't disappoint you. Just wait and be amazed when you come back." At the barbecue party venue, Kyle woke up leisurely, stood on the top of the tree branch, turned his eyes to the sea, and looked at the warship that was drifting away, swearing in his heart, "Elvis brother, I wish you a safe journey. Amelia will always be here waiting for you to come back." Amelia, a sweet and heroic little girl, pretended to sleep sideways, thinking of Elvis parting. 2 lines of tears flowed from his eyes. "Hey, good luck, Elvis." Bud was not like her. He had already sat up cross-legged, sighed, and silently blessed in his heart. Inside the ancient city of the Holy Land, in the Gorosei 5 Elders Conference Hall, that little guy has been screened out. Gorosei 5 elders, who were tall and bald, spoke first and preached, "This is also something that can't be helped." Who told him that he who used to be at the front suddenly couldn't exert his strength in the later stage, and was caught up one after another. "If it wasn't for the sake of Lord Yimu and his somewhat good strength, I would have he was eliminated from the game, and the people below were obliterated. Now it is our mercy to be able to call him and those who can't keep up with the task. What more can we say?" Another was sitting on the sofa. Gorosei 5 elders affiliate on. "Well, anyway, let's keep people staring at it," Lord Yimu explained. "No matter how bad it is, there must be an explanation." The bald Gorosei 5 elders slapped the scabbard on the shoulder twice. "Next, say your proposal." "Well, just do it." Several people agreed with his word. "I'll let someone do it." After agreeing with his opinion, the Gorosei 5 elders who had answered the phone earlier picked up the phone and dialed back, explaining their next task. Chapter 54_Chapter 54:21 Clap Lala. The warship was driving on the sea, and a layer of waves broke out twice, and it sailed almost smoothly. Perhaps because of the sea stone inlaid under the ship, it did not attract the attention of the large sea king. The voyage was very calm and stable. Elvis rested his elbows on the guardrail of the warship, propped up his cheek, and stared at the fleeting seascape ahead, wondering what he was thinking. At this time, there were 2 people behind him who were very wrong with him and were also screened out. "Hey, what are you still pretending to do now? You're not banished like us." One person has been jealous of his aptitude and strength for a long time, but he has been pressed on by him and can't stand up. It was not until 3 years ago that he learned about his inability to improve his strength, from the original jealousy to the current one. Ridiculous, but Elvis has been by the side of Hellbard and didn't dare to provoke them. Only now has he had a chance to speak. He. People say that he was one of the strongest people we used to have. I have to give him a face." His companions also expressed disdain and ridicule towards Elvis, who fell from from the cloud. The tone of speech is also yin and yang strange. Elvis glanced back at the two of them, then turned back, treating them like air. This action made the two behind him furious, thinking of the warning that they could not do anything on the boat, and endured. HMPH. A degenerate and abandoned person still has the gut to look at us like this. Really think he is a former genius. Okay, leave him alone. A waste whose strength cannot be improved is not worth our care. Hee. I'm also praying that you bastard can survive the next mission test, and it best not to let us meet you outside. Then no one will be able to protect you. Hee. After the two finished taunting him, they turned around and walked back to their room, no longer paying attention to Elvis, who was looking at the sea. Too idiot. After a while, Elvis withdrew his hand, stood up straight, glanced behind him, said disdainfully, and then walked back to his room. Brush. Not long after Elvis left, a man walked out in the shadow of the deck. He stared deeply at the direction Elvis had left for a while, the corner of his mouth raised VV, and then the figure slowly faded, and disappeared again in the shadows. Another 2 years have passed. Boom. A thin, lean man with a mask walked into a hidden inner room of the bar, left the blood-stained package in his hand still on the ground, and rolled out a spherical object from it. This is the head of the target person. The masked man opened his mouth in the terrified eyes of the 2 or 3 beautiful maids in charge of reception, and his words were very indifferent. Yes, I'll check it for you next. Please take a moment. The maid has not rushed to pour tea to serve this lord. The man with golden glasses, who looked like the store manager, was swept away by his gaze. His body trembled. He immediately bent down to greet him, and called out to the 2 sluggish women. Dong dong XS. No, just check it out for me and take me on the next mission. The masked man raised his hand to stop the maid, who was about to leave, clasping his hands and waiting for him to quickly check his identity. Yes, seeing that he didn't dare to be interested, and the store manager didn't dare to touch his bad head, he walked over quickly, took out the list and compared it to the head to verify his identity. Well, the captain of the bullfighting pirate, the bullfighting Mundo, with a reward of 70 million Bailey, is him. The store manager turned over a few pages to confirm the identity of the man, gulped, and then got up and rubbed his palm towards the mask. The man goes, "My lord, the verification has been completed. He is the target of the task of killing pirates who was picked up before. Do you want to record the reward on your name, or withdraw it immediately?" The store manager was very polite to the mysterious man in front of him, who could kill 70 million pirates effortlessly. He kept his posture low and asked with a smile, "Record it on my name, the name of the codename Nighthawk. Is there any other tasks that haven't been picked up?" The masked man didn't hesitate. He waved his hand and asked him to record it on his account. "Well, there is another one. It will be more difficult. Do you want to take a look?" The store manager's humble attitude remained unchanged. He bent down deliberately and looked up at him. "Show me the content of the mission." The masked man did not refuse, but nodded. The store manager knew what he meant, fumbled a few times from his arm, and took out a task sheet and handed it to him. Guarding the scientist mission. The more he read the contents of the task list, the more the mysterious man's brows wrinkled. "Yes, my lord, this mission is indeed to protect scientists, and it is about returning to the New World after accepting the inspection mission, because the people of Wanji do not take these scientists lightly. He was attacked, so the above will assign this quest." The store manager explained the reason for the quest for him with an apologetic smile. "So that's the case, but why not let the masters of the escort team escort them all the way from the beginning, and then mobilize special agents from all over the world to escort them back safely?" Although Elvis was able to accept the reason for the mission, "But I don't understand much about the whole process of protection until the part of entering the New World is taken over by the escort team. Indeed, if you just go back and forth, you don't need the help of adults. You can rely on the guard, but this is just a special situation. The purpose of these scientists is not just for sightseeing. They have more important inspection tasks to do, and they don't know how long it will take to complete them. It is impossible for the government to send all escort to protect them throughout the process, which is unrealistic. So, the store manager smiled bitterly and continued to explain. "So let them do the assessment in those places, and send someone to pick them up after they're done, right?" The man in the mask took the next words for him. "Yes, because there are not enough guards in the escort team. You must have someone follow the guards before heading to the New World. But don't worry too much. Just in the first half of the Great Waterway, people who are too strong can't appear. So you see." The store manager finished speaking in one breath, then walked up to him and said tentatively, rubbing his hands together, "No need to go on. I'll take over this task. Where is the location?" The man in the mask raised his hand, blocking his word, and bluntly accepted the task. "Yes, I'll register it for you. The mission location is the warship marked with the government flag at the dock on the east side of the island." Hearing that the other party was willing to take this hot potato, the store manager was so excited that he jumped up light, quickly picked up the pen and checked the task list, wrote down the man's code name, and then affixed a seal and handed the list to him. "The pier in the east. Well, that's it. Just go over there." The man took the list and glanced at it, then turned and walked towards the door. "That's great. I finally gave it away. It doesn't matter if the next mission fails or not. Please ask yourself for more blessings, little brother. After seeing his eyes, he shouted excitedly, clenched his fist, and was very excited. Chapter 55 Chapter 55 22 Attack. Da, you followed me all the way and you're still not ready to come out, or are you just so timid? Oro and Kate. After walking for a while, in a dark corridor, the masked man stopped, suddenly made a sound, and shouted to the corridor behind where there was no one figure. He didn't get the slightest response to what he said, either because he felt wrong and no one followed him at all, or because the people behind them thought he was bombing them and didn't answer. Huh, do you still want to hide now? I've been with me for a long time since I came out of the Sindley bar. I really thought I didn't find you. Or do you have the courage to come out and face me? Seeing that the people in the dark weren't going to come out, he couldn't help but speak first to provoke them to come out. Clap clap clap. As expected of you. I didn't expect that we were already hidden so deeply, but you still found out. Nighthawk. Elvis. Finally, the man revealed the whereabouts of the man in the dark and knew himself. After no longer being able to hide in the afternoon, they finally came out of the darkness and couldn't help applauding and admiring. It's just a little trick. Do you really think you can hide it from me? Oro. Kate. As the two of them revealed the true identity of the masked man, he stopped hiding and stretched out his hand to take off his face. The mask, revealing a handsome, determined face with a hint of greenness. Hey, what if you found out? Don't think that this time you can escape like before. There are no rules and regulations this time. Let's see what you can do with us. Elvis. We have been preparing for a long time this time, and we have been preparing for the ambush for 2 years. The two of them are not afraid of their identities being exposed because they have already made all preparation. After 2 full years of cultivation and the adventures they have captured, their strength has been doubled, and they are full of confidence. They are not afraid of the front. Elvis's land. Oh, is that so? Didn't you hide from me for 2 years? Since the last time you threatened to defeat me but got killed. If you weren't restricted by regulations, do you think you could escape from me? Hearing the words of the two, Elvis's mouth curled up, and the mocking expression was not concealed at all, and hung directly on his face. Hey, it's just that we didn't use all our strength to be swayed by you. It's not that our strength is not as good as you. Hearing this, Kate's face was fluctuating, and she justified herself and the two of them with hesitant words. Okay, it's useless to talk to a dying person. Let's do it now. We have other tasks after finishing it. But his companion Oro didn't care, and stretched out his hand to stop his word. His eyes, the fierce light was even worse, and the face became more hideous. Yes, just let you see, Elvis, the new ability we captured from the mission. Tear, tear. After Kate finished speaking, her body trembled and her body suddenly soared. The buttons of her shirt were stretched open, her clothes were torn apart, and black slender hair came out of her skin. After a while, a cat-shaped humanoid monster appeared in front of him, and Oro on the other side also completed the change, and another werewolf-shaped humanoid appeared in the same place. For a time, 2 orcs nearly 4 meters high appeared in Elvis' field of vision. Oh, devil fruit zone. It seems that your luck is not bad to be able to acquire such a good ability. Elvis's eyes did not sway at the change of the two, and there was no wave in his heart, as if facing 2 ordinary people calmly. Damn, do you still want to hold on at this point? Gia, let me, Kate, take down your hypocritical mask. Shave. Kate B's body flashed, disappeared in place, and quickly circled towards Elvis. Interesting. Elvis didn't choose to avoid it. With an excited expression on his face, he suddenly drew his sword and slashed straight ahead. Boom, chung, boom. The sharp claws collided with the sword blade, the atmosphere roared, and a strong airflow blasted out. I'm coming too. Shigen, finger pistol. Wolf. Another voice sounded in Elvis' ears, and the next second, the werewolf Oro had appeared by his side, stabbed at him with wolf claws. Yeah. In an emergency, Elvis gave up the stalemate with Kate and used his strength to make his body retreat. Whoosh, boom. The wolf claws fell in the air, and a few huge claw marks were torn out from the ground. Brush. ZZZ. 90 look at 90Y. Elvis, who avoided the blow, exerted force on his heels. The shoe upper rubbed vigorously against the ground, and slid for a long distance before stopping. Elvis swung his sword flower with a swing of his arm, and stood upright in front of the two of them. Your strength is not bad. It seems that after 2 years of separation, you have made progress. Elvis showed a consistent smile to the two, and commented on the attacks of the two with a master attitude. Little did they know that this move made the two of them furious and even more fierce. Dare to talk big. Cat flash. Agitated by his word, Kate was the first to take it no longer, and with a flicker of her figure, she rushed over silently. It's still not calm enough. I can't stand such a little excitement. The night guy. Broken blade. Elvis shook his head, then his eyes narrowed, and he slashed forward with his sword. Jung. The swords of the two clashed again, and a strong airflow swept all around again. Whoosh. Wolf shadow. Broken. And Oro and Kate cooperated. When he restrained the opponent, he also flashed with the improved shaver, raised his foot and slammed towards his forehead. Iron nugget. Elvis couldn't avoid this blow. He meditated silently in his heart. His muscles tightened, and a metallic luster flashed across his was tightly closed in. Boom! The wolf leg carrying the majestic force slapped the side of Elvis' head heavily, and with a bang, a metal thumping sound like iron and steel erupted, and the strong force blasted, and the surrounding atmosphere roared. The hurricane blew. Whoosh! It wasn't over yet. The blow was not finished. Oro punched again, and the wolf claws flashed cold light, hitting his chest. Sigh. Jung. Forbidden to withstand the blow, Elvis couldn't help spitting out a small mouthful of blood, and then the shot sword flung Kate away, clenching his fist to meet Oro's wolf claws. Boom! The fists and claws intersected, and the roar was loud. Brush. After 2 years of practice, Elvis's response to the battle was not covered. During a confrontation, his right hand distracted and grabbed the hilt of the sword and slashed towards the opponent's chest. Damn! Oro quickly realized something was wrong. The animal-like instinct on his body trembled, but his arm was held by him and could not be withdrawn, and he immediately raised his foot to greet him. Woo! Jung! Brush. When the calf and the blade meet, an airflow that is not weak in the front burst, but finally the flesh and blood can't block the cold sword, and the sharp blade draws a blood flower on his feet. Combat awareness is not bad, but Elvis couldn't help but praise him. But his expression became solemn. His arm's strength increased, and he swayed with force. Jung! Damn! Oro's wolf feet were swayed by his sword, and the hole in his chest was wide open. At this time, the silver-white sword's edge was cold, and in his eyes, it seemed to exceed the speed of sound, and that was the truth. Stabbed over. Meow. Beside him, Kate the cat wouldn't sit and watch his companions get killed, howling, and quickly greeted him. It's useless. The night sky. The stars are gone. Within milliseconds, the sword in Elvis' hand surpassed the speed of sound, piercing the atmosphere in front of him, like a flash of starlight passing by in the night sky, carrying a piercing sound. The sound pierced the defense of Oro's chest. Puff! The long sword stabbed into his chest, causing heavy damage to his body in a moment. He pulled out the blade, left the severely wounded Oro, and greeted him with the blood-stained blade. Boom! The claws of the swords intersected again, and the air surged, and the air wave swept the 4 directions. Chapter 56_23 Victory or Defeat. Your companion has fallen. It's your turn, Kate. Jung. After speaking, Elvis shook his arm, shaking Kate away. Brush. Ha. Although he didn't suffer too much damage, he was physically exhausted by the successive battles. Elvis couldn't bear to stab the sword into the ground and supported his body to gasp and recover his strength. Gia. As described in the information, although you are very strong, your physical strength is not strong enough, and your physical strength is not enough. You can't even fight for half an hour. Feeling sad and frightened by the fall, after seeing Elvis' performance, the smile on the cat face grew brighter, as if victory was already in his hand. Really? Let's try it out. Elvis had finished breathing, and his physical strength had recovered somewhat. He threw his sword, straightened his waist, and said calmly, Brush, you can't hide it from my eyes. Now you are a dying person, and you are still holding on. Kate pulled away again and rushed over. The cat claw stretched out and attacked his face. HMPH. Jung. The claws of the swords met, and the air waves surged. This time Elvis couldn't stop it, and his body burst out. Brush. Don't even think about leaving. Kate would not miss such a good opportunity, and swung her claws against his body in an instant. Woo. Jung. Every time Kate's claws swiped, Elvis made it difficult to block. His body suddenly retreated, and the strength of the sword became much smaller, which made Kate, who discovered this situation, even more proud and more aggressive. Boom. Elvis was hit hard by Kate, slammed into the back. Don't think about leaving. Kate thought that her attack was starting to work, and the opponent was no longer able to block him, so she rushed towards him desperately. Little did he know that all of this was a trap set by Elvis for him, and the corner of his mouth Vivi curled up. His hand was secretly accumulating power, and the cold light in the blade gradually bloomed. Death to me, Elvis. Rankyaku, Tempest kick profound truth. Cat blade chopping. Kate murmured in her heart, waving her arms at high speed, and chopped waves from his hand, flashing towards El who was below him. Why, hee, do you really think I'm afraid of you and don't dare to fight? At this time, Elvis finally showed his fang, using Moon Step, in front of his powerful perception and Kami-E's dodge ability. Walking in the air, the gorgeous figure flickered, avoiding the chop, and came to Kate in a blink of an eye. Not good. After slashing, he finally realized something was wrong and wanted to dodge, but Elvis didn't let him succeed. In a flash, he appeared in front of him, picked up the sword that was shining with cold light and turned towards him. Cut off the night sky. The light is dim. Brush. With one blow, Kate seemed to have lost its brilliance in the eyes, and the whole body was enveloped in the silent night sky. With a sword-like flash with murderous intent, Kate's original vibrant eyes lost its radiance, and the whole person's aura also dimmed, falling from the air. Boom. Chinese Library NXS Goon. When he fell, he only smashed a shallow concave surface on the ground. His body shrank drastically, turned back into a human shape. Blood spurted, and there was no breath in the pool of blood. Woo. Clatter. Elvis landed on the ground smoothly, glanced at Kate, who had no life, and walked directly to Oro, who was severely injured and could not get up. Damn, is it still a miscalculation? I didn't expect the two of us to become so much stronger, but but still not your opponent. I'm really not reconciled. Oro listened to the footstep coming towards him, and knew in his heart that the battle between the two was over. Kate was killed, and it was his turn. Although he accepted his fate in the face of all this, he was still very unwilling in his heart, and roared with his mouth open. What can you do if you are unwilling? I have already given you a chance, and you are not here to kill me. Do you really think my temper will be so good? While he was roaring, Elvis had already walked beside him. His eyes moved down, and he glanced at him disdainfully. His face was calm, as if he had never endured a war at all. Okay, your companion has already gone down to wait for you. Don't let him wait too long. I'll send you there. After speaking, Elvis held the hilt of the sword in both hands and aimed it at Oro's heart and stabbed it. Damn, I'm really not reconciled. Ha! In Oro's last whimper, the sword was stabbed, and his skin was easily pierced like tofu when he returned to human form. His chest was bleeding. He swallowed his last breath and fell here. Clang! After finishing everything, Elvis threw off the blood drop from the sword and put it back into the scabbard, and walked to the alley without looking back. Puff! After walking out of the alley, Elvis finally couldn't help spitting out blood. Obviously, his previous shot that seemed to be understated was not as easy as he imagined. At this time, he was just like what Oro said just now. The body cannot withstand high-intensity shot, and once the shot take too long, he is the first one who can't stand it. After 2 years of practice, he was still stuck in the bottleneck period of 499 Dao strength. If it weren't for the breakthrough in swordsmanship and the awakening of observation hockey, he might have fallen in this battle. Put on a mask and head towards the east here. Behind him, no one knew what happened in this alley, and what was covered up. It was only a few days later that a woman's scream attracted the onlookers of nearby residents. Only then did people realize that no one was interested. The small alley of the place seems to have been destroyed, and there are 2 unidentified corpses lying here. While they were talking, Elvis, who was far overseas, had already taken over the task of escorting a group of scientists through the windless belt into the Great Channel to the Sabayati Archipelago, the front and rear meeting point of the new world that connected them. That's it. Arrange the appointed place for the members of the escort who came to pick up. Elvis sat on the boat a little bored and waited for the people who came to join him. Take a tour inside. Hee. This is it, where the government liaison personnel said. Sabayati Archipelago. When you get here, this lord, your mission is over. A scientist headed over and spoke to Elvis. Well, the mission says it's here, but I have to wait a bit. It's not over until people come. Elvis turned his head, glanced at him, and then continued. Oh, yes, but thank you anyway. Can we have a drink together if we have a chance? Of course, if there is a chance. It seems that the person to meet us has arrived. Elvis suddenly felt a little bit when he was about to chat with him, and glanced behind him. A fat boy wearing a bellyband led a pair of people to approach. I am Zon Taomaru, the captain of the Science Guard, and I am here to meet you at the orders of the world government. On the shore, Zon Taomaru approached, stopped, and looked up at Elvis and the scientist on the boat. With a serious face, he opened his mouth to introduce himself. It really is him. When he saw the person, Elvis already had some guesses about his identity, but when he introduced himself, he finally confirmed his guess. The appearance is almost similar, and the name is the same, with a personality that can't hide his secret. It is only here that he is the only one who claims to be the strongest defense in the world, under the command of Kizaru, who drove the Destiny Child Straw Hat and his party into a desperate situation a few years later. Woo! Clatter! Thinking of this, Elvis didn't sit down, jumped, got off the boat, walked up to him, and extended his hand to greet him. It's been a long time. I'm the government supernumerary, code name Nighthawk. Escort them here to complete the handover mission. Chapter 57_24. See you again. Brush. This is the first time Elvis and Zon Taomaru met, the first time they knew each other as friends, and the last time they met in this capacity. After the two met, according to the agreement, Elvis had already completed the task and could go back to his life at any time, but because of the practice, I imagine that this will be enough to make all the members of the Straw Hat Pirate fall into despair in a few years. Zon Taomaru asked for advice, so he applied for an extension of the mission period, and the other party was naturally happy to be able to add more strength to guard these scientists. After a full week of sailing, the group finally came to an unnamed island secretly set up by the New World government to house the world top scientists. Arrived, it was a near miss, and all the scientists were escorted back. Zon Taowen got off the boat, and when he saw the familiar scene in front of him, he breathed a sigh of relief, and reached out to wipe the sweat on his forehead. By the way, don't you really plan to go in with us to take a look? There are many novel things in there, some of which were developed by Dr. Vegapunk, which can be called the sharp weapon of the era of pirate. After talking about those after speaking, Zon Taomaru turned his head to look at Elvis, who was standing on the bow of the boat and was about to return. No, I've been bothering you all these days. Thank you for fighting Taomaru. You told me in detail some basics about hockey. Elvis, who was wearing an eagle head mask, shook his head when he heard his words. Shaking his head, he declined his invitation. Really? Then take care of yourself. We should go back. See you again. again. Zontaomaru also understood what he meant, did not invite again, nodded lightly, and then turned to lead the members of the escort team to escort this place again. The scientist walked towards the island. I don't know if the identity situation of the two of us will change next time we meet, or whether we will meet in our own identity. Looking at the figures of Zontaomaru and his party gradually disappearing, Elvis felt in his heart, Dark Road, forget it, I don't want to do this anymore. It's time to go back after so long. I really don't know how hard you are after being separated for a long time. Kyle, Bud and Amelia. The next second, Elvis shook his head again, tossing the extra thoughts out of his head, and turned his eyes to the sea level in the distance, the corners of his mouth raised lightly. On the other side, the Great Channel, directly under the jurisdiction of the world government, was established on the coast of a primitive desert island in the Windless Belt. Kyle, do you think Brother Elvis can come over today? It's only been more than 2 years since the separation, and the figure has already grown. The expected figure and the beautiful and heroic face make Amelia a great. The two goddesses who stand side by side with Aria on the island are pursued by the people on the island, but those who regard Amelia as the goddess in their hearts and want to completely possess her do not know that at this time. Amelia quietly came to the beach with the two of Kirbid, ready to welcome the long separation, the arrival of his companion Elvis, whose heart has long been placed on him. I don't know much about this, but the instructor has already said it, hasn't it? Today is the day when the personnel who have traveled abroad to perform overseas missions will return for assessment. As long as they don't die, they will gather from all over the world. That guy the same is true. Kyle shook his head first, then shook his head as if to explain. You said yes, Bud. After that, he glanced at the other companion beside him and threw the question to him. Hey, this guy. When Bud saw Amelia turning his eyes on him, he couldn't help but scolded Kyle secretly in his heart, and then quickly opened his mouth to relieve her. The whole book UBXSXS. Yes, Amelia, that guy Kyle is right. This call is to call back all the secret personnel from all over the world. As long as Elvis doesn't die, he will definitely come back. Don't you believe in Elvis's strength and think he can't come back? Bud's words resounded in Amelia's heart like a loud bell. Facing Bud's rhetorical question, Amelia squeezed her white and slender hand, and Vivi clenched her lip. I believe him very much, but if Brother Elvis is still like before, and his strength is stagnant for some reason, then what should we do? He is still capable of dealing with all kinds of difficulties and difficulties. Mission. Amelia is not worried about anything else, but whether her strength is still as stagnant as before. In this case, facing the challenges of their respective missions at sea, the crisis will be greater, the risk will be higher, and her life will be higher. It is also difficult to obtain good protection. After 2 full years of cultivation, they have already been reborn, and their strength has improved rapidly. In terms of Dao strength alone, Bard has the highest Dao strength with 1800 points, followed by Kyle with 1500 points. The weakest Amelia also has 1080 Dao power. Their progress has been noticed by the superiors, and they are regarded as the next 9 reserve members, and they have the potential to be promoted to 0. In this way, the 3 plus Austrian, a total of 5 people, Sass and Alia, are regarded as the elite among the elite, and they are all placed in the spotlight and sought after by the audience. As soon as Amelia's words came out, Kyle and Bud were speechless. Indeed, if Elvis's strength still did not break through and stayed there, the danger would be greatly deepened, and even it is difficult to guarantee life. Ah la la la, what are you all doing here? Are you waiting for me? Just as the 3 of them fell into contemplation, a somewhat lazy and familiar voice came from behind them. This voice is. Hearing the familiar voice, the 3 of them were immediately excited and turned around to look. Sure enough, it's you, Elvis. Great. After 2 years of separation, you're finally back. Seeing that familiar face, they had heard countless voices day and night, and the 3 of them immediately recognized their identity. Excitedly, he stepped forward and hugged him. Okay, enough hug. Let go. I'm going to be out of breath. After hugging for a while, Elvis struggled in the arms of the 3 and pushed them away, and spoke up. Ahahaha, what is your expression? Kyle, is the dream lover of the beauties on the island. I don't know how many people want to be hugged by me. Kyle saw LVC patted the place where the 2 of them had hugged with his hand, and showed a look of disgust. He couldn't help saying angrily, oh, beauty. As far as I know, there are no other beautiful women on this island except Amelia and the woman named Aria, bloated and muscular, like a dinosaur. There are 3 or 4 women. At this time, even Bud, who has always been calm and doesn't talk much, couldn't help but joked about Kyle after seeing Elvis coming and demolished his date. Oh, so that's the case. Kyle really didn't expect your taste to be so heavy. Standing beside Amelia, his expression shifted, and he joked, HMPH, Bud, you usually don't talk when you should talk. Why are you interrupting at this time? I think you are itchy, and you want to taste my fist. Bud couldn't hang his face. His face stiffened, and then he raised his hands in a threatening gesture. Really? I don't think so. On the contrary, you want to come over and try who is the real number 1. Bud did not dispel Kyle's threat at all. Judging from the current ranking, his Dao strength ranks the highest among the group, and he is not weak in terms of combat experience. so he dares to hedge against each other. Okay, we finally got together today. How can we waste time on a small dispute between the two of you? Them. Chapter 58 _ Chapter 58 25 Parting again. Time flies, and more than a day has passed in the blink of an eye. This time, after the examination, the results were no surprise. Although Elvis's combat power ranked first among the returning personnel this time, his physical strength was still insufficient. It is only considered that although swordsmanship is the realm of comprehension and iron cutting, he can send flying slashes such as the ranks of the swordsman, but due to the limitation of his body, his battle cannot last for a long time. It's just the way, so it doesn't meet the government's requirement. No matter how amazing it is, it will be given up by default. Compared with him, Kyle and the others have encountered like heaven and earth. One was selected by 9 and transferred to Rob Lucci, who was on a latent mission, and he was in charge of teaching the more perfect Rokushiki. The government has the giant country Elbaf, who has signed a friendly contract with them to learn their pure combat skills and bring out their strange aptitude. There is also Amelia, who is not inferior to the two, who has a very high aptitude for swordsmanship, so she was sent to the present. The position of Vice Admiral is not recognized as the female swordsman Momosugi Vice Admiral, who is not considered to be preparing for Admiral to learn swordsmanship. As for him, he had already accepted the assessment and decided his future destiny among the instructors shaking their heads and sighing, and that night he received an instruction from his superiors to go to a certain place in the New World to meet with the relevant connector and secretly sneak into the Golden in the Lion camp, monitor each other's every move. Standing on the bow of the boat, looking at the surging currents below, Elvis sighed. This farewell today, I don't know how long it will take to see you again. Kyle, Bud and Amelia, all of you, remember it clearly for me, until you have enough strength, no one will show his hatred of Commodore, and you are not allowed to mention that thing again. If you can't reach that level in your whole life, then forget all the past events and pass the world government's hands with peace of mind, or find an opportunity to escape and hide your name outside. Do you remember? Elvis said these words as if he was giving a dying account, which made the three of them have a bad premonition, as if this separation might be the last time they met. And the fact is, just as they guessed, hiding his identity and sneaking into the Golden Lion camp is unimaginable. The level of danger is unimaginable. Who can hide under the world government for decades just to realize his ambition? It is a metaphor for ordinary pirate. This time, the separation may be life and death. Therefore, Elvis has to solemnly explain them now, so as to prevent him from hitting a stone with an egg because of a momentary impulse and sending him to death in vain. Wouldn't this betray the sacrifices made by the villagers? Hey, Elvis, tell me more clearly. What did you mean by that? It's not going to perform some terrifying mission. You're explaining it before you die. Kyle couldn't hear it at first and immediately raised his head, looked directly into his eyes, and questioned him. Elvis, what mission did you take this time? You shouldn't say this because of your character. It's not a mission that the government wants you to send to death, right? In that case, you can refuse and apply to us. It's also okay to practice together. Even Bud couldn't listen to him. Through his understanding of Elvis, who had known him since childhood and had a calm personality like an adult, he guessed the danger in his mission. Discourage him aloud. Yeah, brother Elvis, if it's too dangerous, you can also come with me. With your qualifications, you can definitely pass, and let the people above agree to accept a better practice with us. Amy Leah also joined in. No, it's not as simple as you think. I have to do this task. I can't refuse it no matter how much I shirk it. It must be taken by me alone. Elvis saw that the three of them were extremely concerned about his safety. The concern for him was also a lot of comfort in his heart, but when he remembered the content of this mission and the must-do explanations given above, he couldn't help but smile bitterly and shook his head. Then the three of them wanted to say something else, but they were stopped by Elvis. Seeing his performance, they knew that no matter how much they tried to persuade him, it would be useless. It's better to stay together and enjoy the last meeting time. It's a magnificent ocean current. The climate of the Great Waterway is so volatile that even the sea can flow against it. Standing on the deck accompanied by the small hull warship smoothly passing through the upside-down mountain leading to the Great Waterway, I really feel here the unpredictable climate and celestial phenomena. Even if he has been practicing in the primitive desert island in the windless zone of the Great Waterway, Kyle, who has never felt the changing climate, is amazed and can't help but exclaim, 139139Z. Amelia nodded in agreement with him when she heard what he said. At this time, a very ordinary, without any gorgeous decoration, like a steamship that had just left the factory and had not been refurbished, slowly sailed towards them. It was the ship that came to pick up Elvis. Yeah, the Great Waterway is like this. It's fickle, weird and unpredictable. You will be able to feel its risk more intuitively in the future. Well, the time to get together is always short, and then it's time for us to part ways. The ship that came to pick me up is about to arrive, so let's part here. If there is a chance to see you again. Bye everyone. After speaking, Elvis didn't do much else. After saying goodbye, they turned around and used moon steps step he stepped on the air and left the ship at a very high speed, rushing to the person who received him. The three also knew that they could not keep him for too long, and the time to part would always come. After seeing him say goodbye without giving them a chance to say goodbye, they left their side again. Mang! No one made a sound, silently watching the other person's figure disappearing from his sight little by little. The ship has already caught up, and Elvis, who took it away from the sea at a high speed, looked at the ship and his companions on the ship that were slowly disappearing from sight. Word, you're the Nighthawk for this mission. At this time, a man in black with a hungry ghost mask came out behind him and walked towards Elvis. As soon as he heard the voice of a strange man behind him, Elvis put away his fluctuating emotion, put on an eagle mask, and turned around. I am, who are you? He didn't remember that the information given above mentioned that the ship that came to meet him would have a mission connector. Seeing this, he couldn't help but ask the other party's identity. Hey, the leader of this mission, codenamed Hungry Ghost, is responsible for coming over and guiding you, codenamed Nighthawk, to go to the station of the Great Pirate Golden Lion, Floating Island. The man did not hide his identity and origin, and directly asked Elvis Dominic, really? Then we have to go there first. Only then can we enter the destination Floating Island. Please don't worry about this. Since the government has issued instructions, then let the rest of the matter be handled by the neck. You just need to sit here and wait until there is your time to act. The mysterious issue, the man in the mask of the Hungry Ghost, didn't drag the whole plan out to him. Just let Elvis wait here with peace of mind. Really? Since the other party didn't plan to say anything, Elvis didn't ask any questions, just sat and waited as he wanted. Of course, in the process of waiting, he didn't waste time. During the voyages for several days, instead of getting close to it, he extracted the overall plan and the arrangement of the government around Golden Lion from the opponent's mouth. Of course, he did not have any deep meaning. Chapter 59_26 Killing. A few days of voyage passed in a blink of an eye, and soon Elvis and the others came to an island near the floating island that Golden Lion used his ability to hide in thousands of meters in the air, and they docked to let him disembark. Okay, when you get here, it's up to you to go up by yourself, sneak in to meet another connector, and find a chance to join the Golden Lion pirate. And I'm responsible for acting as the contact person for you and the government. When my mission arrives, it's time to end. If there is any important action on the Golden Lion side, please contact me. After Elvis got off the boat, the masked man codenamed Hungry Ghost spoke casually, then turned around and prepared to board the ship and return to sail. Want to sneak into his camp? If I said this, I would have a better attention, Elvis said. The corners of his mouth raised vivi. His eyes flickered and he looked closely at the back of the masked man said. Hearing that the other party came up with the idea of sneaking in just a few days, he was a little interested. He stopped and turned around and said, oh, you have a better plan to sneak in. What is that? Let's hear it. That's it. As he preached, Elvis' eyes flashed a cruel look. His figure suddenly disappeared, and he suddenly disappeared in front of his eyes. Huh, what do you want to do? Elvis's fleeting murderous aura and momentary movements were captured by him, and the masked man immediately realized that something was wrong. His body reacted extremely quickly, and he questioned him sternly. Road, Clang, haven't you figured out what's going on? But overnight, Elvis still appeared in front of him and cut down with his sword. Damn it, Iron. This man is indeed a spy who was placed with Golden Lion. He had already reacted in an instant. Before Elvis's sword was cut off, he was already on his body. Be prepared to shrink and tighten the skin all over your body. Jung. The blade flashed on the masked man, making a strong oscillating sound. The strength feedback in Elvis caused him to be shaken 2 or 3 steps away, but the Hungry Ghost who was cut was safe and sound, with a white mark on his skin. That's it. Damn guy, do you want to betray the world government? Being slashed like this by someone, the Hungry Ghost suddenly became angry. His body soared, his bulging muscles burst his shirt, and the whole person stood like an angry gorilla in L in front of White. Ah la la la. As expected, people with more than 1500 Dao strength are not so easy to deal with. It's just that ordinary sword can't work. Facing the angry ghost, Elvis did not. I felt a little bit of fear, but instead the excitement deep in my eyes were revealed. HMPH, since you really decided to betray the world government, then let me execute the obliteration order. Remember kid, not kittens and puppies can easily betray the world government. Once this move is made, we will use all means to obliterate you. Pick it up. Shave. As soon as he finished speaking, the figure of the Hungry Ghost suddenly disappeared in front of Elvis. Brush. Jung. Faced with this situation, Elvis didn't even think about it, raised his sword and slashed to the side. The fists and swords daggered, the airflow burst, and the wind pressure squeezed all around. The two were deadlocked for a while. Although he is not as good as the other in terms of physical strength and Dao strength, but without relying on his body, the observation hockey he has mastered through 2 years of squeezing is enough to level all this in a short period of time. HMPH. Don't think this will hold me down. Renkyaku. Tempest. Kazumi. As soon as he finished speaking, the Hungry Ghost fist shook Elvis away, then raised his right foot, swept forward, and a huge chopper flew out. Of course, I don't think I can solve you with my current ring. Lion might chop. Elvis showed a frantic expression, and he roared, holding the hilt in both hands towards flash forward. Jiangsu Literature Network Freiheit. A silver-white chopper flew out, facing the wind blade that was attacking him. Boom! As soon as they collided, the sharp sword energy ripped apart the surrounding surface. The sand and stones were flying, and the wind was blowing. HMPH. Come again. The hungry ghost man attacked the opponent again before the storm subsided, and this time, Elvis did nothing, as if waiting for the execution of the opponent. Do you think that you are not an opponent? Do you accept your fate and bow your head? I will not be merciful. Die for me. Seeing Elvis' strange behavior, hungry ghost man thought he recognized it clearly. The gap between the two sides gave up resistance. The corners of his mouth raised, and his eyes flashed fiercely, as if he had foreseen the scene where Elvis' body was torn by his own front, and the smug look on his face became more and more obvious. He. It should work. Elvis remained unmoved, just shook his head a little strangely, and said something in a low voice, but the hungry ghost at this time didn't care what he had in mind. I just want to tear the person in front of me to pieces with my hand. Woot! In an instant, the hungry ghost man had already rushed to Elvis within a distance of 2 or 3 meters, and attacked him with his hands folded in a torn shape. However, wow! When his fingers were about to touch each other, his body suddenly trembled, and he spit out a large mouthful of blood, falling from midair and hitting the ground. Cough. Damn, what the hell did you do? In the smoke and dust, the hungry ghost man covered his stomach, knelt on the ground, raised his head and glared at the smiling boy in front of him. His vision became more blurred. He knew it must be the other party. Moved his hands and feet, and asked him loudly, not willing to. He. What did you do? Of course, you put some medicine in your food, so that your blood flow back when you start your hand, and your strength is consumed. Elvis raised his sword with a smile at the corner of his mouth. He put it on his neck and explained aloud, this is impossible. I have already. Hearing that his food was manipulated, the pupils covered by the mask of the hungry ghost man shrank sharply. His expression changed greatly, and his tone could not hide the disbelief in his heart. You want to say that before you eat, you have carefully checked everything, and you have seen me eat it with your own eyes, so you can safely eat it in your mouth, right? But why would it be poisoned and me but not? Elvis chuckled, expressing his doubts and incomprehension. It's true that you, who came from secret agent, are very cautious in this regard, but if you don't have some trump card, I would have already died in the mission with my current rank. How could I still stand here and chat with you? Woolen cloth. This is the final result of the knowledge of pharmacy that I have deliberately learned and mastered in the past 2 years. It is colorless, tasteless, intangible and insensitive when mixed into food. No one can detect it, except for some special abilities. 1 drop is enough to poison a small sea king. The blood flow is disordered, and the whole body explodes. Only I have the antidote to configure, understand? Elvis said, took out a small bottle and shook it in front of him, and then took it back. He couldn't control his body more and more. His blood was bursting, and the almost fainted hungry ghost man raised his butcher's knife. Damn, you guy, you really dare to do this. I want to curse you for being discovered by the government, being hunted down by the whole world, and being in a state of life that is worse than death. The mask on the hungry ghost man's face could not be maintained and fell to the ground and shattered in half, revealing his with that face mixed with viciousness, resentment and dissatisfaction. His eyes were fixed on the man in front of him, and he said bitterly, how will my next life be? I won't bother you. It's time to end. As soon as he finished speaking, Elvis swung down the sword in his hand. The arc of light flashed away, and blood splashed up. Clang! Elvis retracted his sword and walked towards the boat. Boom! A black figure fell heavily to the ground, and the earth was dyed red. Chapter 60_27 Golden Lion. In the center of the floating island, in the center of a super large island surrounded by many small islands, a palace hall with both antique color and hockey as the main seat. There is half a rudder on the top of the head, 2 lower limbs replaced by sword, and lion-like thick and vigorous golden hair. When he closes his eyes, he exudes an inviolable kingly majesty from top to bottom. Like a dying old man, more like a roaring lion king. He is Elvis' target this time, one of the 3 great pirates of the old era, and Whitebeard, One Piece king of pirates, the eponymous great pirate. Golden Lion Shiki. Boss Shiki. At this time, in the closed-eye rest room of Golden Lion, there was a rush of footsteps outside the door, and a man hurried in to report to the man on the throne in the hall. Awakened by the voice of the unknown pirate, Golden Lion opened his closed eyes, and as his eyes opened, an extremely terrifying and powerful aura spread from him, filling the entire hall. Boom! The pirate who came in a panic and reported the urgent signal to him was shivering under the pressure of this breath, and fell to his knees directly on the ground, regardless of his gaze meeting the man in front of him. If you have something to say, hurry up and get out of here. Useless trash. While the man was trembling, Golden Lion, who was sitting on the throne, finally spoke. His calm tone contained a hint of the indescribable hockey shocked the pirate even more, and hurriedly said what what he wanted to say. Yes, Boss Shiki. Someone from outside said he wanted to see you. He said he came with enough sincerity to see you and asked to join your command. After speaking, the man didn't dare to get up, let alone dare to raise his head and look at the man in front of him. Someone wants to see me. Do you still bring a greeting? It's interesting. Let him come in. The old man should see who is so bold and dare to meet me. After listening to his subordinate's word, Golden Lion's fingers were on his body. He tapped on the armrest of the throne made of going, and finally opened his mouth when the man who notified him was trembling and was about to collapse on the ground, and asked him to call the man in. Yes, this subordinate is over. Hearing the instructions given by Golden Lion, the man heaved a deep sigh of relief, stood up and saluted and was about to call him. No need, I've already come. A long and loud male voice came in from outside the hall. Immediately afterward, Elvis, wearing an eagle head mask and holding two blood-stained wrap in his hand, walked in here head-on. Huh, interesting. The moment he saw Elvis and the blood-colored package in his hand, the corners of Golden Lion's mouth rose, his eyes became playful, his eyes glanced at him, and then he said, "You're the one who came to see me, aren't you? Sign up. And what's your sincerity?" Just the heads in those two packages. As he has been fighting at sea for most of his life, through the faint smell of blood and the tired color left from the battle on his face, he was injured in several places, and the blood-stained clothes. Golden Lion could not guess the eagle fate. The man is Elvis. What is the sincerity, he said, and he said it first and foremost. For a time, there was an indescribable sense of tension in the hall, so that the messenger pirates on the side did not dare to move. Pretending to be the transparent man stood there. Elvis was not frightened by the other party's penetrating and soul-like sharp eyes, and met his gaze without hesitation, and then, like waiting for ordinary people, he said, "Yes, I want to see you. See, you see how powerful the Golden Lion is among the three great pirates of the old era. Is it worth my surrender and allegiance?" Juhei Shuyuan JHX. This is the sincerity that I brought here this time. Boom. After he finished speaking, he threw the package in his hand, and when he touched the ground, two blood-stained faces rolled out from it, and the eyes full of vicious, unwilling, and hateful expressions glared ahead. Ah, this person is Baker. Seeing one of the people's head rolling down to his feet, the messenger exclaimed loudly after seeing his face clearly. "Ha, Baker. Gia, ha 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 ha. Funny kid. You came to this old man for no reason and said you wanted to join the old man's subordinate, but you saw the old man's subordinate killed in the backhand. As a gift for surrender, there should be no deep meaning." Golden Lion heard the name Baker. He remembered the identity of the headmaster. He was a capable general he recruited during his hiding period. He did a lot of things for him, and really helped him a lot. At this moment, the other party is in a different place, and his own head was brought here as an item of surrender, but he is not comparable to ordinary people. When he saw Elvis holding his subordinate's head to surrender, he was the first to surrender. A feeling is not anger, but playfulness and curiosity. Of course, the first thing to do before coming to surrender is of course to inquire clearly. To clear some people with ulterior motives is a sincerity to join, and also to show their strength by the way, so as to be appreciated, right? Elvi, after he finished speaking, he licked the blood stains at the corner of his mouth with his tongue, and stared at the man on the throne with bloodthirsty pupils. Gia, ha 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 ha. That's so good. But who do you think this old man is? Dare to think that if you kill one or two spies sent by the government, you will be able to get the old man's appreciation and join the Golden Lion pirates so easily. Stop joking. This old man is a Golden Lion. Quote, boom. Golden Lion's voice was getting louder and louder, and then he stood up from the throne. As he got up, an extremely strong and terrifying coercion burst out from him, and the wind pressure generated made Elvis unable to help his hind leg, and the messenger pirate and two agents were blasted out of the hall together. Hey, as expected, he already knew this. Elvis didn't make it clear to him which party sent the two headmasters, but the other party revealed their identities first. Obviously, he always knew about it, and he also let or ignored and used them. There is no undercover agent sent by the government to take it seriously. It is not like the great pirate Shiki, who was defeated by a mere group of newcomers a few years later, and whose ambition was to destroy the entire Sky Country together. On the contrary, he is more in line with the government at this time, and the most apt evaluation given to him by the pirates of the old era, the great pirate Golden Lion Shiki, the identity of the great admiral of the flying pirate. However, even if his identity was guessed, Elvis didn't have the slightest panic or anxiety in his heart. He straightened his chest and looked up at him directly. His eyes didn't dodge at all. With the fundus, Golden Lion also saw in the other's eyes the desire to become stronger and the ambition that was not inferior to him. Gia, ha 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 ha. Interesting, really interesting. A spy who was also sent by the government would actually plan to betray him, to betray the behemoth that has been entrenched in the world for hundreds of years. Boy, this old man really appreciates you. Said, after all, your purpose of coming here should not be as simple as joining the Golden Lion pirate, right? The old man gives you a chance to speak and defend. If the answer is not in line with the old man's mind, then you should know the the consequences. After staring at each other for a while, the golden lion let out Isho, not only revealing Elvis' identity but also his purpose for coming here. But this was not in the heart of the man in front of him. What he cared most about was Elvis' answer, whether it was in line with his intentions, and whether his strength could support that ambition. My real intention to join you is of course to become stronger. Become stronger until you surpass the golden lion in its heyday, and then take revenge on the world government and subvert the entire world with this strength. Does this count? As for whether you can join, it depends on you, right? In the end, an aging lion king will always cultivate a successor who is competent or even surpassing himself, and inherits his own throne. You say yes, golden lion. Elvis's words made no secret of it. Not only did he express his own thoughts and ambition, but he also showed no mercy to the man in front of him, a worthy successor to his throne. Chapter 61_28 Recognition. As soon as Elvis' word came out, the atmosphere of the scene suddenly became cold. In his perception, a stronger and terrifying aura was slowly exuding from the man, as if a king's coercion was showing himself at any time. The Lion King who meets the challenge of the invaders. The majesty of the inviolable king is rising and permeating. Gia ha 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 ha. It's interesting. Kid, are you really interesting? Dare to say such a big thing. Do you really think this old man dare not kill you? After speaking, Golden Lion's aura was released, and in the next moment, Elvis felt when he reached his shoulders, it was as if he was being pressed by Wanjan rock. His body was hard to move, and he couldn't even move if he wanted to. Hey, didn't I say that? The three world-famous pirates in the old days, One Piece king of pirates died first, and then you, the Golden Lion, disappeared inexplicably, and only the man known as the strongest in the world, Whitebeard, is still alive. Stand in the new world, but it can also be seen that he is also old. In a few years, maybe a new person will come out to take his place and become the new four emperors, but you Golden Lion can only hide on this small island. It's better to teach me all of your skills, and let me inherit your name. Even though the pressure was stronger, Elvis didn't flinch at this time, because he knew that if he wanted to win the other party's appreciation, he had to be tough. Well, Golden Lion didn't reply, but the momentum that erupted from him became more and more intense, and a terrifying coercion enveloped the entire hall, making people daunting. Gia ha 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 ha. Very good. You're the first to dare to talk to the old man like this. Anyone can talk big, but whether you can do it is another matter. Since you want to inherit my name, then go do it. Let me see your worth. And then, after a while, Golden Lion filled the palace with Hockey's laughter, which also means that he acquiesced to Elvis joining someone. After laughing, Golden Lion sat on the throne again and waved his orders to his subordinate. Here, two unknown pirates walked in from the gate of the main hall, saluted him and stood right there. Take him down. Bring him to Indigo. Let him take care of him. He will know what to do. Although Golden Lion acquiesced to Elvis' behavior and performance, he didn't care much about it. He didn't even ask him for his name, and let his subordinates go down to him and hand it over to his scientist Indigo to take care of him. Yes, the two saluted and then walked to Elvis's side, preparing to take him there like a prisoner. Although he was dissatisfied, Elvis had no intention of resisting. He knew that even if he used the two government's undercover people as sincerity, it would not be enough to impress the man in front of him. People will never pay attention to him, a small person who has not even reached the superhuman level. In the corner of the palace, in the laboratory of scientist Indigo, Elvis was brought here by the two men, and the mad scientist was developing a new product. Took the test tube in his hand, and walked to Elvis. Weiss approached. His face approached. His eyes squinted at him. He smiled and said, Hey la 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 la. You kid is the one who made Shaki boss arrogant today. I didn't expect to ask me to take care of you. I really don't know if you are lucky or unfortunate. Hoo la la la. So what? With my aptitude and strength, it will always be revealed, and it will also attract his attention at that time. The momentary confusion is nothing at all. Elvis curled his lip disdainfully. Hoo lo lo lo. Right, let's just wait and see. But before this, you are still my subordinate. Follow my instructions. You have to remember this clearly. Indigo laughed after finishing. His eyes gestured to the subordinates on both sides. The two pirates caught Indigo's eyes, walked to Elvis side by side, and then stretched out their arms to hold him so that he couldn't move. Well, what do you want to do? Elvis could have broken free from the bondage of the two, but he had to understand the other's intentions, instead of rushing and throwing all the plans into jeopardy. Hey la 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 la. Don't you know what you're doing? Golden Lion, old admiral, you sent me here. It's not a simple fight. Gourmet Aishi 2008. Well, don't move. Let me insert a needle, and see my achievements over the past 10 years. Saying that, Indigo took out a syringe from somewhere and sucked the solvent in the test tube into the tube, and then took it and walked towards Elvis, who was unable to struggle while being held by the two. Damn, do you really want to act as an experiment for this guy? Seeing the sharp and flashing needle getting closer and closer to his arm, Elvis not only asked himself in his heart whether he should let him cast and continue with your plan. Forget it. I've blocked the way out after coming here anyway. anyway, so what if I escape? Finally, after several turns, Elvis made a secret decision in his heart, sighed, no longer resisted, and let him go. The needle stick into his body. ZZ. The sharp needle pierced the epidermis on his arm and stabbed into it, and the dark green, strange thick liquid filled with poisonous color went straight into his body. Goo. After a while, the medicine in the needle tube took effect, and Elvis felt that his whole body was like being stung by a bee and biting by an ant. There was not a single piece of his body safe, and a sharp pain quickly spread throughout his body. Withstanding such severe pain, Elvis couldn't hold it any longer and couldn't help but let out a dull sigh. Goo. A strip of blue veins appeared on his face, and Elvis was almost bitten by the teeth that were tortured by this severe pain. Wow. Finally, after an unknown amount of time, the side effects subsided, the pain gradually subsided, and Elvis finally couldn't take it anymore, and his body went limp, like a lump of mud being continued by two brawny pirates. On the arm. After the effect of the medicine on Elvis passed, Indigo, who had been recording his changes by the side, approached again, patted his face with his palm to wake him up, and then stretched out and pinched him cheek, jokingly said, hey, has the effect of the medicine passed? What happened just now is quite effective, and I can only record the process of human experimental medicine this day, but one tube is still a little less, and more is needed. Do more experiment. You are a good test item. Take him down and take good care of him. This genius invention has to be tested by him. Such a high-quality test product is rare, and he can't be allowed to die like this. As soon as they finished speaking, they let Elvis take Elvis down and start his experimental work, cultivating and matching various novel drugs. Under the instructions of Golden Lion and Indigo's crazy behavior, Elvis opened his life in this small laboratory for half a year, serving as a test product for his new experimental medicine. The time turns to the winter of C Circle calendar 1516. In this year, Elvis withstood the test given to him by the Golden Lion, stood out from the experimental product of the coexistence of beasts and humans, and became a Superman in one fell swoop, winning the favor and appreciation of the other party. In this year, the breathing method he inherited broke through the bottleneck, and the strong accumulation made the Dow force value soar to about 2,000 points, and the strength was similar to that of 9 Kaku and Jabra 3 years later. It is precisely because of the potency that he has endured too many medicines that the potential contained in his body has been completely stimulated, breaking the first shackle that was originally expected to take 4 or 5 years to break through, the shackles of essence that bound the body. After the breakthrough, he beheaded many pirates that exceeded 100 million during the mission, and was favored by Golden Lion, who finally decided to accept him as a disciple and teach him a powerful swordsmanship. Chapter 62_29 Break. Set sail. After 3 years of ascetic cultivation, vaguely, a young man with a sword in his hand said enthusiastically to a high-spirited young man who looked like a lion king, "Old Shaki, if one day you are too old to bear the reputation of Golden Lion, then I will cut off your head with my own hand, as a stepping stone for me to enter the ranks of the strong. Gia ha. Come if you can do it. Even if the ability of this old man is given to you, it's fine, but if you can't do it, then don't blame the old man for being ruthless. There is also a person who is not afraid of everything, even though the disciple drew his sword to him without caring. Haki, awe-inspiring man said without fear. One day, a young man who had already shown his edge and showed his wings brazenly shot, and broke with the sword of the supreme power of the old era. Hey, is this the end? It's a shame that this old man thinks you have great skills. Even a brat with no hair even dares to speak madly. Go to the old man. Next time I see you, if you are still so vulnerable, then the old man will not be merciful anymore." On a deserted island that was crushed by sword energy and shattered, the lion-like man couldn't bear it after all, and started to betray his disciple who had been together for several years. He turned to look at the blue sky beyond, with his back facing Elvis, who was wounded and fell to the ground with only one breath left. He stared deeply for a moment before speaking indifferently. "Ahahaha, are you emotional? This doesn't seem like what the great pirate Golden Lion should do. If you decide to let me go today, then when we see you in the future, I will not stay the same. With half a heart, you will behead your Golden Lion without any hesitation." Elvis was defeated and lay on the ground, with scars all over his body and blood gushing out, but he didn't care about it. Instead he let with all his remaining strength. He shouted as if he had made an oath towards the Golden Lion who was flying into the sky and was about to leave. "Really, the old man will wait for you here. Do and die." When Golden Lion finally left, he heard Elvis's faint roar, the corners of his mouth raised, and the corners of his eyes widened. Light took one last glance there and thought to himself. Golden Lion finished speaking. He no longer cared about Elvis' life and death on the ground, and flew away from here with his ability. Caw. What is this? Pity. I'm really unwilling. Golden Lion left. It took a long time for Elvis to withdraw his eyes from looking at Genting, his fist tightly clenched, feeling extremely unwilling to what happened to him. He clearly broke the shackles of his body. After more than 2 years of practice, he became no weaker than the Straw Hat Luffy when he shattered his Golden Lion ambition a few years later, but he still couldn't defeat that man. He still couldn't touch the gap between them. He had to rely on the little remaining master-disciple friendship and compassion to save his life, which made him extremely unwilling. To his unwillingness, the wounds on his body healed rapidly, but as the wounds healed, Elvis' face became paler. Obviously, this ability also comes at a price. Elvis also sat up, put his hands on the ground to stand up, and faced the direction Golden Lion left. Just wait on that island in peace, old Shaki. I will go back in a year, and then I will challenge you again. If you really lose in the hands of that group, then I personally take action to end your mythology, and I am the swordsman of the night sky. Elvis will take on your ambition and name, and I swear here. After staring silently for a long time, Elvis made an oath in his heart. After making the oath, he didn't stay any longer. Although his body had not fully recovered, the little stamina he had left was enough for him to hurry. He no longer hesitated to use Shaved and Moonstep to rush to the next island in the direction recorded by the record pointer. Soon after, news of a night sky swordsman selecting crew members from the Four Seas and forming a pirate group spread across the sea, and several people who received the news secretly made up their minds to leave the organization and go back to see Elvis. Pythagorean Library Gugushu. On the deck of a marine warship, a tall, white and slender long leg with fighter tattoos and a beauty mole on the corner of her mouth, Vice Admiral Momosugi asked the beautiful girl who came to say goodbye to her, "Have you really made up your mind? This parting, we will be enemies when we meet again, Amelia." "Well, I've made a decision. Please don't stop me, Sister Guillaume. As long as you can follow him, even if you are an enemy of Marine and the government." Amelia, who had been separated from Elvis for a few years, has grown up at this time, blooming with a beautiful face, and is regarded as the two goddesses by the entire ship, Seaman and Momosugi, and is sought after by the whole ship. But they didn't know that she, who was regarded as a goddess, had already placed her heart on Elvis, who she didn't know, and when news of the person she loved the most came, she immediately made a decision to break away from the control of the world government and return to beside that person. "Oh, well, since you said so, I can't stop you. Go, but remember that the next time we meet you will be the enemy, and I will not give you water." With such a firm look on Miria's face, Momosugi knew she couldn't stop her, so she sighed and chose to let her go. "Thank you, Sister Guillaume. I will never forget your care and teaching. No matter what happens in the future, I promise not to shoot at you." Amelia bowed to Momosugi to thank her for the past 3 years carefully teach and make a vow never to shoot. "You don't need to make such an oath. I will show you all your strength to fight against me next time I meet you. After all, our positions will be opposite. As a marine, I can't let you pirates ignore it. Okay, let go now. Do and make your companions wait." As soon as he finished speaking, Momosugi raised his hand and told Amelia to leave quickly without delay. "Yes, thank you for your care over the past few years. I'm leaving, Guillaume's sister." After bowing again, Amelia didn't delay, turned around and got off the spare sailboat, rushing in the direction indicated by the permanent pointer. The 7 capitals of the water, the famous shipbuilding island of the Great Waterway, was collected together with a rare gathering of several foremen under the mayor of Iceberg. In front of them is Kyle, who was assigned by the government to come to Lucci a few years ago to learn more advanced superhuman skills. "I'm leaving, Leopard Man. Everyone, my companions are calling me back." After a long silence, Kyle took the lead in breaking the calm situation, waving the newspaper in his hand and saying to several people, "If the government issues an erasure order, I won't be merciful." Lucci, who was originally displayed in ventriloquism, spoke in a rare manner. "Really? Then I'm really looking forward to it, and then we will compete to see if you are stronger or I am stronger. Let go." After saying that, Kyle didn't even say goodbye, just waved and left. The other people were also silent, and no one stopped him, watching the other person's figure disappear from his field of vision little by little. Elbaf, Kingdom of Giant. A life-threatening battle has just ended. More than a dozen giants lost their strength, and their bodies were covered with red and swollen fist marks. "It here. Goodbye, my friend. My companions are calling me back, so I won't stay any longer." A 3 or 4 meter high, little giant-like man put away his fists and pointed at Chizuru. The giants who were lying on the ground and unable to get up said goodbye and embarked on the journey of returning home alone. For a time, he became famous all over the world. The sound shook the first half of the Great Waterway, challenged countless masters, and the news that Elvis, who was dubbed the Night Sky Swordsman, called the crew came out. Countless people admired him who wanted to join it, or simply wanted to, whether it was Marine and the bounty hunters who challenged him to make himself famous. Hundreds of individuals with individual intentions rushed there in the direction indicated by the permanent pointer issued by Elvis. Since the establishment of the famous Night Sky Pirate, the pirates in the first half of the Great Channel have set sail. Chapter 63_Empress Luffy arrived. Time is turning back to the present, and the Marine headquarters is full of Marin. In order to deal with threats that may come at any time, a high level of martial law has been imposed here. All the family members of the officers and the reserve personnel who have nothing to do with the war have already been evacuated, and only the soldiers who remain here and the outstanding officers recruited from all all over the world are left here. General, participating in this war. The tension is high. For a time, all the troops with the title of justice accept the necessary stay in Marine. All the troops assembled in the Marine headquarters to welcome the arrival of the war. In Mariajoy, the ancient city of the Holy City, the summoned Shichibukai, in addition to the Empress who went to impel down and Jinbei who was imprisoned in it, all the other people with their own minds had arrived, ate and drank in the reception room, and listened to Marine's deployment. And after turning back to impel down, after the hero Garp who visited the prison 2 days ago, two more guests, Boa Hancock, the Empress of Shichibukai, and Monkey Luffy, one of the supernovas, finally arrived in Elvis's recuperation memory. It is here that a world-renowned feast is about to unfold here. I encountered a bit of headwind and came a little late. Hurry up and call Boa Hancock to come out. Marine Vice Admiral, who was in charge of welcoming the Empress, typed in Pinyin for a long time and couldn't find the word, so I will use it later instead of the mouse. He glanced at the watch in his hand and said with a slight headache, seeing that the destination, impel down, had appeared in front of everyone, he did not delay and ordered his subordinates to go and inform the Empress. Yes, a sailor gave him a military salute and ran over to inform the Empress. Lord Boa Hancock, we have arrived. Vice Admiral asked me to come and call you out. The bell came from the door, and the Queen looked at Luffy who was lying by the window watching the situation outside, and was about to ask him to go out with him. The defense is so tight, it's more than the warship during the Buster call. Is Ace locked in there? Luffy looked at the dozens of warships surrounding Impel Down, and his face gradually became solemn. Of course, after all, the opponent is the man, and the defense must be quite strict. Even Buster Call only has 10 warships, and there are already no less than 20 here, in order to deal with the Whitebeard pirates who may attack. Regiment, Marine must have gone out of his way too. As for your brother Ace, he should be at the bottom. Well, don't think about this anymore. Hurry up and get in the concubine's cloak. We're going out, Luffy. The Empress explained a little, then opened the canopy on her body and let Luffy go inside. At the front entrance of the Impel Down Grand Prison in the Windless Zone, Vice Admiral Mole, hard work. Look, is that the Empress? So beautiful. As expected of the most beautiful woman in the world, she is so beautiful that I can't touch it. What a beauty this is. There should be millions of Volk. A large group of soldiers first warmly greeted the mole, and then they were charmed by the Empress's peerless appearance. The atmosphere became noisy for a while, and they were full of praise for the Empress's face. The mole's veins straightened up, and his anger was high, but still moving forward was forcibly endured. And the Empress who was walking beside him heard these words, and she became impatient, and Vivi frowned. It's so noisy. A bunch of disgusting guys. Can you turn them all to stone? Please raise your hands high. Marine's face is almost lost by them. If you let you take action at this time, then we Marine will really lose all faith. Please bear with me. It's time to enter after a few steps. Impel down, and they won't bother you anymore. Though humiliated, Mole had to save his last face for these Marines and plead for them. Wuju literature Ujuanshui. It's almost here. By the way, I said it last time. Impel down is always entered by outsiders, even Shichibukai. This time, the extrajudicial mercy allows you to come and see Fire Fist 8, the fuse of the war, but enter there is a need to search inside. All weapons cannot be brought in, and seastone shackles must be worn. This is to prevent someone with bad intentions sneak in and release the prisoners inside. You should be able to accept it. After that, the mole gave her a meaningful look. Obviously he is very suspicious of the Queen's purpose here, but without any evidence, he can't just guess and suspect the other party, and as Vice Admiral, he naturally has a two-color hockey with deep experience in using it. If he turns it on, he may be able to find Hancock. Luffy's breath on his body, but he didn't turn it on in order to show respect, so he kept letting Luffy come to the Impel Down with him on the boat, which was considered a dereliction of duty. The innermost floor of the sixth floor, in a dark and narrow cell, sitting cross-legged against the wall to recover from his injuries, Elvis, who had cultivated his energy, suddenly opened his closed eyes and cast his gaze to the ceiling. The Empress at the entrance of Impel Down. The corners of his mouth bleed from the place where the two of them came with the straw hat, but he didn't care, and said in a tone that did not contain any weakness, "You guys are finally here. I've been waiting for you for a long time." The Pirate Queen Boa Hancock and the Straw Hat Boy Luffy. Now that the actors have already started to wait for the show, it's time for me to start preparing. After he finished speaking, he closed his eyes again and regained his lost mental and physical strength. His voice was very small, almost only he could hear it, but even so, it was still heard by one person. No, or at least heard. Oh, interesting little guy. Even observation hockey is so subtle. He can even detect the breath of the three strangers who came in. The person who spoke was his cellmate, Red Count. Obviously, no one on this floor discovered the same thing as he did about outsiders breaking into here, and there was one opposite Elvis, a legendary pirate who paid great attention to him when he first came in. Red Earl Redfield turned on observation hockey a little, and felt the breath of the incoming person just like him. Looking at his performance, one of the people who came in should be smuggled in. This makes the the old man more and more interested. Apart from that guy, he still wants to make a scene here. Is he trying to rescue someone? In this case, let the old man take a good look and see who has the courage to do such a thing. After thinking about it, he also sat down cross-legged like Elvis, meditated to recover his mind, and welcomed the good show. On the other side, when Luffy parted with the Empress and was running around in the prison, there was another commotion in sick. After Jinbei received his daily punishment, Crocodile's interjection when he was talking to Ace made Whitebeard about to meet with him. The news of Marine's battle spread throughout the cell, and the hearts of the most vicious criminals whose footprints were wiped by the government were stirring for a while. The entire prison floor vibrated. Is that old man dying at last? Great, that old guy is finally dying. Kill him. Kill Whitebeard. I'm going to unscrew his head. In the whole floor, the voices of the prisoners kept shouting, and even Elvis and Lightfield, who had been retreating, were disturbed. Hey, it's just a piece of news. Is it worth being so excited? A group of people who were rotten in the prison are also worthy of participating in that battle. Elvis glanced at the noisy people with disdain, and the bottom of his eyes there was a flash of light, and the breath was released, but the next second it was reined back, and it continued to be silent, ignoring those prisoners. Opposite, on the side of the Red Earl. Originally, I didn't want to worry about these trivial matters with you, but this is your courting death, and I can't blame the old man. Obviously interrupted by the chaos instigated by the prisoners, he also killed the prisoners in front of him. Heart, evil spirit Isho, immediately let go of the mind and restore the spirit. At the same time, after Luffy and the Empress entered Impel Down to separate, Luffy began his journey to rescue his brother, and the Empress also met Magellan, who was staying in the 4th floor prison, and drove to the 6th floor. Chapter 64 64 Visiting the prisoner. Time passed for an unknown amount of time when the linked stone ladder descended to this floor. Front, the heavy wooden gate was closed, and the iron fence mixed with sea stone was also pulled up, and there was a sound of footsteps inside. Suddenly, in the prison, the eyes of all the prisoners turned to the past. Hannibal, even Magellan is there. What happened? Why even he was alerted and came here? The prisoner locked in the outermost cell turned around and looked over there, and saw the two most powerful people in the prison walking into the place where they were the least willing to set foot, with a puzzled expression on his face, and his heart was also puzzled. Endlessly, under the amazed eyes of the prisoners, the group walked there in unison, and stopped in front of the cell where Fire Fist Ace and Shichibukai Jinbei were being held. This is the superintendent. Fire Fist, guess who came to see you? Jinbei, although you were in the same position, you must have never met. Hannibal leaned on the ground with an iron fork in his hand and introduced with a very serious expression. Then, without waiting for the two to answer, he took out a fireworks cannon and opened it, and like introducing the most honorable person, he danced and introduced him cheerfully. Yes, this is the one who is known as the world's #1 beauty, Queen of Amazon, Lily of Daughter Country, Shichibukai Boa Hancock, like you Jinbei. Quote, oh, Lord Hancock, I love you. After speaking, regardless of any image, he cheered and shouted beside her. Boom. Before Hannibal finished speaking, Magellan couldn't stand it any longer, and punched him, smashing a big bag on his head. Oh, it hurt. I really want to be the director. Hannibal squatted down with his arms in his arm, not forgetting to say what was in his heart. And the Empress and they are here. Do you have anything to do with me? Ace was very puzzled. He had no feelings for the woman in front of him, who was known as the world's most beautiful woman, and he had never met her before. He raised his head slightly and asked coldly, it's nothing, just to see what the person who got Empress involved in the war looks like. At this time, the Empress had Magellan and the others listening, so she didn't reveal her true intentions just casually. The next plot did not develop as Elvis expected. A group of open-mouthed and brainless prisoners were confused by the Empress's peerless appearance and lost their sense of provocation to Magellan. Inform Ace of the arrival of Luffy, then return to them. Wait for Magellan to stop and leave here. Just when Elvis thought they were going to leave after finishing their work, the director Magellan suddenly turned around and walked towards the cell of Elvis and his party at the deepest side. And in the innermost cell were all the top-notch people in the sea, whose strength surpassed those on the outside. Even Magellan couldn't arbitrarily deal with them, and the people were detained and monitored by high-level government officials. In Elvis' astonished observation hockey perception, the man Magellan actually walked up to him and stopped in front of the fence. 135-135Z. I know you're awake. Open your eyes. Let me see what the disciples of the man who broke the Impel Down legend have killed. Magellan's eyes searched Elvis for a few times, and then from his mouth a dull voice spoke to him. What are you doing? Do you think you can save your old face by mocking me? With a faint sigh, Elvis finally opened his eyes and glanced at the tall figure in front of him. I'm not that old bastard. Although I don't think my achievements will be weaker than him, I'm not comparable to the one he used to be. He spoke again, although he didn't want to admit it in his heart, but he could clearly realize that he was not as good as that 20 years ago when he was injured and arrested, then cut off his feet, walked out of this prison, and broke the Impel Down 800 and unbreakable incredible myth for years. The great pirate who made Impel Down and the world government feel a great shame. His teacher, Golden Lion Shiki. I'm just here to see you, to see what qualifications you have that can be seen by him, and the person who made Impel Down not break the myth and choose to be the successor. Magellan expressed his intention, not only to the curiosity cherished by Weiss as his duty as the director. Really, what do you think after seeing it? Are you disappointed? After Elvis heard his word, he raised his mouth and replied calmly, disappointed. There is indeed one thing, not for your strength but for your character. With such strength at your age, it is no surprise that you will be a hero in the future, and your achievements will not be weaker than Golden Lion. But, Magellan's voice changed and he did not continue, but the disappointment in his words had already been revealed. Disappointed. Maybe you can change your opinion in the future. Neck. He. Since you've been imprisoned in here, do you still think you have a future? You can only spend the rest of your life in this cell. Maybe you can imitate your teacher Golden Lion and cut yourself off. My leg. No, I should add one more. My hands too. Maybe I can use that ability to escape after I cut off my hands and feet. Although Magellan had never come to visit the prison, he obviously received a gift from his subordinate, Intelligent, to get a clear understanding of Elvis's bottom line, and the same is true for the ability to get the fluttering fruit just now. But for this, he just let people strengthen the seastone shackles on Elvis, locked his hands and feet, and then did not take other actions, and he was not afraid to tell the other party this choice and let Elvis choose. After all, what can a man who has lost both hands and feet be called crippled do? After talking to him, Magellan didn't stay any longer, turned around and walked back to the upper prison with Hannibal and the others who were waiting for him to clean up. He. Cut off your hands and feet. Do you really think I will follow the stupid things that old bastard did? Coming soon. Since the Empress and the Straw Hats are already here, it will be less than a day before the arrival of Blackbeard and the others, and the battle of life and death will take less than a day. Just restore to the most prosperous state, otherwise you will be unlucky if you fall in that duel. As he watched Magellan and his party leave the prison on this floor, Elvis retracted his gaze and secretly said in his heart, after thinking about it, return to the previous state of meditation, and calmly restore the lost energy in the body. Here, Luffy, who sneaked into the Impel Down, led by Buggy, who had hidden the ability to escape from the cell, rampaged all the way to the third, and here he met an unexpected friend who used to cover their departure in Alabasta. Cadre R2 of Patrick's Chinese society founded by Crocodile. Under the guidance of R2, they rushed to the fourth, and Buggy, who slipped away quietly, partnered with another escaper, R3, and fled to the upper floor. The guards were nervous and busy, and it was difficult to calm down the turmoil for a while. However, this has nothing to do with the deeply imprisoned Elvis for the time being. The only thing that has to do with him is the arrival of Blackbeard and his party, releasing all the prisoners on that floor and letting them fight to the death. The winner will either join them or leave imprisonment, and the loser has only a dead end. So there is only one way of life for him, to win the cruel life and death race and get out of here. If he is a little slack, then in this prison, the enemies of the three great pirates of the old era, the enemies of his teacher, Golden Lion, will probably tear him apart. In the silence of Elvis again, Luffy and R2 broke into the fourth floor, and here they met an enemy they didn't want to meet, and sent off Vice Admiral Mole and Pirate Empress. After they left, they received a disturbance in Impel Down. Director Magellan, who came to stop the news. Chapter 65 _ Straw Hat dead. There are only 29 hours left until Portgas Ace's execution time. Time flies. Elvis is in the 6th floor waiting for the unrest that sweeps the prison to begin, and Luffy in 4 is also facing Magellan head-on. One side broke into this place at all costs to save his brother, and the other side was the biggest obstacle in front of him to guard Impel Down and defend its glory. Straw Hat Boy Luffy, your group has caused a huge turmoil outside. Even I have heard of you. I thought the news of Sabayati Archipelago's destruction by Admiral Kizaru was true, but I didn't expect to attack here in a blink of an eye. From the Impel Down, which is known as an iron wall. I don't know how you got in, but I'll let you say it yourself. Magellan stood in front of Luffy's end, blocking their way. I won't say it if I die. Luffy thought of the Empress who helped him in here, and then replied with a sullen nose. Really? Then let me see how long you can be stubborn. The other party didn't plan to say it, and Magellan didn't care. In his eyes, capturing it was the first priority. Thinking about it, a large amount of highly poisonous liquid emerged from his body, forming 3 giant dragons entrenched behind him. As soon as the terrifying venom dragon appeared, the poisonous mist spread, and the feeling of suffocation and death came over him. Dangerous little Straw Hat. This guy is covered in venom. He can't touch his body, otherwise it will be troublesome. R2 standing beside Luffy looked desperately at the man in front of him, and couldn't help but discouraged. Hey, after this, I won't be able to fight him soon. Although Luffy heard his word, he had never really faced it. He couldn't intuitively feel the power of Magellan's highly toxic liquid. He just felt very distressed and didn't know what to do. Fight him. Fight? No, we can't win against this guy. It's true that we take the opportunity to find an opportunity to escape. Come with me, let's go the other way. With that, Bentham grabbed Luffy's arm and walked down to the right. However, whoa, Magellan had already discovered their intention, and the dragon swooped down, trying to devour the two in one fell swoop. Brush. Luffy, who sensed the danger, immediately turned and pulled him back when Bentham pulled him before jumping off. The dragon slammed into the road, and the poisonous mucus covered the whole road, making them unable to get off and blocking them. Other possible. Xiao Fengfang, you go first. I'm going to fight this guy. Luffy knew that Magellan would not let the two of them go easily, and there was no way to talk about leaving until he hit each other. However, we can't even touch him at all, so how are we going to fight him? Bentham wondered why his friend would say such a thing. He had already told him that he couldn't touch Magellan's body, otherwise the poison will erode the whole person, and he will still die at that time. So how can we talk about fighting if he can't even beat him? If we don't defeat this guy, we can't have a chance to escape. In order to save Ace, I have already thrown my life out of my head. You go, Xiao Fengfang, and I will hold him back to buy time. Luffy was very determined. His eyes became extremely strong, and wisps of fighting intent emerged from him. Then, you take care, little straw hat. Bentham turned to leave, no longer concerned about the life and death of his friend, and abandoned Luffy like a useless wounded person. But how could he possibly do that, knowing that the two of them only hit Magellan with an egg? So a wonderful idea was brewing in their heart, and they had to abandon him first, and then rescue Luffy who was imprisoned in it. Hehe, as expected, pirates have the same temperament. Once their lives are in danger, even their companions can be abandoned at will, and the person you regard as a close friend is no exception. I'm really sorry for you, but I won't be merciful either. Execute you in the name of justice, and die. As soon as he finished speaking, his feet stomped violently, and his body rushed forward, stabbing him with a horny weapon that could easily penetrate even steel on both hands. Woo, boom. How could Luffy meet the weapon with the blue-purple poisonous lime attached to it? With a slight jump, he avoided his attack. Under a corner of the tip, the stone ground comparable to steel was penetrated, and a pothole appeared instantly. Second gear. Bazooka. Under the pressure of Magellan's successive shot, Luffy opened the second gear to fight him, but the battle was doomed as early as the moment Magellan appeared, and failure was inevitable. In less than half an hour, Luffy's shot had reached the limit, but Magellan couldn't see the tired look on his side. The poison had already worked on him. Luffy couldn't hold it any longer. He was half kneeling on the ground. Come before him. Yan Book Yang. You should be satisfied to be able to fight with me for such a long time, and then I will send you to prison, although you may die here soon. Magellan's tone of voice and the expression on his face did not fluctuate at all. Obviously, this battle was just to show his respect to his opponent, and he deliberately let Luffy take a shot. It lasted for nearly half an hour. In the battle, he only acted as a defensive side. Even so, the strength close to Admiral's level still make Luffy almost desperate. Damn, I see. Luffy's vision became more and more dazed, and he realized that he might fall here. Luffy stretched out his hand unwillingly to grab something, but finally fell down, lost consciousness, and fell to the ground. Rise. Hey, did you really fall? Then it's time for that guy to appear. I really have to say that your personality and background are really good. Straw Hat. One is the cadre of the father who is repairing here, and the other is a friend who can give his life for you. Let me take a look. After you detoxify, the black hand will appear soon. The faint whispers did not come out of the cell, and Elvis fell silent again after saying this. In the past, every minute and every second, I have never had such expectations before. I have not waited like now, and the execution time is less than 3 days. With 26 hours left before the execution time, Bentham used his ability to imitate Nami and successfully seduced Hannibal, then hung him up, pretended to be him, and went to the 5th hell where Luffy was imprisoned. The two men were successfully rescued back to their camp with the subordinates of the man he most wanted to see. When Bentham was shocked to learn about the 6th level prison that was unknown to outsiders and detoxified Luffy, another 8 hours had passed, and it was time for Portgas Ace to be escorted out of prison. Gollum. Magellan was squatting in the toilet as usual, but his Lieutenant Domino came to urge him. Good morning, Director Magellan. I'm having diarrhea. Magellan still squatted in the toilet and didn't come out. Please hurry up. Prisoner Portgas Ace should be escorted out of prison. Gollum. However, the only response to her was the sound of Magellan's diarrhea and pumping, and then turned back to Luffy's side. Come on, little straw hat. Come on, straw hat boy. Bang, bang, bang. Bentham and others cheered for Luffy outside the door, and Luffy was struggling inside, and the loud slamming of the door kept banging. Wow. However, at this moment, the sound of slamming the door suddenly stopped, and a large pool of bright red blood flowed out from the gap under the door. The sound stopped. Little straw hat. Bentham could hardly believe his eyes and ears. The banging on the door stopped. Blood gushed out, and an extremely bad guess came to his mind. It's a pity that you've persisted for 20 hours, and you've done well enough. Ivankov, who was a bystander, sighed and comforted. However, boom, there was was an incomparably huge sound, and the door that was bound by layers of chains was blasted straight away, and a thin figure wrapped in bandages and bleeding all over came out from inside. I am starving. As soon as it came out, there was a loud roar, which shocked everyone. Yeah. Chapter 66_late. Hannibal, who was rescued, sat comfortably on the chair of the director's office at Fort Magellan, wearing the black frock hat he had specially customized for the director's throne. R2, R3, and Buggy the Clown, are you sure they all went to number 5 middle school? Hannibal asked the jailer who came to report with a few photos of prisoners in his hand. Yes, although their camouflage is flawless, according to the information observed by the video bug, they did come down there, probably to rescue the Straw Hat Luffy. According to the existing evidence, they may have fallen into the ice field. Hungry wolves, we have dinner on our plate. The two guards stood upright in front of him and reported respectfully. But when Hannibal felt relieved, his voice changed again. If the information is inaccurate and those people are deceived, then the director and deputy director may not be able to keep your throne. Hey, is that even me? Yes, once something happens, you should also take the corresponding responsibility. No matter what happened to Hannibal, who has a funny personality, he turned back to Magellan and the others. In the elevator to 6. Too slow. Domino stood beside him and rebuked blankly. Hey, you're too harsh. Domino, no matter how much I feel my stomach being rebuked by the other party like this, Magellan didn't dare to retort. After all, he wasted time. As the director, he really couldn't. Sure. In the future, please be a little faster. Marine's team has already arrived at the scene. If the mission of delivering Fire Fist is delayed, Impel Down's reputation may fall. You are too strong. Magellan was very ashamed by his adjutant's request. At the entrance of Impel Down, 5 veteran vice admirals sent by the headquarters were strictly guarding, and there were 5 warships and thousands of sailors who came to pick up outside, and Magellan with admiral-level combat power escorted them out. Such a battle make this escort very stable and safe. 5. Luffy, Ivankov, and Lightning, who are also members of the Revolutionary Army, appeared on the surveillance screen. It's the Straw Hat Boy, and the long-disappeared Revolutionary Army Ivankov and Lightning. They have appeared in the 5th. As soon as they saw the images of the 3 people, the inspectors immediately became nervous, and hurriedly reported the news to Hannibal. The screen is sent over. Damn, isn't that kid dead yet? There are still Ivankov and Lightning who have disappeared for a long time. Where did they come from? Seeing the person who had already been confirmed as missing by them and gave him a headache, the 3 of Luffy, Hannibal immediately made a decision and showed the order. Close the 6 ascending valve, prepare the soldiers on that floor for battle, and try to last until Sati-chan's jailer beast arrive, and report this to Director Magellan and the guards on the first floor to know. That's all. Hannibal uncharacteristically issued instructions that were beneficial to the prison's execution, making the guards around him almost think that he was impersonated by someone again. During their execution, Magellan and his party had come to Fire Fist Ace's cell and were about to escort him out. It's time. Fire Fist Ace, I'm going to escort you out to the place of execution. There are many Marlin. Not long after the group escorted Ace away in the elevator, the 3 of Luffy successfully broke into the place. Ace, I'm here to save you. Luffy's anxious cry spread throughout the entire floor, and for a while, almost all the prisoners turned their attention to him. Zujuswan, you're such a messy kid. Hey, you're that Fire Fist Ace's brother, right? I'm sorry, he has just been escorted up, and he was on the elevator over there. Some prisoners kindly told them the situation, and asked Luffy and his party to hurry up and find them. He was escorted away. Luffy, he was about to go crazy. He ran over so hard but didn't want to miss the opportunity. His brother Ace was escorted away a second before him. Don't believe what he said. Brother Luffy and these guys are all prisoners of heinous crime. It's normal to lie and deceive people. Ivankov didn't believe the other party. Kindness. Reminder. Even if he knew that Fire Fist had been taken away, but the escort, he knew exactly who it was. How could Luffy rush over to grab Fire Fist from the opponent? Hey, whether you believe it or not, that guy was just taken away. Right there. It might be too late now if it's over. If you don't hurry up, you might not even be able to see your face. The man didn't panic when the conspiracy was revealed. Anyway, it didn't matter to him 1 or 2. It was good to drag a few people to death. It didn't matter. Damn, is it there? Wait for me, Ace. I'll come to save you. Luffy ran straight to the elevator without thinking. Wait, little brother Luffy, it's too rash. Even Ivankov couldn't dissuade him. Luffy continued to run towards the passage. Bang! And just when Luffy reached out and grabbed the bottom with his ability and wanted to follow it, Hannibal, who was far away in the monitoring room, immediately ordered to block the rising valve. At the bottom, a huge rock full of iron thorns and sharp blade fell. Wow! Luffy jumped back immediately after reacting in an emergency, and the seastone fence closed so quickly that he was almost locked inside and couldn't get out. Interesting. Elvis, who used observation hockey to keep an eye on the 3 people's every move, raised the corner of his mouth and chuckled lightly. Wow! When the fence was just closed and the passage was blocked, clock. Hannibal and others had not yet finished their strategy. The poisonous mist emanated from the ascending elevator and quickly spread to the entire floor. Cough cough. Damn it, if you want to die, just stay away. Don't get us involved. Being swept away by the poisonous fog, although it did not have much effect on these extremely powerful prisoners, it was not very effective after all. It's a good feeling, being implicated by innocent people. None of these people have a good temper, and they directly scolded a few people. Shut up, hell, wink, call out, boom. Ivankov was also rude to these prisoners, and directly threw them with a wink comparable to the power of a cannon, and the noisy prisoners were quiet again. Then Lightning used the ability of the fruit scissors to cut the stone ground, and threw it away like a strip of cloth, blocking the gate of the fen, and the poisonous mist disappeared quickly without the sword. It's alright. Well, in this way, the poisonous mist can't be emitted. Ivankov nodded with satisfaction. But our way out was blocked accordingly. How should we get out? Lightning reminded a little. Damn, Ace is still waiting for me to come and save him. How can we stop here? Luffy clenched his right fist and watched the direction indicated by the broken vivre card in his hand changed, and no longer indicated here, but pointed in the direction above where he had just entered. That's your brother's vivre card. Although I know you're in a hurry, little brother Luffy, it's useless to be in a hurry now. The most important thing to think about is how to get out. The passage is blocked, so I can only think of other ways to get out. Ivankov watched, then shook his head helplessly. But, let me out. I can use my ability to open a big hole in the wall, and outside. When Luffy was about to say something, an inappropriate voice interjected. Wearing a prison uniform and wearing a crocodile in Seastone's handcuffs walked out with a fake smile on his face. Chapter 67_Prison Chaos. Ah, it's you, Crocodile. How come you are here again? After seeing the face of the man, Luffy was finally startled and shouted, it's not important anymore. What's important is this. Let me out. As long as I use my ability to easily open a big hole in the ceiling, then we can go out together. Crocodile didn't plan to answer Luffy. He put his hands down and continued to preach. HMPH, let you out. Do you want to take Vivi's country again? It's impossible. I've already given up on that. A country where the desert is not very useful, and it's useless to ask for it. Luffy was interrupted by him before he finished speaking. Crocodile continued to say with a smile, what I'm most concerned about right now is the matter of Whitebeard's decisive battle with Marine. I thought it was no fun and didn't plan to go out again, but I didn't expect such an interesting thing. The old man is finally going to make a move. If you stay here, you can't join that war. That old man's head must be chopped off with my own hand. Even if you say that, I won't. No, let him out. Little brother Luffy, as this guy said, his abilities are still useful. Ivankov next to him interrupted him again. But, little Eva, don't worry, this guy still has the handle in my hand. You were right, long time no see, Crocodile boy. Hey, Ivankov, it's you. Crocodile was unkind to Ivankov, but took a tacit attitude towards what he said. Is it okay, little Eva? It's okay. We've known each other for a long time. We've known him since he was a rookie. He has a very big handle that I hold in my hand. If it's not good for us, then I'll tell him. Hip hop. Shut your mouth for me. Don't open the handcuff. Crocodile was very afraid of the handle, Ivankov said, and didn't even want to mention it again. After scolding Ivankov, he continued to let go of the handcuffs and let them untie him. Yeah. After receiving Ivankov's eyes, Lightning realized, walked over, cut off the fence and handcuffs with the scissors ability, and released Crocodile. And just when he was released, Shichibukai Jinbei, who had reminded several people that he was in the same cell as Fire Fist 8, couldn't help but make a request to him. Please let me out too. I will definitely help. I have known Ace since the moment he joined the Whitebeard Pirate, and even just heard about you from him. Straw Hat Luffy, Ace's younger brother. Jinbei's words made Luffy turn around and look at him. I was imprisoned for opposing the war. In order not to let my father take action and make the world's situation in trouble, I must rescue him before my father. Please let me die in battle. Jinbei's attitude is very sincere, and his words are filled with a deep request. Another big man. Lightning and Ivankov also recognized Jinbei's identity after seeing him, but they didn't leave. After all, they knew very little about Jinbei and couldn't make a decision easily. Let him go too. Only Luffy looked at him deeply for a long time, seeing the sincerity in the eyes of the other party, and immediately made a decision to let him out together. Hey, is this really okay? We don't know much about him. Lightning couldn't help but remind him at this time. No, I trust him. Luffy's resolve couldn't be changed, and he trusted his gut even more. Okay, don't blame me if something goes wrong. Seeing that even Ivankov acquiesced, Lightning didn't insist. He walked over and unchained Jinbei's body in the same way, and let him out together. Hey, help us untie these two. We can also help. Yes, we can help you deal with those Marine. Jushuku, please let us out. The prisoners saw that there was an opportunity, so they asked Luffy to rescue them. Of course, some of the real powerhouses did not beat, or they disdain Luffy. Luffy's arrogant character and powerful strength, they were not allowed to bow their heads, and still sat there quietly without taking any action. Afterward, after Ivankov winked a few times, the people quieted down and watched as Crocodile used his ability to cut a big hole in the ceiling on the top of the building and leave. 6. The deepest part, opposite the Elvis cage, is a cell shrouded in darkness. It doesn't seem to be them. It getting more and more interesting. Since it's not this opportunity, there must be other people coming. I can't imagine that Impel Down would be barged in by some outsiders one after another. The so-called myth is also broken. Red Earl Redfield smiled and sat back, continuing to wait for the opportunity. When Luffy and his party joined forces to attack the upper hell, something unexpected happened in Marine's headquarters. Reported to Marshal Sengoku, still couldn't find them. Damn, that guy. With less than 5 hours before the execution, we searched all over the island and couldn't find him. Blackbeard teach, he is missing. Sengoku was so annoyed by this incident that he couldn't help smashing his fist on the table, but the Marine who reported it continued to report. Another incident I would like to report to you. An unlicensed warship has reached Impel Down, although it feels a little unlikely. Damn, is this what you guys are aiming for? Sengoku sat down after swiping away the messenger. He had already determined where Blackbeard was now, and roughly guessed him, but he failed to take other actions to support Impel Down in the past, because their current deployment was severely understrength, and had to pray that Magellan could withstand them and quell the unrest. Meanwhile, at the Impel Down entrance, please wait a moment, we have not asked the headquarters for support. Now is an extraordinary period. If anything happens, I can't bear it. Now confirming with the headquarters, several jailers stood on the Blackbeard group who had just stepped off the boat and reached the entrance gate, and dissuaded them. Do whatever you want. Aren't we on the same front? Blackbeard and his party ignored their words and continued to move forward. However, pirates are not allowed to enter here. Please. Ah, what is this? The jailers wanted to say some words of dissuasion, but suddenly noticed that their feet were covered with black mist, and their bodies were out of control. Living sinks like a quagmire. Ziahaha, don't be so polite. We are now on the government's side. Ziahaha, what a spooky place. Is this the legendary Great Prison Impel Down? Blackbeard and his subordinates were already standing in front of the gate, looking at the gloomy prison in front of them, and couldn't help grinning. Report, Marine on the warship carrying Blackbeard and his party has been wiped out. Although I don't know what their intentions are, it can be confirmed that it is the enemy. The shocking events spread into the big prison one after another, overwhelming Hannibal and the others, and making him even more desperate. With the intervention of Blackbeard, the forces of turmoil in Impel Down at this moment surged by 3. One is the 12-strong prisoner alliance headed by the Clown Buggy and the others. The second is the powerful prisoner alliance composed of several Luffy plus the Shemale forces and 45. The third is to break in from the outside. The strength is unclear, but it is almost certain to be all members of the Blackbeard Pirate, the strongest unrest party. The best moment that Elvis had been waiting for was approaching. Chapter 68_Face Blackbeard. At the exit of the passage leading to the 3rd floor prison, connecting the 3rd and 4th floors, 2 men are fighting with faith and will. Rubber, bazooka, boom, ah, boom. With another scream, Hannibal was hit by Luffy again. His injuries aggravated, his head open, and blood was flowing down, but he still did not give up, like a big mountain blocking in front of them. Get out of the way. After fighting for so long, although the other party was simply the abused party, Luffy recognized his fighting spirit very much. He didn't want to continue to shoot Hannibal and shouted, "Dow, let him out of the way." He, stop joking. How could I possibly get out of the way? Even though he was seriously injured now, he still held firm to his belief, called the belief of justice. I must rescue Aid. Don't put on a high hat for yourself. You're just a notorious pirate and a rebel. You said that in order to rescue your brother. Do you know how much panic your turmoil will bring to the civilians at sea? In order not to cause panic to the weaker group, prisoners who have committed crimes are detained here. This is the fortress of hell, Impel Down. Once it is breached, the whole world will fall into the abyss. I told you not to let you go. Don't even think about taking a single step. Hannibal risked his life to defend his beliefs and to fight Luffy to the death. However, Woo, Deputy Director, how are you? What about the rocket artillery unit? Hearing the cry for help, Hannibal turned around with difficulty, only to see his subordinates eroded by the darkness and gradually sinking. Just when he felt puzzled, there was a whistling wind in his ears, and a big foot swept towards him. Woo, shut up your stinky mouth. What is justice? What is sin? Searching the whole world can't find the answer. It's so boring. Boom. He stepped on Hannibal with one foot, causing him to lose all consciousness and faint. Deputy Director Hannibal. His subordinates shouted anxiously. It's him, the person I met on Jaya Island. Seeing Blackbeard, Luffy instantly remembered what happened on Jaya Island. He used to fight against the person who agreed with his dream. A lot of big people got together. It looked like they are going to have a good show. Zia ha 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 ha. Blackbeard Teach didn't feel uncomfortable at all with the eyes of Luffy and the others. He was still so presumptuous, and of course he deserved him with his rank. Do this. Teach, why are you you hear? No, it should be called Blackbeard. And Jinbei, who is closest to the Whitebeard pirate, naturally knows Teach better than others. He personally sent Ace into impel in front of him. Down. The Teach who started this war. He was so furious, his fist clenched as if he could throw a punch at him at any moment. Jinbei, so you're here too. Are you angry and want to shoot at me? Ah la la la. It's so dangerous. Can you please take back that fist? Seeing acquaintance Jinbei here too, which surprised Teach for a moment, then pointed to his hand and said half-jokingly, by the way, I remember that your relationship with Ace is very good, but if you hate me because of this, then you will find the wrong person. Blackbeard's words seemed incomparably arrogant and shameless. Not only did he not feel the slightest bit of jealousy towards Luffy and his party, but he also pushed the relationship between himself completely. Blackbeard, you are Blackbeard. At this time, Luffy remembered who the person in front of him was, and his relationship with him, stood in front of him, and questioned him loudly. By the way, I don't think I've reported my name yet. I'm Marshall T. It's been a long time. So long time no see. Straw Hat Boy. Ziahaha. To be honest, I was shocked when I found out that you were the Straw Hat. What? Balance XSE. You are the one who defeated the crocodile, right? Teach stood in front of Luffy and pointed his finger at Crocodile, who had a dark face when he said he was defeated by Luffy. After we knew about you at the time, we once targeted you and wanted to capture you in exchange for Shichibukai's position, but it was stopped by your brother Ace. When he heard that we were targeting you, Ace has cut his own way, because he knows that letting me go like this will not only bring shame to Whitebeard, but also bring harm to his younger brother. You. Ziahahaha. You should thank your brother well. If it weren't for him, you would be the one in prison. Teach finished, and burst into a wild laugh, not noticing the look on Luffy's face beneath him. Great change. The momentum is getting higher and higher. Really? Then let's fight and end our grievances. Second gear. Luffy seemed to understand how powerful Teach was in front of him, so he didn't hesitate to press his fist down, pumping his heart, and accelerating his body. The blood flowed, and the blue water vapor evaporated from the body. Boom. Thump. Teach didn't expect Luffy to move his hands so quickly, without dragging the slightest bit. He tried his best to punch him on the body, and he was not ready to receive the punch head-on. With a violent punch, it made Teach fly out and smashed to the ground. Captain. It hurt. It hurt. The side effects of the fruit were prominent. It couldn't be elementalized, and the damage and pain were doubled, causing Teach to roll on the ground in pain, and it didn't stop after a while. Woo. Rubber. Luffy didn't give him time to react, and his figure flashed over him, ready to punch, but already aware that his Teach would not give him another chance to shoot. Dark water. Black gas emerged from the bottom of his palm, spinning like a windmill, and a strange ability erupted. Luffy felt the irresistible gravitational pull, and his body was pulled over. Woo. Boom. Teach also didn't show him politeness, and sucked Luffy, unable to activate his ability, and slammed it down with a fist. Luffy was smashed to the ground, the floor cracked, and the rubble shook. It hurt. Pain. Isn't that kid's body rubber? Why does it hurt? Crocodile, who was standing by and didn't intervene, heard Luffy cry out in pain. He knew very well about Luffy's abilities and felt very strange. Luffy could feel it without hockey. Pain. Swoosh. Swish. Luffy's fighting awareness is also not bad. After being hit on the ground, he reacted immediately and rolled back to get away from the situation. Damn. Rubber. Luffy wanted to shoot at him again, but this time, Jinbei stopped him. He shivered, grabbing Luffy's arms with both hands and clasping his body. Wait, Luffy, we don't have time to fight him now. Saving Ace is the most important thing. After holding Luffy, Jinbei spoke immediately, persuading Luffy and trying to wake him up. Teach has been an unpredictable guy since he was on Daddy's boat. I don't know how much power he hides, but if he can defeat Ace, even if he fights with him here, there will be no result. And this way, Brother Ace won't come out. Seeing that his words had a little effect on Luffy, Jinbei spoke again and persuaded him. The two of them seemed to be intervened by Jinbei. The battle could not go on for a while, and each was out of breath. However, one was just using his abilities, and his physical strength was too great. From this point of view, Luffy didn't pay attention to the opponent at all except for the attack when he was unguarded against Teach at the beginning. Ziahaha, you're pretty good at looking at occasions. Jinbei. Teach didn't plan to fight here because he had more important things to do. He reached out and wiped the blood from his mouth, grinning. Bro. Chapter 69 _ The plan is broken. Ziahahaha. It's much more powerful than I thought, and the momentum has increased a lot. After Luffy was discouraged by Jinbei, Teach also put it away and praised Luffy's strength progress a little. And at this moment, Crocodile, who was silent while smoking a cigar, interjected. Your Blackbeard Teach. They heard from Marine that a nobody on the Whitebeard ship took my place as the new Shichibukai. I don't know what your real intentions are, but is this really good? Did you give up your hard-earned position to come here, or do you have other plans? Ziahaha. Everything is within my plan, although there are some twists and turns in the middle, but it doesn't affect. But am I obliged to tell you? Crocodile. Blackbeard also had the same arrogant and disdainful attitude towards toward Crocodile, did not inform them of his intention. "No, but I'm not interested either." Crocodile didn't have any interest in asking Blackbeard, and the tone of his reply was also very cold. "Ziahaha, what an indifferent guy." Teach smiled, not taking him to heart. Boom! At this moment, an explosion sounded, and the jailer Beast, who had been defeated by Luffy and the others, woke up again and smashed at the prisoners with a huge hammer. And something even worse happened. Magellan, the director of Impel Down, one of the two major signs, successfully arrived here. The blue-purple poisonous dragon rose to the sky and turned into rain, and many prisoners who had no time to escape were attacked by venom and poison, fell down. As the crisis approached, Luffy and his party did not stop and ran towards the exit of Impel Down. The group of Blackbeards walking in the opposite direction of them faced Magellan directly. Blackbeard Teach. Magellan walked towards him and saw the prison guards lying at the feet of Teach and others who did not know whether they were alive or dead. Even Hannibal was lying not far from them. This scene made him understand what happened. "It's the matter," he confirmed in a low voice. "That's right, Ziahaha, I've been very famous for a long time, Director Magellan." Teach also planned to greet Magellan with the same attitude as Luffy and others, but he didn't think that Magellan didn't plan to hang around with him at all, so that the whole staff did not even have a chance to react, and swept down like a wave. "Wow, damn it, poisonous." The group of horses howled as they went down, and Magellan continued to chase after Luffy and his party. All that was left were the members of the Blackbeard pirates who had lost their resistance. After more than half an hour, after Magellan had gone far, another approached, and upon closer inspection, it was the Shiryu of Impel Down who had met them earlier and was recruited by him. "What a shame. I was wiped out by a poisonous dragon." Shiryu came over and didn't take the shot first, but taunted first, and then took the wine bottle containing the antidote in his hand. "Still go." Boom! The wine bottle shattered instantly, the liquid inside spilled all over their body, and the venom gradually melted away. "Caw-caw, Ziahaha, I almost died." After the antidote was dissolved and the venom dissipated, everyone slowly stood up. Teach wiped the remaining venom on his mouth and smiled. "If it wasn't for the antidote I brought here, you would all have died a long time ago, and you have underestimated Magellan too much. Yunan Baikuj Yn Baiken. Way ha ha ha, come back to life again. Your arrival is destined to come. I really thought I was going to hang up." Ha! Another life was saved. Teach all sighed with emotion, and they also had lingering fears about this encounter, but they were fortunate that they were lucky enough to save their lives. Life and death depend on fate. If he is afraid because of this trivial matter, then he will lose too. Ziahahaha. Enjoy the next moment. "Oh yes, thank you for saving our lives, Shiryu." The crew were apprehensive about the encounter, but Teach was different, wringing out the water stains on his clothes, put it back again, and said a few words to them with a smile, but didn't take it to heart at all, and his tone and attitude seemed very optimistic. "Welcome again. It looks like you can be our partner, Ziahaha." Judging from Shiryu's action, Teach had already got the answer he asked for earlier. Shiryu of the Rain, the answer to the decision to join the Blackbeard pirate. "Anyway, staying here is forever. I've been looking forward to meeting a man like you." Shiryu smoked a cigar, the corners of his mouth VV curled up, moved, and said what he had been saying all along. That's right, as early as when Shiryu was sent by Magellan to deal with Teach and the others, the two sides had already met. At that time, Teach saw the ambition lurking in his heart and sent him an invitation directly, but he didn't reply immediately, and he didn't shoot at them either. He was still waiting to see if the other party's energy could carry him. Now that he had seen it, he naturally agreed to his invitation. Ziahahaha. Then let's get started and start turning the world upside down. What really made Shiryu see his power was Teach's daring plan to lose everything if one part went wrong in the lawless character. Finally, hiding from Magellan and taking advantage of his unpreparedness, they drove along the established plan to the floor where the most vicious criminals in the world are held. "Huh, are you finally here, Blackbeard?" At this time, Elvis finally stood up, and the clanging chains also showed the excitement in his heart at the moment. "Is it just these little guys? There is indeed some ability to come in here under Magellan's eyelid. You are waiting for them, right?" Disciple of the Golden Lion. While Elvis's mood was fluctuating, the man on the opposite side also got up together, walked to the fence, faced him, and looked at him with the usual smile on his lip. "Huh, you're Red Earl. How do you know my intention?" Elvis really didn't expect such a great god to be squatting in the cell opposite him, and he had been burying it in his heart for the past few days. As intentions were revealed. In the heyday, one man alone was enough to rival the legendary figure of the three great pirates and his teacher, the Golden Lion, Patrick Redfield. He, don't panic. The old man is just a coincidence. As a person of the same era as me, the old man understands the character of that guy. If he is not really recognized by him, it is impossible for him to have a so-called character. Heirs are born, and there are only two ways to get his approval. One is to defeat him and get his recognition, and the other is to be recognized by him in terms of potential and ambition. Judging from from your situation, it can't be the first, and it's only the latter. Since this is the case, it is impossible to be caught by Marine for no reason. Even Admiral will always have a life-saving means to escape from their hand. The old man is right. Redfield continuous analysis almost explained Elvis's thoughts. Seeing that he was silent, the Red Earl confirmed his guess even more, and the smile on his face became even bigger. Even if that's the case, do you think you can threaten me? After a while of silence, Elvis opened his mouth and replied, you don't have to look at the old man with such an attitude. The old man is just taking advantage of this opportunity. After staying here for decades, his body is about to rot, and he can go out to see the sunshine outside and feel the fresh air in his lifetime. Best. Earl Red said this. His attitude was also very sincere, and he seemed to be serious, but Elvis would not believe his nonsense. Although it did not really appear in the plot, it was a game specially made by Oda. From the perspective of the process, in the New World 2 years later, one person will have the opportunity to put the entire Straw Hat into a desperate situation. How can such a person easily believe him? Chapter 70_Brawl. Whatever you do is fine. Since you don't plan to expose all this, just wait there and prepare to welcome that wonderful moment together. After speaking, Elvis wrapped his hands and feet in chain, and turned his eyes to at the ascending passage. There, the sound of the chain pulling slowly sounded. Bang, 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 boom. The shaking sound ended, and a loud noise attracted the attention of everyone in this cell. Caw, caw, caw. Clatter. The fence door was opened, and there was a sound of footsteps coming from the front, and then an arrogant laughter spread throughout the building. Zia ha 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 ha. Hey, all the scumbags of the sea. How are you? I'm Teach Blackbeard. As soon as Teach and his subordinates entered here, they spoke first, and they didn't have the slightest respect for the names of the people here. Directly calling everyone a scumbag doesn't seem to care whether they will offend these people. The prisoners here did not refute his title. For them, perhaps scum is a good compliment, expressing recognition and praise for his identity. Of course, what they care most about is who comes who. An obscure and unknown person can't get their approval. Ah, I remembered. That guy was the one who sent the fire fist here just now, and the biggest trigger for this turmoil. Blackbeard. When everyone was thinking about his identity and background, a sudden realization a voice like that sounded. One mouth open, and a clear and enlightened expression on his face looked at him and said, Blackbeard. Yes, it's him. I heard the jailers talk about it, but what's the matter with him coming here? As soon as he was reminded by his word, the others slowly recalled T.'s identity, Magellan, etc. The news of the sea that people have disclosed, also nodded with understanding. Zia ha 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 ha. Yes, I'm Blackbeard. How about it? Anyway, you guys are boring here and spend the rest of your life in prison. Why don't you go out and make a fuss? Let the world recognize your prestige. Use me to hack the flag of the beard. When they were arguing, Teach waved his hand and continued, I'll give you a chance to decide the winner here. The winner can join us. The loser is death. Come on and enjoy yourself. Let's make a riot, and start the biggest carnival since the era of the great pirate. Oh. Teach's words aroused the thoughts of these pirates. For a time, the prisoners in the entire sixth floor were agitated, and they beat the sea stone fence with their fists. There was a deafening metallic sound. Bang. Zia ha 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 ha. That's how it should be. As a big pirate who used to be famous, take it. Let everyone out. Fighting bloody. Teach saw the attitude of these people. His smile became even more arrogant and proud, and then he threw a series of keys into each cell, so that the prisoners could untangle their shackles and let go of the battle. Kaka. Boom. In the cell, Elvis took the key on the ground, opened the shackles on his body and the gate lock on the fence, twisted his neck, walked out, looked at a group of figures slowly walking out and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, it's finally here. The opportunity I've been waiting for a long time has finally come, so let me take a good look at the skills that can be locked here. As the prisoners escaped from the prison cell one by one, the atmosphere in the field became more and more high, and some people even looked at the people next to them with unscrupulous eyes, looking for people who were weaker than themselves or who had hatred for them. So be the first one start. Zia ha 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 ha. The actors have already arrived, so let's start. If you want weapons, I'll give you weapons. I hope you don't let me down. As soon as he finished speaking, a large amount of black mist appeared behind Teach again, and a weapon that was taken from the garden marine was thrown from it and dropped in front of the prisoners. Those people quickly swarmed up, took the weapon in hand, and then began to pick targets. Gia. You kid laughed at me before, right? I didn't have a chance to teach you a lesson because I wasn't in a cell, so let's settle the grievances now. Who is afraid of who? Come on. After a while, some people found their target and took the lead in fighting. 9 cakes 9 BZ. Clang. Boom. The clash of swords and sword, the collision of fists and fists, the sword chi surged up, and the wind pressure was fierce. The most ferocious criminals in history either dueled in order to join Teach, or in order to get out of here to decide the winner. In his heart, Elvis raised the corners of his mouth and walked towards the most intense battlefield. Hey, kid, I remember that you were the descendant of Golden Lion. That man shattered Lao Tzu's ambition and sent Lao Tzu here. Since you are his disciple, you should bear the corresponding price price for what he did. Die. At this time, a prisoner saw Elvis walking towards them, looked at his slightly green face, approached him, and loudly declared his identity, and at this moment all those who had a great hatred with Golden Lion, the pirates, even blocked in front of him, the descendant of Golden Lion. Ziahaha, things are getting more and more interesting. I didn't expect that a person who was as famous as Dad would also have a descendant. Burgess, Oka, Lafitte, do pay attention to that kid. I want, let's see what the person who can be recognized by that man is capable. Hearing Golden Lion's name appear, Teach's face froze for a moment, then he laughed loudly, and ordered to his partner, understood. Waiahaha, leave it to me, Captain. This is the arrangement of fate. I will take a good look to see if he is favored by the goddess of fate. His companions responded in succession. Only Shiryu did not pay attention to him. With the strength close to Admiral, he would not pay attention to a person who was easily defeated by Kizaru and sent here, even the so-called descendant of Golden Lion. He also won't give Elvis a second look unless he shows his impressive strength. Really? Then let me see how we people can be sent here by that old bastard. The reason I heard these people besieging me was because of his teacher Golden Lion. Elvis, the corners of his mouth were raised, and he deliberately emphasized the pronunciation of weak words to stimulate these people. Damn, then let you see. My name is Blood Wolf. Wolf, don't forget who killed you when you go to Wonquan. Call out. The man who first surrounded him and called out Elvis' identity was irritated by his seemingly careless attitude. His body suddenly changed, and he suddenly disappeared in front of Elvis and the others. Just a little trick of carving insect. What's the point of hanging teeth? Elvis shook his head with a smile, and then on the side of his body, a sharp claw flashing cold light on the dark floor slid across his body. Nourishes. Boom. The ground behind him was torn apart. The rock burst. The smoke waved, and a huge ravine claw mark appeared on the ground in an instant. Clatter. Woo. This is not over yet. Pirate Wolf first attack failed, and the footpads flashed back in a flash, reaching out to attack his face. At the same time, other containment personnel also took action and attacked Elvis together. A sharp claw hit the back of his head, a long knife stabbed him in the eye, and several other attacks came together. Elvis didn't feel flustered, pursed his lip, and raised his arms slightly. Boom. The ground that was comparable to steel cracked instantly and burst out of the four walls to wrap him in it. Boom, boom, boom. No matter how strong the defense is, it is difficult to resist the people who can be imprisoned here. In an instant, the attack fell, the walls cracked, the rocks shattered, the rubble erupted, and the smoke shrouded in dust. Chapter 71_Besieged. Brush. At the same time as the stone wall was shattered, a thin figure came out from the middle and punched one of the weakest men. Armed. With a low voice, the entire arm was wrapped in black hockey and blasted towards the man. Brush. Damn. The prisoner's fighting consciousness was also frighteningly strong, and he reacted in just a second or two, wrapping hockey around his chest to block the blow. Boom. There was a loud noise, and the man was blasted straight out by Elvis, smashing heavily on the cell wall. Rankyaku, Tempest Kick. The wind is chaotic. After this attack, Elvis did not let his guard down, turned around and raised his feet to move one after another, slashing several slashes towards the prisoners who were about to sneak up. Bang, bang, bang. Several people didn't expect Elvis's reaction to be so quick and quick. Seeing the chop wave flying towards them, they had to give up the idea of attacking him and turn to defend. In a hurry, those people were not able to completely resist, and they were taken out like the man in front. At this time, Elvis did not pursue, but ran towards the position where Teach dropped his weapon. Don't try to succeed. Wolf the werewolf guessed Elvis' intention, and immediately chased after him to block in front of him. Let me get out of the way. Iron block. Profound meaning. After nearly 10 years of practice and mastery, he can be regarded as a complete understanding of Rokushiki. Not only can he flexibly control the iron block that cannot be moved, but also cannot be localized, speeding up the circulation. The skin tightened, and it blasted towards Wolf like fine iron. Gia. You want a weapon, right? It's a pity I won't let you succeed. Wild Wolf. Bloodclaw. Wolf was stunned by Isho, and then he also attacked to greet Elvis. Boom. The blood-red plush arms hide murderous intentions, and the sharp wolf claws that can easily cut through the steel plate meet Elvis' entire arm like a diamond cat. For a while, the storm was turbulent, and the air pressure suddenly exploded, and the atmosphere in the center of the two was disturbed by the aftermath of the fight. Of course, a whole floor was going through a battle at this time, and scenes of various battles and destruction appeared, making the battle between the two inconspicuous. Brush. After only a stalemate, the two were quickly shaken back by their own strength, and at this time, several people who had been blown away by Elvis also greeted him, surrounded him, and made Elvis in a dilemma. Damn, you two. Earth Dragon Scroll. Elvis didn't want to be entangled by them at this moment. He thought about it. His palms closed, and the ground around him was once again controlled by him and stretched out for a few seconds. 10 spears stabbed at several people. Brush. Shave. Elvis seized this opportunity and thought to himself. His figure flashed quickly and rushed towards the weapon storage point in front of Blackbeard. Woo. Don't think about leaving. I know your intentions very well. How can you give you weapons to increase your strength as an enemy? Although Elvis tried his best to sprint, how many people can be locked here? Simple characters. As the main force hostile to the government and Marine, they have no worse understanding of the esoteric Superman fighting technique, and even more or less master one trick and a half, and Shave has the most. In a flash, Wolf and a few others blocked Elvis going road again, throwing his plans to the ground. Blackbeard, who was watching the show, saw that Elvis, who was a little concerned, seemed to want a weapon, so he generously helped him. Ziahaha, it getting more and more interesting. Do you want a weapon? Then I'll give it to you. Wow. The black mist spread out from under his feet, swallowing the remaining weapons, and then liberating the abilities of Elvis and others. Dozens of various weapons fell from the air. Seeing the weapon falling from the sky, Elvis grinned, and Wolf suddenly changed his face and shouted, "Damn! Quickly destroy them!" Woo! Clang! Bang! Several people attacked the weapons that fell from the sky at the same time, trying to extinguish the dangerous bud, but unfortunately, there were too many falling weapons. Even if they shot with all their strength, their half-crippled bodies could not exert their full strength, let alone destroy them. All weapon brush. It too late. Elvis smiled, waved his hand, and another wave of earth walls greeted the attack in the sky. Boom! 510 literature 510x. The earth wall burst, but the attack was also blocked, and the prisoners shot again, but at this time Elvis had already risen into the sky, grabbed a long knife and slashed at Wolf and the other. Jung! The huge crescent-shaped chopper flew down, covering several people. Boom! Several figures flashed rapidly. The ground cracked, the crack spread, and a huge slashing ravine instantly appeared on the ground. Woo! Clatter! The few people who surrounded Elvis scattered to the ground, looked up at Elvis floating above, and couldn't help saying, "Damn it, let him succeed. What if he succeeds? It's just a mere newcomer. Killing is." Those people were not as indignant as Wolf. In their heart, Elvis was just a little guy who could easily handle it. Even if you get a knife, where can you get stronger if you increase your strength? Go ahead, let's go together. After a few people looked at each other, they shot at almost the same time, attacking Elvis in midair. Jung! On the front, Wolf stretched out his hand and slashed a claw blade in the air. Jung! There was another oscillating sound, and a chopper that could cut gold and jade came flying from the side. Boom! The gunshot sounded, and white gunpowder was accompanied by a supersonic bullet that wrapped armament and shot him in the forehead. Woot! Woot! At the same moment, several pirates proficient in fighting techniques leapt from the ground, either attacking under him, or throwing punches above him. Elvis' retreat was blocked again. Hey, do you think it'll be like that again? Stop hitting the night guy. The light is dark. Elvis grinned, turned his body, clasped the hilt of the sword tightly, and the blade slashed in the air nice hard. Jung! Two circular chopping waves were cut out from under his sword, and the black sword energy became even more terrifying under Hockey's lingering. In an instant, all the pirates surrounding Elvis turned black, as if they saw no star Kazuki, like the endless night of color. After losing their vision, they immediately greeted them, and even subconsciously launched observation Hockey perception, but it was too late. Exceeding the speed of sound made it difficult to dodge, so he had to block passively, and Elvis seized this opportunity to attack with his sword. Let you see the last gift of that old guy. The lion's mighty thousand cut the valley. The lion is powerful and the lion hunts double sickle. The lion might die. Elvis seemed to be desperate. His spirit was highly concentrated. His wrist quickly twisted and slashed, and a powerful chop fell from the air, aiming at the least powerful one. Boom! What? No! Tear! One person just tried his best to wipe out Elvis's stunt chopping, but in the next second he saw a chopping wave that was not weak before him flying over, although each of the prisoners here was not weaker than the Marine headquarters. Vice Admiral's first-level combat power, but after several years or even decades of imprisonment, their physical functions have been greatly depleted, and some even have no strength at 30% of the total victory period, so it is impossible to block them as easily as usual. Dong! 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 The chopper flew too, and the man was slashed from the air by the sword energy. Blood beads scattered all over the sky, and the mutilated body fell down. This is just the beginning, and so are the other two. Facing the same situation, they exhausted their energy, but they couldn't stop the normal blow from the veteran Vice Admiral, and they all fell on the spot. But in this prison that was stained with rain and bone, the death of several of them was only a trivial one. After a short period of fighting, a considerable number of people have been eliminated and died here. Chapter 72_winner. Woot! You're the only one left. Wolf! After saying that, Elvis whooped towards Wolf. Damn! Even if Lao Tzu's strength declined, it's not something that a little guy like you can provoke. Baron Wolf. Gnawing. After several attacks that he didn't pay attention to before, most of his physical strength was consumed, making the big pirate who was once famous on the sea was furious, and his body changed again from an orc form to a complete beast form, with a bloody mouth full of fangs, and his limbs stomped on the ground, and his body exploded to the ground. Elvis came over. Interesting, then let's compete. Try and see how I adapted that old bastard's last improvement to my night sky star moon sinking. In an instant, Elvis's wrist turned rapidly, his mind concentrated on one point, and he immediately slashed with his sword. Roar. However, Wolf didn't have the so-called gorgeous move. When the beast's mouth opened, Armament Hockey dyed all his teeth with ink, exuding a silent breath of death to greet the move. Boom. Under the Elvis sword style, there seemed to be endless starlight dim, and the moonlight was hazy, as if the sky was sinking, as if seeing the god of death lurking in it. The storm roared, the air pressure continued to rise, and the surrounding area seemed to be reduced to half of their foil, attracting the attention of countless people. Boom. Suddenly, the two collided, and the chopping wave was shattered, but then there was a splash of blood. Blood beads scattered, the fangs were broken, and a wolf-shaped beast wailed and fell. Brush. Da. Elvis slowly landed on the ground and walked in front of Wolf, who was badly injured, and returned to his human form. Cough cough. I really can't think of it. After I lost to your teacher, I still lost to his apprentice. This is really ironic. Let's do it. I have failed one after another, and I am no longer qualified to experience that more exciting era. Wolf fell in a pool of blood, heard footsteps, and opened his eyes with difficulty to see the incomparable face who defeated him. The extremely young face felt a burst of desolation. Isho said tragically, I don't need you to tell me that. I will not leave myself any opportunity, especially for the defeated enemy. Remember to say hello to that old guy when you get off Wonkwon. Elvis glanced blankly, and said with a light mouth. He reached out and grabbed the hilt of the sword and stabbed him in the chest. He. So that man is dead. So that's what you said earlier. We still underestimate you, the descendant of the Golden Lion. No, it's hero Elvis. It's really scary. As opponent. After saying the last sentence, he had no chance to say any more, because Elvis' long sword had already fallen. His heart was pierced, and blood was rolling out. In a trance, Wolf seemed to see a man who was once hailed as the aptitude for the 3 legendary pirates when he was young and vigorous, and he thought he really possessed that strength, and sent a message to one of the great pirates. The challenge, of course, the result is naturally predictable. The Blood Wolf pirates were all destroyed. As the captain, he was buried by that, and then was caught by the marine who was chasing and stuffed here, and stayed in this dark sick more than 20 years. When Life finally thought that he could take revenge on his disciple, he did not expect the same ending, and even completely ruined his life. Thinking about it, Wolf's eyes slowly dimmed, his breath continued to decline, and finally disappeared, and he fell here. Boom. At the same time, the elimination of life and death in the entire prison has almost been carried out, and those with strong strength can remain firm in their will from the endless detention, and those with strong strength are almost selected. There are less than 10 people who can stand in front of Teach and others. They are the overlords in this layer of prison. Even if they have not recovered their victory period, their strength at this stage is not weaker than the veteran Vice Admiral of the Marine Headquarters. These people are Red Earl, Patrick Redfield, Son of the Devil, Douglas Bullet 126126E, World Destroyer, Bandy World, The King of Evil, Avalo Pizarro, Crescent Moon Hunter, Katarina Devon, Giant Battleship, Sun Yuan Wolf, Big Wine, Vasco Shot. There is also Sir Elvis, known as the Swordsman of the Night Guy, and 2 other unidentified pirates standing in front of Blackbeard Group. Ziahahaha. The final winner has been decided. Congratulations on winning the chance to go out. So how do you want to go out with us and make a big fuss? Teach looked at the strength of the 10 standing still. The powerful big pirate stretched out his hand and initiated an invitation. It's boring. The old man only believes in himself, but I still have to thank you, this little guy. I have helped the old man a lot, and I owe you a favor. Earl Red refused without thinking, but he promised to owe it. Teach a favor. Ziahaha, isn't it? That's really a pity. So how many? Being rejected. Teach was only slightly regretful, but didn't care much about it, and turned his eyes to the other 9. I only pursue the strongest. Only Roger's ship can carry me. You are not qualified. After a moment of silence, another top-level pirate, Bullet, spoke up, showing disdain for Teach's invitation. The refusal is even worse. Thief. Ha ha ha. Being rejected one after another. Teach looked a little embarrassed this time, smiled and looked at the others again. I owe you a favor. Me too. After the first 2 refused, the latter 2 pirates, who had worked in the world government, even Elvis, who could not be identified, followed up and refused him. He. The captain has been rejected again. Way ha ha ha. It's too embarrassing, Captain. Way ha ha ha. This is destiny. Blackbeard was rejected by them one after another, and his crew members did not miss this rare opportunity and mocked him a few times. It seems that Teach got along very well with his crew in a short period of time. Even if the crew took the opportunity to ridicule, he was just an Isho, and he didn't take it seriously, and his personality was equally dazzling. Afterward, what comforted him was that 4 of them agreed to his invitation as in the original book, and decided to go to see him and measure his temperament to see if they could carry them. So, what about you, the descendant of the Golden Lion? I have just seen you're reaching out. You are qualified to join us. How? Do you want to join us and see the most shocking performance in history together? After accepting 4 after the person's effect, Teach turned his attention to Elvis, who had just performed the most dazzling performance, and asked him, me, me, he. Although my goal is not the so-called One Piece King of Pirate Throne, but I also won't be condescending to others. Blackbeard teach, maybe we will have a chance to meet again in the future. At that time, I will appear as an enemy. If I win, I will let you go, and it will be your favor this time. Hearing Blackbeard turn his voice towards himself, Elvis grinned and laughed. Kaka. As soon as his word came out, Van Augur, the sniper known as Yunyu, felt that the captain's majesty had been violated, and immediately loaded an unloaded bullet, aiming his gun at him, and several other people also took a fighting posture after hearing his arrogant remark. The atmosphere at the scene was silent for a while, and huge pressure filled the scene. Contrary to everyone's expectations, those people, even the Red Earl, thought that Teach could not help but fight Elvis with anger, but he didn't think that his forbearance was more terrifying than anyone else, and he raised his hand and let Van Augur put it away. He took out the gun, laughed and said, "Zia ha 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 ha, isn't it? Then I'll wait for you to come to a showdown. Now that our goal has been achieved, it's time to leave here." After he finished speaking, he turned around and left towards the ascending stone ladder with the group. Chapter 73 Leave the prison. He. Then I should go too, but before that, I have to find my sword and fill my stomach. Everyone left the prison, leaving Elvis. There are also prisoners who have been defeated and not completely killed. Elvis glanced at the pirates who stood up slowly with a little breath. Don't worry about finding a sword and filling your stomach. You have to solve it first. Let you group of big pirate go outside. I'm afraid it will cause countless bloody storms. Although this has nothing to do with me, but the world in the future will be controlled by me, and the existence of you scumbags will only threaten my future people, so let me die. Here, Elvis declares his ambitions in front of a line of dying prisoners, and like the Golden Lion, delusionally wants to rule the world by his own force. Or maybe he just wanted to make excuses for his only remaining kindness. After speaking, he ignored how the prisoners who had just stood up felt, and his body slowly rose into the air. His eyes turned cold under the big hole in the prison, and his palms clasped together again. Boom. Damn, who is it? The prisoners who survived and were able to get up slowly had long been blurred, and they fell down with a light touch. They felt the violent shaking from their feet. Knowing what was going on, they just thought someone was teasing them and yelled at them. Boom. Elvis didn't give these people a chance to scold. The entire floor was shaken under the control of his fluttering fruit ability. The ground rolled over, the rocks were raised, and even the surrounding cells were compressed and closed. I am sorry, although we have no grievances, but please die here. Imperial Earth. Very. With a thought, the entire floor collapsed and compressed in an instant. When the palms turned over, everyone was suppressed. The sound of cracking bones sounded, and after a few clicks, the still drowsy prisoners were killed without even a chance to scream. Elvis was completely buried here. Okay, after dealing with this, it's time to find my saber. Call out. Elvis didn't linger any longer, and flew up along the big hole in the ceiling. And there, after withstood a blow, the once sick completely disappeared here. Only the she-males in the paradise that had not left at 55 witnessed this scene, and they were all shocked by Elvis' ruthlessness. Their eyes were round and their mouths were wide open, and they closed their jaws after a long time. On the other side, the Blackbeard group riding the ascending stairs once again met the most powerful person in the prison. Magellan. You are Blackbeard Teach. How come? Didn't I kill you with a poisonous dragon? The moment he saw Teach and others, Magellan was instantly stunned, looking at them in disbelief and asked, "Zia ha 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 ha, thanks to our partner, Shiryu. See you again, Director Magellan." Teach burst out laughing. This time he didn't care anymore, or he didn't hide his strength in the plan that had been achieved, and looked at Magellan and the prison staff behind him with provocative eyes. Shiryu, is you? Are you planning to betray the world government and marine headquarters with these people? Seeing the figure of Shiryu, whom he trusted, although somewhat brutal, Magellan instantly became angry and questioned him loudly. Read Bamboo Forest LZLXIASHU. I just decided to join forces with them temporarily. I'm tired of staying in this dark prison all the time. From today, I decided to leave the world government and join the Blackbeard pirate. From today on we are enemies, Magellan. Shiryu said nonchalantly with a cigar in his mouth, then drew his beloved knife and pointed it at Magellan, breaking with his past identity completely. Damn, you guy. Magellan became even more angry when he saw his actions, and venom emerged behind him, forming 3 giant dragons to intercept them in front of the group. Zia ha 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 ha, don't threaten my partner. Magellan, let's have a fight, and then we can stand tall. Blackbeard stretched out his hand to protect Shiryu, and also activated the fruit ability, and a large amount of black mist emerged behind him. Was not at all afraid of Magellan. He. Thanks for taking care of you for so long, Director Magellan. Please let us repay a little too. Crescent Moon Hunter and other new big pirates recruited by Teach also stood beside him, using armament to attach to the weapon to him make a provocation. Zia ha 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 ha. The arrogant laughter of Blackbeard and the others spread throughout 4, and the group started a decisive battle. The Blackbeard pirates on the attacking side faced off against Magellan and the others on the defending side. Boom. The whole 4 was was once again reduced to a battlefield, and the waves sounded throughout the Impel Down. When he turned back to Elvis, while Magellan and Blackbeard were fighting, he searched the entire 4th floor, but still couldn't find his saber. But in the process he supplemented a lot. The food that is lost will roughly make up for the lost physical energy. Of course, the most important thing is that he used it as the bottom of the box in the battle with Kizaru. After using it, he should have burned out his life like a golden lion, but because he was there for 3 years, in his experiment, he broke through the shackles of the body, making the body evolve, and can heal injuries and even the loss of vitality by consuming physical energy, so he can save his life. But even so, during those few days of detention, there was no chance to eat a lot, so he had to consume the functions of his body in exchange for the loss of vitality. So he was not very alarmed until the arrival of Luffy and his party in those days, and just hibernated, just to ease the loss of vitality. I still haven't found it. Where did the prison guard put it? Going to catch a question. Well, anyway, I can't find any clues here by myself. Why don't I go and ask someone? As soon as he said it, Elvis returned to the 5th Icefield Hell along the original route, ready to ask other than those jailers the person who knows Impel Down best. Boom! The door to the new human paradise was violently open. Elvis landed slowly with his arms folded, glanced at the new humans who were fully armed and looked like a great enemy, and asked directly, I must be well informed. You should also know who I am. We know you, Lord Elvis, the sword master of the Night Sky. What are you doing here to find us? One of the leading figures, wearing long leg stockings under his feet and a uniform dress, said. Elvis walked out tremblingly with his blade-like gaze. His demeanor and tone were extremely respectful and humble. Don't worry, I'm not here to trouble you. I'm not interested in you. Glancing at these newcomers who were frightened by his power, Elvis' eyes flashed with disdain, and then he spoke proudly and said, I want to find my saber. You who have been here for many years should know where it was placed by the jailers, right? Don't worry, as long as you say where it is, I won't be here and won't trouble you. Yes, this is the matter. Xiao did understand a little bit. If you guessed correctly, your weapon should be placed in the storage room of 4. The man answered Elvis with a little trembling. Storage room. Where is it? Elvis was stunned for a moment, then nodded slightly, and asked again. This is the wiring diagram. Sir, if you don't understand what you don't understand, we will help you. Hearing Elvis' word, the man immediately escaped from his arms with a wiring diagram that recorded 4 entire buildings. Hand it over respectfully. Yeah, I see. The rest has nothing to do with you. As long as you don't point me in the wrong direction, I'm too lazy to come and trouble you. Let go. Elvis took the blueprint sketchy. He took a few glances, printed the general line in his mind, put it in his arms, and then ignored these new humans, and flew out again. Chapter 74 Magellan defeated. Click. A closed iron door was pushed open with one hand, and the light shone into it. There were all kinds of weapons. From the day the Impel Down was established to the present, the weapons collected from the prisoners are all stored in the. There were originally guards here, but because of Blackbeard's attack, most of the guards were dispatched, and only 2 or 3 guards were slashed to the ground by his sword. The light shone in, and various weapons came into Elvis's eyes, many of which were among the property knives among the famous knives, which were placed directly on the top floor. Woo! Seeing so many weapons, Elvis's mind moved, and his body flew over, directly in front of the uppermost stairs. Is this the Impel Down's weapon storage room? That's a lot of insight. I didn't expect that even the legendary swords have a collection here. At first glance, even Elvis is not only shocked by the collection and heritage here, but also the former owner and his own name marked on it in detail. There are 3 or 4 large sharp knives alone, and more than a dozen good knives that had no names but were also listed on the property knives list. Made him take a deep breath. But after thinking about it, I was relieved. In the 800 years since its establishment, there have been no less than 100,000 prisoners here, and they are all well-known figures at sea. How can the weapons in their hands be ordinary? After a little searching, Elvis found his blade, and he found the material by himself, forged by himself, a straight double-edged sword. Xingye. The black sword body glowed with starlights under the light, which was as dazzling as a night sky full of stars. Because of its particularity, although it was not recorded in the famous swords of the property, its sharpness and hardness were it is no less than the big sharp knife, and even the material is superior, so the jailers also placed it in the most conspicuous place, so that Elvis found it as soon as he looked for it. Chung. After inserting the scabbard and the blade back into his waist, Elvis turned around and left. He didn't take a look at other famous swords and weapons. For him, it was enough to have his own sword, so why not take other famous swords? And there are no other swordsmen on board except Amelia and him, and like Amelia performed many tasks when she was by Marine Mamasagi's side, she exchanged her military achievements for a Taito Kyokage that was comparable to a big sword, and he also had Starry Night, so I can't use them, and it's useless to carry them. Just as he stepped out of the gate with his front foot, the 2 gates on his back foot slowly closed, completely confinement under the influence of his ability, and he withdrew his weapon and completed what he was supposed to do, and then rushed straight to the upper upper floor. It's time to go there next. Marine headquarters. I'm really looking forward to it. Elvis cast his eyes upward, in the direction of the many marlins, with a look of anticipation on his face, the corners of his mouth raised, and he said secretly in his heart, okay, let's drag it on. It's going to be delayed. It's time to go. As soon as he said it, Elvis's expression closed, his mind revolved, his ability was activated instantly, and his body flew to 3 at a high speed. Boom. And just as he was flying over 4 to 3, there was a loud noise not far away, causing him to stop and turn on observation hockey. This is. As soon as observation hockey's perception was turned on, Elvis's mind appeared a colorless floor plan, and several powerful breaths were intertwined, and among them, the 2 stronger ones have 2 hands against the other, and they are not weak at all with their breath. Judging from the familiar atmosphere and the situation, Elvis quickly determined his identity. They were Magellan, who opened the poison giant who was still being beaten, and unscrupulously opened the big move, and the sword chi flew across the waves. Shiryu and Teach, who used their abilities to wear each other out. Interesting. Is this the reason why Magellan still hasn't fully recovered after 2 years of severe injury? Thinking of this, Elvis also figured out why Magellan was covered in scars in the impelled down situation shown by Oda. There are also several scars on his face, which seems to be the reason for the huge damage that this turmoil has brought him. 2 strengths that are not inferior to others at all, plus the 4 big pirates who can barely deal with them alone, and some of Teach's original partners who can cause some trouble. Such a lineup is probably even if Admiral come. You have to kneel down. Not to mention that although Magellan is comparable to Admiral, it is not the real Admiral after all. Dance God ebook SX. In terms of strength, apart from the fact that fruit development can be comparable or even more troublesome because of its particularity, but in fighting technique and hockey, he has hold down a lot, while his opponent is all round, so Magellan is not defeated. Boom. With another loud noise, Magellan was chopped out of the poison giant and smashed into the cave. Ziahaha, accept your fate. Magellan alone can't stop us. Teach took a step forward and slowly got up from the ruins and said, Magellan, HMPH, no matter what, as the director, I won't let another prisoner leave here. I don't care what kind of intrigues and tricks you have, but they will all be destroyed in front of me. Magellan stood up. He was seriously injured and could no longer maintain the powerful poisonous giant, so he had to use the poisonous dragon again. Several blue-purple giant dragons with long torso entrenched behind him, rushing towards the 2 of them. Ziahaha, if that's the case, then wait until I defeat you, then go out head-on. After finishing speaking, a large amount of black mist appeared in Teach's hand again, and he slammed on the ground. Dark Ave. The black mist quickly spread to Magellan's feet, and the surrounding jailers had already been knocked down and lay on the ground completely unconscious. As soon as their abilities came out, they were all swallowed into it. What do you want to do? Magellan quickly realized that something was wrong, and the poisonous dragon rushed behind him. Ziahahaha, enjoy it, Magellan, enjoy the gift I've prepared for you. Darkness. Liberation. Teach didn't care at all about Magellan's angry attack. His smile remained the same. When the giant dragon was about to come over, a large cloud of black mist suddenly appeared in front of him, and a large number of jailers emerged from it to block in front of everyone. Damn, how dare you use the soldiers as a shield? Seeing this, Magellan immediately deflected the poisonous dragon, and the venom rushed down not far from them like a torrent. The impact on the Blackbeard pirates was minimal, and all the venom splashed was avoided with just 1 jump. You're careless, Magellan. At this time, Shiryu seized the opportunity, came to him in a flash, and slashed with his sword. Jung, jung, jung. One after another powerful chopper blasted away. Magellan didn't react, didn't even defend, let his body take Shiryu's attack completely. Boom. The chopped wave fell, and Magellan's slightly huge body retreated one after another, and the chopped waves brought a smear of blood, which completely chopped him off. Boom. Finally, Magellan suffered the last attack and could not retreat. His body was covered with sword mark, and a lot of blood flowed from the wound. His consciousness gradually dissipated with the flow of blood. Fell down. Director. Several of the jailers who were far away from them and aimed their guns at them from various passages saw Magellan falling like an Optimus Prime, and their faith collapsed, shouting loudly and miserably. Ziahahaha. A bunch of Magellan's milksuckers, all relying on him to make a fuss about what. Would you like to help you go to meet him? Teach used his little finger to dig out his ear, and the palm covered with the gem-going ring. After pointing out his index finger to the mourning jailers, he smiled ruthlessly. Okay, without Magellan, they won't be able to make any wave. It's time to go. Shiryu stopped him, perhaps because he couldn't wait to witness the wonderful moment that Teach said, or perhaps it was his last bit of unbearableness as the head guard, and did not attack these people again. Ziahahaha. Yes, then let go too. It's time to prepare for our plan. Teach took a deep look at him, withdrew his hand, turned and led the crowd to the exit and walked up the stairs. Chapter 75_boarding. Woo. Clatter. Shortly after Blackbeard and others left, Elvis also rushed over and easily used his ability to land next to Magellan, who was already injured and unconscious. Who? What do you want to do to Director Magellan? Seeing Elvis' arrival, those who surrounded Magellan and healed him immediately responded and aimed their guns at him. He, don't be so nervous. I'm just taking a look at what happened to the mythical Magellan, who was once known as Impel Down. Elvis didn't care about their threat. I ignored them and went straight to Magellan, but the jailer seemed to ignore them when he saw him. He didn't even bother to look at them and walked over. The resentment in his heart that he was being severely pressed by the black beard was no longer suppressed. Hold on, squeeze the trigger tightly with your finger and it may open at any time. Stop, we don't allow an unidentified person like you to take a step closer to Director Magellan. If we come again, we will shoot. One person stood up to stop him. Clatter. It's a pity that Elvis ignored the thoughts of these weak jailers and continued to walk past. Seeing that Elvis didn't listen to the persuasion at all, they continued to walk closer to them. After the warning was invalid, they decided to take action. Boom, boom, boom. The gunshot sounded, and a powerful bullet flew out of the muzzle and shot Elvis in the face. Boom, boom, boom. Elvis's figure changed several times, dodging all attack, and bullets exploded behind him. Damn, I don't allow you to come and hurt Director Magellan. Go. Clatter, clatter, clatter. These jailers were finally aroused by Elvis's powerful strength and indifferent attitude. When the firearms could not be effective, they immediately attacked with sword. An extremely strong conqueror haki burst out from him and swept the entire venue. In an instant, some weak-willed and weak personnel rolled their eyes and collapsed. Dong, dong, dong. Hey, what's wrong with you? Why did you all fall down? Some of the people who didn't fall were unclear, so their eyes kept looking around at the fallen companions, and their tone and voice seemed to tremble. Gollum. They didn't know what the man in front of them had done, but his abilities were undoubtedly very strange, and it was not something they could deal with at all. As Elvis continued to take a step forward, they couldn't help but move a step back and take a step back. He looked at him with a bit of horror in his eyes. Clatter. At this moment, when Elvis was about to continue to check on Magellan's situation, there was a sound of tight footsteps behind him, and the chief guards on each floor arrived. Pirate Elvis, what do you want to do? The one who spoke was the jailer chief Salda, who was in charge of the jailer beast. The arrival of the jailer beast orangutan gave the jailer confidence here. Clenching the weapon in his hand, his eyes gradually became firmer. Director. An anxious and charming voice came, and another person rushed to the scene, leading 4 jailer beasts to set the zone ability as a semi-awakened state, which was more abnormal than normal awakening, but lost his mind, and obeyed orders like a child. The conductor of the beautiful Sadie. It looks like I can't do it. Seeing the jailers rushing over one by one, even if he wanted to confirm Magellan's current situation, he had to stop because he didn't want to fight with them. Forget it. Even if you know what his situation is, what can you do? People are constantly gathering here. If you don't hurry, maybe you won't be able to escape here. I'm going. Then Elvis sighed with disappointment on his face, waved his hand and turned to leave. Some prison guards wanted to capture this person in one fell swoop while the chief guard came, but when they saw Saldeth shaking his head at them, they gave up the idea without giving an order and instead guarded their chief Magellan's side. Well, although the warships were driven away earlier because of the Straw Hats and the others, thanks to them, Magellan mobilized all the warships again. There are still 3 remaining, which is enough. After that, Elvis took a leap and boarded the outer deck of one of the warships. As soon as he came up, he was found by the guards who surrounded him with guns and swords. 258,258 XS. Surrounded by Marine, Elvis didn't have the panic and fear that ordinary pirates should have, but shook his head with a smile and said, "Ah la la la, although I still need some people to guide me a little bit, but I don't need too much people. Let me fall for the excess." After speaking, his eyes narrowed. Conqueror Haki sent out again, and the strong Haki swept the entire warship. Dong, dong, dong. The weak consciousness and weak strength were rushed by Haki, and only felt a violent shock in his head. His eyes rolled white and he passed out. Conqueror Haki, one of the few remaining Marines, was standing and gritted his teeth, feeling that his teeth were about to be shattered, showing an unbelievable expression on his face. "Oh, it's quite strange that there are still people you know, but it's normal to know as Marine. What is your position?" The person who can know about Haki is either a high-ranking person or a key figure in the headquarters. Seeing someone who knew what he was using Conqueror Haki, Elvis asked with a playful smile on his face, looking down at him condescendingly in front of him. "First a Marine. I believe in justice. How can I be despised by a mere pirate?" "Die, pirate." The man couldn't stand Elvis' desecration of his identity, stood up against the sword, and raised it to slash at Elvis. "Shave!" the sergeant shouted, and the figure quickly disappeared, appearing in front of Elvis in a blink of an eye, and the tip of the sword pierced his eye. Woo! For this kind of attack, he didn't take it to heart, and turned his head slightly to avoid the attack. Woo! The non-commissioned officer didn't give up. He continued to shoot, stepped on his toes, turned around and slashed from the side. It's a pity that such an attack has no effect on him anymore, and with another flash, the sword edge slid past his cheek. Woo! The non-commissioned officer didn't give up on this. He turned again and slashed from bottom to top. bruh, don't you understand? The gap between you and me is not just 1 or 2 points. Elvis leaned back while speaking, avoiding his attack again. Okay, it's time for you to give up your hand for so long, right? He said, his palms folded together, clenched into fists and blasted towards the sergeant's abdomen. Boom, ha, boom. The non-commissioned officer was hit by a punch on the main mast and could not get up for a long time. Clatter. The next moment, Elvis appeared in front of him, and the sergeant grabbed his severe pain and stood up straight, but the power of the punch was so powerful that he couldn't slow down, and it was difficult to even stand up. Okay, it's time to get up and show me the way, Elvis called to him like a superior. Don't think about it. The sergeant gritted his teeth and said firmly, really? So what? Elvis narrowed his eyes, raised the corners of his mouth, waved his hand, and the sword on the deck floated up as if by some force and aimed down at the unconscious Marine. Damn it. Let them go, I'll say it. The sergeant saw Elvis use such despicable means to force him into submission, but he had to be threatened by him. After a while, he felt deeply. He sighed, showing a dejected expression, willing to cooperate with Elvis to guide him. Very sensible choice, but let's clear a field before we go. Seeing that he finally agreed, Elvis smiled again, and when he released his hand, all the weapons fell to the ground with a bang, and then said a word that made the sergeant a little confused. What do you want to do? Seeing Elvis smile, he had a bad feeling. Chapter 76 _ show the way. He. What I want to do, you'll know soon. The smile on Elvis' face made him even worse, and at this time, Marine from several other ships also discovered this ship. What's wrong with the boat? Put your attention here and dial the phone bug to ask what's going on here. Warship number 1. Warship number 1. What happened to you? Marine's broadcast phone on the opposite ship rang loudly. No. Number 2. Number 3. Run away. Seeing that Elvis heard the inquiries from the two ships on the opposite side, he didn't panic at all. He immediately realized something was wrong and reminded those people. It's too late. I'll let you see it. The new move I developed under this dark prison. Palm control. Flip. Elvis raised his hand, and the three ships docked. The huge warships around this large prison rose upward as if being pulled by some power. What going on here? Why did the boat rise? Who moved hands and feet? There was a panicked voice from several boats next to it. Marine, who had not yet been attacked by Elvis, felt the two warships beside him sway, and then saw the scene in front of them changing rapidly, as if they were flying upward. They immediately realized that something was wrong, and hurried to the side of the guardrail. Look, he saw that the boat he and the others were riding on was pulled upward by an inexplicable force. As the boat continued to rise, the anxiety in his heart became more and more dignified. What the hell are you trying to do? Marine, who was on a boat with Elvis, grabbed the mainmast rope with one hand to steady himself, and clutched his painful stomach with the other, loudly asking the man in front of him, what do I want to do? Just look at it. Saying that, Elvis's face returned to its previous calm, concentrated on it, and the raised hand turned over again, rumbling. Along with his flipping motion, the three boats swayed violently, and then turned sideways. Boom. The sound of the boat turning over was extremely loud, and the people on the boat did not make any preparations, and fell down for a while. Dong, dong, dong. Dozens or hundreds of soldiers fell into the sea like dumpling, and their bodies were soaked like chickens in soup. Who the hell is that? Who's doing things? A commander also fell into the sea unprepared like the sailors, jumped out of the water, looked around, and asked in a very angry tone, rumbling. At this time, the warship without Marine was steered by Elvis and rushed into the sky. Lieutenant Colonel, look quickly. Some sailors looked at the warship that was gradually moving away from them, and couldn't help but loudly reminded the non-commissioned officer. What this is? Could it be? Hearing the soldiers' reminder, the lieutenant colonel cast his eyes up and saw that the three warships had turned into small dots and gradually disappeared in front of them. As if thinking of something in his mind, his pupils shrank sharply, and his face changed suddenly. Fall in love with Literature Network 23 Enzu. Ahahaha. How's it going? Isn't my move very interesting? Ahahaha. After the flip, the soldiers on several ships had been emptied by him, except for those who were controlled by him and forced to ask the Marine headquarters for the direction beyond that soldier. Now that everything has been done and he is very satisfied with his result, Elvis sat cross-legged on the bow deck and asked the pale and angry non-commissioned officer, damn, what do you think of the lives of the soldiers? Sure enough, pirates are pirates, pure lawless thug, scum of the sea. The sergeant only felt a burst of anger stagnating in his heart, unable to vent it. Enduring, he couldn't stop glaring at Elvis and scolded him loudly. Isn't it? Then you'd better beg for mercy. You're in a good direction. I can guarantee that otherwise your end will be even more tragic than those people just now. Well, tell me the directions to the Marine headquarters, and I may be able to spare your life. Being reprimanded like that, no matter how good-tempered Elvis was, he would not be polite to him, and his face gradually changed. The tone of his speech became more and more indifferent, letting the sergeant know that if he dared to deceive the other party, the consequences might be the same as what he said, more terrible than death. Damn, as an enforcer of justice, I would compromise on a pirate. The sergeant sergeant had to grit his teeth. His heart tangled for a while. His fist clenched tightly. I advise you not to make some small move. I can roughly see your thoughts. Since you can know conqueror hockey, then you should also understand what observation hockey is. Elvis glanced at him and said the words wiped out the little thought in his heart. Could it be that you can do this too? The non-commissioned officer asked extremely unwillingly when he heard the powers that are common in another new world. His illusions were all shattered. Of course. So you'd better put away that little thought and focus on leading the way, or I'll kill you here and then grab someone to show you the way. After speaking, Elvis closed his eyes. It was like sitting cross-legged and meditating, without saying a word. Phew, I see. Just walk straight ahead, and you're there. Through that door of justice, you can go straight to the Marine headquarters. There are so many Marines. So, the sergeant gave up other ideas, pointing to he lost all his strength and sat limply on the mat. Wise choice. Hearing his word, Elvis didn't open his eyes, but used observation hockey to basically confirm that he didn't say anything wrong, and he didn't have any other thoughts to deceive him, so he couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. Vivi, acclaiming, said a word to him. Wow. Under the guidance of the non-commissioned officers, the three warships adjusted their positions and headed towards the door of justice leading to the Marine headquarters. After more than half an hour, they finally approached the gate of justice. The huge portal stood in front of them. Even the huge vortex that was constantly surging and flipping on the sea could not shake it for half a minute. It was like a gate to the sky. Elvis still couldn't help feeling a little shocked by its fate. No matter how many times I've seen it, these three doors of justice are all equally shocking. I really don't know what kind of means can be used to create this kind of door. Even the legendary thief Oz can't use brute force. Shake it. Elvis stood in the middle of the three ships and was the pilot of the bow, looking at the huge portal that stood on the sea, towering into the cloud, and a hazy mist filled its half-center, making the Elvis couldn't help smacking his lip. How many times? Even a prisoner in Impel Down can only see this kind of thing at most once. Could it be that his identity is still hidden? Behind him, he has recovered. The non-commissioned officer accurately grasped the phrase, no matter how many times I've seen it. In Elvis's mouth, his face remained calm, but his heart was surging, constantly speculating. When you get here, you will go to the headquarters. After passing that door, you can only enter the three islands under the rule of the world government by following the door of justice. Otherwise, you may be caught in the whirlpool, the ship will be destroyed, or you may get lost. There's no way to get there in the fog. The only way to enter the three islands is through the door of justice. I don't know about the others, so do you still want to enter there? The sergeant thought that Elvis would give up the idea of entering there, or go back to sea, or stay here and wait for the Marines to encircle and suppress him, and either would not have any effect on Fire Fist Ace's execution. Influence, so that his heart can also feel a little more stable. After all, a special ability participating in that battle may have some adverse effects on the battle situation. It is better to leave here, so that his inner justice can also be slightly reduced. Chapter 77 _ Turn Up. Do you want to demonstrate? At the moment Shiryu's chopping wave was issued, Elvis on the boat suddenly sensed the crisis and jumped to stop right in front of the chopping wave. Interesting. Then use that old bastard swordsmanship to meet it. The lion is powerful and the lion hunts double sickle. After speaking, Elvis's eyes narrowed, and his right hand held the hilt of Xingyi's sword and slashed in the air. Jung, jung. Two silver-white choppers flew down. Roar. The interweaving turned into two male lions stabbing towards them. Boom. The chopping waves met. The explosion sounded, and the strong wind pressure generated by the collision hit all directions. During the rumbling, even the warship floating in the sky and traveling on the sea were not immune to the impact, shaking for a while. Zia ha 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 ha. It looks like he took your gift in return. Shiryu. Teach laughed heartily beside him, ignoring his feelings at all. This is the only way I can be regarded as an opponent. That guy is handed over to me. Okay, Teach. Shiryu didn't refute his word, took the knife back, and said to Teach with a puff of smoke. Zia ha ha. Do you regard him as an opponent? The feeling of the same swordsman is amazing. Yes, but I have a hunch that he will be very troublesome in the future, and even you may be defeated by him. Teach didn't reject Shiryu's view of Elvis as his opponent, but he had a different feeling in his heart, as if Elvis would become his fateful opponent in the future. That's interesting, isn't it? Zia ha ha ha. Yes, then do it as much as you like. My name of Blackbeard will give you the greatest protection. Zia ha ha ha. Between Blackbeard's laughter, Elvis had already been driving the warship toward Marinmandu, looking at the gradually emerging panorama of the island. The excitement in his heart could not be restrained. At the same time, the battle between Marine and the Whitebeard pirates was at its most exciting. Marine's defensive side has been victorious in succession, and its momentum is high, while Whitebeard's side is showing a trend of retreating. First, Whitebeard was betrayed by his subordinate, stabbed with a knife, and then Marine mobilized pacifists to cut off the pirate, retreat and then open. Surrounding the wall, the magma fruit ability activated by Admiral Akainu gave them a tragic blow. There are many Marlins, and on the execution stand in the central square, Marshal Sengoku took the microphone microphone and preached to everyone on the field. Battle went well. Execute Portga's aces. Death sentence now. As soon as the voice came out, everyone's attention was involuntarily thrown. Did you hear? Ace's execution is about to begin. How can you obediently watch your partner get executed? Go to the execution stand. Rescue Ace. Whitebeard's side couldn't bear to hear that Marine's execution of Ace was about to begin, and they all rushed to the inner square in a panic. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of the cannon continued, and one by one pirates were killed in the cannon fire, but one after another came up behind them. Although they were so anxious, they were caught in Marine's strategy. Because of this, all the roads were blocked, and only the road under the Little Devil Oz was left open, and they could not help but drive there. At this time, all the guns of Marine were aimed at them, and the pirates were constantly bombarded with cannons like directional targets. Even so, in the face of the constant fall of their companions, they still did not give up and approached their Brother Luffy. The big-faced Ivankov kept searching the battlefield, but he didn't see any trace of Luffy, and his expression seemed a little anxious. Hey, Jinbei, did you see little brother Luffy? I don't know. Wasn't Luffy still here just now? There. Jinbei didn't know where Luffy went, but suddenly a familiar voice came from his ear, and he immediately looked to the side, only to see Luffy rushing towards the only gap with his rubber fruit ability. Boom. Before he could fly in, a cannonball hit, and Luffy was blown back directly and smashed beside Jinbei and Ivankov badly. Brother Luffy, you are so reckless. Will the enemy leave an opening for you to enter? There must be a lot of defenses there. Going in is just a living target for them to attack. Ivankov couldn't help but scold Luffy. He came here. The purpose is to ensure that he can leave here alive so that he can give an account to his leader Dragon. But at this moment Luffy rushed in without thinking. The danger can be imagined, and Ivankov couldn't help but teach him a lesson. Jung. At this time, the person responsible for the execution standing on the execution platform was ready. Two long knives were staggered in front of Ace, and the execution was about to begin. Rumbling. Ebook House Yanzishun. However, at this moment, Little Oz, who seemed to be dead, suddenly stood up, and the huge sound of the huge body getting up and driving made Marine and Whitebeard's staff look over in surprise. Ace. Oz, that's enough. Don't get up. Seeing that Little Oz was still opposing himself to save himself, Ace couldn't help shouting loudly, persuading him not to come over, not to attract the attention of the Marines, and not wanting him in order to save him. He was severely attacked by Marine's side. Ace. But it seemed to be too late at this time. Seeing him stand up again on the field, they turned their guns to aim at him again, ready to fire, and like Admiral Kizaru even pointed his fingers at his head. High concentrated and dazzling light waves continued to converge. At a time like this, just aim at his head and hit him, Kizaru said in his unique tone. Call out. The light wave in the hand has been condensed and formed to be launched. Boom. At this moment, a loud noise interrupted them, diverting their attention away from Little Oz, and at the meeting point, Luffy, the Straw Hat Boy, appeared in front of the three admirals by the ocean stream holding a huge mast. I'm finally here. This stage is still too early for you. Oh yo, what a horrible look. Three Admiral's attitude towards Luffy's appearance varies. Some are disdainful, some joking, some are indifferent, but no matter what, at least no one of them will take him to heart for the current Luffy. Call. Give me, come back. After Luffy gasped, his face rose, and he picked up the mast and swept towards them. Kaka. Before touching the bodies of the three, the huge mast was frozen by Kuzan's ability and turned into a popsicle. Woo. However, Luffy took advantage of this time and attacked it. His fists and footprints landed on the mast that had frozen into a popsicle, smashing it into three admirals. Boom, boom, boom. Ice block the size of a basketball smashed into the body, and none of the three admiral dodged. Let it bombard him. All the strange things flew through the body and flew out. The admirals, who were all Logia capable, did not care about these ordinary attacks. Even the wall is too lazy to avoid. Gollum. Second gear. Woo. Luffy seized the gap and rushed towards the execution platform where Ace was. That kid is so reckless, just like his brother. Jozu, take out our trump card. Whitebeard shook his head when he saw Luffy's actions, and turned his head to instruct Jozu under the boat. Oh, little one. Oh, it's all ready for me. We're going to rush into the square. Oh. Although Whitebeard was not optimistic about Luffy's move, he created a gap for himself and others after all. At this time, he seized this opportunity to give orders to his subordinate. Clap Lala. At this time, Elvis, who had rushed over, finally rushed to the scene, and the central square was shrouded in two shadows. Ahahaha, it looks like I'm not too late. Looking at this posture, Whitebeard has not yet entered the central square. Very good. It's time for me to show off my skills. Elvis confidently and proudly laughed from above. Captain of the Night Guy Pirate. Elvis joins the battle. Chapter 78_Greek. Really, that's not necessarily true. After listening to him, Elvis reveals the mysterious issue. What do you mean? Do you have a way to pass the door of justice? Impossible. The door of justice can only be opened after the passcode has been checked and verified. Pass there, otherwise no one will be able to pass. The sergeant saw Elvisina's sworn expression changed unnaturally on his face, and then he shook his head and denied it. He. Then let's wait and see. Elvis didn't answer him, and steered the three warships towards the gate of justice. Ka. As they approached, the sergeant opened his mouth wide, still unable to believe what he saw. Everything was just as Elvis thought. The door of justice really opened automatically after seeing them. A gap that can accommodate several warships passing through at the same time reveals a huge mouth, and bright light shines from it and catches their eye. Ahahaha, it looked like your hunch, Mr. Marine, has come true. It seems that even God is helping me. Elvis steered them into there smoothly. The crack of the door gradually closed, and he also laughed at this moment. Impossible, it's impossible. How could Marine of the Gate of Justice pass for three unknown warships? There must be a deceit. The non-commissioned officer's face was full of despair, and his mouth kept on muttering, still can't believe what happened just now. Anyway, we have already entered, and we will arrive at the Marine headquarters in a short time. I am really looking forward to it. I also have the opportunity to participate in that world-renowned battle. Wait, Marine, Whitebeard, I will definitely take part in this battle, to play the prestige that belongs to me and belongs to the swordsman of the night sky. Elvis stood on the bow, looking at the black dots that were gradually getting bigger in front of him. There were many Marine, and the blood in his heart kept boiling. Let the breeze blow him. His black hair fluttered and danced. His face was full of arrogance, and he said proudly. At the same time, the people on the other warship that was also hijacked below found the shadows in the sky and cast their eyes up. Taking a closer look, it was the Blackbeard pirates who defeated Magellan and left Impel down calmly. Captain, an acquaintance is here. Van Auger, a sniper, stood on the observation deck and saw Elvis standing on the bow through his goggles, and reminded Teach and others below. Acquaintance, that ability is somewhat familiar. It is the ability of the great pirate Golden Lion, who was once as famous as his father. Hearing the reminder from his subordinate, Teach and the others also turned their attention to the three warships floating in the air, reminding him of the exact same ability of the lion-like man he had seen on the Whitebeard ship, and he was immediately surprised. I'm afraid it's the ability of his descendant and his descendant Sir Elvis we have seen in Six. First heard from Marine. It seems that the Golden Lion has fallen, and his abilities have been inherited by his disciple. He may become the next Golden Lion, but he was arrogant and dared to challenge Admiral Kizaru and was finally arrested and locked in the Impel Down. And Filte, who secretly sneaked into the control room of the Gate of Justice, used his ability to hypnotize the Marines there, and learned a lot of inside information from there, and knew about Elvis, so he opened his mouth to explain his confusion. Teach nodded after listening, and then grinned. So that's how it is. The man I met at that time is the successor of that man. Ziahaha. It seems that the fate between me and him is not shallow. Listening to Captain Teach saying that he had a good relationship with him, these crew members were a little confused about the situation and cast puzzled eyes at him. Teach finally spoke in the puzzled eyes of everyone, and said, Ziahahaha. If it wasn't for his teacher Golden Lion, I'm afraid I still don't know there is a sick lore in Impel Down, and I wouldn't come here to recruit you to prepare for that. But speaking of it, that kid's ability is on par with Dad's Gen fruit. If you use it well, is it impossible to show that man's ability to dominate the sky? Yan e-book yang. After finishing speaking, Teach licked his tongue and looked at Elvis in the sky with possessive eyes, sizing him like a prey. Really, that captain, do you want to shoot him? As the crew members who have been with Blackbeard for a long time felt and the others naturally understood their captain's ability. Seeing that he was so interested in Elvis, they asked him, Ziahahaha. Forget it, the plan is important. I care more about the ability of Dad's shaking fruit that can destroy the world. After thinking about it, Teach shook his head and chose to give up. In his mind, what I want most is the shock fruit of Whitebeard, the man known as the world's #1 man, which can fill the vacancy in his attack power more than Elvis. Fluttering fruit. Elvis in the sky seemed to feel a gaze coming from below, as if he was being stared at by a hunter. Frowning, launching observation hockey, and suddenly sensing another ship under their ship on the warship. There are several strong and not weak people with his breath. It turned out to be them. I didn't expect to meet. Haven't they started their plan yet? It seems that I am not too late. And that look before, is it trying to hunt my ability? That being the case, if you meet, just say hello. Sensing the breath of those people, Elvis instantly guessed their identities and was able to gather together, and most of them were not weak and his people were nothing more than black people who were thinking about picking peaches in the war on the top. The bearded Teach and his party were nothing more than that. Thinking of this, he also understood who was looking at the prey. Woo, it looks like the captain is saying hello to us again. Seeing one of the warships in the sky quickly falling down as if their abilities had been disarmed, and fell straight towards them, Van Auger put away his goggles and reminded Teach and his party again. Ziahahaha. Did you sense my gaze and greeted me with a warning? Interesting, little one. Let him see it as a gift in return. Seeing the warship come down, Teach didn't have a trace of panic on on his face, and greeted the few people who had just joined. Hey, just a young boy who was imprisoned there under the name of the Golden Lion. What is there to brag about? Shiryu of the Rain seemed to be very disdainful of the name of the Golden Lion carried by Elvis, or maybe he has no feelings for the man who once made a big fuss about Impel Down, broke out there with his own power, and shattered the myth of his invincibility. He took a cigar and stepped forward, holding the scabbard in one hand and the hilt in the other, concentrating on one point. Jung. The blade was unsheathed, the roar resounded, and a huge chopper flew up. Boom. The warship was chopped over, split in half from the middle. The cut was smooth, and it fell straight into the sea on both sides of them, rolling up huge waves. The water continued to swell, and the boats beneath Teach and the others undulated. Ahahaha. As expected of a character alongside Magellan, that chopper has already entered the threshold of a great swordsman. It's interesting. It's really interesting. Elvis saw that his greeting gift was unexpectedly rejected, taking it so easily. He laughed out loud, looking at Shiryu's neat skills, his sharp chop, and his swordsmanship so powerful that he couldn't hold back the desire to fight. Forget it. It's important to participate in the battle of the top, and there will be a chance to compete with you. But he finally endured it, put away his hand, and maneuvered the remaining two warships to fly towards the Marin, no longer paying attention. What will happen to the Teach group below? Do you want to leave when you're here? You don't take it seriously. Shiryu, who was standing on the deck with Teach and the others, wouldn't let him go easily, his cigar-dipping mouth hooked lightly, and then once again quickly out of the sword. Jung. A huge chop wave that was not weak and he had previously sent out flew up, and came straight to Elvis, who controlled the warship to float in the air. Chapter 79_Meet and Greet. This ability reminds me of that bastard. Shouldn't he be dead? How could he be here? No, wait, that voice wasn't his voice just now. Garth sat in the open space in the middle of the execution rack and couldn't help but cast his eyes on Elvis's laughter, seeing the familiar ability, feeling a bit of surprise. Golden Lion. No, is it his disciple, the newcomer who inherited his ability? Even Sengoku on the execution platform was startled, and then he realized who it was. Oh yo, shouldn't I have gotten him into Impel Down? How can he come out? And Kizaru, the Black Hand who defeated him and sent him into Impel Down, was even more puzzled. He reached out and scratched his ears and cheek, preaching puzzled. Hey, is that bastard dead? On Whitebeard's side, he just glanced at it and stopped paying attention, and once again instructed his subordinates to start their plan, while all Marine's attention was diverted. Ahahaha. Since I've already arrived, let me say hello to you all. Buoyancy relief. After Elvis finished speaking, he squeezed his hand, and the warships under him and the warships next to him were disarmed along with them. One crashed at an extreme speed and smashed towards the execution platform, and another smashed toward Kizaru. Furfur is really reckless, and things are getting more and more interesting now. I just want to simply show my bravery. Or, seeing the warship falling down here at a high speed, the reactions of all parties are also very different. Some are purely watching the play, and some are angry. I'll sit back and watch as this unfolds. Huh. Boom. Ah, it's too slow. Let me go back to the old man. Woo. Boom. And Kizaru here started to move. In the blink of an eye, his body turned into a photon, and he kicked him back in front of Luffy. Then he raised his head and looked at the fallen warship. His fingers quickly condensed a large number of light waves and turned into a beam. The beam shoots out. Boom. The beam slid across, and the warship was instantly cut open and exploded violently. The smoke billowed up, and the ship was blown into several pieces of burning wreckage and fell. At this moment, Kizaru didn't stop, and continued to attack, raising his right foot and slamming into the sky above the execution platform. Boom. The explosion sounded again, and another warship was shot down. Che, you know it won't be so easy to succeed. So what about this? Let me use that old bastard's method to say hello again. The lion's mighty thousand cut the valley. Clang, clang, clang. Taking advantage of the cover of the warship being blasted by Kizaru, Elvis waved his hand again and used the swordsmanship of the Golden Lion. Dozens of sharp chops were slashed from under his sword to the Marine and Shichibukai in the square below. Furfur, is this attacking everyone as a target? How arrogant. Boring. Quote, hey, how dare you look at Marine's majesty as nothing? I can't spare you. Below, everyone was more or less shrouded in the chopping range, and his move once again aroused the anger of the Marine. All of a sudden, the heroes stretched out their hands to resolve the crisis before they escaped. Jung, clang, boom. Various moves, such as boxing, chopping, or other strange fruit abilities, became dazzling on the field for a while, and chopping was constantly resolved. At this moment, Sengoku, who was always watching the changes in the battle situation on the field, realized that something was wrong, and immediately reminded loudly, no, leave that newcomer alone and shoot at Whitebeard's ship. What? Only then did the soldiers react, but it was too late. Whitebeard secretly asked Little Oz to carry their ship into the square. Boom, 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 thump. After the stray bullet was shot down, Little Oz finally lost his physical strength after doing all this, and even his consciousness gradually became blurred and finally fell powerless powerless under the continuous shelling of the marine cannon. We were all attracted by that kid. We forgot who we were dealing with. We opened a small mouse hole or were exploited. The surrounding wall may become an obstacle for us. Gar, as one of the few in Marine, many people who were always concerned about the battle situation shook their heads helplessly as soon as they saw this scene. Going into the plaza. Oh. Rescue aid. Capture Marine headquarters. Hippie Reading Network PPS. A large group of pirates rushed into the square on Whitebeard's ship, and their momentum rose for a while, shouting and attacking the Marines with weapons. Dad, everyone. Ace knelt on the execution platform and looked at his companions who kept rushing up to save him. He was both moved and remorseful. The head is still on the neck. Ace. Whitebeard glanced at Ace. Then he swung the pheasant knife, activated the fruit ability, and the translucent vibration circle lingered around the knife to form a semicircle facing Marine. All stand back for me, son. Woo. Boom. Whitebeard swung the knife down hard after warning his son. The unparalleled power combined with the unparalleled destructive power of the Junjun fruit caused a strong wind pressure to shake the weak Marine out, in order to be able to barely support it and not be affected by its storm. Clatter. Gollum. Admiral Akainu blocked in front of Whitebeard. His right arm became elemental, and the magma continued to flow out, exuding a hot wave of heat and a strong poisonous breath. If you continue to destroy Marine's face will be white. Great major eruption. Boom. After he finished speaking, the magma condensed into a fist the size of a giant's arm and blasted at him. Gee la. Then you just keep watch. Boom. Haka. Bang. Whitebeard clenched his left fist and slammed it forward. Under the blessing of the fruit ability, the atmosphere in front of him cracked like a mirror, and the crack spread to block Akainu's magma fist. The strong wind pressure generated by the fight once again swept the quartet, and the sailors and pirates were swept away before they could stand firm, and were thrown far away before they fell down one after another. Clatter. Luffy here has endured successive attack from Admiral Kizaru and Kuzan, and his body was exhausted due to his overuse, but the desire to save his brother made him barely support him and stumbled towards the execution platform. Woot. An ice sword flew over and stabbed Luffy's shoulders and smashed to the ground. Clatter. Kuzan walked in front of him, grabbed the ice blade and pulled it out gently. Blood spattered. Luffy let out a scream, and collapsed to the ground weakly. I let you escape by luck before. This time you won't be so lucky. Kuzan looked calm, raised the ice blade in his hand to him, and the blood-stained blade stabbed down quickly. In the sky, Elvis looked down at the entire battlefield. Ahahaha, this war is really fierce. The blood is about to boil. Looking at the crowd below where swords and soldiers intersected, and the battle was fierce and fierce, his body shivered, and his eyes showed an extremely excited look. Boiling. You probably don't have that chance. A unique tone sounded behind Elvis. Woo. Clang. As soon as he heard that voice, Elvis didn't even think about turning around and slashing at him with a sword. Sword-to-sword confrontation. Strong air pressure swept the four directions. Olala, old man and little brother, you meet again. Do you treat old friends like this? At the moment Elvis swung his sword, Kizaru also used his ability to condense a lightsaber to easily block his sword, and at this time he did not forget to tease and joke with his unique tone. Friends will not send me to the big prison, and I don't remember having an admiral-level big man like you as a friend. Drink. After speaking, Elvis gathered his strength on his right arm and swung violently. Boom. Kizaru's body turned into a photon and flew out, landing in the house below with a loud explosion. Chapter 80_situation. It's really troublesome. After being released from the prison, he has become much stronger. Nighthawk, Elvis, the light flash, and Kizaru had already emerged from the ruin. He didn't suffer any damage, but Marine was big. Wave Evie is a little messy. Stop calling that code name. Now I'm the captain of the Night Guy Pirate. Night Flash. As soon as he finished speaking, Elvis swung his sword with extreme speed, chopping like a beam of light to Kizaru below. Oh, it's scary. Jung. Kizaru said it was terrifying, but his face was not moved at all. A large number of light beams condensed in his hands and waved gently towards the sky. The silver-white chopping was suddenly broken, and it disintegrated into a strong airflow that blasted away. Hey, Elvis had already guessed that even if his attack became stronger, it would have no effect on Kizaru now, but he didn't expect it to be resolved so easily. Sword swooped down towards him. Oh, it's terrifying to have rushed over by yourself, Kizaru said with a flat face, and then stretched out his finger and shot at Elvis who was rushing over. Shish ___________. Facing the incoming light wave, Elvis avoided all attacks with a few turns, and the beam exploded behind him. He rode the smoke, held the hilt backward, and concentrated his energy. You can't beat me with this strength, Kizaru. Night Guy forever. Jung. With a slash of the back-handed blade, a huge chopped wave flew down. What a powerful chopping wave. But, looking at the chopping wave approaching, Kizaru still had no other action, and his mouth continued to talk. Woo. Finally, when he got close, he finally slashed with his sword. Boom. The chopper suddenly burst open, the air waves surging continuously, furiously, and the smoke and dust rose up. With only one knife, there is no doubt that the strength of Admiral's first level strength has progressed. It's really scary. The strength of the Admiral's shots when they are serious. Shichibukai Doflamingo couldn't help but be attracted by the battle between Kizaru and Elvis when he was fighting people in the square. He slashed the slashes that even he couldn't easily take with his sword, and a dignified feeling flashed in the eyes covered by the sunglasses, and then said with a smile, "Damn, Doflamingo, how dare you shoot at Ozzy? I can't spare you." Whitebeard rushed towards him with a captain-level man, holding two machetes and slashing at his body. Woo! Doflamingo reacted quicker than him and missed the shot. The captain, codenamed Buffalo, did not give up and continued to shoot. Woo! His incomparably thick power and swordsman-level swordsmanship complemented each other perfectly. With each strike, chopped waves flew across the air, and the blade flashed through the atmosphere, setting off a huge wave. Doflamingo didn't seem to feel the slightest pressure for his great strength. The unique laughter came out. His body lightly dodged each knife, and then his fingers moved, and the buffalo seemed to feel some kind of power to control himself. Damn! Buffalo noticed that his body was being controlled, and stared at him with eyes the size of a bullfight. In his angry eyes, Doflamingo slowly raised his hand, and he gradually controlled the body parts of the buffalo, and stretched out the butcher's knife to the surrounding companion. On the other side of the battlefield between Kuzan and Luffy, I love ebook 52xne. I'm sorry, I can only blame you for being too weak. After that, Kuzan stabbed Luffy with the ice blade in his hand. Woo! There, Jinbei, let me just say. Brother Luffy rushed in there. When the blade of the ice blade was about to pierce Luffy's body, a rough voice came, telling him to return. A group of marines stopped and looked over. On the surrounding wall, a huge human head the size of a giant appeared there. It was him, and that was the voice made by Ivankov, who was in charge of guarding Luffy, the she-male king, Ivankov. But Kuzan had already guessed who the other party was when he saw him. Thinking of the identity of Luffy's father, he didn't continue to drag, and stabbed the ice knife in his hand again. Luffy is in danger. Look at my hell. Wing, boom. Seeing Kuzan kill him, Ivankov hurriedly made a move, blinking his big eyes with heavy makeup. A powerful shockwave hit Kuzan. The ice blade broke instantly, and Kuzan's body also passively transformed into an ice block and was blasted out together. Woo, boom, boom. At this time, Ivankov and Jinbei had already rushed to Luffy's side, shielded him behind him, and looked at Kuzan solemnly. La, it's going to be hard to do now. I'm lucky. Straw Hat Luffy. He wanted to go down to Luffy but was interrupted again. Even Kuzan couldn't help but praise his luck, and was interrupted by Jinbei and Luffy. As Ivankov confronted him, he didn't take another shot at Luffy. At the same time, Whitebeard, who was fighting with Akainu, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his body. Blood surged, and the fight was delayed for a while, and it was this time when he was caught by the opposite Akainu, and his magma-like right hand slammed through his chest. Lava burst out from his back. It was this situation that made the captains of Whitebeard lose their minds and wanted to help their father, but they didn't expect the opponent to take this opportunity to fight back. Clang. No, Dad is in danger. I have to hurry over there. You're arrogant. Vista is playing against me and distracting Jung in the swordsmanship competition with Vista. By the way, Hawkeye, who was rushing to count, didn't intend to use his full strength, and appeared to be indistinguishable from the opponent, but at this time, he was clearly distracted because he didn't take him to heart, so he also with a little bit of strength, he chopped out an extremely fast chopped wave and slashed towards his back. Not good. Boom. Vista only had time to turn around and use his two swords to block lightly, but he was smashed by the chopper and was severely injured. At this time, Hawkeye suddenly retracted the sword and ignored him. Damn, are you looking down on me? Vista asked loudly to the man whose back was turned away from him, with his left shoulder with a cracked shoulder blade and a white bone exposed while covering his hand. I'm no longer interested in you who can't use two swords, and I've found a better opponent. As for you, I hope you can keep your life in Marine's hands in the future. Vista. Hawkeye left without looking back after saying this, and the direction he went was Elvis, who was facing Kizaru. As for Vista, who was beaten and defeated, he was quickly surrounded by Marine. The same is true for Marco on the other side. He was too worried about Whitebeard's situation and didn't pay attention to the situation around him. First, he was temporarily held by Onagumo Vice Admiral and handcuffed by Seastone when he didn't pay attention, and then he was slashed by the Mole Vice Admiral. The body fell down. For a time, the battle situation on the field was pressing towards Marine's side. The morale of the Whitebeard pirate gradually declined while Marine was getting higher and higher. The outcome of the battle was almost clear at a glance. It's really interesting that after such a short period of time, the scale of victory has already fallen on your side. Isn't this normal? Nighthawk. No, it's the pirate Elvis. Elvis was still confronting Kizaru, and somehow, the opponent didn't use all his strength in his several shots. It seemed like he was trying to meet him at will, but he couldn't get rid of the opponent Kizaru. The two sides fell into into a very embarrassing situation. One party wanted to get rid of the opponent and used all his strength to force him to take action, while the other party seemed to be juggling the time and dealt with it at will, but tightly followed him. Chapter 81 Hawkeye's invitation to battle. Here, Elvis's face became more and more ugly. He desperately wanted to get rid of the opponent in front of him and join the more intense battle below, but his opponent refused to let him succeed. Give it up. Since you appear in front of the old man again, the old man can't let you escape. This is the duty of the old man as a marine. Seeming to see through Elvis's little thought, Kizaru directly pouted sermon. HMPH. If that's the case, then use all your strength. What is this? Elvis was naturally angry when the other party said this. If Kizaru was willing to use all his strength to knock him down, he would have nothing to say. It can be said, but the other party is hanging him all the time. Whenever he contributes a point, he will add another point, and people can't see how much he is hiding, which makes him only willing to participate in the battle and enjoy the battle. Elvis couldn't hide his indignation. Oh, what a terrible expression. Is this going to kill the old man? Kizaru didn't give him a positive answer at all. Maybe in his eyes, Elvis wasn't worthy of his full strength at the moment, or maybe he just wanted to spend time with him here. In short, no matter how the other side provoked him, he was always the uses similar to his strength, and he can be stably controlled with decades of superb combat experience. Damn, the lion's mighty death. Seeing that he had no intention of leaving, Elvis had to use the powerful ultimate move. Golden Lion left him again. Jung, with a wave of his hand, the wind and waves swept through, turning into a sickle-shaped chop and slashing towards Kizaru. Jung, the scythe chopped waves like a weapon in the hands of the god of death. It harvested countless lives when it was lifted. The hurricane whistled continuously, and the air pressure rolled up the surrounding people to empty it, and the powerful power hit him directly. It's really scary. Even the old man was almost forced to go. The lens in front of Kizaru's eyes flickered for a while. His expression did not change at all. Then he shot again, raising his sword and slashing down. Jung, but this seemingly incomparably powerful chopping was like tofu in the opponent's hand. It was easily smashed and turned into an afterimage. Elvis had long known that his blow had no effect on him, but he took the opportunity to dash down again, turning the blade over with the inertial power of the swooping blessing and slashing at him. Jung, the two swords clashed again, and the violent vibration resounded in all directions, and the air pressure overflowed again, violently impacting the area where they were fighting. Clatter. At this moment, a footstep sounded in the ears of the two of them, and when they turned around, Shichibukai's eagle eyes walked in, ignoring the turbulent air pressure caused by the fight between them. Hawkeye, what is he doing here? Seeing the appearance of Hawkeye, these words appeared in the minds of the two of them. I heard that you are a disciple of the legendary pirate Golden Lion from the previous era. You must have inherited his unparalleled swordsmanship. Right, I'm bored, so I came here to ask for a lesson or two. Speak up. Ask for advice. You are probably looking for the wrong person. You should go to the old guy for this kind of thing. Although he is dead, but it doesn't matter. When you die and you reach Wangquan, you can learn from him. Don't come to me. I'm not interested in your world #1 title, and I don't have time to learn swordsmanship with you. I'm here. The purpose of coming here is to compete with powerful opponents to break through your own limitations. That's all. Although he didn't know why Hawkeye found him, Elvis didn't have the slightest idea for a guy like Kizaru who couldn't even touch the corners, and whose strength was terrifying. In his eyes, he may be like Marine's top vice admiral such as Onagumo, Yamakaji, or the Captain series on the Whitebeard ship, or even Shichibukai's Doflamingo, Bartholomew Bear and Boa Hancock, who can still touch the corners and test their strength. People are more suitable, not a master of admiral progression like Hawkeye. Kizaru. Really? Then can you give him to me? Borsellino Admiral. Hawkeye hooked his mouth, showing a cold smile, and then said to Kizaru, who was entangled in Elvis's trouble, "Oh, give him to you." Hearing Hawkeye's word, Kizaru didn't immediately refuse. For them, the man in front of them is the one who can really affect the situation of the battle. Every move has unimaginable consequences. Listen to them. After finishing his word, Kizaru stroked the whiskers on his chin in thought. Boom. At this time, Marine's battle against Whitebeard's side became more and more tragic, and Kizaru couldn't bear to think about it. He immediately made a decision, nodded and gave Elvis to Hawkeye, and then his body turned into a photon and disappeared in front of the two of them. Nuansai Literature Network NXXS. Jung. Okay, no one has come to disrupt the situation. Let's have a good fight. A competition based only on swordsmanship. Hawkeye saw Kizaru leave, and placed the black knife in front of Elvis. His pale yellow eyes as sharp as a goshawk gleamed with a chilling light, and he sent an invitation to Elvis. Hey, I don't have time to fight with you monsters. My opponent is my own choice. Whoosh. Elvis didn't want to have such a one-sided, meaningless fight with Hawkeye here. Turned around and flew into the sky, intending to leave him and find a more suitable opponent. It's a pity that a light was faster than him, and after the eagle eye fell, it flew out of Elvis, who slashed towards the sky. Within range. Boom. Damn. Arm. Jung. Suddenly, Elvis only felt a strong sense of crisis spread through his body behind him. The blade of the sword became extremely dark under the entanglement of hockey, and chopped on the chopped wave that hit. A violent explosion sounded, and the strong wind pressure swept the entire sky, and almost everyone could hear Elvis wing. The sound of the sword chopping to the eagle-eye chopping. The aftermath clarified the clouds in the sky, and the warm sunlight directly reflected on everyone's heart. Clang. That man actually fought against Shichibukai, who is known as Hawkeye. Tashigi, the sword idiot who was following Commodore Smoker, swept away the pirates in front of him with a sword, heard a strange noise behind him, but turned around and saw Elvis. The scene where the sword slashed the world for slash. Couldn't help but his eyes were full of excitement, completely ignoring the enemies around him. Suffer to death. Marine. At this time, while Tashigi was distracted to watch Elvis fighting Hawkeye, a pirate slashed from behind her with swords in both hands. By man. White fist. Boom. A resolute and cold voice sounded, followed by a plume of white smoke that condensed and propped up the smoke column, knocking the man to the ground. What happened? At this moment, the confused Tashigi didn't know that he had just walked through the gate of hell. He turned around and looked at the pirate who was lying and wailing on the ground with a confused expression. Let's have a snack. Tashigi, don't forget that you are in the battlefield now, and I don't have time to protect your life. The smoke condensed. A human figure gradually appeared, and then her boss, Smoker, stepped out of the smoke, reminded her sternly with a few cigars hanging from her mouth. Ah, yes, I am really sorry, Mr. Smoker. It's because their battles were so rewarding that I couldn't help but. Tashigi bowed his head embarrassedly, and quietly accused his previous absence. HMPH. No matter what, you shouldn't forget your own job. You can't allow the slightest distraction and other distractions on this battlefield. Put aside all things that have nothing to do with the war. The best thing you should do now is to defeat it. All the enemies attacking in front of you. Smoker taught her face to face, and at the same time looked around. Beware of enemies that might attack at any time. Clang. Since there is no way to avoid it, then we have to fight. I will do my best to defeat you. Knowing that Hawkeye was interested in him, no matter how much he escaped, he couldn't get rid of the other party, so Elvis also made up his mind and decided to fight him to the death. It should be like this. Come on, let me see the swordsmanship of the man who moved the world in the last era. Hawkeye's yellow pupils as sharp as goshawks showed an extremely strong fighting intent. Standing black. The knife was in front of him and declared war. Chapter 82 Own swordsmanship. Back to the Whitebeard and Marine battlefield. When Captain Whitebeard was caught by a kainu and punched him in the chest because of his body, the lava ran through his whole body. When all Marine decided that he was about to finish playing and stepped up the attack, Whitebeard stopped and wanted to go over to guard him. His don't come here. Whitebeard's order made his pirate group and the members of the ship I'm about to finish playing. La. It's funny, they thought they could really kill me with just a few strokes. No kidding, I too don't need any help at all because I'm Whitebeard. After speaking, Whitebeard swung the pheasant knife again, and the muscles on his body caught the blades of the Marines who stabbed him, immobilizing them. Damn, can't pull it out. Those Marines who were ordered to rush up and stab Whitebeard with their sword tried their best to draw their sword, but they still couldn't pull out the swords on him. Whoosh. Boom. At this time, the man known as the strongest in the world made his move. When the pheasant knife was swung, the vibration ability was attached to the blade and rolled into a circle. The strong vibration ability blasted all the Marines around him into the sky. The ant-like Marines were all rolled up into the sky, falling like dumplings, and smashed onto the surrounding ground. At this time, the remaining captains and the captains of their major fleet gathered together and guarded Whitebeard. Even Admiral could not break through their defense circle and attacked him when Whitebeard was not prepared. Hey, sure enough, is it still unsuccessful? Never mind, now execute the death penalty for Fire Fist 8. Marshal Sengoku obviously expected this incident. As the resourceful general who fought against Whitebeard many times in the old Marine, he knew the horror of the opponent's rank. He had already predicted that the sneak attack plan might fail, but it was always inflicting a serious injury to him will be more beneficial for the smooth execution of Fire Fist Ace's execution. Since you want to see his future, let you see enough. Whitebeard, do it. He no longer cared about the others, held his hand, and directly issued the execution order. Clang. Whoosh. The executioner who arrived at the scene again was ready, raised the execution knife, collided with the blade, and then slashed down at 8. It's useless. Sengoku, don't you think I can't stop it? Whitebeard was about to stop the blade that flashed towards 8. However, his body deteriorated again. The wound on his chest was bleeding, and his eyes blurred, which made Whitebeard immediately realize that something was wrong. Hey, look at it, Whitebeard, your plans will eventually fail. Seeing that Whitebeard couldn't effectively stop Ace's execution because of his own body, Sengoku coldly clasped his hands and preached, the closer the blade is approaching, the more powerless in the eyes of all the pirates. Clang. Should the boring farce be over? Even Hawkeye was a little interested in this scene. Using using the world-famous black knife to sway Elvis's offensive. His yellow eyes glanced and then turned back, continued to shoot at Elvis. Hey, aren't you interested? 2K2KXF. Clang. The swords intersected, and the strong air pressure continued to stir. The two of them showed their proud swordsmanship to their hard content, and the dazzling sword light kept flashing, as if everything outside had nothing to do with them. Not only Hawkeye, but also Elvis. He forgot his original thoughts in the exchange of swords and swords with him. No, he really fulfilled his intention, competed with real masters, and was waiting for an opportunity to break through. Of course, this master's realm is so high that he can't touch it now. Compared to that, I care more about having a real swordsman duel with you. I really haven't felt that way for a long time. Even the previous vista couldn't make me completely happy. I hope you can do it. Otherwise, quote, have fun. This should be what I said. Let me experience how amazing your world's #1 swordsmanship is. Compared with the old man's final display, is it surpassing or not? Lion mighty lion hunts two sickles. Jung. As soon as he finished speaking, Elvis swung his sword again, and the swordsmanship of the great pirate golden lion whizzed past, and the two male lions raised their heads and roared towards him. Is this the swordsmanship inherited from that man? It is indeed very subtle, as if there is no way to avoid it. Is there a special ability obtained by using observation hockey to integrate will into it? At a glance, he saw through the subtlety of Elvis's move, and also explained the principle. He really deserves to be a world-renowned great swordsman. That's right, so how should you pick it up? Just like you said, you only use exquisite swordsmanship to fight. How do you resolve it? He saw it through, and Elvis didn't feel flustered, just like the other party said at the beginning, just relying on the duel of swordsmanship, not like Kizaru blasting everything with pure brute force or fighting Taumaru's armament to resist, just with swordsmanship. Really, let's see, this showdown spanning 2 eras, the most exquisite swordsmanship showdown between the previous generation and this generation. Who can win? Flash Knight. As soon as he finished speaking, Hawkeye made a sword, not like Kizaru's slashing with a sword, but fighting with swordsmanship. The black blade made a perfect arc, and the white chop flew away. Jung. The two chopping waves collided, the atmosphere roared, the air pressure was turbulent, and the air waves were constantly surging, but at this time, Elvis had no time to care about this. He looked straight ahead, and the two chopping waves were deadlocked. Green. Clang clang. In the eyes of ordinary people, the two chopping waves cancel each other out, but those who are proficient in swordsmanship have a different perception. If you look closely, it is obvious that the slash is called lion hunting double sickles by Elvis or right. It was continuously broken down by Hawkeye's chop, and almost every force subtly offset his violent and annihilating chop. Boom. In the end, there was another roar, and the two chop turned into nothing and disappeared from Elvis's field of vision. Is the gap really that big? Elvis couldn't believe the scene he just saw. Those terrifying swordsmanships that Golden Lion regarded as a stunt to the bottom were so easily resolved, and only using such a delicate means to offset it completely made Vivi on his face a little desperate, and the voice came out from the bottom of his throat. No, it's not that his trick is bad, it's because of the person who used it. If it was the man who made this trick, the outcome might be very different. Seeing that Elvis was disappointed with doubting his strength, he also felt full of doubts about Golden Lion's swordsmanship. At this time, he had to shake his head and explain a little. Obviously, he only said this to restore the level of the man's swordsmanship, and he didn't care how much he said this to the other party. Yeah, swordsmanship is also exquisite, the difference is only human. With a reminder by Hawkeye, Elvis remembered the trick he showed him when Golden Lion finally regained his strength during the final victory. As a result, at that time, he could only reluctantly take it with all his strength, and it was just a random blow that Golden Lion used when testing. Thinking of this, Elvis recovered his fluctuating emotions, and his face returned to calm. If that's the case, then I won't be ashamed of that old guy. I'll fight you with my own swordsmanship, Hawkeye. Since no matter how exquisite swordsmanship is not suitable for people, it will have no effect on him. Elvis was no longer restrained and powerful, subtle and fierce with the Golden Lion's sword move, and turned to his own that had not been polished too much, but was indeed suitable for his attack. It should have been this way. Come on, you, who are named Yukong swordsman, should also be very powerful in swordsmanship. Let me experience it. Hearing Elvis' word, Hawkeye was moved, and the corners of his mouth were moved. Vivi bent, holding a knife at him to invite battle. Chapter 83_Rescue 8. It should be like this. Hearing Elvis' word, Vivi issued with eagle eyes and arrogant face, and then increased the strength in his hand. Jung. With a slash, a huge chopping wave flew out again. It's good to come. The night sky is dark. Facing the chopping again, Elvis didn't use the Golden Lion's swordsmanship to fight again, and resorted to the swordsmanship that he had not realized for a long time and had not yet perfected. Clang. With a swipe of the blade, the area centered on him, the entire sky dimmed, and the black sword energy covered everything around it and blasted down. Two imposing and terrifying chopping waves intertwined, and suddenly an earth-shattering loud noise broke out, followed by an extremely strong air pressure rolling out to the surroundings. thumping. The oscillating sound resounded continuously, and the airflow was turbulent. Hawkeye. Before the storm subsided, Elvis then swooped down towards Hawkeye with the turbulent airflow. Ha 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 ha, it really made one's blood boil. Hawkeye raised his head and laughed, and then moved forward to greet him. Clang! The blade of the sword intersected with the blade, and the violent sound of vibration spread throughout the battlefield. At the same time, on the other side of the field, Luffy in the straw hat, who was stopped by Kizaru, kicked and was seriously injured, did not get much attention from the Marines and did another shocking thing. Woot! After the blades of the two executioners were slashed, even Whitebeard missed the chance to shoot because of his physical injury. Everyone felt desperate as the blade approached. Don't! I said no! Stop me! Did you hear me? Boom! With an unwilling cry, a strong conqueror haki burst out from him, which was stronger than when Elvis just inspired it. Dong! 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 A strong momentum swept the entire battlefield, impacting the hearts of everyone. Then, the sound of thumping to the ground sounded one after another. Under the influence of that momentum, the people on the field fell one after another. Hey, isn't it? Is it inspired by the unconscious? This kind of aptitude. Oh, it's really hidden. Is it really innate? On the Marine side, after feeling the haki burst out from Luffy, his eyes became more subtle. The Ant, who were not originally in their hearts with such a great potential, even those admirals such as Akainu regarded him as the butt of evil, and the idea of eradicating him appeared in their heart. Luffy, this aura, this kind of aptitude, you're getting more and more surprising. Straw hat. Even Hawkeye on the Shichibukai side paid a little attention to the conqueror he issued, and then turned his head to fight Elvis, the pirate, the prisoners who escaped with Luffy and the others, and Whitebeard, the captain, all put their bets on him, and let the group below escort him and open up the road to the execution platform. With the addition of many captains and a large number of she-male prisoners, the road in front of Luffy was instantly emptied, and even a few vice admiral who wanted to shoot him were blocked. The road leads directly to the execution platform. Very good. Ace, wait for me. I'll come to save you right away. Luffy walked along the path to the execution platform, looking at the figure getting closer and closer in his eyes, excited. Boom. At this time, a dark shadow swept across his eyes and landed directly in front of him. Ah, Grandpa, get out of there. How is that possible? Luffy, the old man is also Marine. It is the old man's mission to guard this place from being breached. If you want the old man to get out of the way, show your ability. The old man will not be merciful, and this is the path you have chosen. Luffy still naively thought that he could use him to make a character that even Whitebeard had to treat with caution. Unfortunately, when his grandfather Garp made up his mind to stop him, he had no choice. Now, there is only one way to make Grandpa Garp disappear in front of you, and that is to do your best to defeat him. I can't do it. I really can't do it, Grandpa. Why? Why are you blocking me? Get out of the way. Luffy didn't want to fight with his closest family, raised his head and shouted at him again, get him out of there. Long before you were born, this old man was already fighting against the pirate. If you want to get through here, kill me first. Straw hat Luffy, this is the path you have chosen. At this time, Garp didn't really want to take action. He just wanted to arouse Luffy's will and make him firm up his belief. I can't do it, Grandpa. Get out of the way. If you can't do it, then Ace has only a dead end. I don't agree. There are a lot of things you don't agree with, and I won't be merciful in the future. Woot. With that, Garp punched him, his grandson. At the same moment, Luffy also made up his mind. Started the second gear. The light blue steam erupted, and shot at his beloved grandfather. Boom. At the last moment, the iron fist that was about to hit Luffy's famous C finally delayed for a moment, but Luffy seized the opportunity and punched him in the chin, knocking him out. After knocking down his beloved grandfather, Luffy continued to go on the broken road, and finally arrived at the execution platform. You still can't bear it after all, Garp. Some people who know the details, such as Marine generals, know the horror of Garp's strength. If they really bear it, even Whitebeard, the man known as the world's no. Ace came out of his hand, and on the execution platform, Sengoku, who has been with him for decades, is even more so. After Luffy boarded here, he immediately started. The ability was activated, the coat fluttered, the golden light radiated from him, and the execution below the table also began to shake violently. The bracket creaked, and the screws collapsed one by one. Wait for me, Ace. I'll release the handcuff for you. Call out. Boom. When Luffy was full of joy, he took out the key given to him by the Empress and was about to untie the handcuffs on Ace's back, but at this moment, a light wave shot to break the key, causing Luffy to fall into despair, and the Marshal Sengoku. At this time the attack also arrived. Straw hat Luffy, Fire Fist Ace, the crimes you two committed are unforgivable. Let me Sengoku personally execute you. Sengoku slammed down the fist that rivaled the giant's arm. What going on? How did I pass out for no reason? Hey, this is 3. Hearing the familiar voice, Luffy turned around excitedly. Straw hat. How did the sky get dark? This is Sengoku. Not good. 3. Ace will be handed over to you. Hey, hold on. Straw hat boy, I haven't agreed yet. Third gear. Bone balloon. I see. Candle. Protective wall. The fist fell. Luffy activated the fruit ability, and his body inflated to block in front of the two. At the same time, R3 also activated the ability to build a protective wall for Ace and him. Boom. Haka. Boom. The strength of the fist is extremely strong. Even if Haki has not been used, it still smashes the three of Luffy away, and smashes the entire execution platform together. The three fell down together, and R3 condensed a key with his ability and threw it to Luffy when he fell. He immediately acted and inserted it into the keyhole. Not good. Seeing that scene, Sengoku felt bad, and immediately used Moonstep to chase after them, but at this moment, open the cannon, kill the Straw Hat Luffy and fire Fist Ace. Yes. Boom. 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 A few Marines who didn't understand the situation wanted to support Sengoku, but they didn't want to do a disservice. The shells shot out, forcing Sengoku to stop and avoid them. A series of explosions occurred in the sky, engulfing the three of them together. Chapter 84_Decision. Hit. Being hit by such a dense artillery shell, there should be no bones left. Thinking that they had hit Luffy, Ace and the others, the Marines were very excited, and they were not sure whether the three Luffy were killed by the shell attack. And after being disturbed by his own side, Sengoku also landed on the ground smoothly, looking at the place covered by black smoke, but he felt something was wrong in his heart. Boom. At this moment, when most Marines and pirate thought that Luffy and Ace were killed, a yellow column of fire shot out from the thick smoke, and then formed a flame channel, in which Ace was wrapped in flames and grabbed with one hand, holding Luffy and R3 feet's arm. They threw them out. Luffy shouted excitedly when his brother Ace grabbed his arm and looked at his face with a faint smile. Great, that kid finally rescued Ace. The members of the Whitebeard pirates cheered and encouraged when they saw Ace being rescued. Damn, fire, and blast the Straw Hat Luffy and fire Fist Ace here. The general who had previously commanded the gunner to fire at them was furious and ordered to bombard them again. Boom. 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 The flames flashed, and stray bullet flew towards them again. Luffy was about to shoot when he saw that, but Ace held him down. Let me come. How can I let my brother protect my brother? Fire Fist. Boom. After speaking, the right hand wrapped around the flames and slammed down. The pillars of fire were in the sky, and the fiery flames bombarded down, making those Marines have to avoid them. The rushing heat wave poured out. Then Ace and Luffy cooperated with each other, knocked down Marine who was in front of them, and ran towards their companion. It's great, so we can evacuate. The pirates saw that their goal had been achieved and they had the intention to leave, but at this time, Whitebeard made a secret decision and decided to end everything with Marine here alone, and ordered all his sons to leave. Why, Dad, why didn't you leave with us? The pirate stood in front of the huge ravine opposite Whitebeard and cried and asked him, forgive me, children, I've traveled long enough, and the new world doesn't take my ship anymore. Whitebeard turned his back to them, facing the group of Marines headed by Sengoku, said silently in his heart, and then calmed down. Look at Sengoku. It's time to make a break. Sengoku. He ignored the pirates behind him who were crying and wanted to leave with him, and made a decisive post to Marine as Supreme Commander. Sengoku. Hey, everything is ready for me. That man is going to work hard. Sengoku also knew what he was thinking, and he didn't take care of Ace and Luffy who were let go at the moment. Only Whitebeard, the biggest in Marine, was in his eyes. Enemy, raise your hand to remind all Marines. Stop him. Stop Whitebeard from destroying the Marine plethora. After Whitebeard made up his mind, he no longer restrained his ability, and unleashed the terrifying power that belonged to the Quake Fruit. For a time, the entire island, no, the entire sea area was destroyed. He played with his ability arbitrarily, and under the influence of his ability, the entire sea area was torn apart, and the tide was constantly surging. Marines, of course, couldn't sit back and watch the island of Justice sink, taking up arms and charging at him. Of course, no matter what happened here, it had nothing to do with Elvis. At this time, he only had the formidable opponent Hawkeye in his eyes. The two of them performed their famous move to the fullest. The sword energy and chopping that split everything, whether it was the sky or the earth, almost became their field. The more they fought, the more focused they became, and the more they moved out of bounds and moved to the various corners of Marin. Nearly 1/5 of them. The venue was reduced to a fighting place for the two of them. Clang. Jianming hissed. The rolling air pressure surged out, and the airwaves continued to wash away. Look at my move, Eagle Eye. The night eye is starry. As soon as the sword came out, it turned into starlight in the sky. Gorgeous. Quote, in this regard, Hawkeye has only one way to deal with it, directly crushing and blasting everything with sword energy. He slashed with a knife in his right hand, and a black chopped wave volleyed away. 3939 XS. Rumbling. Even in the face of Hawkeye, the strongest swordsman, the most exquisite sword moves were still full of loopholes, and the chopping wave flew in. Elvis's strange and murderous sword moves were directly torn apart and shattered. Elvis didn't feel the slightest panic when his carefully prepared sword style was cracked by the opponent. At this moment, he seemed to be in a certain state. There was only one enemy in front of him, Hawkeye, and it seemed that he could only swing the sword again. Swinging the sword with all the strength to defeat the opponent is just a thought. Jung. One move was cracked. Elvis swung another sword, and the sharp sword energy could find that this blow was not weaker than the chop wave he made before. Boom. Before the chopper approached the opponent, he was smashed by Hawkeye with a simple knife. He stepped on his foot, jumped up into the sky, and slashed at Elvis with his knife. Clang. The two swords clashed again, and the atmosphere oscillated and reverberated again. Boom. In the next second, the two quickly pulled away again, but they shot almost at the same time, slashing at each other with their swords. Jung. The fierce sword chi coupled with the constant whistling and bitter storm made this battle a wonderful and eye-catching battle. But if you observe carefully, in the fight against Elvis, Hawkeye kept his hands in every move, and the strength of his moves was very subtle. He had already noticed Elvis' inexplicable state, but he didn't stop him. On the contrary, he seemed to feed him another trick to let him break through. Clang. Another big move swung out of him unconsciously, and the power was comparable to the casual blow of the big swordsman Hawkeye. Jung. The sound of the wind exploded, the chopped waves shattered, and the black sword energy hit Elvis without much reduction. Ha 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 ha. Elvis laughed and faced the chop wave. At this moment, he only felt that the blood in his heart was constantly boiling, as if there was endless energy surging in his body, and his spirit was extremely pure and concentrated. Aimed at the blow in front of him, and swung the sword intently. Boom. The sword chi whistled, the wind was cold, and the violent neighing sound was transmitted, and the black sword chi was cut off by his sword. Pick me up again, Hawkeye. Elvis finished shouting, swiping his sword towards his position. Jung. Another powerful chopper flew down. Are you constantly transforming yourself with the help of my pressure? Interesting. The corner of Hawkeye's mouth twitched, clearly feeling that the constantly volatile chopping power was getting closer and closer to him, and the other party's state volatile to the point where the chopping of his is also getting closer and closer to his realm, which only belongs to the level of the great swordsman. Even if he knew about Elvis' state, Hawkeye didn't interrupt him forcefully. Perhaps in his eyes, it would be more interesting to be able to create a great swordsman under his own hand, just like cultivating and eventually creating a capable swordsman. The opponents that make him go all out are more interesting. Thinking of this, Hawkeye went up again and used his sword to help Elvis break through his limit. Boom. After the two fought hundreds of times and swung their swords no less than 1,000 times, Elvis's spirit became more and more concentrated, and the will of the swordsman became more and more pure, and it was almost a chance to break it. Opening that layer of barrier is just like when he encountered a life and death crisis and realized the breadth of all things in a flash, and then heard the whine of the knife in the opponent's hand and successfully realized the breath of iron. Same. Chapter 85_Great Swordsman. The next thought, Elvis suddenly recalled the past in his mind. Under the setting sun, a young man with corpses covered with corpses on his feet and some wet blood on his body asked the master of the tall figure standing in front of him, "Old man Shaki, do you know how the great swordsman should advance?" The way to advance to a great swordsman? What are you asking about? Now you are 108,000 miles away from that realm. Golden Lion was stunned after hearing this, and then said again, "I just want to know in advance. Don't you not know?" He didn't give up at that time. He had entered this realm for 3 or 4 years, but he was still a shadow away from the top swordsman. Unable to touch, how could he be reconciled? He continued to ask questions and tried to provoke him with his words. "I don't know. Gia ha 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 ha. Boy, do you know who you are questioning?" Of course, the old man knows that level. The question is whether you have reached that level. What kind of character Golden Lion is, he will naturally not be ignored by him. It was easy to say it, and just dismissed him casually. So what? Knowing in advance is never a bad thing. Or did you delay me because you didn't reach it at all? He didn't want to stop, and continued to ask. Gia ha ha ha. You don't need to send out the boring trick. Since you are asking sincerely, I will let you know a little bit. Finally, Elvis' repeated questions and temptations made Golden Lion a little impatient, so only throwing his hands away, he told him some details. "Little devil, do you know how you entered the level of a swordsman?" At this moment, Golden Lion's expression suddenly changed, and he lowered his face and asked him back. "Me, I should have heard the breath of iron at that time, and then realized the realm of cutting iron, so I can be called a swordsman." When he asked this, Elvis was a little uncertain. Gia ha ha ha. Every time, it's roughly like this, but it's also divided into several levels. One is the realm of iron slashing, the second is flying slashing, and the third is special artistic conception. Only you who understand these 3 types at that time can step into that realm, the realm called Great Swordsman. Quote, "Oh, what about you? What level are you at?" After listening to his word, Elvis thought deeply in his heart, then looked up again and asked him about the level of the realm he had reached. "Me, Gia ha 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 ha. Of course, this old man has 3 things, and he has reached the first level of a great swordsman." Hearing this, Golden Lion burst into laughter. His demeanor and tone seemed very proud. "Iron breath, flying slash, I already have these 2, only the special mood is left. As long as I understand it, I can go straight to the realm of the great swordsman." "So what is my mood? Is it the sword of sharpness that can cut everything, or the sword of guardianship bullshit that can't cut even paper. As the battle intensified, Elvis got closer and closer to that realm, and he was only a thin line away from realizing the special artistic conception of the last level, but at this time, he was confused and could not make an inch. Are you hesitating? It's not a good thing to be distracted in battle. Jung. This move of his was naturally also noticed by the Eagle Eye, who was fighting on the opposite side. His lip curved, and then he slashed with a sword. The black flashing wave flew again, but at this time Elvis didn't feel any killing intent from that slash. This is. Elvis hesitated for a moment, and immediately took action to kill him. Clang. The black chopping was blocked by the volley, and the scattered sword chi raged around. The ground was densely covered with sword mark, and the air was already clear. By QPP 268XS. Clang. Hawkeye didn't give him a chance to adjust and recover, but this knife was the exact opposite of the previous one. It was full of guarding everything. It seemed that he couldn't even cut through the paper. So weak. But when Elvis the blade in his hand intersected with it, and there was a strong shock in his arm, and only when an extremely terrifying sword energy blasted him away did he realize how naive he was just thinking. Boom. Elvis was shocked and flew very far, and he rolled several somersaults in the air, and finally he had the ability to hold his body, but he didn't care about other things. At this moment he only had the opposite mood in his eye. It was just a special slash that was extremely powerful, and his mind was completely empty at this moment. I finally understand that my sword is not just for protection, but for revenge. It is also a tool for me to achieve dominance. My artistic conception is to dominate everything in this world by force, threatening and suppressing the entire sea. That's all. Revenge is just one step in my dominance. Boom. When Elvis opened his eyes again, a cure, as if he could tear everything, cut off all artistic conceptions, burst out from his eyes. The momentum of his body changed again. He had already realized his artistic conception with the help of Hawkeye, straight into the realm of the great swordsman. Rumbling. The will of the great swordsman, who was unable to vent his load, blasted out from him, filling the entire scene. If anyone pays attention, Elvis at this moment has become one of their great enemies. If he were to be wiped out now, then in time another existence, the golden lion who was not weak and the great pirate, would be born and rule the entire sea. Somewhere. Teach. I can't stand it anymore. That kid's strength is so strong that I want to try my sword. Can I shoot? There was a look of eagerness on the man's face. He clenched the scabbard with one hand and pressed the hilt with the other, and consulted the Blackbeard T, whom he worked for. Zia ha 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 ha. Just wait, Shiryu. After we realize that plan, you can do whatever you want. That kid is only on the same level in swordsmanship as he is now, and he is still far from the real enemy. Far away. Teach smiled and didn't agree to his request. Although he was just hiding behind the scene, he also kept an eye on every move on the field. Of course, the only three that caught his attention were Whitebeard, Luffy, and Elvis. At this time, Elvis's mind has undergone transformation, and he has been ranked second after his strength has broken through the limitation. If it wasn't for the completion of the plan that had been brewing for more than 20 years and could not be exposed immediately, he would have shot Elvis long ago. Beheading will stifle the bug that can threaten him. Have you finally advanced to this stage? Hawkeye had already anticipated this moment. He not only let it appear, but also deliberately encouraged Elvis to break through smoothly. At this moment, he saw that Elvis had transformed and completed his strength. After making a lot of progress and not weak at all against Shichibukai, Doflamingo and Jinbei, Hawkeye was ready to let go of the fight. Brush. After a while, Elvis came to his senses, restrained the imposing manner that belonged to the great swordsman, and then used the ability of the fluttering fruit to fly to the Eagle Eye. I really want to thank you, Eagle Eye, for letting me break through the long-term limitation, and in return let me use my transformed moves to fight. He looked at the yellow eyes in front of him, with a pair of the man with eagle-like eyes. His expression was a little complicated but more grateful. His eyes flickered, and then he made another move. He, is that right? Then let me give it a try. I will show all my strength this time. I hope you don't let me down. Interested? The same goes without removing it. Jung. Boom. In the next second, the two fought again. A powerful sword chi rose into the sky. The wind and waves roared, and the ground together with the sky and the ocean became the venue for their fight again. Shishachin danced wildly, and the two figures were intertwined. Chapter 86_Death of Ace. After turning back to the other side of the battlefield and successfully rescuing Ace, Whitebeard, the leader of the participating party, made the decision to end with Marine and created an escape opportunity for his subordinate. However, after all, someone did not understand his painstaking effort. When everyone said goodbye to Whitebeard in tears and was about to leave the headquarters, Admiral Akainu slowly approached them, and used aggressive methods to stimulate Ace, so he stopped and wanted to use it. Your own fist and the opponent's theory are clear. The loser. Who are you calling the loser? Give me back what you just said. I won't allow you to slander Daddy. Ace ignored the dissuasion of his companions and stopped, turned and threatened him. Ace, ignore him. Don't stop. Ace, let go. Don't care what he says. Some of the pirates who were with him tried to persuade him, and even Luffy couldn't help but persuade him to leave here quickly. He just slandered Daddy. I won't allow him to say that, Daddy. Ace cast aside his companion's grabbing hand. Flames erupted from his body, and his eyes flashed with anger, staring at Akainu. Am I wrong? He was defeated by your biological father, and he didn't deserve the throne. He is a complete loser. Am I wrong? Akainu saw that his conspiracy had succeeded, and his eyes there was a flash of smugness, and then he spoke again to stimulate him. Touted by a group of little gangsters, one daddy's mouth all day long, and a family farce on the sea. He has been dominating the seas but never got the throne, and in the end he was stabbed by an idiot who agitated with just a few words. Is it wrong for me to call such a person a loser? I don't allow you to say that, Dad. Dad has created a good shelter for us homeless people. How can people like you understand Dad greatness? Akainu's anger soared. His right hand raised, fire splash, and he swung towards him with fiery flame. HMPH. It's just a bunch of scum of the sea. You don't deserve any shelter. Impel down in the execution platform or your home. After saying that, Akainu also raised his fist to greet him. The lava billowed. During the surging heat, the two fists collided violently. Boom. Dad, he created this era of great pirate. This era belongs to him. I don't allow you to insult my benefactor. Hey, Whitebeard will die tragically as a loser, and so will you. It's a perfect fit for your leader as a mob. While speaking, the two of them pumped out a strong force, and their abilities continued to surge. The name of this era is Whitebeard. Ace roared and attacked him with the strongest ability. No, Ace, come back soon. Only the captains who knew the details of the other party didn't go out of their minds like him, but tried their best to remind him behind him. Boom. However, it was too late. The flames spewed, and after all, it couldn't reach the hot rolling magma. The high temperature spread to his entire arm at once, blasting him out and stumbling to the ground. Ace rolled on the ground while clutching his burned arm. It's so naive. Is it proud to think that it is Logia? Your ability is nothing but fire, but I am the magma that can melt you away. Our abilities are completely mutually exclusive. You can't beat me at all. Akainu held up his elemental, lava-surging arms and walked towards him step by step. Dragon's son, I didn't expect the two of you to be sworn brothers. No one can spare you in this war. At this time, Akainu caught a glimpse of Luffy's figure from the corner of his face. Cruel smile. Hey, what do you want to do? Seeing his expression, Ace instantly realized something, but it was too late. After Akainu said a word to him, his lower body turned into an element and rushed towards Luffy. Swung the fist of lava surging at him. Just watch right there. Watch your reckless younger brother die in front of you. Akainu threw a fist at Luffy, whose body had already been wounded to the limit, unable to move. Whoosh. Boom. However, someone was faster than him. When the magma fist was about to pierce through Luffy's chest, Ace's heart trembled, and he flew in front of him with a swish, and took the opponent's punch with his own body. Tick. Ranwanba. Tick. The blood was dripping down. The ground was soaked with blood. Not only Luffy, but also the others on the field were stunned. After trying hard to rescue his companion, he voluntarily took Akainu's furious blow in order to protect his younger brother. It was penetrated from the back to the chest, and a large hole was open. Clang. Well, did it still happen? At this time, even Elvis, who had completed the breakthrough and had a full battle with Hawkeye, couldn't help but stop his hands and look sideways, and his eyes were like the scene in the original book, Fire Fist, the scene where Ace voluntarily died to protect his younger brother Luffy. Stoppers. Hawkeye, thinking that the following things would be even more exciting, he couldn't help but stop the fight. Okay. Hawkeye heard his words, stopped his step, and his eyes were also focused there. He was also slightly interested in the next thing. Agreed with Elvis' proposal, put away the black knife, and looked there with his arms folded. It took a while for Luffy to react, and Ace had already collapsed on top of him at this time, and died in his arms after explaining his death to him. The death of Ace, the fuse of the war, caused a sudden change in the entire battlefield situation. Whitebeard, who was originally going to cut the way for his subordinates to give them a chance to escape, suddenly became furious. Suddenly appeared behind him. Don't even think about running away. Straw Hat. Akainu swam in lava and chased there, but at this moment, saw Akainu Admiral Marine, who was near him, swallowed her saliva, her face a little frightened and uneasy, but she couldn't help reminding him. At this time, Akainu also seemed to realize something and stopped. Jung. The sound of the pheasant knife sounded, and Whitebeard came silently behind him. His calm face contained unimaginable anger. His eyes flashed, and he shot directly. Boom. Before Akainu could respond to the shocking blow, he punched him on the head and slammed him to the ground. The rock layer exploded, and the ground collapsed and split in an instant. Rao is Akainu, who is similar in strength, but also suffered heavy losses after taking this move. The top of his head cracked and blood flowed, but he still stood up. Woo. Whitebeard jumped up, wrapped his right foot in a vibrating ring and stepped on Akainu, who was climbing up on the ground. Boom. At that critical moment, Akainu avoided his attack and rolled to the side. The ground collapsed and cracked again, and countless smoke and dust filled the air. Whitebeard didn't let go of his thought. Walk quickly, and and slashed at him with a pheasant knife. Whoosh, boom, boom, boom. Being able to become an admiral, fighting techniques and other aspects is not a cover. In a blink of an eye, he has already stood up and attacked the opponent. First, he smashed a small part of his head with one blow, and then he didn't stop. He threw a powerful fist and hit Whitebeard's injured chest, causing him to spit out a few mouthfuls of blood, but Whitebeard did not let go of the murderer who killed his most beloved son. Ignoring the wounded chest and the damaged half of his cheek, he stretched out his hand, grabbed Akainu's collar, and lifted it up, staring straight at him with angry eyes. Ha! Another vibrating circle lingered in the pheasant knife held in the idle arm and slashed towards Akainu. Chapter 87 Whitebeard's Wrath. Akainu was lifted up by the angry Whitebeard, and with a swing of the pheasant knife, the vibrating circle lingered on it and slashed towards him. Dark Hound. Akainu can act as an admiral, and his strength is not limited. The moment he was about to be thrown by Whitebeard, he used his ability to magma the upper body and poured it into Whitebeard's chest hole. PFFT. Whitebeard endured the severe pain, bleeding from the corners of his mouth, and half knelt on the ground. Ha ha. Akainu, who was seriously injured, stood in front of him, gasping for breath, and squinting at Whitebeard, who was still kneeling in front of him. Dad. Not only Marine on Akainu's side, but even the pirates under him thought that he had encountered an accident and could no longer stand up, and his grief was transmitted. It's time to end this boring farce. Whitebeard. Akainu ignored the feelings of the pirate. His right hand turned into lava again, and he opened his foot and waved his red-hot arm at him. Woo! Fart. However, just as the fist was about to fall, the mountain-like figure in front of him stood up, and a dull and cold voice came out. Damn, you monster. Akainu was startled by his action, and then continued to punch at him through gritted teeth. Gee you la la la. This little injury can't kill me, Whitebeard. Smoking kid. After speaking, Whitebeard got up again and slashed at him with a knife. Damn, old guy from the old days. Can't you just lie down in the coffin for me? Dark Hound. Akainu roared and unleashed another powerful blow, but it was this blow that didn't come down. Whitebeard was more agile than him, and the punch shattered the magma, and the hot droplet flashed up. Damn. Boom. The blow failed. Akainu wanted to do it again, but there was no chance. Whitebeard slammed him into the sky again, and when he fell, he swiped another blow. Boom. Kaka. This blow hit his side so hard that Akainu couldn't fight back, and he could only watch himself fall into the abyss. Ha ha. Strange. Monster. The Marines were all stunned. They didn't expect that the man with half of his head missing, his chest pierced several times, and his internal organs scorched could still stand up and smash one of the highest on their side. The defeat of the combat force caused it to fall into the abyss. Ahahaha. It's unbelievable. With such a physique and will, it is worthy of the name of a monster. It's hard to imagine how powerful you are when you are victorious. I really want to fight you with all my strength. Only when you face this scene can you understand. The opponent's strength is any kind of terror, and only severely injured Marine Admiral with a crippled body. It is no wonder that Marine and even the world government are so afraid of him. However, it was such a powerful and despairing strength that he could hold Elvis's heart under pressure. On the contrary, he was more eager to become stronger and be able to fight with all his strength. Of course, this is just a thought, not to mention that he does not have such strength now. Even if he did, the current Whitebeard is no longer at his peak, and it is not even as strong as when he first arrived. He was just forcibly standing in front of the Marines with a monster-like will, making the last effort for his son. Chi, that guy. Sengoku, an old opponent, also knew what the opponent's current state was, but he did not order him to besiege him again, because he deeply understood the strength of this old opponent, and he was only dragged when he sent people up. Let go to hell together. It's better to wait for the fire of his life to die out, and then counterattack the Whitebeard pirate. Then, it's time for the mastermind behind the scenes to come on stage to plan this battle. Just to pick peaches at the last moment, you should have been unable to bear it. Blackbeard. T. After speaking, Elvis his eyes turned to the rear of the Marine headquarters building. Kaka. Boom. When Whitebeard's vibrational fruit was exerted to its extreme, the headquarters building could no longer be supported and collapsed. At this time, a huge figure was revealed, and some sharp-eyed people had noticed the mysterious dark shadow hidden and behind it. What is that? Bar XS8. Nay. Is there something hidden behind the building? Hearing the acclamations of the soldiers, Sengoku waited for Marine and Whitebeard, who was about to collapse from exhaustion. All cast their eyes. Yeah, it's been discovered, Captain. The black shadow as big as a mountain covered his mouth and said in a panic, Ziahahaha, it's all because of your size, San Yuan. However, since it has been discovered, then forget it. It will come out anyway. Ziahahaha. A laughter full of arrogance and arrogance followed. Look, it's not just him. There are other people out there. That is, the Blackbeard pirate. Finally, the Marines found and recognized the Teach group who had been hiding behind the scene. Teach, it's you. Where did you guys come from? Sengoku's face changed suddenly, and he opened his mouth and shouted, Fur. Is there another good show to watch? It's you. Not only the giant battleship San Yuan, but also those people. The Crescent Moon Hunter, the Drinker, the King of bad government, and the one of the Impel Down signatures. Shiryu, the guardian of the long reign. Everyone is a big man who is famous in the new world. They were all imprisoned in Impel Down sick, and even their own existence was wiped out. How could they be here together? Marines were shocked to recognize their original identities against the faces of Teach's new comrade. Hey, that guy. Shiryu, are you even with them? Where's Magellan? How is Magellan's situation now? As a marshal, it was impossible for Sengoku not to know Shiryu's existence. Shiryu also appeared here, and the bad premonition in his heart became stronger and stronger, and he couldn't help asking Shiryu, who was standing above him, to confirm. Then you have to wait for you to send someone over to confirm it. Anyway, I have quit and decided to join forces with them. Please give me more advice in the future, Marshal Sengoku. Shiryu grinned Isho, revealing an incomprehensible expression. The expression gave Sengoku and other marine a smile and preached, "Damn, you bastard." Seeing his expression, how could Sengoku not know how dangerous Impel Down's situation was? His teeth were clenched, his fist clenched, and glared at them. Marshal Sengoku, I'm sorry. I just wanted to report to you that the door of justice was opened twice for no reason. At this time, Marine finally came to report the situation of the door of justice to him. It was turned on twice. How could it be? Are those people eating dry food? There is such a big mistake. Hearing this news, Sengoku became more furious and cursed at the sailor. Ho 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 ho, let me explain to you, Mr. Sengoku. In fact, the matter is very simple. That is, hypnotize the soldiers before leaving, and let them all go as long as they see the warship. But it is so convenient for others. Fell, dressed as a gentleman, stepped forward, leaning on a cane in one hand and holding the brim of his hat in the other, and explained to him with a smile. Damn. Hearing this, how could he not know how these people got here, as well as the Straw Hats and Elvis who appeared inexplicably before? Ziahaha, it doesn't matter anymore. Sengoku, as a pirate, he will be hostile to the government and can't pass the gate of justice. This is my intention to join Shichibukai. Now, the title of Shichibukai is useless. I don't care at all. Teach came out, stated his intention, and ranted to Marine in the headquarters. But before the words were finished, Whitebeard's attack came. Quote, accompanied by a dull and loud voice. There was a terrifying shockwave. Boom. The whole pirate group didn't pay attention, and they were all involved in a moment's accident. Teach was the first to bear the brunt and received wrong treatment. The building collapsed suddenly. The fortress that symbolized the name of justice for hundreds of years. The building that embodies the beliefs of the Marines collapsed, and the smoke and dust were roaring and dust was flying. Crack. Teach endured the blow and vomited blood and knelt on the ground. Chapter 88 Whitebeard's Afterglow. Only by facing this battle will we be able to understand why Whitebeard has become a man capable of destroying the world. This is simply a natural disaster, and a random blow has earth-shaking power, and it really lives up to its reputation. Seeing Whitebeard's great power, his ability to vibrate the fruit, the whole island trembled violently, and the Blackbeard Teach and his party, who suffered the heaviest attack, also stood up. Ziahaha, that's really merciless, Dad. But yes, I really can't be forgiven for doing that. Teach wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth with the back of his hand, stood up, and faced the man straight. Man's anger. Only you, Teach, don't deserve to be my son. Killed Thatch, and you who violated the ship's only iron rule don't deserve to be my son. Whitebeard remembered the earlier killing of Thatch and the cause of this fight, and finally indirectly after receiving Ace who died and the pirates who fell tragically on this island. The anger in his heart could not be relieved. The pheasant knife settled, and the fist that was lingering in the vibration circle slammed down at Teach. Ziahaha. Dark water. Dark cave. Teach didn't panic at this blow, and secretly with one hand, the black mist spread over the whole land, turning the land under his and Whitebeard's feet into his battle arena. Then the other one made another move. The black mist filled the room, and took his attack with the palm of his hand. Boom. Ha. Boom. Ha. Whitebeard's fist with vibration ability fell, but the fist that was supposed to spit out blood didn't raise a speck of dust. All the vibration ability was absorbed by the black mist, even the majestic and powerful pun. Ziahahaha. What's up, Daddy? This is the ability I got by killing that. Isn't it great? Just give it a try. Boom. Ha. Every blow, which was enough to blast the field, was swallowed up by the weird black mist and turned to nothing, as if Whitebeard's fist slammed softly into Teach's hand. What is that? Even Whitebeard's ability was swallowed up. Marine and the pirates on Whitebeard's side looked at the black mist in Teach's hands with curiosity and horror. Ziahahaha. What a shame, Daddy. Hey, yo. After Teach finished taunting, he stretched out his hand and grabbed Whitebeard's arm to stare at him. The secret ability was activated, suppressing the vibration ability of Whitebeard's body, making him unable to use it. Whitebeard got caught. Everyone was very surprised by the result. Even the disabled man who could play and applaud Marin's many things would be held by the other side and unable to move. Ziahaha. Have a good taste of my fist, Daddy. Boom. Boom. Teach punched one after another, but it was only 2 strokes, and he sent the opponent's huge body flying out, but was caught back when he was about to let go. Ziahahaha. ha. Give it a try again, Daddy. With the ability of the dark fruit, Teach's heart became arrogant. He never thought that this was the temptation given to him by Whitebeard, who made him do it on purpose. Just when Teach grabbed his arm and brought Whitebeard back, he punched him again, but at this moment Whitebeard's arm swung his hand away, and the pheasant knife flew into the air. Swoosh, swish, swish. When Teach's attention was drawn, Whitebeard held the handle of the knife in one hand and flipped it a few times before slicing down at Teach's shoulder blade. Pop, ah, boom. Teach fell to the ground with blood on his right shoulder, rolling on the ground clutching his injured shoulder. Boom, chung. At this time, Whitebeard didn't give him a chance to stand up. One foot was on the palm of his left hand, the bottom of the pheasant knife was fixed on his other palm, and his free hand pinched his face. Ego, flippant, arrogant, that's your weakness. Whitebeard pinned him to the ground, making him unable to use his abilities, while the hand on his face vibrated in circles. Damn, wait, Dad, don't, I'm your son. Wrapped in Whitebeard's ability, Teach immediately felt a strong sense of crisis pouring into his heart. Even abandoning the dignity of the so-called throng regardless, he hurriedly played emotional cards with Whitebeard. 90 Literature Network 90x. Boom. But unfortunately, he was already hated by Whitebeard for killing Thatch and killing so many of his companions. He didn't show any affection. When his ability was activated, a rumbling sound resounded all around. The ground collapsed again, and smoke filled the air. Amid the permeating dust, Whitebeard could no longer stand up, facing all the Marines upright, with his back to the suns behind him. Great, Dad finally killed that guy. The pirates at the other end of the abyss saw the scene of Whitebeard's shot. They really thought that Teach died in Whitebeard's hand, and they all raised their eyebrows and cheered. But they never thought that in the vague dust and smoke, the figure that they hated and loathed climbed up again like an undead mouse. Look, that guy Teach isn't dead yet. Damn, how come that bastard's life is so big? He has survived the blow of Dad's anger and still hasn't died. Dad, give him the last punch. While that guy is seriously injured. Dad, these pirates thought that Teach had died in the hands of Whitebeard, and they were not happy for a long time, but when they saw the guy get up again, they suddenly raised their hearts and asked Whitebeard. After calling a few times, they were suddenly startled. Their father didn't know when he died, and he didn't respond to their word. The unpredictability in their hearts became stronger. No, 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 Father, no, Dad, he'll be fine. Wake up, Dad. No matter what the pirates believe in the scene in front of them, they can't believe the news of the death of their most beloved man who has been protecting them with his hand. Did he die early? Or, even Elvis was puzzled. He shouldn't have ended like this. Of course, before he could think about it, the tall figure moved again. Boom. Hey, you monster, don't you die obediently. Teach saw Whitebeard's skin redden, steaming from his body and walking towards his raised leg. His face hooped, and he fell to the ground in fright, backing up again and again. Da, da, da. The sound of death-like footsteps came, and Teach couldn't help it any longer. He pulled out the pistol from his waist and aimed at the man in front and pulled the trigger suddenly. Boom. Flames splattered, and a bullet with sparks and smoke shot out of the muzzle and shot into Whitebeard's body with a splash of blood. Boom. As soon as the gunshot sounded, as if the chain reaction had broken, Whitebeard suddenly settled down, and the reddish skin on his body gradually subsided. Give it to me. Send this old guy to the west. Seeing this, Teach immediately ordered his subordinate to take action. Boom, 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 pop, pop. In an instant, he received Blackbeard's instructions, and his crew all started to move, and a series of possible moves, such as bullet flashes and spear thrusts, were all used on Whitebeard. Blood spurted out, and Whitebeard closed his eyes and let them stab and shoot at him. For this scene, the Marines had no idea of interrupting, and the pirates were ordered by Whitebeard not to pass, and they were unable to rescue him. After an unknown amount of time passed, the guns in Teach's hands were changed one after another. When the last bullet was exhausted, Teach and the others stopped. Taka, hey, there's no more bullet, let's get another one. Teach squeezed the trigger, but the bullet didn't come out. He knew that the gun in his hand was out of ammo, and when he asked his subordinate for one, Shiryu shook his head to dismiss it. His thought, no need, the current Whitebeard is probably just one breath, and he may fall down with a single touch of his finger, so he doesn't even need to attack him. Is it almost over? Whitebeard, do you want to completely ignite the most glorious and exciting moment since the era of the great pirates with the last of your life? Although I can stop it at any time and save the innocent people of the sea from suffering, what does the life and death of those foolish people have to do with me? Let me witness this moment with my own eyes. Witness the last moment of the pirates of the old era. Elvis didn't want to intervene in his thought. For him, no matter how many people's lives in death, he is just a stranger. It's just a simple number. He who has experienced brutal killings will not care about this kind of thing. Just take a wait and see attitude, quietly watching that glorious moment. Chapter 89_War ended. Is it dead? Hey, old man, is it so scary to even be dead? Teach threw away the flintlock in his hand, stood up, and looked at him standing upright in front of him, standing like a mountain with the man in front of him pouted. Then we also. Just when Teach was about to start their plan, Whitebeard, whom they and everyone thought were dead, suddenly spoke up again. At least not you. Yeah, why don't you die in peace? Teach and his crew got so close to Whitebeard, they were all taken aback. Whitebeard ignored his reaction and continued to speak. At least not you, Teach. The person Roger is waiting for, not you. Just as there are people who inherit Roger's will, there will be someone who will inherit Ace's will one day. Although there is no blood relationship, the fire of life will not go out. It has been like this since ancient time. One day, someone will challenge the world with hundreds of years of history. Sengoku, that's what you are most frightened of, afraid of. Damn, Whitebeard, you bastard, shut up. Sengoku had realized what Whitebeard wanted to say at the end, but it was too late. He could only face the dying Whitebeard in the air. It was just a few roars, which completely prevented Whitebeard from saying those secrets. Although I am not interested in that thing, one day it will be found, and then the world will be turned upside down. At this moment, not only Elvis, but even those on the island and even outside the island watching the battle through the screen became solemn, looking at Whitebeard closely, wanting to hear what he had to say. One day, it will be found, that big secret treasure is actually there. Whitebeard's last remark completely ignited the mood of the people who were watching. At this moment, the authenticity of the big secret treasure was confirmed through the mouth of this great pirate who was also an enemy and a friend of One Piece King of Pirates. The silent heart boiled. Zia ha 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 ha. Fur. Bastard, do you want to join us even in death? After hearing Whitebeard's last words, Shichibukai, Blackbeard, and the Marines reacted in diametrically opposite ways. Some were purely entertaining, some were angry, and more ambition burst into laughter. Heroes are rising together. The era of heroes fighting for hegemony is coming, and the next few years will be the most interesting era. Let's see who will be named in the future era, whether it is you Blackbeard or Destiny Child Straw Hat, or it. Ha 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 ha. Elvis felt an unprecedented sense of excitement in the last statement made by Whitebeard before his death. He was more interested in the future era with him, clenched his hands and said aloud, laughing out loud, Zia ha 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 ha. What an exciting last word, Daddy. Then we should start planning. Blackbeard was naturally very interested in the big secret treasure in Whitebeard's mouth, but no matter what, only after the sight of the plan, everything is possible. With an exchange of glances, his crew knew what to do, and each took action. A black, opaque curtain covering Whitebeard's body. Well, this is, what are they going to do? Both Marine and the pirates were puzzled by Teach's actions, not knowing what those people were doing. 51 Baikuge 51 Susho. Ho ha ho. Please wait by the side. The world's #1 performance is about to start. Felt explained a little and then surrounded Teach and Whitebeard with others to guard their safety and ensured their safety. The plan is undisturbed. If it fails, we all fall apart. Giggle. I hope that the bold plan he said can be realized. So maybe it's really like what he said. Shiryu and the other newly joined people exchanged a few words in a low voice. They were guarding their side. Even Admiral could hardly break through their defensive circle and interfere with the Teach inside. When Teach and others started their plan, on the other side of the island, Jinbei and a group of female pirates who escaped from impelled down escaped desperately with the fainted Luffy, trying to escape the pursuit of Marine behind him, but unfortunately it was a main admiral who caught up, and another admiral's assistance, making it very unlikely for them to escape. The front and back roads were blocked. At this time, Jinbei, Ivankov and the others could only do their best to protect Luffy's safety. Hey, he's about to succeed, and that group of people is about to appear. It's not interesting to watch. It's time to go. Elvis was not interested in what happened next. His purpose of coming here was already achieved. Although he was a temporary foil in the end and was not taken seriously, he did not forget that the original purpose of coming here was to break through the bottleneck that had puzzled him for a year or two, and to enter the top ranks in swordsmanship. It is also ranked first in the New World. After the goal was achieved, his thoughts of continuing to participate in the war subsided. He had no regrets when he heard Whitebeard's last words with his own ears. With a change of mind, his ability was activated, and his body floated up and sailed towards the port where the ship was docked. Go! Behind him, a wild laughter sounded. Blackbeard achieved his goal, intercepted the shake fruit that belonged to Whitebeard, and once again plunged Marine into the terrifying shadow of shake fruit. Boom! The explosion sounded, and Marshal Sengoku, with all his abilities, attacked Teach and his party, and the legendary sea soldier Garp also joined the battle, and the two sides fell into a stalemate again. While the battle broke out between Sengoku, Teach and others, the other side also fought. Akainu fought fiercely with the rest of the Whitebeard pirates who came to support them, as well as the crocodile and his party. Even if so many people joined, the balance was still on Admiral Akainu's side. This battle did not end with the death of Whitebeard, but became more and more intense. The morale of the Marines was all mobilized to fight against the pirates of the Whitebeard pirate, while the Whitebeard pirates on the other side was due to the captains. The death is equally painful, and there is a tendency for the underdog to win, and the battle situation is pushed into a more intense situation for a while. But this has nothing to do with with Elvis, who arrived at the port of the harbor. He has come to dozens of warships with no personnel left behind. Well, although the sea surface is frozen, it doesn't have much impact on me. I'll take a look at the more complete ship with less damage, so it's more face-saving to take it out. Elvis floated in midair. I looked at the several damaged warships in front of me, looked up and down for a while, and then decided to choose one of them. The body floated over and fell on the deck. Very good. It's just you. There's no point in this war going on. It's time to go. It's time to go back to Sabayati Archipelago to pick them up. After he finished speaking, an invisible power emanated from under his feet and spread throughout the warship, followed by a strange force that pulled the ship from the frozen ice. Float into midair. In which direction is the Sabayati Archipelago? Hey, I forgot. I knew I should have brought their Vivre card, so I don't have to be so tangled. Forget it. Stop and go. When the warship was floating in midair, Elvis suddenly remembered that he didn't seem to even know which direction the Sabayati Archipelago agreed to be in, which made him distressed for a while. After a while, he made up his mind and chose casually. Fly in one direction. Foo. With the strength of a great swordsman, you really can't let it go so easily. After all, I am also a big businessman. It's not good to be missed. Elvis just drove the warship casually. Not long after he chose a direction to leave, a man who was staring at the location where he left flickered for a while in the crowd of Marin, as if he had made a decision, and chased after him. Chapter 90_Trailing Pursuers. At the same time, another group of people arrived here not long after Elvis left. Captain Buggy, please think of a way. A large group of idiot prisoners chased under Buggy and prayed to Buggy, who was holding Luffy and Jinbei in the sky. Idiot, what can I do? Buggy was also very helpless to be followed and supported by a group of blind men. It should have been a happy thing, but the occasion was wrong, which made him exhausted and mindless. Fly before. Clap la la. At this time, a submarine suddenly sprang from the bottom of the sea, and another unexpected person appeared. Many unexpected characters appeared one after another here, and the war finally came to an end with the joint gesture of the four Emperor Shanks and Marshal Sengoku. Of course, Luffy, one of the key figures in this war, was rescued by luck. Riding a supernova, one of Luo's submarines was heading off in a certain direction, and that direction was exactly the direction that Elvis left and Doflamingo followed. With the end of the war, the fate of Luffy and others seems to become more unpredictable. Just as in the original book, Shichibukai Boa Hancock and the Shemale King Ivankov and his party headed there in two directions to chase the leaving Luffy et al. Ah la la la. I thought that Haki would be the first to break through, but I didn't expect that there was a little mistake, and it would be the first breakthrough in the advanced swordsmanship of Longway. This is really an unexpected joy. On the bow deck of the warship, Elvis felt a little emotional about the harvest of this trip, pulled out half of the sword, stared at the sword's starry night for a long time, and sighed deeply, saying, swoosh, swish, swish. At this moment, there was a slight sound of wind breaking in Elvis's ears. Although it seemed that nothing happened to ordinary people's ears, it was not the case in Elvis's ears, who were sensitive and perceptive. When I heard that voice, I was immediately startled. The ability was quietly activated, and the warship came to a standstill. It seems to have been discovered. Fufu. That's just for me to measure your current strength. And the owner of the piercing voice also noticed Elvis' reaction. It stalled for a while, then sped towards him with a grin. In 7 or 8 seconds, the distance of a mile or two arrived at one, and the two quickly met. I thought I was sleeping. So it's you, Heavenly Yaksha Doflamingo from Shichibukai. Seeing the person coming, Elvis flashed a look of surprise in his eyes, and then he spoke. Fufu. I didn't expect you to find out about my arrival, which surprised me, swordsman of the night sky. Doflamingo smiled and responded, what are you doing? Do you want to settle the grievance between us before I get stronger? Elvis didn't give him any nonsense, opened the gate of opening, and suggested that he might appear here to settle the grievance between the two of them. Possible reason. I have this idea, but it's more of an instruction from above. Sengoku and the others, hearing Doflamingo say that he came here because of the instructions from above, he instantly remembered the identity of the other party in his mind and understood everything, but he still tried to test him with an expression of ignorance. Road. Fur. Of course not. It's more above. I came here, but I received a temporary order from above to obliterate you, Mr. Elvis, the agent codenamed Nighthawk. In order to complete this task, I gave up another goal, and I hope you will not disappoint me. Doflamingo had his usual fake smile on his face, and he seemed pretty sure he was going to kill Elvis. Oh, it seems that you are quite sure, and you know a lot. Clang. Before he finished speaking, Elvis immediately withdrew his hand and cut down with his sword. The grand chop is no longer as vast as before, but it is more solid in quality, and its power is even greater. Zzz. Boom. 1 second before, he was laughing and chatting with the other party, and the next second Chapo flew out. Doflamingo was also startled by Elvis's character, and then his eyes narrowed, and he bent his command arm to greet Chapo. A violent collision sounded, spark flashed in all directions, and after a little stalemate, he was forced forced to wipe it out. The airflow dispersed, and the air pressure swept the sea below. Clap la la. The sea is up and down, and the waves are surging one after another. Global QQZK. It was really dangerous just now, Mr. Nighthawk. Doflamingo's expression didn't change, but the pair of eyes covered by the sunglasses gradually became serious about his rank. From Elvis's tentative move just now, Doflamingo roughly judged his level of strength, and felt that he was too careless. The opponent's strength was stronger than he expected, even close to him. It is too reckless to catch up on this battlefield that is not conducive to his own ability without preparation. Thinking of this, he had to be cautious and take his opponent, Elvis, seriously, otherwise it might be him who accidentally rolled over. Hee, why, didn't you already receive an order from the top of the world government to come and kill me? Haven't started yet. If so, I'll be leaving. Although Elvis, who had been a spy for several years, couldn't see anything on his expression, he could guess some changes in Doflamingo's heart, and deliberately threatened to provoke him. It's just a little stun. Come on, I won't be merciful, Mr. Nighthawk. Is that so? That just happens to use you to try my advanced swordsmanship. Woo, clang, boom. As soon as the two finished speaking, they immediately rushed towards each other. The lines and swords intertwined, and the turbulent momentum turned into wind pressure and pressed out in all directions. The sea beneath my feet burst, and the waves soared into the sky, and the waves continued to overflow and flow. Clang. Both of them are characters who have come out of the bloody battle. They are very rich in battle experience and battle awareness. Every shot will seize the flaws exposed by the other party. The strong air pressure swept all directions. The wave continued to emerge. Neither of the two sides gave way to the other. Fist to fist, Hockey and Hockey collided. The conqueror Hockey, who belonged to the king, showed it to his heart content, and the air burst out with traces of whiz, sparks and current. Fist strength is constantly venting, and the entire sea area has become a battlefield for the two. Boom, bounce line, shish underscore. They collided again, and the two were quickly pulled apart. Doflamingo took the lead, and with the flick of his fingers, a tangled ball of thread shot out at a high speed. It's just a small trick. Elvis relied on the keen sense of the swordsman and the perception of observation Hockey to accurately avoid every incoming bullet. Boom, boom, boom. The thread ball bullet flashed by him, exploded on the sea behind Elvis, with a power comparable to the bombardment of a cannon, and a shocking wave after another surged up. It's over. It's my turn. The imperial household current. The lion roared. Elvis's palm dipped in the water, and a large sea current he steered underneath turned into a roaring lion's head and flew towards Doflamingo. Hey, this is too cheating, to be able to manipulate such a huge current to fight. Obviously, Doflamingo was even more shocked by Elvis' ability, and then he covered his face and smiled, but he was also very skilled. Not slow, he used his ability to walk in the air to avoid one sea current lion head after another. There are all kinds of strange fruit abilities in this world. Is it strange to have the ability to manipulate ocean current, or take care of your personal safety? This is not the land where you can use your abilities to the fullest. This is my domain, but be careful. Royal Flow Lion King Feast. After finishing speaking, Elvis clapped his hands together, and several lion heads suddenly merged together and turned into a ferocious, hockey-exposed male lion. The Lion King pounced on Doflamingo again. Chapter 91 Grip Heavenly Yaksha. Foo. I really don't show any affection, and the shot is so resolute, or it really deserves to be the winner of that session. Even I have to get serious. Doflamingo looked at the sea current that turned into a towering beast. His face tightened twice, his eyebrows jumped, and he pretended to be nothing. Really? Then you have to be fully prepared, because my starry night is still waiting to be soaked in the blood of your heavenly yaksha. Take it. The night sky is full of stars. After speaking, there is a direct wing of the sword, and one after another flashes away like a falling meteor. Damn. Although he tried his best to pretend that he was okay, but the continuous lashing and the ocean current behemoth that could restrain him, the sense of vigilance in his heart was adjusted to the maximum. His fingers twitched, lines that were difficult to see with the naked eye. The silk threads are intertwined and drawn towards the giant beast. Easy. Whoa. The thin thread became invincible under the lingering of Doflamingo armament, and easily cut off the beasts of the ocean current that flew towards him. But before he was happy, the ocean current suddenly gathered and turned into a twist again in the next second, and the lion's mouth was wide open. The fangs that were condensed out of the sea water gnawed at Doflamingo. Hey, it's not like Logia. No, it's more difficult than them. Can it be resolved only by solving the master? Seeing this, Doflamingo already knew that ordinary methods were useless against that fierce beast, and he didn't either. After doing too much useless work, he directly stepped on the silk thread and flew towards Elvis. Have you found it? As expected of a famous big pirate, he has quite a lot of combat experience, but seeing the other party's actions, Elvis already knew his intentions, and he did not evade it. With a thought, his body also faced the enemy. Woo! Super line whip. Doflamingo stepped in front of him, flicked his right hand, and hundreds of thin lines in his palm converged into a large whip and lashed towards towards Elvis. Snap! The line whip made a sonic boom, and the whip made a white mark, and even the air was blasted, and the violent power hit him directly. Ha 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 ha. Very good. Isn't this interesting? Night eye and crescent moon slash. Facing this attack, Elvis didn't show any hint of cowardice on his face. He raised his head and smiled, and then waved sword block. Clang! The blades lit across the sky, and a dazzling chopping wave was born, like a waning moon blasting forward. Boom! The violent vibration resounded through the entire sea area, and the attacks of the two were firmly fixed in front of them. Whoosh! Boom! Without a hit, the two continued to charge forward. Doflamingo raised his right foot at one end, and armament swept towards him with the haunting end cap. And Elvis also raised his right fist and arm, and the black hockey wrapped around his hand and blasted the big foot. The atmosphere trembled, and the violent roar resounded throughout the sky once again. Clap la la. The sea below was disturbed by the aftermath of the collision, undulating, surging, and the waves urged one after another. Roar! During the fight, the giant ocean current behind Doflamingo once again opened its mouth and fangs and charged towards him with a roar. Damn! Boom! 123 Kanchu 123 Kanchu. Realizing the danger behind him, Doflamingo grunted. Then his thighs shook Elvis away and turned to face the behemoth. Sizzle! Whoa! I saw his right palm open, and the cobweb-like thin line stretched out towards the giant beast. In an instant, the giant beast swooped in, and was suddenly divided into dozens of pieces, turning into a sea current and spreading out. Elvis was not disappointed at all. On the contrary, when he saw the giant beast being split and about to fall down, he twitched the corner of his mouth, mysterious issue, and immediately raised his hand, and the falling speed of the ocean current was stopped. Set in midair. Huh, it's not good. Doflamingo's lens flickered, and seeing the falling water around him stopped again, the experienced man immediately guessed what Elvis wanted to do, and didn't run away. Instead, he quickly turned around and attacked Elvis. It's a sharp intuition, but do you think I'll let you succeed? Even Elvis couldn't help but marvel at Doflamingo's extremely sharp fighting consciousness, but he didn't move slowly. The figure burst back hundreds of meters, and at this time the current had wrapped Doflamingo, and all the retreats were cut off and quickly converged. Clap la la. Chi. Doflamingo was still a step lower. His body was trapped in a large ocean current. His ability was weakened, and his body was unable to exert strength. Is this the end? Heavenly Yaksha. If so, then let me end this for good. Night IEA. Just when Elvis was about to finish everything and was about to deal with the opponent, he suddenly trembled, and his instinct like a beast made him immediately turn around and swing his sword in that direction. Jung, jung, jung. Boom. Several chopped waves flew away, and the wave composed of white lines was cut off, and of course the warship that Doflamingo had inadvertently assimilated into the wave of lines was also destroyed. Clap la la. At this time, when Elvis swung his sword to deal with the wave of white line, a few thin lines that he had ignored were wrapped around armament and slapped on the ocean current. I really can't underestimate you Shichibukai, especially you Heavenly Yaksha. I didn't expect to be trapped in the sea and still have a way to escape. Seeing that although he was wet, he didn't have much damage. Standing in front of him, Doflamingo, Elvis couldn't help shaking his head and sighed. Ha ha ha. I underestimate you, Nighthawk. Doflamingo looked at him deeply and said, although his body was not hurt, but because he was surrounded by seawater, and he used the awakening technique with his hand, most of his physical strength was still consumed, and his breath gradually became a little short. Really? Do you still want to continue? Elvis said indifferently to Isho. He is now more advantageous in this battle than Doflamingo, who is extremely physically exhausted, but he also doesn't want to take advantage of the opponent. After the transformation is completed, the most important thing for him in the realm of the advanced swordsman is to understand and consolidate that realm, and it is not suitable for him to fight against others immediately. Stinky brat, do you really think this will give you an advantage? Doflamingo's forehead appeared blue vein, and he still didn't let go of the fact that he was surrounded by seawater just now. Obviously, his anger was gradually rising. The momentum continued to show, the sea below continued to rise, and the clouds in the sky slowly moved away. Are you going to be real? I really thought I would be afraid of you failing. Elvis did not hesitate. He held the sword a little harder. His aura was constantly volatile, and the sea beneath him was constantly rising. There were ripples in the bubble. Boom, click, click. Two strands of conqueror hockey intertwined, and the majestic momentum erupted. The atmosphere whined, the current surged, and sparklattered. Boom. Even the fog that had just appeared was shaken by this momentum. The whole sea area was clarified at once, and the golden brilliance enveloped the two of them. At this moment, everything around them was reduced to a foil for the two of them. This is conqueror hockey. Collision is a fight that belongs to the king's capital. Clap la la. As the two hockeys collided and intertwined, two warships approached here one after the other, and a small yacht slowly surfaced to the sea below. This time, the situation would become even more unpredictable. Chapter 92_me. Kaz. When Doflamingo and Elvis collided with momentum, the current continued to burst out in the middle, and the two were also rifle ready to shoot, and they would attack the other in the next second. But right now, clap la la, a small yacht under the sea suddenly jumped out of the sea, exposing most of the hull. This change made Elvis and the others stop, and their eyes met there. Click. Under the curious eyes of the two, the cover on the submarine deck was pushed open, and a white bear wearing a jumpsuit walked out from inside. It rushed out happily, sniffing its nose and trying its best to inhale the fresh air outside. Laugh happily. It's great, I'm finally out. Don't be bored in that small yacht. The air outside is really fresh. Even this Orochi wearing a skull cap. Big Orochi. The polar bear who expressed his emotions was one of the Supernova's crew members, Babo, who expressed his feelings as soon as he stepped out of the submarine, but the next moment was frightened to the ground by an Orochi that appeared on their deck. Go away. Only the giant snake that suddenly appeared in his eyes. He didn't notice that there were two incredible pirates in the sky watching his ridiculous every move. That bear, and a flag. I remember, it should be. Doflamingo's face sank. He saw the flag hanging on the submarine and remembered a subordinate who had escaped from him for nearly 10 years. Do you remember some unforgettable experience, Doflamingo? Elvis already knew who the pirate that just appeared when he saw the white bear Beppo, and thought more about the relationship between the two. Affair, joked aloud. Clap la la. Before the two could continue to speak, another unknown character appeared, one after another. One after the other. Two warships on the left and the right appeared on both sides of the submarine under the cover of another fog. What the matter, Babo? At the moment when the white bear Babo made a panic sound, the rest of the crew also came out of the submarine and stood behind him. Whoosh. Clatter. At this time, on the warship that had just appeared, a slender figure appeared on their deck and landed in front of the giant snake Salome, wearing a cheongsam, wearing two gold snake earrings, a tall and delicate body with bump, and a beautiful face. It is Boa Hancock, the queen of the Amazon daughter country, who has merged with Doflamingo into the Shichibukai. Yeah. When they saw the Empress, everyone on the deck exclaimed, "Where's Luffy? Luffy, how is he now?" Hancock ignored everyone's reaction, and directly asked the white bear Babo, "You actually knew that we would come up here, and you thought that Marine was still chasing us, which scared me a lot." Babo was relieved to see that the pursuers were not Marine. "It was Empress Pasalome who followed you." "Well, don't change the subject casually. You bear is so daring." Hancock explained a little, then remembered his own problem, and arrogantly accused Beppo. "I'm sorry. It seems that because the other party is too beautiful, it seems that because of the character." Beppo immediately bowed his head and apologized to her. What a jerk. His companions couldn't help but complain about Beppo's soft personality. Hard. At this time, the door of the ship was open, and Luo, the captain of the submarine, carried the guikudao and walked out with a cold face while holding a baize handkerchief in his hand. "Captain!" Babo shouted excitedly when he saw Luo walking out. "Everything that can be done has been done, and within the scope of the operation, life safety can be guaranteed for the time being, but Jiangsu literature net Freihe. He has accumulated too many patients in his body, and it is difficult to ensure that he can survive." Luo glanced at Hancock calmly, and then explained aloud, "Of course." At this moment, another warship next to them sounded a loud horn, and Ivankov, who was traveling with Luffy, and a group of monster pirates all came here on that warship. Hearing Luo's explanation, he couldn't help but interject and replied with a hilarious smile, "Yes, Brother Straw Hat. He has worked hard. Thanks to him, we were able to escape from that dark prison." Behind him, a group of prisoners also echoed and replied hilariously, "Who are those people?" Facing the sudden appearance of a large wave of unidentified people, Luo, as the captain, ensured the safety of the crew as the first priority, so he directly asked Hancock on the opposite side of his identity. "It's the prisoners in the big prison. It seems that they should be Luffy's friend. They grabbed a boat and followed them." "It's okay. It looks like they'll be leaving soon." Hancock briefly explained their identity, then ignored them. "That's right. We're members of the Impel Down New Humanity Paradise. Then we are going to the Dream Kingdom of Shemales. From the New Human Paradise to the New Human Base Camp in the New World." The Shemales on the boat agreed again, saying that they and others were harmless to them. And just when everyone was discussing to seek refuge in Daughter's country, Doflamingo, who had been neglected for a long time, finally couldn't help but speak up, only to see him raise his head, and the arrogant disappearance came out. Fur, are you going to evacuate? I have no objection to this, but Luo, shouldn't you give me an explanation?" His laughter, accompanied by gloomy words, reached the ears of everyone below. When the others heard the sound, they immediately became nervous. They looked up at the sky and turned their eyes to the source of the sound. The two stood facing each other, and the figures facing each other came into their eyes. This voice is Doflamingo. And Luo, who was among them, heard the familiar voice that he had not heard for a long time. His body trembled suddenly, and then he looked up. "The response is really slow enough. It's been so long. If Heavenly Yaksha hadn't opened his mouth to remind, I'm afraid even our existence would have been ignored." "Is it still called Shichibukai?" "What kind of shemale king?" "A supernova." Elvis sneered, disappointed by by their group sluggish response. That person is the Night Guy swordsman Elvis who fought Hawkeye, plus Shichibukai's heavenly Yaksha Doflamingo. It's a big trouble now. Ivankov, who is skilled in various sources of intelligence, immediately took off his lips and revealed the identity of the two. When he saw the two, his face wrinkled, and he smiled bitterly. And Yukong Janao, why are the two of them here? Could it be? Robin could never have imagined that his former boss, Doflamingo, who had been chasing him for nearly 10 years, and Elvis, the hottest supernova of their era, would appear here together. But when he saw Doflamingo's wet coat and slightly embarrassed face, coupled with the wreckage of the destroyed warship next to him, already had some guesses in his heart. Are you Doflamingo, the same Shichibukai as Empress? Why do you want to stop the Empress? Hancock, who is also Shichibukai and has an extremely arrogant personality, naturally turned around to face him, meeting his gaze, and then he asked proudly, Fur, it's really scary. If you let your ability hit me, I will also become one of the stone men on your ship. Besides you, there are Jinbei, Ivankov and you Luo. Such a large lineup really terrifies me. However, I am not here to trouble you and the Straw Hat. My goal is only one, that is Luo behind you. As long as he is handed over to me, I will not interfere in our affairs. I will hide the Straw Hat from you. I can also pretend that I didn't see it. Although facing the threats and glares from the three masters, Doflamingo did not panic at all. He leisurely stretched out his finger and pointed at Luo Dao, who had drawn the knife at him, his eyes dignified. Chapter 93 Misfortune to the East. Mr. Luo is the benefactor of me and Luffy. I will not let you shoot at him. Doflamingo. Jinbei had a lot of white bandages wrapped around his chest. His face was solemn. He clenched his fists and looked at him tightly, saying own ideas. Advance and retreat together with it. Luffy's benefactor is Empress's benefactor, and Empress won't let you hurt him. Hancock said immediately after. Hey ha, first who saved brother Luffy's life? Brother Luo is also our big benefactor, and I won't sit idly by. Aye boy. That's right. Mr. Luo is a big benefactor of our group. We won't let you shoot them. Doflamingo. After Hancock, Ivankov and a group of she-male prisoners followed to express their thoughts, sharpened their knives at Doflamingo, and stared at him closely. Foo. I really can't think of it. It's only been so long that the Straw Hat Boy has won the support of so many people, and Luo, who saved him, is also protected because of this. However, will you, a half-crippled Shichibukai, a woman who has been carried away by love, and a she-male stop me? Luo, if this is your plan, then look down on me too much. Looking at the hateful eyes of everyone below, Doflamingo put his fingers lightly on his forehead and smiled, then opened his hands and looked at him intently, without any slack. Luo jokingly asked him. After speaking, Doflamingo ignored the angry eyes of everyone below, and turned his eyes to the opponent who was fighting across from him. So, what about you? You won't give up such a good opportunity for two contemporary opponents to appear here together. When they heard Doflamingo's word, they were suddenly startled. It turned out that there was an invincible enemy beside him. He was able to fight against Hawkeye and retreated completely, and then fought against the mighty Doflamingo in front of him. No one worries them more than he does. Under the cautious and solemn gaze of everyone, Elvis finally opened his mouth, sneered, and then said, me. He. If there was such a thought, it would have destroyed their group as early as the time of Sabayati Archipelago. How can there be any qualifications to stand in front of me, or even participate in that war? I'm not interested in them. No, it should be said that they are not interested in them now, so I don't need to kill them. But, when they heard that the other party was not interested in Luo and Luffy, the group first breathed a sigh of relief, but their words brought their heart back. Can you give me one of your boats? The previous one was used for fighting by that guy, but it was damaged. It's inconvenient to find a boat. Elvis's words didn't seem to be threatening at all. Looked at them with a smiling expression on his face, and preached as if discussing. Only Jinbei, Ivankov, and Hancock who have experienced the war on the top know how terrifying the strength of the person in front of them is. After the battle with Hawkeye, the strength has caught up and even surpassed them by a little bit. Okay. After being silent for a while, Jinbei spoke up first. That warship can be given to you. Empress will follow them. Just stay by Luffy's side. The Empress, who was so arrogant and despised anyone, seemed to have lost her arrogant character after falling in love with Luffy. For the sake of safety, try to prevent another enemy from endangering the life of Luffy, who is seriously injured and not yet awake. Oh, is it? That's a big thank you. After receiving their reply, Elvis grinned isho, very satisfied with their statement, and waved the bottom of the warship to rise, and he flew there to go on a ship. Okay, I won't interfere with the next thing. You can solve it by yourself. I have to find my companion. Let go. Obtaining the warship, Elvis ignored Doflamingo and Jinbei's affairs, and directly activated his ability to prepare to leave. But he wanted to do it, and the other person didn't agree. Foo. Do you want to go back to find your companion? I won't agree to this. After all, if you run away, I will be reprimanded by those old guys, so I'd better stay with them. Boom. After the sound came out, Conqueror Haki haki burst out again from Doflamingo's thin body, and the momentum swept in all directions. The current swelled, and waves lapped the hull, and the remaining two ships were swayed by the current and kept swaying in ups and downs. Do you really think I have no temper? Doflamingo. Tenjin S108. Boom. As soon as the voice came out, the Conqueror haki blasted again, and the two momentums collided. Sizzle. The current surged. Bartlash. The seawater fluctuated greatly. The surrounding fog was clarified again. The sun shone down, and the boat turned uncertainly, especially Luffy, who was resting after surgery in the submarine. The sound of equipment falling continuously sounded, causing Luo, who was outside, realized that something was wrong and went in immediately. Seeing that Luo's face was wrong, Hancock also knew how much impact the collision of these two hakis would have on Luffy inside. You too, do you know how much this will affect Luffy's life? Empress can't bear you. After speaking, he tapped his fingers to draw a huge pink heart on his red lip, held it with one hand, and pulled the back end with the other, like a bow and arrow toward the two above the sky. Different shot. Shish underscore 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 underscore. Hey hey hey, this is not good. It will turn into stone. Fur 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 fur. White thread spider web. Doflamingo smiled and quipped as he watched the dozens of arrows coming, before raising his hand to stop them. Jung. Clang clang clang. Doflamingo pressed the palm of his right hand forward, and the nets spread out. All the arrows were blocked from the outside, making a clanging sound. The falling arrow turned into stone and sank into the depths of the sea. Does this treat me as an enemy? Interesting, but don't think I'll let you go with your woman. Facing the sweet power arrow shot by Hancock, Elvis raised his mouth and waved his hand to block it. Boom. With a wave of his hand, all the wreckage of the warship that had been torn apart by his sword energy was blocked in front of him. Loudly, Kaka. Boom. The arrow fell on the ship, and the wreckage quickly turned into stone. In a shot of arrows comparable to a cannon, it cracked and shattered, and the rubble fell into the sea. It's quite an interesting ability. So what? Elvis didn't keep his hand because of the pier's peerless beauty. With another wave of his hand, several pieces of wreckage quickly smashed into the submarine. Damn, how dare you do such a rude act? Hancock's delicate eyebrows were raised. She never expected that there would be someone who ignored her peerless appearance and shot her. Whoosh. Perfume femur. Quote. Boom. Furious, he immediately shot, jumped up from the deck, and kicked the wreckage. Clap lala. The wooden wreckage of the warship shattered into stone and smashed into the sea. Foo 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 foo. Angry women are not easy to mess with. Then she'll leave it to you. I'll go and bring back the little devil Luo who has escaped from my hands a few times. Elvis caused him to throw the angry Hancock to him to deal with, but he took the opportunity to sail towards the submarine, ready to capture the traitor Luo he called. Chapter 94_stalemate. Hey, what a cunning guy. He actually left me the biggest trouble. Even though he knew Doflamingo's intentions, Elvis couldn't get out, because the Empress, who was so angry because of Luffy, had come when he came to him. He glared at him, and then suddenly raised his foot to attack. He, keep your eyes on me. If that's the case, then check whether your Shichibukai is worthy of the name. Seeing that the queen's long legs were already kicking towards him, Elvis didn't know more patience. Armament lingered, waving his sword directly at her. Clang! The high-heeled shoes kicked heavily on the Xingye blade, and a strong roar erupted, and the air waves rolled over, and the aftermath of the two people's fight spread in all directions. Whoosh! As soon as they collided, the two were shaken away, and each pulled a few steps back. Ahaha, Jinbei, Ivankov, you know this can't stop me. Let it go, or I'll be hard to deal with once I start. Doflamingo on this side has already descended into the submarine, facing blocking his way. The two of them spoke directly to persuade them to leave. If you succumb to the benefactor's life because of the enemy's powerful strength, then the old man has no meaning as a pirate. Brother Luo is Luffy's savior, and naturally Ivankov's savior. I won't let you hurt him. Hip-hop. Jinbei and Ivankov's attitude is very firm, and they will not let Doflamingo go out because of a few words, so that he can go in and deal with Luo. Fur. Then I have to offend you. Doflamingo saw that the two were so determined, knowing that words could no longer persuade them, so he didn't hold back. He raised his leg and pulled towards the two of them. Boom! The fists and feet were intertwined, and the violent force was like a bomb burst, exploding on the submarine deck, and the air pressure swirled. Go back to the marine headquarters here. In front of the headquarter fortress, which was rushing to be repaired, Sengoku was sitting on a stone with his head wrapped in bandages when his deputy hurried to him not far away. Marshal Sengoku, are you here? What's the matter? Yes, there has been accurate news about Impel Down. The deputy then came running to report to him exactly what happened to Impel Down. How about Magellan? The war is over, and all the losses are being counted, especially about Impel Down, which he was very concerned about during the war. The situation of Magellan, the serious and responsible director who is comparable to Admiral. It's what worries Sengoku the most. Yes, it is said that Director Magellan's injuries are very serious, and he was dying when he was found by medical personnel, and he is now being rescued. He is a very serious and responsible man. Even in a coma, he keeps saying that he is responsible responsible for this matter. If his body can move, he may apologize to death. The adjutant reported Magellan in detail to him. That idiot, tell him not to do stupid things. Hearing this, Sengoku couldn't help yelling, and told him to quickly tell Magellan to stop his stupid behavior. Yes, subordinate, tell them later. Well, what going on in Impel Down? How bad is the loss? As for this, from the result, the loss of 6 is the most serious, the adjutant said. His expression hesitated. Cool Pen Fun Pavilion Ku 162. The most serious. Sengoku didn't understand what kind of situation the other party's serious was referring to. Afterward, the adjutant reported everything about Sick to him in detail. So Blackbeard took a few there, and others escaped right after the shock. Sengoku calmed down first and continued to question the adjutant. Yes, he took 4 there. However, the number of people who have been verified in the prison is obviously more than that number, since the last surveillance screen shows that a total of 10 people should have escaped. As for the others, the rest of the losers were all killed by that kid. I really didn't expect that the newcomer who has been ignored by our marine at the top of the war has such a big intention to kill all the losers there. We really missed the point. But those who escaped are even more of a problem. Any of them sneaking into a certain country will be a disaster. Verify the identities of the escaped prisoners as soon as possible and issue a wanted notice. Sengoku sighed. He didn't agree with what Elvis did, but he didn't disagree. After all, any of the prisoners killed by him would recover and be comparable to the veteran vice admiral in the headquarters. The ending is already perfect. This is. The adjutant seemed to remember something when he heard that the wanted order was to be reissued, but did not go along with his word. What wrong? Sengoku couldn't help but ask when he saw that his expression was a little strained. The adjutant gritted his teeth and decided to say it out. About Sick, the world government hoped to completely conceal this matter, saying that if it is allowed to ferment, it may affect the government's reputation. Bastard, are those high-level corpses swept away by the power? Don't they know how much harm it will bring to the innocent people if they hide it? Do as I say, and I, Sengoku, will be responsible for anything that happens. Sengoku was finally stunned by those who were greedy for power in his eyes. He didn't expect that at this stage, those people would still want to hide this matter and let those innocent people suffer. He suddenly broke, shouted at his adjutant. Turning back, after less than half an hour of fighting, Doflamingo realized that he couldn't break the injured Jinbei and the strong Ivankov without showing all his cards, and he also noticed that he had put a line in the sky. Elvis will also get rid of the fight with the Empress and will draw out his hands to deal with him, which is not good news for him. After weighing the pros and cons, Doflamingo decided to give up. It seems that I can't bring that traitor Luo back today. If you want to take Luo Jun away, you have to step over the old man's body first. Doflamingo, the old man will not let you succeed. That's right. If you take Luo Shaozi away so easily, then I can't explain it to him. Hip hop. Jinbei and Ivankov were firm in their attitude, and their voices had no way to back down. They resolutely stood in front of Doflamingo, and Luo, who was inside, also stood with Jinbei with a ghost-crying knife after placing Luffy and various medical equipment in the emergency room. Together, brazenly faced the menacing Doflamingo. Foo. If that's the case, let's talk about it next time. Luo, I hope you will have such good luck next time. There are so many people guarding you. Doflamingo saw this, knowing that there was nothing to do. Looking up, out of the corner of his eyes, he unconsciously glanced at Elvis, who had just gotten rid of the Empress entanglement in the sky and was about to take a hand to deal with him. He decided to give up temporarily and turn to leave. But at this moment, the sound of thunder and vibration came from high in the sky again, followed by a shout containing anger, and then passed into everyone's ear. Enough! Don't think that just because you are a woman, you really think that I will show mercy to you again. If not. Clang! As soon as the sound came out, accompanied by the clanging sound of a golden iron horse, a bright light almost filled the entire sky, and the flickering sword energy of Liu Ying slashed down. Boom! The chopper smashed a small group of black shadows from midair into the sea, and the entire sea area was cut open. Suddenly, an endless ravine appeared on the sea surface, and the sea water was divided like a mirror. Rumbling. Afterward, the endless waves swelled. The waves lapped the hull. The 2 boats moored on the sea swayed, and the people above also swayed, and the sea quickly rose to fill the gully. Chapter 95_closing. The surging of the sea has not yet subsided, and the consternation on the faces of the people has not faded. Just at this moment, a voice full of anger came from the sky. You still want to leave? Don't you think you should give me an explanation first? As soon as the voice finished, the warship in the sky flew and blocked in front of Doflamingo. Forget it this time. Come back next time. See you in the new world next time, and let me as the host treat me well. Woo! Doflamingo finished speaking with a smile, then ignored Elvis's block and stepped on the tiny thin line he intertwined in midair, past his defense and headed off into the distance. HMPH, just leave if you want. What do you take me for? Pick me up for another move. Night Eye Starscream. Clang. Seeing this, Elvis snorted coldly, then quickly swung his sword, and the sound of swords was transmitted transmitted, and several magnificent chops with a volume comparable to a warship flashed towards him. Double-haired 5-color thread, feeling the intense sense of crisis behind him, and then, the thin threads that were maintained around him were broken one by one. Without any hesitation or dragging, Doflamingo immediately turned around and swiped with both hands. Jung, boom, boom, boom. 2 bundles of thread as thick as a baby's arm shot out, intertwined in front of him, and turned into 2 iron whips that cut gold and jade and swept towards those choppers. As soon as the 2 collided, a violent explosion occurred. The smoke cloud swept around, and the ocean current that had not filled it trembled again. The wave continued to emerge, and ripples rippling out. Whoosh! A black shadow rushed out of the cloud of explosion smoke and flew farther away. At this time, Doflamingo's unique laughter came from Elvis and the others. Fur, don't send me anymore. Nighthawk, let's meet in the new world. Hey, do you want to slip away in front of me after you put me together? Don't look down on people too much. Doflamingo, Kaka. Elvis on the bow deck snorted coldly, and then turned on his ability. The direction of the hull turned. The bow pointed in the direction where Doflamingo left, and was about to catch up, but at this moment, Brush, the Queen Boa Hancock, who was knocked away by his sword, reacted equally well to the battle. At the critical moment, she blocked it with armament, but was swayed by the aftermath and did not fall into the sea, but she didn't want to let it go, causing her to lose faith. The culprit rushed towards him in a flash. Hey, as expected, Shichibukai is not that easy to deal with. Forget it, let you live for a while longer. Go. When he was about to chase up his observation, Hockey had a feeling, and a powerful breath approached him quickly. Elvis knew who that person was without even thinking. Seeing that this matter was a foregone conclusion, he only sighed. With a sigh of relief, the finger moved, the warship rose rapidly, and at the same time, the wreckage of the hull next to her slammed towards her, giving the man no chance to get close at all. Perfume femur. Quote, whoosh, boom, boom, boom. The black shadow was also the female emperor when she saw the warship that had already approached and quickly pulled away from her, and the wood chips next to her stabbed at her like a spear, so she had to give up boarding the ship and turned her head to blast away the attacking attack. The white and slender leg kicked in the air, and the wrecked wreckage burst violently, and the debris splashed, and at the same time, the empress also lost the motivation to go up and fell. Whoosh! Clatter. One day, the concubine will return the gift of today. I hope you don't die before. The empress had never experienced the loss of being unable to defeat the enemy like today, and she was extremely angry. Biting her lip, her beautiful eyes stared at the warship that was gradually disappearing in the sky, and swore in her heart. At an altitude of thousands of meters, Elvis looked down from a very high perspective and finally determined the position of the Sabayati archipelago not far away, and the ship sailed there. 9999 ZNE. Ahahahaha, it's time to go back. I believe Kyle and the others can't wait. As the wind whistled, a laughter also resounded in the sky and drifted away with the wind. Sabayati archipelago. Zujujuo, as expected of him, that Elvis guy really has the ability to escape from the big prison, then break into the marine headquarters, and fight against Shichibukai's most mysterious Hawkeye. This big incident is comparable. It's going to be a bit more sensational when you stay with us. Among the 3 people on the bow of the boat hanging the eagle-headed skull flag, Kyle couldn't help but firstly raise the newspaper that just came in his hand, facing the side beside him. 2 of his companions reached. Isn't this a normal thing? Before he went to sea with us, he had already created the name of the Night Guy Swordsman, and there were several incidents of massacres of the government's pursuers before, and the incident of this top war. Don't they all fit that guy's character? Bud, who was standing on his left, leaned against the guardrail and replied coldly with his arms folded. That's right, he. But thanks to his captain's blessing, not only did his bounty increase to 540 million, he almost caught up with the bounty of the Fire Fist who died during the war, and even so do we. Everyone wants to increase our worth by 50 million, and this is still the worth before we enter the new world. It seems that no one can match it, right? Well, except for the reckless and impulsive newcomer Straw Hat, but he is also lower than our Captain Elvis, and none of them have improved. Kyle smiled, didn't care too much, and turned his eyes back to his hand. The newspaper's in. By the way, you should be very happy to hear that Elvis is intact, Amelia. The news that your brother, your lover, is all right. Kyle raised his head and glanced at the expressionless heroic girl beside him, and joked, Jung, but unfortunately he was only joking and teasing the other party, but he didn't notice that the white and flawless slender hand had been pressed against the hilt of the sword at his waist, and then only heard the clanging sound of the sword being unsheathed, and a chopping wave the size of a person flew over. Boom. PFF. As soon as Kyle buried his head, he heard the sound of the wind, and then only saw the white light shining in front of him, and then his body was hit by the chopper and the whole person blew the guardrail behind him and fell into the sea. Jung. After doing all this, Amelia retracted the blade like nothing else, turned around and walked towards her room. Hey, this guy always doesn't have a long memory. That girl is no longer as innocent as before. Although you know it, you have to keep it in your heart and don't say it. Thump. After Bud shook his head head and finished speaking, he took off his shirt and dived into the water to save Kyle's impulsive frivolity and short memory. Brush, clatter, bang. After a while, Bud rushed up from the sea carrying Kyle's collar, left him on the deck, and began to wring out the water stains on the clothes. Thank you so much, Bud. I didn't expect that Amelia was so unsympathetic and gave me a knife. Kyle was rescued by Bud and lay on the deck. Gasping for breath, he looked at and thanked Bud, who had been twisting water beside him, who had been wrong. How long do you have a memory? This kind of thing is no joke. If it wasn't for the old love Amelia, that girl would have cut you off with a knife. Then it would only be as simple as letting you fall into the water. But after twisting it twice, he put on his shirt and shook his head to remind him a few words. Hey, having a lover and looking at my brother, that girl is really... Kyle did not forget to continue to ridicule and complain, but at this time, a pleasant and cold voice came from the cabin. If you still want your big talkative tongue, just shut your mouth for me, Kyle, or I'll cut it off for you. As soon as the voice came out, Kyle's body trembled, and he immediately admitted defeat. I don't know when you can have snacks. Seeing his pitiful appearance, Bud couldn't help shaking his head and sighing. Hey, Bud, what do you mean by that? I can't pretend that I didn't hear it. As soon as he heard something bad about him, Kyle's face immediately stiffened and he questioned him aloud. It's not interesting. Hello, come and fix the back. Unfortunately, Bud didn't want to quarrel with him, and turned his attention to the subordinates who were watching the excitement behind him, and directly ordered them to come up and repair the damaged guardrail. Yes, most of the people on Elvis' ship surrendered to their power. As soon as they heard his order, they immediately rushed up with tools and materials to tap to repair the gap. Chapter 96_Roundup. More than half an hour has passed since the incident. With the sunset, a warship floating high in the sky in the distance is speeding towards this side. Elvis, whose hair is fluttering in the wind, looked down. Seeing that his ship was already in his eyes, a trace of joy flashed in his eyes, and then he accelerated and flew down at a very high speed. Ha ha ha, little one, your captain is back. Before boarding, Elvis's bold and wild laughter sounded, and then the ship slowly descended, ready to dock on the sea. Clang, boom, ah. While he and the kilometer-high space were slowly falling, his companions, Kyle, and the others were facing waves of marine and world government offensives here. The sound of the sword sounded, the light of the sword flickered, and with a flash of light, it flew away, taking away more than a dozen soldiers and scraping their lives. Roar, boom. At this time, a roar sounded, and a white-haired giant ape nearly 10 meters roared, punching at the surrounding marines. The ground burst, and several soldiers were blasted away. The ground cracked one after another, and took away several soldiers. Boom. On the other side, a nearly 4-meter-high giant sweat also rampaged like that giant ape, raising his hand and waving his fist. The sea soldiers were invincible, triggering a series of collapse events. Damn, give me this. Arrest all those people under the order of Saint Tenryubito Roswell. A middle-aged officer hiding behind the soldiers saw this, and couldn't help but gritted his teeth and shouted angrily, and continued to order attack. Yes, the soldiers didn't dare to disobey. Even though they were easily slapped away like flies in the eyes of the other party, their obedience to Tenryubito was more than fear, and they rushed forward desperately. Bang, bang, bang. A figure flew upside down, and the soldiers who seemed to be still rushing forward showed a disdainful expression on the face of the white giant ape. Hey, a bunch of running dogs. Don't they even want their own lives to please their masters? It's really disgusting to see. Boom. Another explosion sounded, and dozens of soldiers surrounding Bud were smashed to the ground by his punch, and all of them were wrapped in smoke and dirt. After doing these things, Bud drew his hand back to him. Hey, shouldn't you, as the genius Rabluji who follows 9, know more about their virtues? If you have time to say this, you might as well spare some strength to fight these people back. He. Then I don't know very well. I was with those guys a few years ago, just sneaking in as a boatman to ask him for guidance, and there was no task. But you're right, Bud, the existence of these flies is really annoying, so let me use that trick. The giant ape attacked again, and when he raised his hand, several soldiers were blown away, but the sea soldiers and land soldiers were pouring in continuously, although the strength was very poor and could not match them. But there were also some difficult goods, so they were tied, and it was difficult to get rid of these people for a while. Roar. At this time, Kyle finally couldn't bear it anymore, raised his head and roared. The hair on his body shrank sharply, his body continued to shrink, and finally he became a nearly 4-meter ape man about the same height as Bard, with evenly dense muscle lines on his body, but the tail behind him was incomparably long, waving between 11 and 12 meters in length, sweeping away crowds of people. Life is returned to the ape devil whip tail. Swish fresh Shion XS. Snap. Rumbling. After all, Kyle's tail stretched straight, like a spear poking forward, and several soldiers swept through the sky, then swung his body and turned around, pulling a circle around and blasting hundreds of people, imposing manner. Without having, those people were swept away. Ah! Before the person in front could let out a whimper, his body was blown up by the tail, which was comparable to a steel rod, and turned into blood. Gia ha 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 ha. This is what made me feel at that time. Come again. Marine. green. I will kill again. Blood water floated in the air, dyed the hair on his body red, and seemed to arouse his killing heart. Kyle's breath became more and more violent. His eyes were covered with a layer of red mist, and the whole person was like stepping out of hell. Hungry ghost Asura light, exuding an extremely strong murderous aura. Well, this guy, is this still in this state? Is it the influence of the fruit or say? Elvis, who was about to land in the sky, sensed the movement on the ground and chose to stop to see how Kyle and his party deal with them, but he didn't want to sense that Kyle's breath became more violent and killing intent grew more and more. Elvis muttered, rubbing his beardless chin in surprise. While he was surprised, the killing on the ground continued. Almost every one of them had some blood stains on their bodies, either the enemies or their own. Their clothes were stained with blood, their hair was disheveled, their eyes became more and more mad, and they fought fiercely with the enemy. Hey, these guys, one or two are really difficult to deal with. If this goes on, I'm afraid no one can catch them, and those trash men will be finished. Please. Seeing this, the officer in command earlier gritted his teeth, frowned, and finally couldn't help asking for help from the shadow beside him. And at the moment when his voice came out, there was obviously no trace of people, only a shadowy alley corner. The shadow shook sharply, and then a cold sound entered his ear. Don't worry, our people have already fought with them. As long as they are entangled, I will capture them as soon as the time comes. After the voice finished speaking, the shadow returned to its original state, no longer shaking. Only the officer knew that the person hiding in the shadow had gone there. Yes, then I'll wait for your good news. After this time, as long as you capture this group of people, whether it's to go to Tenryubito to donate seawater to the world government and marine. On the other hand, my merits will be greatly improved, and maybe I will be promoted to Rear Admiral or even Vice Admiral to serve as the commander of the Sabayati Archipelago branch fortress. So let me fight as much as you like, as long as it consumes your physical strength and energy. It doesn't matter how many people die. The officer's eyes were fixed on Kyle San, who was shining brightly in the battlefield. Man, the corner of his mouth could not help showing a cruel smile. Kill. If you capture Tenryubito, you may be promoted a few levels, and then you will have all the beauty and wealth. Kill. Some of the captain-level soldiers who rushed at the end came out with a reward gimmick to tempt the soldiers to go forward to fight, but they wanted to hide behind and pick peaches. Before the words were finished, several people only felt a pain in their abdomens, and a long tail the thickness of a baby's arm penetrated their stomach, and blood flowed out along it. Boom. Kyle's tail shook, and the man's body was directly swayed, torn apart, and blood foam and residue scattered all over the sky again. Gia ha 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 ha. It's disgusting. Why can't you come up after talking so much? I might be able to look up at you when I say this at the front. I only dare to hide behind others and use them as shield. What I hate the most is people like you. Kyle turned into Ape Man and licked the blood on the corner of his mouth with his tongue. His eyes were red, his breath was brutal, and he pouted in disdain. Whose turn is it next? After doing that, Kyle's bloody eyes glanced around, as if searching for suitable prey. Suddenly, his eyes were aimed at the officer who was standing quietly at the back, commanding his subordinates to die as if he had stayed out of the incident. Chapter 97_stop. Well, it's time to stop it. If it goes on like this, those guys may overturn the car. At the moment when Kyle unscrupulously released the killing intent on his body and rushed towards the officer, Elvis, who was originally watching in the sky, noticed an extremely strange and obscure aura twisting, and it appeared quietly, which made him immediately alert and decided to intervene in the matter. As soon as his mind moved, the warship floating in the sky trembled suddenly. The floating state was removed, and the warship fell at an extreme speed, aiming directly at the officer. Rumbling, the warship fell from an altitude of 1,000 meters. It was impossible to be silent, carrying a whistling noise. The hull of the ship fell rapidly and rubbed the air and wrapped the billowing flames, smashing down like a small fireball. This is not good. Naturally, the falling noise could not be concealed from the ears of Kyle, who was rushing towards him, and when they heard the whistling sound, everyone couldn't help but look up, only to see a huge spherical object wrapped in flames fell down at an extreme speed, and the few Kyle who knew the situation couldn't help but scolded secretly, and then immediately turned around and directed their subordinates to move and evacuate here. Jung. Boom. Amelia turned around calmly, swung her sword and slashed the soldiers who were blocking the way, clearing a path, and then ordered the evacuation as the acting captain. Everyone listens to my orders. Get on board quickly. Yes. Hearing her command, even if he was shrouded in murderous aura, Kyle, who was like a hungry ghost killing a god, did not dare not be ordered by her. He turned his toes and stomped hard. His body suddenly exploded, and he took the lead. Step back to the ship. Hey, I missed the plan. I didn't expect him to come back so soon. Evacuate. That guy is back, unless we hire more people, or we will all be finished. The shadow of the corner trembled again. A man dressed in gray, a man in a robe, with a mask on his face and a medium stature, came out and persuaded the officer to preach. Damn, after paying such a huge price, I can't even stop a group of more than 20 people. I'm really unwilling, which made him extremely heartbroken and unwilling, but he he had no choice but to give up in the face of this situation. Ha ha ha. Okay, I gave up. I'll let those little scoundrels back down, and that thing will be handed over to you. The officer gasped for breath to calm his mood, and after a while he made a decision and explained to the man, "Don't worry, our people have already stepped up to block it. We will be able to solve the fallen warship in a while. Now let your subordinates retreat." The gray-robed masked man nodded, and after the explanation he also turned into a distorted image rushed up. "Everyone, give up the pursuit and step up to evacuate here. There is an unknown object in the sky. Keeping your own life is the most important thing." He did what he said, and the officer didn't delay. He stepped forward directly, held a loudspeaker, and loudly summoned orders to his subordinate. It's really a pity. After paying so much price, it might be possible to catch them just a little longer. Shish, don't say it. Just go. Seriously, if it wasn't for this, do you think you'd still be alive to enjoy those honors? The soldiers evacuated from here in an orderly manner, but there was still a chaotic chatter between the walk. The words were not only regretful for the loss of this opportunity, but also for the boss who did not care about the lives of his subordinate, was greedy for life and feared death, and took profit. The resentment, but without exception, they heard the command of the officer and chose to save their lives and leave here. On the Nighthawk. Boom. You guys are finally willing to come back, but we'll have to wait miserably. On the deck, Kyle, who had returned to human form, slammed Elvis's chest with his fist and said excitedly, "Hacker, hey KXS. Ha ha ha, I'm sorry, I made you worry. I won't be so adventurous next time." Elvis didn't take this fist to heart. After listening to Kyle's word, he glanced at some of the fewer people, but he was willing to. After following him, the excited people glanced at them with a little guilt on their faces, apologized to them, and generously admitted that their actions were inappropriate. Amelia was as usual, but she felt shy and didn't say what she wanted to say to him, and Bud Dill maintained his usual poise and silence and did not be. However, the caring eyes and relieved faces of the two of them showed that they also miss Elvis's own safety. Seeing his return, the excitement in their hearts is no less than that of Kyle. "Ha ha ha, forget it. It's not bad that you can safely come out from Impel Down and Marine headquarters. How can I blame you? But don't take such a risk next time. Elvis, you are us captain. Any accident will have a great impact on our pirate group." Bud and Amelia and others who were not afraid to speak did not be, and Kyle represented them again. Forgive Elvis for what happened this time, and then give him advice and reminders again. "Well, don't worry, there will be no next time." Elvis nodded heavily and agreed. "Well, that's good. If there is another tossing next time, our pirate group will really fall apart. You must remember that. By the way, tell us about your experience and gains this time. I don't believe that this guy, took such a big risk just to get involved in the war in the past. Show your face or something. You must have you make up your own mind." After explaining those things solemnly, the seriousness on Kyle's face quickly faded, replaced by excitement and curiosity, and two cat-like curious eyes looked at him closely. When the others on the boat heard it, their eyes turned to Elvis again, and the irresistible curiosity in his eyes made him helpless and had to open his mouth under the curious and inquiring eyes of everyone. "Okay, I still can't hide it from you. Let me tell you, what kind of gain did I get from this encounter? Of course, there are two types of this. One is this." Boom. After Elvis finished speaking, his fingers shook slightly, and the Nighthawk under him trembled rapidly, then suddenly rose and rushed towards the cloud. The people on the boat were caught off guard by his move. Except for Kyle, the others either fell directly on the deck, or shook their hands with their hands before they reacted. Swoosh, swish, swish. Elvis didn't give them a chance to relax. His fingers moved again, and the Nighthawk steered, flew, ascended, and descended in the air with the swing of his fingers. Whoosh. After a while, Elvis stopped thinking, and the hull returned to calm and floated quietly in midair. "How? This is the first fruit I have harvested. I have to thank that guy Kizaru. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have been able to squeeze my potential in Impel Down so that the control of the fruit's ability would be more in-depth." Elvis watched them standing swaying and being tossed, and some of the more unbearable ones just slumped on the deck and didn't move, and couldn't help showing them proudly. Boom. Another punch slammed into his chest, smashing him back 3 or 2 cloth, and then Kyle angrily raised his finger and pointed at the surrounding subordinates who were tossed so much that they didn't want to move, and said angrily, "I'll go. You guy, can you remind us before showing off? Look at the good things you've done." "Ahahaha, I'm sorry, I'll tell you before next time." But Elvis didn't mean to thank him at all. His expression was exaggerated and he laughed to perfunctory the matter. Chapter 98 Enter a New World. "Ha ha ha, well, I won't talk about this anymore, and then let you see my second harvest." Night Sky Star Cut. Jung. As soon as he finished speaking, Elvis quickly drew his sword, turned his wrist, and the blade whispered softly. In an instant, a bright silver chopper with a diameter of 20 or 30 meters tore apart the atmosphere in front of him and blasted forward. Rumbling, the chopper rushed to the sky, and countless clouds were scattered and annihilated. It seemed that a large hole had been cut in the air. In an instant, everyone could see it clearly, and then they felt the air flow around them accelerated, and then a large number of hurricanes whistled, quickly filling the gap. This is a slash that belongs to the level of a great swordsman. Brother Elvis, don't tell me. Although Amelia's words were not completely clear, the people present could already hear the consciousness. The man who just finished the sword test actually climbed into that realm, a realm that countless swordsmen dream of, the realm of a great swordsman. No, you have gained so much this time. Doesn't it mean that now you are comparable to the world's #1 swordsman, the man known as the Eagle Eye? Kyle's face is also particularly special. Shocked and astonished, his mouth opened wide. He couldn't believe that this dear friend and captain was a big step ahead of them, and it was so far ahead that they couldn't even touch the corners. No, I can't say that. If Brother Elvis and his hockey can keep up, maybe they can compete with that man, but now, I know that there are also highs and lows in the same realm, and there is a difference between heaven and earth. Miria answered Kyle's words for him, shook her head and denied it directly. What going on? Kyle looked at her inexplicably. Even the subordinates on the side did not know much about the swordsman. Hearing that Elvis stepped into the realm of the great swordsman, he felt the same way. They thought they could catch up with Hawkeye, but they didn't think that Amelia's words would break their reverie, and they all cast a puzzled look at her. As far as swordsmanship is concerned, Brother Elvis's swordsmanship has advanced to that level, but in the same level, the difference is also very different. As far as I know, in addition to swordsmanship, the armament in the three-color hockey is cultivated to the highest level, and it is necessary to condense the meaning of being a swordsman that belongs to oneself. Now, as for Brother Elvis, Amelia was still halfway through what she said, but she had already picked out the meaning. Ha ha ha, yes, just like what Amelia said. I did stand in line with that guy in pure swordsmanship, but hockey is not enough, but I can't say for sure in the future. Elvis, the hearty laughter interrupted them. Even if he was able to admit his own shortcomings generously, but he did not suffer from the depression. His face became more proud and confident, and he was confident that he was never weaker than that man. Even if he fell behind, one can also bravely catch up. This is our captain. Then, please give the order. Where should we go next? Whether to cross the Red Earth continent directly from the air into the New World or enter there through the underwater tunnel, please make a decision. Elvis, captain. Seeing that Elvis didn't look down because of this, Kyle and the others showed a relieved smile, and then Kyle took the lead, and everyone saluted him with fists and asked for instructions on the next action. Well, since there is such a convenient thing, then don't go to the film on purpose. Let go straight over from the air and go straight into the New World, little one. Elvis glanced over the familiar pictures, with a face with an expectant look, the corner of his mouth grinned, and then he raised his hand and ordered. Oh, everyone agreed with him excitedly. Following Elvis' manipulation, he turned around and rushed towards the Red Continent with the Nighthawk, driving into the central continental line that runs through and divides the world, and marched toward the New World. A day later, another newspaper that spread all over the world was delivered to the Night Eye Pirate through the delivery of Seagull. Hey Elvis, there's another big news coming. Kyle rushed over with a newspaper and greeted him. What news? Elvis didn't open his eyes to look at him, still sitting cross-legged on the lawn deck beside the mast, as if comprehending the state of mind about swordsmanship. He just asked calmly when he heard Kyle's cry. Oh, this is the news about the supernova of the same era as you. No, the same kid you met in the war, the Straw Hat. Kyle raised the newspaper in his hand. The key content is told to him. Oh, hearing the news about the Straw Hat, Elvis became a little interested, opened his eyes and looked at him, and said in a long voice, 51 Baikuge 51 Susho. Well, that kid made another big event after the war on the top. He joined hands with Rayleigh, the king of Hades, and Jinbei, the original Shichibukai, to step into the Marlins again, and rang the bell above, which attracted the attention of the world. Woolen cloth. Everyone is guessing what the meaning of the downs he knocked, and his bounty has also risen, reaching 400 million. Is there a sense of urgency? The sense of urgency to be caught up by the defeated general. After Kyle finished speaking, his eyes rolled a few times, and then joked, boring. If there is no other news, then don't bother me. Kyle, I'm not as free as you. I still need to practice. Who knows? After listening to those, Elvis closed it again. His eyelids and face returned to calm, and he didn't talk to him anymore. Hey, you guy, you have been so boring since the beginning. It's not easy to joke at all. Well, let's talk about other things with you. In fact, there are other interesting news besides the Straw Hat thing. Hurry up and say it. Don't sell anything, otherwise you will entertain yourself. Don't disturb my cultivation here. After saying this, Elvis became interested again, but his eyes didn't open. It just sat there and let him talk. Okay, you boring guy. The biggest news can be divided into 2 or 3. What are the specific ones? Well, the first is a few things about the supernova of our era and the other Blackbeard who stole Whitebeard's devil fruit. Just you. First, all the supernovas of this era, except the Straw Hat Pirate, poured into the New World, setting off a storm in front of them, and a few iron-headed guys directly broke into the territory of the 4 emperors and challenged them. Beard captured one of the supernovas, a supernova named Bonnie, the Big Stomach King, and extorted a large warship from Marine, only to be chased down by a kainu and fled. Another is that Marine Marshal Sengoku submitted his resignation. The government and the two candidates recommended by Marine decided to have a decisive battle on the abandoned island of Punk Hazard. Kyle was very excited to introduce. His tone was a little excited, and he relayed the news published above to Elvis. And after that, Elvis was a little more interested in what he said, and he couldn't help but open his eyes to ask him again, but he didn't think. After that, it gone. That's all. Kyle was stunned by his next question, then spread his hand, shook his head and replied, "Hey, that's all. Of course, how many do you think there are? That's enough for the people in the newspaper to print and distribute a few issues. It's good to be able to concentrate on one page. Okay then, pack up and let the people below prepare it." At this time, after listening to those words, Elvis got up and put Shinye on his waist, turned and instructed him. What? Kyle didn't know what to do. With a blank look on his face, "Notify them. Start getting ready. We are going to land on the first island in the New World." Seeing his appearance, Elvis shook his head and explained in detail. After saying that, his eyes turned forward, and when the fog dissipated, a faintly visible island was printed in his eyes, and the first island in the New World was about to arrive. Chapter 99_Conspiracy Asymptotic. It's about to dock, Captain. Looking at the image that was getting closer and bigger, a pirate soldier shouted down on the observation deck to remind him. "Well, I see, then let go ashore." Elvis nodded in response to him, then waved his hand, and the ship flew away, approaching the berth in the port. Brush. The bottom of the Nighthawk slowly touched the water surface, and when it was nearly a third of the way in contact, Elvis released its buoyancy control, and the ship landed smoothly, which made everyone heave a sigh of relief, and then looked at the station with expectant glowing eyes. Several cadres on the deck in the center of the ship cast with the captain. "Okay, leave a few people to guard, and the rest can go ashore. It's up to you how to distribute them, but you are not allowed to fight. It will affect your feelings, you know." Elvis naturally knew their thought. As the ship flew for a day, when they saw the island, they were naturally very excited and wanted to go down to the shore. This was normal. He could understand it, but he had to remind him. "Understood, Captain. Please rest assured, we will not fight for this matter to affect the friendship between our companions." Those people naturally agreed to him excitedly. As for whether they will do what they say, then it's none of his business. As long as it doesn't make a big fuss, Elvis doesn't want to intervene in these little things. After explaining the matter, he and Kyle got off the boat one after another and walked to the bustling street in the center of the town. When the remaining pirates saw that the captain and cadre had left, they looked at each other in dismay, and then began to quarrel and fight for the number of landing spots. Of course, they all restrained and carried out within an appropriate range. Speaking of both sides, Sean Kyle, a sassy and dissolute prodigal son, is unwilling to walk with other people. As soon as he gets off the shore, he is separated from the crowd and walks into the town on his stomach. However, Bud better go down with 2 or 3 men to purchase goods first. After the preparations were purchased and transported onto the ship, they said goodbye to others and entered the town. However, like Elvis, he and Amelia, the little tail who had been following him, entered the town leisurely, sightseeing the scenery on the island, and seemed to be at ease. But unknown trouble is approaching them. Somewhere in town. Have you found it? No. How about you? Neither did I. Damn, let that little girl escape. Several big men met in the crowded street, as if talking about a certain woman who provoked them. At the corner, in the dark alley, a slender figure leaned against the wall of the alley, panting rapidly, trying his best to cover his breath so that he would not be discovered by others. I finally got rid of them. I chased after me for a long time. If I didn't have the ability to save my life, I would have been less fortunate this time. After that, the woman raised her slender and fair arms, and her skin gradually changed. In a moment, a paper arm appeared in front of her, and a small bulging cloth bag was hanging around her waist, which contained her today's victory item. It seemed that she took the initiative to provoke those people, and her goal was bag in her hand. "It doesn't matter. My brother's illness is the most important thing. If I can't buy medicine, then he..." The woman gritted her teeth, took off the small cloth bag around her waist, and opened it. It was a small bag of gold and silver coin, and it seemed that the original owner of the thing was the old man in black suit. White. Free FFHC. In the blink of an eye, the mysterious woman's body changed rapidly. Her fair and delicate skin turned into paper, and then turned into a paper crane and flew into the sky towards a certain direction in the town. Just as the paper crane flew over Elvis and the two, he, who had been walking with Amelia on the street for sightseeing, suddenly felt a sense and looked up at the sky. "What the matter, brother Elvis?" Amelia couldn't help but ask when she saw him stop. "It's nothing. I just saw an interesting thing." "Let go, Amelia. I'll buy some clothes with you first, but those outfits are too monotonous. If you say this, I'll be given to you by your admirers. It's a big deal." "What did you say, Elvis brother?" I won't." Hearing this, Amelia blushed, lowered her head, and followed Elvis forward in a dizzy manner. The words he just said were constantly replaying in his mind, and he suddenly lost his heroic spirit. Ha ha ha. Seeing her overjoyed appearance, then Elva stopped joking with her, walked side by side with Amelia, and led her to the largest clothing store in front. The other side. What did you say? I saw the landing of the Night Guy pirate. Is this true? In a luxurious villa in the open area in the center of the forest outside the town, a man of about 40 or 50 years old, with a medium stout build, the man with the heroic appearance and the scar from the left eyebrow on his face, sat on the luxurious sofa, and reported the news to his subordinates and confirmed it again. Yes, this matter is absolutely true. The person in charge of inquiring about the news did indeed see the pirate ship flying the Night Guy flag landing at the port of the ship, and according to the contact person in the town, they saw the captain L. Based on the relevant information about Weiss and the female swordsman Amelia, the subordinate can confirm the real news that the Night Guy pirates have actually landed on Kobo Island. In front of him, his head hangs down, his expression is respectful, and he announces in a humble tone. After listening to his report, the scarred man was convinced of the news, and then ignored the subordinates who were kneeling on the ground and kept walking in front of him, looking a little flustered. Really? Then, they are indeed landing here. I'm on an island. It's hard to do. That lord asked me to stay here to kill those who slip through the net. If they interfere, then the matter can be. Sir, do you still need to continue? Listening to the explanation of the person below, the bait has been laid in the town, and the fish is about to take the bait. I believe the exact news will come soon. You see. The man bowed his head and clasped his fist in both hands to ask him for instructions on what to do next. Action. Well, it doesn't matter. Just be careful. Let the people below do not provoke them, and continue according to the plan. Thoroughly capture the escaped little fish, and give the adult an explanation. After pacing, the scarred man sat down. Back on the sofa, he tapped his fingers on the armrest a few times before making a decision. Yes. The subordinate immediately folded his arms and saluted, respectfully following his instruction. Well, let go down. Having made a decision, the scarred man waved him back. Yes, I will retire now, sir. The man didn't dare to stay, and after salute, he immediately exited the hall carefully, leaving a man with a scar wondering what he was thinking about. Oh, the war on the top is over, and the end of the strongest of the previous era also indicate that the backing of our country has collapsed, and it is time to find a reliable guardian to guard it. But the idiots of the royal family actually pinned their hopes on those Tenryubito, trying to get the blessing of the world government by offering their sacrifices. How can things be so easy? Was protected by the deceased Whitebeard and spent more than 20 years safely. If the backer collapses but they are looking for those people, are you really not afraid of death? Fortunately, there is that adult. His rise means that our people will get rid of the crisis and move towards peace again. But will the adult's methods be too cruel? Even if the royal family has done a lot of wrong things and caused great damage to the people, in the end they should keep a point so as not to kill the entire royal family, right? That's all. It's all adult business. As a subordinate, you shouldn't speculate about your adult's intention. Let do my job well. The voice boat turned into a sigh and disappeared into the hall without being heard by others. Chapter 100_Royal Family. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the door, and in the room, a thin, short, delicate-looking boy about 7 or 8 years old heard the knock on the door and quickly got up and walked to the door, watching the situation outside through the set hole. Yes, who is it? A timid child's voice came from his mouth, asking the people outside. Brother, it's me. Soon gate of opening. I'm back. An ethereal, crisp but slightly tired voice came from outside the door, letting the boy know the identity of the outsider. Click. Hearing the ethereal voice, the boy knew that his sister had returned, and hurriedly called gate of opening to let her in. Sister, you're finally back. Opened the gate of opening and saw that familiar and beautiful face. The boy was pleasantly surprised and rushed towards her. Well, I'm back. Are you obedient at home? The girl opened her arms and hugged the boy into her arms, and asked softly to the boy in her arms. Yeah. The boy nodded heavily and continued to cuddle in his sister's arms. He smelled the fragrance of her sister's body, and suddenly his heart that was beating was calmed down, and his face also showed the innocence and splendor of children. Smile. That good. Just stay at home obediently, and see the gift that my sister bought for you. Da da da. The girl hugged her brother with one hand, and took out a small backpack from behind with the other hand, and untied it. It was a small wooden sword, which she had chosen as a gift for her younger brother. Seeing the little wooden sword, the little boy jumped up with joy, took the sword from his sister's hand, and said with joy, wow, it's a sword. It's really nice. Thank you, sister. I will definitely practice well with it. Swordsmanship, protecting you. Ha ha ha. After speaking, he held it and waved it in the air a few times, as if to show his courage and strength to his sister. Giggle. Okay, you will protect my sister from now on, Ian. The girl reached out and touched the boy's head, looked at him tenderly, and smiled gratified. Well, Daphne, don't worry. When I grow up, Ian will definitely protect you, and will return to our country again to drive out those bad people. And also, woo woo woo, sister, I think the father and mother, and brother Asa. The little boy Ian was originally more and more excited, but when it came to mentioning the country and his relative, his tone tone gradually became low, and finally he couldn't bear it. She threw herself back into the girl's arms and sobbed softly. Okay, Ian is an adult. You can't cry anymore. Daphne, the girl, touched his head and comforted him in a low voice. Well, sister, what wrong? You said that the father, the queen, and the king are now. How are they? Are they as safe as us? Suddenly hearing this question, Daphne choked for a moment, then returned to her senses and continued to comfort him. They'll be fine, Ian. You don't have to worry about it. Father Huang and the others are the kings of our country. No matter how vicious those people are, they will never do anything to them. At most, they're just imprisoned. But even if she said this by herself, it was difficult to convince herself that she just wanted to comfort the younger brother in her arms. But when we left, the father and mother were not arrested by the traitors. I was really scared. I was so afraid that the father and mother would encounter accident. Ian continued, not thinking about himself. The bad premonition in his heart came true. His voice became weaker, and he threw himself in his sister's arms and stopped thinking about it. Although he was still young, Ian also had his own thoughts on these things. 51 Beautiful 51N. From their conversations, we can know the general identity of the two. They are the royal family of a certain kingdom, and their identities are very special, princesses and princes. And the fish that slipped through the net that the man with the scar was talking about were probably these two. But the sister and brother did not know at this time that the black hand of the traitor in their mouths had already reached out to them. Okay, let's not talk about this. Ian, look, my sister brought you medicine so that your condition can be cured, Daphne said again to turn the heavy topic away. Then she took out a small bag of medicinal herb, which was the medicinal herb she exchanged from the doctor, and used the small bag of gold and silver coins that the big men stole on the street today. But sister, you, little Ian wanted to say that her sister was willing to do some inferior work regardless of her status as a princess because of her illness, in exchange for the medicine he healed. Tears flashed in his eyes, and he was deeply moved by his sister who had always loved him. Okay, let go in. My sister made a lot of money today and bought me, so I don't have to eat those unpalatable brown bread today. Daphne shook her head and stopped what he was about to say. Turning the subject again, he walked into the house with the bag in one hand and the other hand in hand, turning back to the other side. As the sun went down, Elvis and Amelia's alone time was about to end. At this time, it was time to go back to the ship to count the number of people and check the record pointer storage. But at this moment, when they turned around and walked back to the port, a group of big men grabbed an old man in a white coat, who was also in his 60s and 70s, and asked him to show the direction. Although no conflict broke out, their actions sparked Elvis's curiosity just because of that sentence. Have you figured it out? It's that little girl, right? That despicable thief who stole our property and swaggeringly used it for medicine. It was these words that aroused Elvis's curiosity, because in the morning he was seeing the devil fruit power user who turned into a paper crane and fled in the same direction as they were going, and its target was probably the same. That her. But Elvis didn't have much to do, just glance curiously and then turned around and walked back with Amelia, back to the Nighthawk. On board. Well, there are only that guy and Amelia left. It's really dragging. Although the magnetic force on the recording pointer has not been stored enough, as a captain, you can't just let people wait in vain. A little bit about the responsibilities and attitude that a captain should have. That kid is really a headache. Seeing that Elvis hadn't come back yet, Kyle was berating him behind his back again. Compared with the captain, he said, he was more there is no attitude that a crew member should have, like a master, who was akimbo and berating his captain in front of everyone. The crew members didn't have his identity and qualification, and they didn't have the friendship they had with Elvis, so they kept their mouths shut and didn't dare to go along with his word. The same is true of the two sisters, Anna and Annie, who have just joined. They stand timidly, while Bud, who is even more wrong with him, keeps his usual approach, holding his hands and watching it coldly, like a clown performance, watching Kyle that act of death. Not far away, not long after he finished scolding them, Elvis and Amelia slowly approached the Nighthawk. Anyone with sharp eyes saw them. Well, they were motionless, as if welcoming their return. Well, in my opinion, we might as well. Kyle, an idiot with long muscles and no long head, hadn't noticed the reaction of the people under his hand, and he was chatting with his hips on his back, but he didn't know Elvis and Aaron. Amelia and the two had already walked to the shore and heard what he said next. Hearing him talk more and more, Amelia's face became tense, and then she said coldly, HMPH, you are talking ill of Elvis' brother again. Kyle, I think you should stop asking for that tongue. Save yourself from offending others in the future. Well, how can I not? I still have to rely on it to eat. This voice. As soon as he heard Amelia's voice, Kyle didn't respond, and then he realized that it was wrong. The body stiffened, and turned around. As you can see, Elvis and Amelia are already standing side by side on the shore, and Amelia is even more indifferent. Her eyes are as cold as electricity, and she is staring at him tightly. Her hands have been pressed on the handle. Elvis, Amelia, you are back. What I said just now, you. Kyle asked Isho, his tone a little interrogative. interrupted, and asked flatteringly, "What do you think?" Elvis didn't explain. The sharp eyes like a lion and goshawk glanced at him for a while, staring at his scalp numb.